Chapter 1. Approximately a millennium ago, a formidable clan emerged, known as the Nightmarish Tribe. Since the advent of this tribe, humanity has suffered relentless invasions, succumbing to their dominion within a mere year. The precursor to the Duchy of Morlint, the Duchy of Morphuote, nurtured numerous elves, striving to resist and expel the Nightmarish Tribe. After a century or two of arduous efforts, they finally succeeded in sealing the tribe within the northern barrier known as the Lush Wall. On this particularly overcast day, as they neared the Nightmarish Barrier, a man arrived with an army of several thousand, engaged in conversation with a woman by the seaside. The man was dressed adequately, his head adorned with blue hair that lent him an air of calmness. He wore a white coat, slightly dusted, as if he had just emerged from battle. Beneath it, he donned a gray vest, and to uphold the image of a general, he sported black knee guards, complemented by military brown boots. The woman was the first to speak, saying, "Demi, what are your thoughts on the task assigned to us by my father? I must say, I find it rather unfavorable." The woman spoke elegantly, clad in sumptuous attire of pure white, resembling a cake-like gown, adorned at the waist with a large pink bow. She possessed a tall and slender figure, her face exquisitely shaped, her features strikingly delicate, exuding an aura reminiscent of a noble lady. Indeed, she was a princess. Her ears were embellished with ruby earrings, and she wore a ring on her left hand's middle finger bearing the royal insignia, a testament to her noble lineage. Her feet were adorned with white lace-up boots, and her flowing black hair framed her visage, epitomizing beauty. In response to the prince's words, Demi offered his assessment, stating, "Princess Tissamai, it is difficult for me to comment on this matter. All I know is that investigating the affairs of the Nightmarish Tribe is a perilous endeavor." His words echoed Tissama's sentiments. Tissamai then turned and approached the army of thousands, opening the boxes discovered by two individuals. As they gazed into the boxes, the gloomy weather, accompanied by ominous thunder and lightning, cast a disquieting atmosphere. Tissamai concurred, saying, "You make a valid point. Perhaps what we see here is indeed a dangerous artifact." Demi, standing by the shore, approached and uncertainly remarked, "I cannot ascertain whether it poses a danger. This item was retrieved from the Nightmarish Barrier, and our understanding of it remains shrouded in mystery." "Then shall we discard it?" Caught off guard by the question, he fell silent. After a few moments, he replied, "As the princess, the decision rests entirely with you." You truly know how to evade responsibility." Princess Tissamai laughed gracefully. "I am merely here on my father's behest to conduct an investigation. The ultimate authority lies with you." Seemingly perplexed, she ultimately decided, saying, "I believe it is best not to discard it, but rather to take it back for further study." As the two, accompanied by the army of thousands, began their return, the thunder above seemed to grow louder, yet the returning soldiers remained unfazed. They had not been back for 10 minutes when 3 bats emerged from the Nightmarish Barrier, charging towards the retreating army and striking 3 soldiers, leaving them gravely injured. It was then that the two realized the cause of the earlier thunder, as the first 2 individuals rushed back to assist the 3 wounded soldiers. They beheld the 3 bats, each bearing distinct purple fangs on their abdomens. Upon seeing the fangs, Tissamai exclaimed, "Those are the fangs of the nightmares. Do you remember what they are?" Demi nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "I certainly do. The fangs of the nightmares refer to the collective of the Nightmarish Tribe. We typically refer to them simply as nightmares, though their true designation is the fangs." "What do you plan to do about them?" Tissamai inquired. "To vanquish these 3 creatures, I await your command, your highness." Upon hearing Demi's words, Tissamai, embracing her identity as a princess, issued a command. "Very well. I hereby order the general to swiftly eliminate the 3 creatures that have appeared. We must act quickly." In response to the command, Demi unsheathed his 4-foot sword, which, despite the overcast sky, gleamed with a golden light, undimmed by the gloomy weather. As the battle commenced, he instructed Princess Tissamai and the soldiers to withdraw 50 meters to avoid any accidental injuries during the clash. As the soldiers retreated eastward, Tissamai cautioned, "Be careful." Moments later, the 3 bats charged once more, this time facing a newly appointed general, renowned for his martial prowess in the Duchy of Morlent. Demi evaded the rush of two bats, while blocking the third with his sword, inflicting mutual damage. The impact was strong enough to force Demi back several meters, causing him considerable harm. The 1,000 he sustained was inconsequential, but the 800 cost the bat half its life. Struggling to maintain flight, Demi seized the opportunity to swiftly drive away the other two bats and subsequently cleaved one in half. The two remaining bats, devoid of emotion upon witnessing their companion's demise, continued their assault on Demi without a hint of fear. Instead of charging, the two bats utilized another skill, emitting small sound waves to attack Demi. Although he was struck, the damage was minimal, akin to pebbles gently bouncing off a commoner. As the second sound wave was released, Demi discerned numerous weaknesses, silently mused, "Humph, do they not realize that such attacks are ineffective against me? How foolish of them to persist." Before the third sound wave could be unleashed, one bat was swiftly dispatched by Demi, prompting the remaining one to shift from offense to defense, sensing the threat. This transition granted Demi a significant advantage, as the initiative now lay with him. However, due to their size, the bats were adept at evading his strikes, inciting his frustration. In his anger, Demi altered his strategy, recalling that while the bats employed sound waves for ranged attacks, he too possessed the capability for distance combat, as he was proficient in magic. He began to cast spells, making magic his primary assault while wielding his sword to restrict the bats' movements, anticipating their movements with his spells. With this approach, he swiftly eliminated the last of the fangs of the nightmares. Observing the battle were not only Princess Tissamai, but also the thousands of soldiers accompanying her. As they neared the coast of Yalimi, a tree concealed an individual, unnoticed by anyone. Following Demi's battle with the three fangs, the bats dissipated into a cloud of smoke, scattering into the air, a sight that startled Demi. He exclaimed, "I have long heard of the appearance of the fangs of the nightmares upon their demise. Witnessing it firsthand today is truly astonishing." Upon returning to the army, Tissamai, concerned, inquired, "Are you all right? Were you injured?" "I am fine. I sustained no injuries." He then asked, "What shall we do next? Return or continue investigating the disturbances in the west?" After a moment of contemplation, Tissamai replied, "Let us return." Obtaining this artifact was no small feat, and the power of the Tan's military is overwhelming. Escaping is already a stroke of luck. "Very well, let us make our way back." Before departing, Tissamai once more issued a command to the army in her capacity as princess. "To ensure our safety, we must exercise utmost caution and avoid falling victim to ambushes as we did earlier." "Yes, Your Highness." After responding to Tissamai's words, the soldiers proceeded eastward until they reached the coast of Yalimi, where they halted upon the site of a colossal pit by the seaside. The pit's imposing presence commanded their attention, and the two individuals exchanged glances before deciding to investigate further. As they approached the gaping hole, they could clearly see a green light emanating from within, its brilliance surpassing that of Demi's sword. Only by getting closer could they discern the full view, accompanied by 4 stone tablets, each inscribed with the same content, intended for all nearby to observe. Tissamai glanced at the tablets and read aloud, "Yalimi Coast Ruins, the record site of the fangs of the nightmares. Record the location." This remark caught Dimitri's attention, and he noted, "So, there exists information regarding the nightmares fang here. I believe that to be the case. Shall we descend and investigate?" "Indeed, let us proceed." As they sought a way down, the thought of potentially delaying their progress lingered, along with the realization that the contents of the chest were somehow connected to this ancient site. Dimitri issued a command to the army he had brought along, stating, "The troops shall now march forth, hastening to Bangshur town, where you will establish camp and await the return of myself and Her Highness the Princess. As for the chest, it can remain here." "Understood, General." Despite the affirmation, a young deputy, equally youthful as Dimitri, stepped forward to inquire, "We have just engaged in battle with the Tan's military, and now we are to withdraw? Does that not seem rather unwise?" The deputy's concern was valid, yet Dimitri was more than capable of assuaging it. He pointed eastward, saying, We are already within the borders of the Moorland Duchy, and the military stronghold of Mage town lies yonder. Should danger arise, we can swiftly seek aid from Mage. Reassured by Dimitri's words, the deputy acquiesced. He returned to dispatch 2 soldiers to carry the chest beside Dimitri and to send me, after which the troops, following their deputy, retreated. This scene appeared to have been observed by a hidden onlooker who recognized it as promising news. With a sly grin, he hastened northward, remaining unnoticed by any. The 2 individuals located the staircase leading downwards. Dimitri lifted the chest and followed to send me below, but as they descended, an unforeseen incident occurred. Not only did the vast chasm emit a warning of impending danger, but outside, the figure who had been spying on them had brought a cadre of individuals clad in black, adorned with skull embroidery, resembling thieves. Among them was one wearing sunglasses, his face marred by scarce testament to his battle-hardened past. He donned a robe tinged with blue, akin to that of their leader. For the moment, Dimitri set aside the inspiration ignited by the gaping chasm and resolutely chose to confront the approaching adversaries. Though both parties recognized one another, the nature of the opposing forces remained a mystery. Dimitri pointed at the group of enemies and queried, "You are affiliated with the Tan's military, are you not? What is your purpose here? And to which unit do you belong?" Despite the somewhat clumsy inquiry, it did not hinder the adversary from revealing their true intentions. The individual in sunglasses refrained from disclosing his unit's designation, opting instead to convey their purpose in a menacing tone. He fixated on the chest beside Dimitri and, while proclaiming his name, declared, "I am Peifu, the captain of the elite squad. You would do well to surrender that chest to me, lest I eliminate both of you." Upon discerning the real objective, Dimitri understood that relinquishing the hard-won possession would not only show a lack of respect for himself, but also for the soldiers who had assisted in acquiring it. "You, scoundrel, shall not lay claim to the spoils we have endured hardships to obtain. If you truly desire it, you must first defeat me." Initially positioned at the forefront, Tsimi now positioned herself before Dimitri, emboldened by the fact that they were within the realm of the Moorland Duchy. With resolute authority, she proclaimed, "You have intruded upon our nation's territory, you still have the chance to depart. Otherwise, I shall send my men to reduce you to mere dust." Clearly, her words lacked the desired effect of instilling fear, and the enemy, aware of her royal status, retaliated. Peifu, with a sinister grin, taunted, "I know you are the princess of this land, and I am well aware that your people have retreated far. Given your beauty, why not take me as your consort? I would cherish you for a lifetime. What do you intend to do?" This exchange instilled a significant sense of peril in both Dimitri and Tsimi. Although Peifu's crude remarks were uttered in jest, the threat to their lives was all too real. In a bid to protect Tsimi, Dimitri unsheathed his sword without hesitation, charging forward in an attempt to catch Peifu off guard with his speed. True to his position, Peifu exhibited the prowess of a captain, deftly catching Dimitri's initial strike between 2 fingers. His subordinates, not quick enough to shield him, scattered to prevent Dimitri from annihilating their ranks. Peifu, having successfully blocked the strike, mocked, "You think to ambush me? Not a chance." He retaliated against Dimitri, aiming to send him tumbling into the chasm. Fortunately, Dimitri managed to withstand the counterattack, avoiding a fall into the pit. Dimitri recognized that Peifu had to be dealt with and summoned his inherent strength to propel Peifu 3 meters away, intending to capitalize on the distance for a second assault. However, this attempt proved futile as Peifu's henchmen surged forward, forcibly obstructing the lethal blow, thus preserving Peifu's safety. The somber sky weeps incessantly with fine rain, yet before me stands a fire pit, undaunted by the deluge. The chilling winds seep into my very bones as I wander about this vast encampment. Bustling with adventurers and merchant caravans, at the center of the camp lies a peculiar chest, which upon probing with my mental prowess, reveals an expansive storage space. Deep within it glimmers a crystal sword radiating a dark golden light. Aside from this, nothing else appears remarkable. After inquiring among several adventurers, I learned that this is the fabled rogue encampment, with the infamous blood moor lurking just beyond, a haven for numerous monsters that my current name is Ian's. A necromancer who has recently come to know of the impending resurrection of the prime evil, Diablo, but a horde of monsters has already congregated outside the rogue encampment, and the outcome of humanity's struggle for survival remains uncertain. The first individual I encounter is Akira, a nun from the Order of the Blind Eye, who also sells various items to aid adventurers. From the depths of my space ring, I retrieve a ring that emits a dark golden glow. After identification, I slip it onto my right pinky. The attributes revealed are astonishingly powerful, verging on the divine, surpassing the limits of ordinary artifacts. What Tyrell referred to as a mere trinket is, in fact, a relic of immense power that I can scarcely fathom the properties of other equipment, as merely examining this ring's attributes would take half an hour. I selectively peruse some features, and one in particular nearly sends me soaring with joy. Named the Ring of Angelic Blessing. Its attributes span over 100 pages, and the very first line states that the wearer gains an additional 10 skill points with each level up or quest completion. I find it hard to believe that such a mere dark golden ring possesses such extraordinary attributes. Thus, the properties of other items must be beyond comprehension. The final attribute notes that each time I vanquish demon type or undead monsters, my character's points in light faith are enhanced. Confounded, I ponder why such an attribute exists. As a necromancer, I am devoted solely to the dark arts, while light holds no significance for me. The Ring of Angelic Blessing requires only level 1 to equip. A remarkably low threshold, in a corner of the space ring, a simple wooden chest catches my eye. Why would Tyrell place an ordinary box within the ring? Eagerly, I pry it open to my astonishment. The chest contains a complete set of exclusive gear for necromancers, alongside a creased piece of parchment bearing Tyrell's signature, a letter addressed to me, detailing the names of the equipment and their origins. Each item is identified, all dark golden in nature, and included are 32 sets of green gear. Among them lies the coveted necromancer exclusive green set, the Avatar of Tego. Beyond these items, the chest is filled with an abundance of necklaces, rings, and amulets. Tyrell's generosity is truly remarkable. These items hold profound significance for me, providing a robust foundation for assembling an invincible adventuring party. It is undeniable that Tyrell possesses remarkable foresight. Charcy is the only blacksmith in the rogue encampment, and notably the sole female blacksmith as well. Her forge is situated in the northeastern corner of the camp. Adventurers can procure various weapons and armor from Charcy, whose beauty is well known throughout the encampment, though she is a young woman. Her strength rivals that of any barbarian. Kasha, the leader of the rogue encampment's military, commands a cadre of skilled female mercenaries who are adept with the bow. These women possess the remarkable ability to hit a target from 100 paces away, striking a leaf at such a distance with ease. Upon witnessing these mercenaries firsthand, the only phrase that aptly describes them is women who rival men. Their agile figures and graceful movements create a unique cadre of female mercenaries along the dark roads of this realm. Many adventurers are eager to hire a rogue mercenary, not solely for their combat prowess, but often simply to indulge in the pleasure of witnessing beauty. My knowledge of the other inhabitants of the camp is rather vague. It appears that as a necromancer, my journey to save the world and eradicate demons is about to commence. In the rogue encampment, I can sense a potent malevolent force emanating from beyond its borders. Akira explains that the minions of Anariel have begun to amass their strength. Most of Kasha's mercenaries have battled the creatures outside the camp, some never to return, while others, slain by monsters, have been resurrected as fiends under the influence of dark forces. The rogue encampment stands on the brink of peril. We are in dire need of your strength, and perhaps the legends hold a kernel of truth that Akira's ambiguous words leave me perplexed. I can only let events unfold as they may. It has been 3 days since I arrived in this dark continent, slowly acclimating to its life. The dark claws of evil are encroaching ever closer, necessitating my readiness to combat demons. Adventurers arriving at the rogue encampment have generously shared their combat experiences with me. Although I have read numerous Isekai novels, becoming an authentic traveler is still an adjustment. Yes, I understand. The world of Diablo is a 4-dimensional realm with a mortality rate of 90%, teeming with hordes of demons, zombies, skeletons, and an array of ever-emerging monsters. For any adventurer arriving in this dark land, leaving unscathed is an impossibility. At best, they may emerge missing a limb, and at worst, they may meet their demise far from home. The weather on this dark continent is notoriously capricious. A cloudless day can swiftly turn into a torrential downpour. While there are many abandoned structures in the wilderness, taking shelter in them may expose one to lurking monsters. The Bloodmoor is a place rife with beasts and monsters, where strength is paramount. Point 1 must be mentally prepared, for a monster may spring forth at any moment, intent on devouring the adventurer. Should one find themselves outmatched, retreat is the wisest course, a timeless rule. The experiences of adventurers battling monsters are of little use to me, as I am a necromancer and the only one in the rogue encampment. Akira informs me that no necromancer has appeared here for many years, indicating that demons are eagerly awaiting the return of their leader. While the situation is urgent, there is no need to succumb to panic. Veriv is a trustworthy individual and the only one from the rogue encampment who has ventured to the eastern continent of Rugen. His journey there remains etched in his memory. 2 days prior, I encountered Kid, a gambling merchant in the rogue encampment, who is reputed to be the wealthiest individual in the entire Dark Continent. Many adventurers passing through the camp squander their fortunes in his establishment. Kid has amassed his wealth through gambling, and spending over 100,000 at his tables may yield a golden piece of equipment if luck is on one's side. Otherwise, one might only acquire a common blue item. To date, only one adventurer has managed to win green equipment through gambling at his venue. Most adventurers leave disheartened, and I find little allure in Kid's dealings. As a novice adventurer, he is yet to approach me. But I have vowed to teach this duplicitous merchant a lesson, ensuring he understands the consequences of crossing a necromancer. 3 days later, Akira seeks me out, intending to test my abilities and ascertain if I truly possess the potential to be the hero who saves the Dark Continent. Kasha scoffs at this notion, remarking harshly, "Such a frail body wishes to vanquish monsters." While I am unaware of the wondrous abilities of a necromancer, the beasts outside the camp are no trifles. And you must prepare yourself lest you become their next meal. Kasha's biting remarks irked me greatly, prompting my resolve to demonstrate the folly of the mercenary leader's intellect, along with the adage about long hair and short wisdom. Akira harbored no doubts regarding my capabilities. She was brimming with confidence in my ability to eradicate the vile creatures lurking within the evil cave. Furthermore, Akira vowed to extend her assistance to me upon the successful extermination of these monsters. Although I had envisioned their ghastly forms countless times in my mind, the actual sight of a zombie dragging its long-decayed body was beyond description, its wretched physique devoid of any modesty from the chest to the waist. Akira had provided me with a detailed account of the Bloodmoor, a locale teeming with the minions of malice. Only by vanquishing them could we ensure the safety of the rogue encampment. Before embarking on my journey, Tyrell's voice resonated in my mind. "Great hero, I shall always be at your side. When you encounter insurmountable challenges, I will offer you my utmost assistance. Remember, the forces of evil cannot penetrate the ring upon your right hand. With each vile creature you destroy, you will acquire valuable items for your future endeavors. Do not hesitate. Go forth and vanquish evil to save the lives of those inhabiting this continent." After delivering this grandiloquent proclamation, Tyrell's voice faded as if it had never existed. Just before his voice vanished, he bestowed upon me a set of novice necromancer equipment, a short staff, a standard leather armor, and a pair of leather boots. Once I donned them all, I opened my attributes interface and was astonished by what I beheld. Though these 3 ordinary items were merely white gear, they possessed extraordinary attributes. The demon-piercing staff boasted a one-handed attack power of 12 to 29, with an astonishing durability rating of infinite. Why would it have infinite durability? Could this be another of Tyrell's tricks? The staff also enhanced my necromancer skill level by 2 and added 100 ice damage. It rivaled even the most common golden equipment in potency. Moreover, the staff granted a 100% chance to unleash the level 30 Heaven's Fist upon attack. An unexpected boon indeed, with attributes comparable to those of typical dark gold gear. As for the leather armor, its attributes were equally remarkable. The Holy Blessed armor provided a defense of 150, required only level 1, and also boasted infinite durability, again infinite. Increased defense by 300. Contingent upon the character's level, it automatically restored health and added 100 damage against undead and demonic foes, while enhancing all resistances by 10 and granting a 75% chance to procure additional gold from slain monsters. The leather boots were no ordinary equipment either. My instincts proved correct. Upon donning the boots, I discovered a synergy between the attributes of the three pieces. The Crusader's leather boots offered 59 defense, required level 1, and augmented my strength by 15 points, while enabling 100 speed and nullifying curses. Once fully equipped, the hidden attributes revealed themselves, adding 100 damage against demons and undead, along with a 100% chance to activate the level 30 sanctuary. As the initial gear, the attribute bonuses typically manifested only with the complete donning of green equipment. Such attributes were not found in ordinary items. Tyrell's generosity was indeed amusing, even though these were merely blue items. Their enhancements rivaled those of golden and even dark gold gear. With the added bonus of attribute synergy, this was exceedingly outrageous. That I was now prepared to confront the demons, and Akira reassured me not to be overly anxious, as many adventurers feel some trepidation during their initial encounters with monsters. Stay relaxed and adeptly utilize your skills. You will find that your efforts will yield greater results, she advised. Her tone exuded the confidence of a seasoned warrior, and I could sense a potent magical essence emanating from her. Despite Akira's conscious effort to conceal her power, it could not escape my perception. The full attributes bestowed upon me by Tyrell allowed me to sense all forms of magical elements, even the most subtle fluctuations in their presence. For anyone to attempt to conceal their magical prowess before me would be utterly futile. My ability to perceive magical elements allowed me to detect all objects imbued with power within a 5-kilometer radius. Life on the Dark Continent was dreary and monotonous, yet the adventurers passing through the rogue encampment brought with them the latest and most intriguing tales. Though the demons that roam the blood-soaked wasteland relentlessly threaten the inhabitants of this land, their unwavering faith in the light compels them to place all their hopes upon me, firmly believing that I am the hero sent by heaven to rescue them. Varif, in truth, possesses a discerning eye. And when I first arrived in the Dark Continent, he recounted to me the tale of a necromancer who, approximately 1,000 years ago, saved this realm, a hero whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to my own. I am unaware of what that hero truly looked like. However, it is commonly known that most necromancers have pallid skin and emaciated bodies, the result of prolonged studies of souls and corpses. Coupled with a life spent in perpetual darkness, the general attitude toward necromancers is one of respectful avoidance. Upon my initial arrival in the Dark Continent, Akira enlightened me about the origins of necromancers, revealing that the first among them was a highly skilled priest named Faryen, who upheld a pure faith in the light. His beloved was a witch of considerable power. Tragically, their love was not destined to last. 3 years later, the demon Lord Anariel launched an assault on the rogue encampment. As a priest, Faryen felt an undeniable sense of duty. At that time, his wife was with child and on the verge of giving birth. Yet news of the demon's aggressive advance reached him at this critical moment. Bound by a sacred mission, Faryen hastened to the battlefield, managing to save many lives, yet he was unable to rescue his wife's. Although she bore a healthy son, the toll of exhaustion, coupled with her concern for her husband fighting far away, led to her premature demise. When Faryen returned victoriously, he was devastated to learn of his wife's passing. Though he was left with a child, he would never again behold the gentle kindness of his beloved. This blow extinguished Faryen's will to live, and it was only through the counsel of his comrades that he relinquished thoughts of ending his own life. During this most agonizing period, Faryen stumbled upon a nameless black tome, which detailed the arcane arts of summoning the souls of the departed and manipulating the dead. His yearning for his wife compelled him to delve into the tome's contents. Despite the dark spells contained within standing in stark opposition to the light, Faryen resolutely committed himself to the study of these forbidden arts in hopes of reuniting with her. In his relentless pursuit of knowledge on how to summon souls, Faryen devoted himself entirely to research. Yet only this black tome provided comprehensive instructions on calling forth souls and controlling them. There even existed a vile spell capable of transforming the souls of the deceased into mindless puppets. Though he did not study this taboo magic in depth, Yin memorized the necessary incantations and conditions for casting it. A decade later, Yin's son, Joshua, had matured into an impressionable youth. Over those 10 years, Yin had aged considerably, appearing much older than his 30 years due to the toll of dark magic and the absence of sunlight. His pallid complexion mirrored that of the dead, while holy light spells could heal wounds and ailments, or save souls from the abyss. They could not resurrect the deceased. Therefore, although Yin had not entirely forsaken the light, his expertise in dark magic had become unparalleled across the Dark Continent. Joshua, endowed with both light and dark elemental affinities, exhibited a unique symbiosis of these magical elements within him, an unprecedented phenomenon. Upon his birth, countless demons surged forth, drawn by the purity of his dark elemental essence. Fortunately, the demons were swiftly vanquished, and the dark magic within Joshua fell into slumber, allowing the pure light magic to flourish at the age of 5. While playing, Joshua inadvertently cut his AR as Yin prepared to heal him. The light magic within Joshua surged forth, instantly mending the wound. It is noteworthy that only a priest of Archmage caliber possesses the ability to cast instantaneous healing spells. Yet a mere 5-year-old child was able to heal his injury in under a minute. What extraordinary power must this entail? Perplexed by this anomaly, Yin conducted a magical element test on his only son, yielding shocking results. The concentration of light magic within Joshua was nearly indistinguishable from that of a deity, while the density of dark magic rivaled that of the infernal demon lords. Such a constitution promised boundless potential for greatness. Upon learning this, Yin began to intentionally guide Joshua in the study of holy light magic along with fragments of dark magic. Thus, the dichotomy of light and darkness began to flourish within a single child. Simultaneously, Yin's relentless research into the Black Tome greatly enhanced his dark magical prowess, and he mastered the art of soul summoning. He resolved to attempt summoning his wife's spirit, fully aware that such an endeavor would invite scorn and condemnation from the church. Yet he was prepared to face the consequences, entrusting his soul bloodline to a dear friend. The site for the summoning ritual had been determined. 3 years prior, following a battle against beasts, Yin had discovered a hidden, abandoned monster lair, a location so obscure that few could detect its presence. He concealed all his research materials and paraphernalia within this cave, employing light mirror spells to obscure its precise location. The light mirror spell served to confound adversaries, effectively cloaking the cave's entrance and exit, making it the ideal setting for the ritual. There was no other place where dark magic could be safely practiced. Moreover, the church had begun to notice Yin's peculiar activities, although they had previously dispatched agents to surveil him. Their efforts yielded no fruitful results. With the church's scrutiny relaxed, Yin awaited the opportune moment. Out on a moonless night, he ventured to the secret cave, successfully performing the soul summoning spell. Yin called forth the spirit of his deceased wife, encasing her essence within the Paradise Stone, capable of housing souls. Although the dark summoning spell could indeed conjure the spirits of the departed, the memories of those summoned had been entirely erased, rendering them as consciousness-less phantoms that in despair. Yin released his wife's spirit back to the realm of the dead. The outcome was a crushing blow, far from what he had envisioned at this juncture. The church had amassed sufficient evidence of Yin's use of dark magic, and under the pretext of heresy, they condemned him to the flames in a matter of moments. Yin was reduced to ashes, leaving no final words but instead departing with a smile, seeking the embrace of his one true love. Witnessing this tragedy, Joshua felt not only disillusionment towards the church, but also a surge of anger and hatred. These negative emotions remained unexpressed, simmering within him for 5 years, until he ultimately resolved to leave the church. Journeying to the swampy forests of the eastern continent, where he wholeheartedly immersed himself in the study of dark magic. Truly, Joshua proved to be a prodigy. Within just 5 years, he laid the groundwork for what would become modern necromancy, excelling in the control and summoning of souls, as well as the study of the undead. By the age of 30, he stood as the sole practitioner of necromancy on the Dark Continent. As an adult, Joshua appeared to be no older than a young teenager, for his long tenure in the mist-laden swamp forests, coupled with his relentless pursuit of necromantic arts and communion with spirits, rendered his existence seemingly eternal. Throughout his studies, he absorbed vast quantities of mental and spiritual energy, imbuing his soul with strength rivaling that of the divine. By the age of 100, Joshua still appeared to be in his 20s. His visage unmarred by time, as if the years had left no trace upon him. At the age of 90, Joshua departed from the swamp forest and began to traverse the dark continent. The hatred that once consumed him for the murder of his father had significantly faded with the passage of time. As the years rolled on, the church, too, crumbled amidst the tides of change, and the once fervent belief in its proclaimed light dissipated. The inhabitants of Rog Camp endured numerous demon attacks during the half-century of Joshua's absence, many of their loved ones perishing in the battles against these fiends, leaving countless innocent children orphaned. Upon his return to Rog Camp, Joshua took on the role of a diviner, offering unique services that allowed clients, for a price, to commune with the souls of their dearly departed. The townsfolk welcomed him warmly, for a diviner with extraordinary abilities was a rare treasure. To the orphans, Joshua offered his services free of charge, enabling them to see the spirits of their deceased relatives. And many of these children became his apprentices. During that era, the renown of necromancy eclipsed that of holy light magic, and Joshua imparted his knowledge generously, particularly to those apprentices displaying rare talents. Years later, Joshua vanished from the memories of the people, his whereabouts unknown. However, his apprentices rose to prominence, heralding him as a harbinger of light. The battle against demons is eternal, and Joshua's disciples mastered the complete necromantic arts, transforming the corpses of slain monsters into skeletons and zombies, undead minions that proved to be formidable combatants and cost-effective laborers, tirelessly serving their summoners. More importantly, these animated beings aided necromancers in vanquishing demons and other monstrosities, elevating necromancy to a status surpassing that of holy magic. After listening to Akira's exposition, I felt drowsy, yet I grasped that I had inherited the visage and powers of that legendary figure. The weight of the mission to save the world felt burdensome. The terror of demons, their brutal cruelty, and the blood-soaked scenes of battle required my swift acclimatization if I were to survive in the dark continent. I stepped out of Rog Camp, embarking on my adventure to combat demons under the expectant gazes of the crowd. Once I left Rog Camp, the overwhelming presence of dark magical elements heightened my senses as the impending battle loomed. Before engaging, however, I decided to attempt the simplest spell, Skeleton Awakening, that I was unsure if my initial attempt would be successful. It was too long before I encountered the first foe of my adventure, a zombie. These sluggish, undead creatures possessed scant vitality. Nevertheless, I felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, it was my first encounter with a monster, and my prior knowledge of the creatures in the Blood Marsh indicated that zombies often acted alone, though occasionally higher-level zombies would command a throng of lesser ones. These superior zombies typically boasted considerable strength and were not easily vanquished. Underestimating them could lead to dire consequences for any adventurer. Gripping my staff firmly, I directed my gaze toward a fallen monster's corpse in the distance and recited an arcane incantation. After 3 seconds, a skeleton emanating a light magic aura materialized before my eyes. Wait, why does it radiate light? Logically, skeletons are dark attribute undead. Could it be that the attributes of a summoned creature are influenced by the summoner's own traits? Indeed, the skeleton's pallid frame exuded genuine light magic. Opening the skill tree in my mental space, I discovered the summoning skill listed as Mutated Skeleton Summon, which indicated that the attributes of the summoned beings were determined by the summoner's own attributes. My skill was at level 9, with the skeleton boasting 320 health points and 80 damage. That I realized this high skill level was due to the quality of equipment I possessed, nearing dark gold rarity. Thus, the combat prowess of a single skeleton soldier equated to that of a level 10 barbarian, and the skeleton wielded a shield adorned with ancient patterns on its desiccated right arm, while clutching a curved blade that emanated a chilling glow in its left. I was thoroughly pleased with the outcome of my first summoning. Upon its summoning, a mental link was established between the skeleton and myself. Compelling it to await my command, I directed the skeleton to eliminate the zombie before me. The battle concluded swiftly, devoid of any uncertainty. The skeleton warrior effortlessly cleaved the feeble zombie, granting me 5 experience points and 5 faith points. That I was highly satisfied with the skeleton's performance. Tyrell had previously informed me that summoned creatures could level up, and there was no limit to the number of beings I could summon, all of which could be stored within a spatial ring. Tyrell always appeared at the most opportune moments, suggesting that my abilities were indeed improving. Relying on others for assistance could hinder my growth, and I resolved to carve out my own path in the world, feeling adequately prepared for the mission of salvation. The first barbarian I encountered in the Dark Continent was named Tars. Already at level 11. Generally, barbarians are perceived as brutish, with a common stereotype portraying them as brawn over brains. However, Tars altered my perception of his kind, boasting, "Do not let my barbarian status deceive you. Among my kin, my intellect is the highest. Even the elders commend me as the most intelligent in our tribe's history." Currently, most adventurers in Rog Camp regarded me as a hero destined to save the Dark Continent. A level 11 paladin generously gifted me a golden breastplate, the armor of sheep's wool, which required level 5 and a strength attribute of 15, offering 150 defense and a durability range of 59 to 63. It granted a 10% lifesteal upon landing hits, restoring half its durability within half an hour. While it was merely a piece of golden equipment, I was sincerely grateful for the paladin's generosity. Resolving to repay his kindness through my actions as a necromancer, I was prepared to face the scornful gazes of others. Yet, to my surprise, the adventurers passing through Rog Camp were quite amiable. Among them was a witch named Sophia, whom I found to be perhaps the most beautiful which I had ever encountered. She possessed flowing brown hair and azure eyes that sparkled with vitality, and I was utterly captivated by her charm. A week after my arrival at Rog Camp, Sophia earnestly stated, "Listen well, a necromancer is an indispensable force on the battlefield. Those arcane spells are incredibly effective against demons, once you grow strong enough. I might even consider offering myself to you." Her words left me utterly bewildered, yet I felt assured that days spent in the company of such a beauty would never be dull. Recently, I also became acquainted with a druid capable of transforming into a white wolf, likely at least at level 10. Clearly, he was not one to be compared to a novice like myself. Upon learning of my necromancer status, the druid regarded me with disdain, stating, "I detest necromancers. Do not let our paths cross in battle." I paid little heed to the druid's animosity, as the paladin Talos reassured me. "Do not worry. That druid, Hurst, is a cold exterior with a warm heart. Despite his words, he often assists others in battle. However, ever since his wife was brutally slain by beasts 3 years ago, he has transformed into a different person." Talos, resembling a sagacious professor, was always ready to help me navigate the challenges I encountered in Rog Camp, as if no problem were beyond his capability to resolve. Having acquired all the essential knowledge for survival, my journey as an adventurer finally commenced. Prior to setting forth, I summoned a skeleton soldier from my spatial ring using a modicum of mental energy. The skeleton soldier, radiating a holy glow, astonished all the adventurers present in Rog Camp. Akira was the first to inquire, "Einz, you have summoned an undead creature of light. How did you achieve this?" The others buzzed with curiosity, bombarding me with questions. With a single phrase, I left them disappointed. "It is a secret, and to learn it, one must pay the appropriate price." Due to my utterance, all the bees in my vicinity have departed. Before leaving the rogue encampment, I meticulously checked my equipment once more. The Angel's Blessing Dark Gold Ring was indispensable. However, its rather outrageous attributes were a source of vexation for me. I wager that even in the depths of hell, this ring alone could torment the 3 brothers of the demon god countless times. Adventurers frequenting the rogue encampment harbor a profound disdain for that unscrupulous merchant, Kaid. I was already aware that Kaid was the first and most affluent merchant in the entire Dark Continent, having amassed a fortune from numerous adventurers. Thus, I resolved to impart upon him a lesson he would never forget, making him aware of what true demonic punishment entails. I exited the rogue encampment through the main gate. It was unfortunate that a gentle rain began to fall from the heavens, indicating that my mission to hunt demons would be delayed. Seizing the opportunity presented by the rain, I extorted a substantial sum of 10,000 gold coins from the merchant Kaid in exchange for a reasonably decent golden ring. The ring, known as the Demon's Blessing, possessed unimpressive attributes, Yet it bore a unique quality of enhancing all skills by one. The cunning merchant disdainfully remarked that the ring was worth only 1,000 gold coins. Insisting that the price could not be raised further, I had anticipated this treacherous merchant's response and promptly recited a prepared retort. Do you know why it is called Demon's Blessing? Because this ring is a cursed artifact that has been sanctified by demonic blood. Anyone who touches it will be cursed by demons. That as for the nature of the curse and the means to break it, only I am privy to that knowledge. Soon as I finished speaking, Kai's body began to tremble uncontrollably. That a legend circulated within the rogue encampment, stating that anyone harboring ill intentions towards necromancers, especially merchants, would inevitably face a curse. There once was a merchant who scoffed at the tale, only to find all his wares stolen by bandits in a single night. Ever since, none dared to offend any necromancer. Kai could not help but recall this legend, and after about a haggling, he tremulously handed me 10 bags of gold coins, swearing never to sell me anything again. Upon learning of this incident, Tars joyfully patted my shoulder, exclaiming it was quite satisfying that unscrupulous merchant Kai had swindled us out of considerable wealth. Even daring to deceive paladins, he truly got what he deserved. That I couldn't help but envy Tars' robust muscles, which bulged impressively from his arms. Sensing my thoughts, he chuckled and said, "You need not envy. There is no requirement for strenuous training. Any necromancer need only possess the strength to wield a staff." After engaging in light conversation with Tars, I realized that the rain had ceased and the skies had cleared. It was time to embark on my quest to vanquish demons. That I mused that Anariel should await her demise at my hands. Soon she would comprehend the essence of true darkness, as well as the taste of betrayal. With the skies brightening, the real adventure commenced. The monstrous denizens of the blood-wasted land awaited my judgment upon their sinful souls, with redemption and retribution resting solely within my grasp. The skeleton soldier, now mentally linked to me, seemed to fathom my thoughts. It appeared we were both eager to commence our crusade against the demon's transgressions. As I departed the rogue encampment, the air was infused with the fragrant aroma of earth after the rain. Though it was tainted by the putrid stench of decaying zombies to facilitate identification, I named the skeleton soldier Shao by number 1. After only a few steps, I stumbled upon a small group of drowned ones and a drowned sorceress commanding them. The descent demon is a diminutive creature with skin entirely crimson. While it poses little threat, the enchanter of descent, encircled by these demons, possesses the unique ability to resurrect any slain descent demon. Having previously familiarized myself with the characteristics of the descent demon and mentally prepared for the encounter, I was not disappointed by the performance of my first skeleton, Shao by number 1, who deftly commanded the skeletal soldier to eliminate the blade enchanter with a single strike. The now uncontrolled descent demons charged at me with reckless abandon. However, the equipment bestowed upon me by Tyrell exhibited an unexpected effect at this critical juncture. Although the holy blessing armor appeared merely as a white garment, its attributes surpassed those of common golden gear, rivaling even that of dark golden equipment. That on average, a descent demon possesses 20 points of health, an inconsequential figure in my presence, within a mere minute. Shao by number 1 concluded the battle, dispatching a total of 8 monsters, including the blade enchanter, ultimately yielding 200 experience points. The 7 slain descent demons dropped 35 gold coins and 10 vials of the choke gas potion. These initial adversaries offered little temptation to me. The gold and potions were effortlessly stowed away in my spatial ring, leaving behind only the corpses of 7 monsters. Present, I am a level 1 necromancer, capable of summoning 2 skeletons. Chanting a convoluted incantation over the remains of the descent demons, I felt a reduction of 10 points in my mana. The corpse of the descent demon trembled, and a skeletal soldier materialized before me, establishing a mental connection that I affectionately named it Shao by number 2, and to my surprise, this second skeletal soldier possessed an additional 20% resistance to fire attacks. Could it be that the mutated skeleton summoning skill imbues summoned beings with traits reminiscent of the monsters from which they were once offered as sacrifices? If so, skeletons summoned from higher-tier monsters would undoubtedly be more formidable, with attack power potentially rivaling that of dark golden creatures. The Blood Wasteland is an expansive territory, teeming with zombies and descent demons as its most prevalent foes, with the assistance of Shao by No. 1 and Shao by number 2, I swiftly eradicated the monsters that roamed the Blood Wasteland, allowing me to ascend 2 levels in the process. Shao by number 1 vanquished 15 zombies and 2 blade enchanters, while Shao by number 2 shattered 10 descent demons and 1 blue high-tier zombie. These creatures provided me with 1,000 gold coins and a piece of blue equipment with modest attributes. I approached the monsters of the Blood Wasteland with utmost caution. Each adversary must be treated with respect to avoid a potential disaster. Finally reaching level 3, I can now select additional skills, with 12 skill points remaining. With an ample supply of skill points, I can enhance some formidable abilities. Thanks to the augmentation from my equipment, my skeleton summoning skill is now at level 9. And there is no immediate need for further upgrades. Though I can only summon 2 skeletons, their attack and defense capabilities are equivalent to that of a level 13 barbarian, if not exceeding it. I allocated 6 skill points to the skill Tooth, an attribute-less magic exclusive to necromancers, which allows for an additional projectile with each level gained, sufficient for dealing with bloodbirds in the interim. 3 points were added to the necromancer's other summoning skill, Clay Golem, while the remaining 3 points were invested in controlling the skeletons. This enhancement more than doubled the attack and defense of the skeletal soldiers, raising their health points to over 300, ensuring my readiness against an aerial. After 3 hours of dispatching these monsters, I realized I had missed lunchtime as my stomach began to protest with a symphony of gurgles. Returning to Rogue Encampment was a breeze. Unlike in the game, the encampment offers merchants selling houses to adventurers, albeit at a steep price. Through the introduction of Veriv, I acquired a 200 square meter house for 5,000 gold coins. Constructed from robust granite and other unidentified materials typical of the Dark Continent. The structure of the house is quite simple, featuring 3 bedrooms, a study, a spacious living room and bathroom, along with a fully equipped kitchen. The interior is devoid of unnecessary embellishments, exuding a minimalist charm that I never anticipated residing in such a considerable dwelling on the Dark Continent. Tars had mentioned that owning a house in Rogue Encampment is an arduous endeavor, and that a personal residence would typically require at least 3,000 gold coins. Nevertheless, such matters are trivial for me. The merchant, upon learning of my status as a necromancer, graciously reduced the price of the house valued at 9,000 gold coins to 5,000. Additionally, providing all furnishings and 2 maidservants that I was particularly pleased with the complimentary maids, as the twins not only shared a striking resemblance, but also possessed an innocent allure, their figures remarkably developed for their age. Before returning to Rogue Encampment, I casually gathered some wild mushrooms growing beneath a large tree. Drawing from the survival knowledge imparted by adventurers frequenting the encampment, I quickly discerned that these mushrooms were entirely harmless and quite delectable. Referred to as umbrella mushrooms, the twin maids, the elder named Lena and the younger named Lizzie, assumed the roles of cleaning and cooking, respectively. Prior to dinner, I indulged in a soothing hot bath, during which Lena offered a massage. I must say, her technique was extraordinary, reaching an expert level by the standards of my previous world. Who would have thought a girl could possess such mastery in massage? To celebrate my newfound home, I extended a warm invitation to Tars and Talos to join me for dinner, and they graciously arrived bearing gifts. Tars presented a split ruby, while Talos gifted me a bouquet of flowers unlike any I had ever seen before, their fresh fragrance permeating the room. This was no ordinary bouquet, as the petals were a hue of sky blue I had never encountered. Talos explained that he stumbled upon these flowers during his wilderness adventures, noting that they bloom in a striking sky blue. Curiously, there were no beasts or demons in proximity to these flowers, and I sensed a faint emanation of light elemental magic from their blossoms. Indeed, I could detect a gentle radiance of pure light magic elements surrounding the flower's core, an occurrence that seemed almost impossible. It is common knowledge that certain plants are guarded by magical beasts. Yet the peculiar circumstance here is that even if a plant containing light magic elements were to exist, it would invariably attract the attention of those beasts. How, then, does this entirely blue flower manage to protect itself from harm? This enigma perplexed even the barbarian Tars, though such intricate matters may not align with his way of thinking. The twin maids, however, were quite taken with the bouquet, with Lena naming it Blue Star, while her sister opted for Morning Star. Both names were delightful and difficult to choose between, ultimately leading to the decision to call it Morning Star. The dinner was exceedingly lavish. The delectable roasted pigeon and mushroom soup stirred a great appetite within me. After the meal, the paladin and the barbarian exchanged a few casual words with me before taking their leave, while the twin maids were each assigned their own room, a prospect that brought them immense satisfaction. A night devoid of conversation. The following day, prior to my rising, the maids had prepared a sumptuous breakfast, and the room was impeccably clean. I could not help but marvel at their industriousness. Talos had already arranged to join me once I completed the task within the evil cave, to which I readily acquiesced. As a paladin, Talos had reached level 15, his current mission being the annihilation of Anariel. Based on my gaming experience, to vanquish Anariel, one must possess at least level 15 and a poison resistance of 30 or higher. Failing to meet these prerequisites would be unwise, for the outcome could be dire. When confronting the true Anariel, an antidote is indispensable, and anti-poison equipment is equally crucial. Moreover, it is essential to prepare town portal scrolls to ensure an absolute safety net that Andariel's lair lies in the 4th level of the underground crypt. While the preceding 3 levels are teeming with various monsters, including a number of elemental traps, before embarking on the exploration of the evil cave, I eliminated the creatures of the blood marsh. And it was then that a modest wooden chest beside a monster's carcass caught my eye. Typically, such chests in the realm of Diablo contain either some gold or ordinary blue equipment, or else they are empty, or upon opening, they transform into traps that unleash fireballs, lightning, freezing rings, or toxins. Unfortunately, the chest I opened contained nothing. A sound that sent shivers through my teeth heralded the activation of a trap concealed within its depths. As I had anticipated, a noxious green mist erupted from the bottom of the chest. This expected trap did not fluster me. The blessing of the angels immediately activated the effects of my divine equipment, allowing me to absorb the toxic fumes within mere moments that I was no longer the fledgling adventurer I once was. Time and again, my innate intuition had spared me from fatal dangers. While exploring the blood marsh, I encountered 7 zombies, among which was a blue elite zombie, presumably the leader of this grotesque assembly. The 2 skeletal companions, dubbed Shao by 1 and 2, boldly advanced to confront the foe. The zombies, moving at a speed reminiscent of a tortoise, posed no threat to me, and I stood back as the 2 super skeletons dispatched the enemy within a minute. Without any suspense, I accrued 1,000 experience points, leaving me just 1,500 experience points shy of becoming a level 4 necromancer. The lowly blade demons yielded scant experience, and even without the assistance of the skeletons, I could easily defeat 100 blade demons. The newly acquired skill, Fong, proved exceptionally useful, capable of obliterating any monster with its remarkable attack power in an instant. Each level gained enhances the spell's potency, and combined with the bonuses from my divine equipment, Fong has now ascended to level 23. The spectacle of launching 23 fangs simultaneously was quite magnificent. However, the attack's area of effect was overly dispersed. To rectify this issue, I would need to learn Bone Spear upon reaching level 18. Until then, my skill upgrades primarily focused on bones and toxins, and I was exceedingly pleased with the spells I had learned, especially Mutated Skeleton Summon. This was undoubtedly a prank of Tyrell, as even Fong had morphed into Elemental Piercing. Through my experimentation, I discovered that the fangs I launched now possessed elemental property attacks. Yet this mutated skill consumed significantly less mana than its original form. Clay Golem was also an exceptionally useful summoning spell, with the materials required to conjure it being remarkably simple, devoid of any complexity. Previously, in preparation for summoning the Clay Golem, I had diligently collected fragments from the carcasses of monsters while ridding the blood marsh of its vile inhabitants. These fragments served as sacrificial offerings for the summoning, alongside a magic circle to gather arcane energies. After completing my preparations, I found myself unable to sleep from excitement that night, although I had summoned clay golems countless times within the game. Witnessing one in reality was an entirely different experience. As the sun began to rise, I ventured outside the blood marsh, effortlessly vanquishing 5 quill rats. These creatures, capable of launching needle-like quills, posed little threat to adventurers. Being akin to the blade demons in their lowly status, I had long since lost interest in such trivial foes, collecting the monster carcasses fragments for research purposes. The quill rat's hide was a remarkably useful material. Among the wares of the merchants at Rogue Encampment, one could find tents crafted from quill rat hides, which boasted excellent waterproof properties, and in the frigid winters, they even provided resistance to frost. After clearing the battlefield of monster remains and spoils, I retrieved a pre-prepared vial of materials and recited an arcane incantation. The ground trembled as a mixture of monster dust and earth coalesced, and a clay golem, approximately 2 meters tall, materialized before me. To my surprise, as soon as the golem was summoned, a mental link was established between us. This mutated golem summoning appeared to be extraordinary. Once again, I cleared a significant number of monsters in the blood marsh, netting 2,000 gold coins, 30 bottles of choking gas potions, 10 explosive potions, and 3 pieces of mediocre blue equipment. Among the 3 blue items, a curved dagger boasted a resistance bonus of +10. Alas, necromancers never wield weapons other than staves. During my absence, Talos had once again dispatched the Countess, who generously dropped a piece of golden equipment and 2 runes. Having gradually acclimatized to life in the Dark Realm, I was now ready to fulfill the task assigned to me by Akira. I would be the judge of the monsters dwelling within the evil cave. Before setting off for the evil cave, Akira informed me that Kasha was a person of cold exterior yet warm heart. Many years ago, Kasha led a band of rogues in a fierce battle against demons, during which many rogue archers were slain, some of whom were later corrupted by evil forces and ultimately transformed into the demon's minions. Upon learning of my intent to tackle the evil cave, Talos, one of my earliest friends in this dark land, cautioned me to be wary of the gold-tier undead creature known as Burning Corpse, that he advised that before confronting the Burning Corpse, I should prioritize eliminating the surrounding monsters. Otherwise, I could easily fall victim to a surrounding ambush. After expressing my gratitude for Talos' concern, I summoned from my spatial ring 2 elite skeletons and a recently conjured clay golem. The 2 skeletons had reached level 12. Boasting commendable attack and defense capabilities, I now understood that skeletons were capable of evolution. Xiaobai 1 contained elements of light magic that effectively reduced damage inflicted by enemies. Xiaobai 2 had also evolved to possess immunity to curses, rendering any curses ineffective against it. I eagerly anticipated what unique abilities the clay golem would evolve to possess as a necromancer. I held no aversion to extracting research materials from the bodies of monsters. While many might view necromancers with disdain, I remained indifferent to public opinion. I would demonstrate to these foolish individuals that necromancers could also eradicate monsters that threaten the world, and they would come to regret their prejudices. During my prior exploration of the Blood Marsh, I had already pinpointed the location of the evil cave, although the assassin Fiona had expressed a desire to accompany me to the evil cave. Upon learning that I was a necromancer, she abandoned that notion. Fiona candidly remarked, "I have long wished to understand how necromancers wield those extraordinary spells to command the undead." Now, however, I realize my earlier impulse. Standing beside you makes me quite uncomfortable. I paid little heed to Fiona's biases. I had anticipated her reluctance to form a team with me. Such prejudices, inherent to most individuals, are not easily dispelled in a short span of time. Before venturing into the evil cave, Akira generously bestowed upon me 2 additional town portal scrolls and wished me success in vanquishing the monsters lurking within the cavern. Departing from the blood wastes, I had prepared the explosive potions and choking gas potions I had previously acquired before encountering the drowned. The former inflicts fire damage, while the latter bears the title of a low-level monster slayer. Lowly creatures are left with no fate but annihilation in the face of these 2 concoctions that I commanded my skeletal minion to follow closely behind, as I had already exchanged my staff for an explosive potion. Each vial of explosive potion has a damage value exceeding 30 points, capable of inflicting harm upon multiple foes if they are densely clustered. The explosive potion proves remarkably effective against zombies, whose feeble defenses, coupled with the defenseless rot, amplify the potion's impact exponentially. With a distance of 1,000 meters remaining to the evil cave, I decided to test the efficacy of these potions. First, I employed the choking gas potion, reputedly concocted by necromancers long ago, derived from the bodily fluids of deceased zombies, painstakingly refined to yield this highly corrosive toxin that my skeletal companion soon detected a straggling zombie. An ideal subject for my experiment. Estimating my distance from the zombie to be just over 30 meters, I decisively hurled a vial of oil, a vibrant orange liquid. I had grasped the rudimentary method of crafting this mysterious substance, which involves compressing a shattered ruby and a basic fireball spell to create a potion that ignites upon contact. With a capacity of 30 milliliters, a single vial of oil could easily dispatch 2 zombies. My minion, Xiaobai number 1, lured one zombie closer to the previously encountered one, and I tossed the vial of oil between the two. The glass shattered upon impact, and the highly volatile oil ignited, producing a brilliant orange flame that the zombies, with their sluggish movements, could not evade. In less than a minute, both zombies were reduced to ashes. However, a foul stench lingered in the air, and the 2 zombies had dropped 30 coins and an unidentified blue ring. Typically, the attributes of blue equipment are rather unimpressive, though exceptions exist. Talos recounted an instance from his adventures where he obtained a blue ring with a singular property, a 1 to all skills. For me, the rings dropped by monsters hold no allure, even if the one I possess might rival golden equipment in quality, and I simply stowed it in my pack. The attack potency of the choking gas potion eclipses that of the explosive potion by several magnitudes. As I journeyed toward the evil cave, a small cadre of drowned presented themselves as experimental subjects. In a swift motion, I hurled 2 vials of choking gas, the green miasma almost engulfing the drowned. From a distance, I calculated the time until the toxin would take effect. The potency of the 2 vials lasted nearly 3 minutes before dissipating with the wind, claiming 9 drowned lives in the process. With the demise of 9 drowned, I gained 300 experience points, alongside 100 coins and a piece of blue equipment. After my experiments, I concluded that these throwing potions were of little utility to me. Despite my familiarity with the evil cave, the creatures within cannot be dispatched merely with thrown potions. Particularly, the fire corpse residing in the evil cave is the first dark gold monster that adventurers encounter after commencing their quests. Surrounded by numerous high-level zombies, risk and fortune coexist. Having ascended to level 5 prior to entering the evil cave, my attribute-less magic fong stood at level 15, capable of unleashing 15 projectiles simultaneously to obliterate throngs of monsters. Even without summoning skeletal minions, I held confidence in my ability to single-handedly eradicate all creatures within to ensure my safety. The clay golem trailed closely behind me, with 2 high-level skeletal warriors being indispensable assets for my venture into the evil cave. Before my entry, I noticed a drowned camp, where a high-ranking drowned sorcerer mingled among the drowned. The drowned quickly detected my presence. The sorcerer launched a fireball nearly 50 centimeters in diameter towards me. Such a direct assault posed no threat of hitting me. As the fireball approached within 10 meters, I deftly dodged it. Upon realizing the futility of its attack, the drowned sorcerer swiftly commanded the drowned to charge at me. Regrettably, such irrational aggression only yielded contrary results. The dozen or so drowned first confronted the clay golem, which easily dispatched 2 of them with a single punch. The mutated skeletal warriors were no less formidable, resolving the skirmish within half a minute and collecting the corpses of the fallen drowned, whose remains bore resistance to fire attacks. In a fit of rage, the drowned sorcerer revived one of its fallen brethren. But alas, over 20 fangs struck the sorcerer with lightning speed. The defeated sorcerer dropped a piece of black leather armor, and upon inspecting its attributes in the spiritual realm, I found it only granted a 10-life steel effect. What pleased me most about this armor were the 2 sockets for gem inlays. Having spent a month on the Dark Continent, I had vanquished monsters and collected 3 shattered gems, which were now perfectly suited for use: a pink gem, a diamond, and a fragmented skull, while black leather armor is typically the most commonplace of gear. The presence of sockets changes the narrative entirely. Following the gem inlay formula of the divine symbols, I embedded the 3 symbols sequentially into the armor, ultimately yielding attributes rivaling those of dark gold equipment. The fragmented skull and diamond were affixed to the leather armor, enhancing its properties with life steal, mana steal, and increased damage against undead creatures. At this juncture, this equipment can only be exchanged for gold coins. For the level requirement of this leather armor is 9, while I am merely at level 5. Thus, this armor is nothing more than worthless debris to me, merely capable of yielding gold. Incidentally, I scavenged through the camp of the fallen ones, uncovering over 500 scattered gold coins, along with a few worthless white tier items. The camp of the fallen ones is situated in close proximity to the evil cave. As I approached within 100 meters of the cave, I distinctly sensed that the dark magic emanating from within was far more potent than that of the blood marsh. Leading my clay golems and skeleton warriors, I cautiously entered the evil cave. The sudden darkness rendered my eyes momentarily unaccustomed. The monsters lurking in the shadows undoubtedly detected my presence as an intruder. Before I could take more than 10 steps, I heard the heavy breathing of a beast. And indeed, a creature towering over me by twice my height approached directly. This was a colossal beast with a massive frame and tough skin, posing no immediate threat to an average adventurer, yet being besieged by such a creature would undoubtedly be a considerable headache. I recalled Tars telling me of a level 20 barbarian who had been overrun by a colossal beast, fighting his way through at great cost. My experiences as an adventurer in Rogue's Camp taught me never to underestimate any creature. One must accurately assess the strength of any foe and remain vigilant. The ghostly figure of a skeleton warrior stealthily approached the back of the colossal beast, and with a swift flash of the curved blade, it severed the wicked soul of the beast. Upon its demise, a thick plasma oozed from its wound, exuding a foul stench that nearly induced me to regurgitate the previous night's meal. Thus commenced my expedition to eradicate the monsters dwelling in the evil cave. Having already gathered specific intelligence on the corpse igniting, I was well prepared, even carrying antidotes, with Akira generously bestowing upon me 2 vials of dissolving elixir before my departure. After burying the colossal beast's corpse, I soon found myself discovered by approximately 20 fallen ones. However, it was futile for them, as their fates were sealed. 2 high-ranking skeleton warriors swiftly reaped the souls of all the fallen ones, while the fallen sorcerer was reduced to a pulp by a single punch from a clay golem. After advancing roughly 1,000 meters, I noticed several high-ranking zombies approaching me slowly. The skeleton warriors took the initiative. I discreetly recited a mysterious incantation, casting the basic curse increased damage upon 3 of the high-ranking zombies, and the advantage of the skeleton warriors became exceedingly pronounced. With an absolute advantage in speed, the 2 skeleton warriors flanked the zombies before they could strike. And with the clay golem joining the fray, the fate of the 3 high-ranking zombies was sealed, leaving me quite satisfied with the spoils dropped. High-ranking zombies differ significantly from ordinary monsters. A cracked yellow gemstone appeared before my eyes, alongside 2 blue-tier items intertwined within the corpses of the monsters. Directing the skeleton warriors to sift through the remains of the monsters, I uncovered 2 blue items. One was an amulet inscribed with a pentagram, within which I could sense the hidden elements of frost magic, yet remains unusable until identified. Gradually acclimatizing to the cave's darkness, the only uncertainty lay in pinpointing the exact location of the igniting corpse. It seemed the only way to eliminate all the monsters was to traverse the cave in its entirety. 3 hours later, over half of the monsters within the cave had been eradicated, leaving at most a dozen remaining. Upon reaching the innermost depths of the evil cave with my summoned beings, over 10 zombies materialized before me, including the corpse igniting mentioned in this mission. Surrounding the igniting corpse were several high-ranking zombies. Fortunately, they had not detected my presence, as the air was thick with the stench of dried blood. Upon entering the evil cave, I observed vast patches of blood and even the decaying bodies of rogues in various locations. The bodies were in such a state of decomposition that they were nearly unrecognizable. After rummaging through these corpses, I unexpectedly discovered some gold coins in the bow of a deceased rogue, all rendered utterly useless. After collecting the relics of the rogues, I resolved to return these items to the camp, confident that Akira and Kasia would appreciate my benevolence, and the other adventurers in Rogue's Camp would surely regard the necromancer with less disdain, at least not viewing me as a harbinger of disease. Approaching within 100 meters of the igniting corpse, I decisively employed the defensive spellbone armor, while the skeleton warriors eagerly charged towards the horde of undead before me. High-ranking zombies possess greater attack power than ordinary zombies, Yet regrettably, their sluggish speed remains their most significant vulnerability, indeed a fatal flaw. In the confines of the evil cave, sound can attract the attention of monsters. Minimizing footfalls is a skill that every adventurer must master. Amidst the zombies, the two high-ranking skeleton warriors stirred a tempest of blood and gore, despite the zombies having lost their sense of pain. Their sense of smell is sharper than that of a sheepdog, thus utmost caution is imperative. Within a minute, over half of the high-ranking zombies surrounding the igniting corpse were vanquished. My combat strategy was to avoid drawing the attention of the igniting corpse. First, eliminating the high-ranking zombies in its vicinity, leaving it isolated for an easier confrontation. My strategy proved remarkably effective, as 9 zombies fell within 2 minutes, leaving only the igniting corpse aimlessly wandering. And undoubtedly, I could not afford to miss this prime opportunity to strike. Although the igniting corpse was indeed a lowly creature, it was nonetheless the weakest of the dark gold monsters and had always served to provide equipment to novice adventurers. Positioned directly behind the igniting corpse, I first cast increased damage in secret, then tested the creature's strength with teeth. The sluggish, igniting corpse lacked the capacity to evade, with over half of the 20 projectiles striking true, while the remainder ricocheted off the hard rock, producing a resounding echo. The non-elemental spell teeth struck the igniting corpse, causing a third of its life force to dissipate. It seemed the battle could be concluded swiftly. Half an hour elapsed, and the igniting corpse succumbed to the assaults of the skeleton warriors and clay golem, meeting its demise shortly thereafter. In its final moments, the first skeleton met with a ghostly strike from the igniting corpse. Though it inflicted minimal damage, merely dislodging a rib from the skeleton's frame, the defeat of the igniting corpse incurred almost no substantial cost, which was precisely what I had hoped for. However, to my astonishment, the igniting corpse exploded upon its demise that I felt an unmistakable gathering of dark elemental energy, initially believing the creature was preparing a death strike, only to discover it had detonated. It seems that the monsters of the Dark Continent are not to be trifled with, as even in death, they seek to take a companion with them. The explosion's radius extended over 20 meters, and fortunately, I was situated beyond its reach. The detonation of the igniting corpse stirred a cloud of dust, which infiltrated my nostrils, prompting a fit of incessant coughing. Ultimately, the igniting corpse dropped a golden item, a dark gold curved dagger, along with over 500 gold coins. My fortune appeared to be unusually favorable, as though Lady Luck herself were at my side. The preceding battle had been meticulously planned. The igniting corpse's strength exceeded that of an ordinary monster, yet it posed no threat to me, especially given its lethargic attack speed. With the evil cave thoroughly cleansed, mottled light once again illuminated this place that had once harbored numerous demons. It was time to depart, for approximately 5 hours had passed since I set out from Rogue's camp, and my stomach was now clamoring with hunger. In my mental space, the voice of Tyrell resonated once more. "O human from another world, your performance has surpassed my expectations. As a reward for your eradication of the demons, I bestow upon you this sword, now of no use to me. Not forget that light will guide your path, no matter where you are. You have now embarked on a completely different journey, where light and darkness coexist, and demons may transform into angels." The voice of Tyrell vanished without a trace, and as I examined the spatial ring, a crystal sword shimmering with a scarlet hue materialized before my eyes. This sword appeared to be meticulously carved from a single block of ruby, the hilt intricately adorned with a hollow depiction of an angel with closed eyes, its wings feathers rendered with lifelike detail, as if poised to take flight. Given that this was a sword once wielded by Tyrell, it could not be an ordinary weapon. It was likely of artifact caliber, at the very least a high-tier dark gold weapon. According to legend, during the war between heaven and hell a millennium ago, Tyrell's sword was lost to the mortal realm, and the sword described in the tales was said to be a brilliant crimson. Numerous legends speak of Tyrell's sword, extolling its power to cleave the heavens and rend the earth, asserting that even the 3 prime evils would be no match for it. The sword was known as Heaven's Judgment. Tyrell had wielded this immensely powerful divine blade to slay countless demons. Its original blade devoid of color until stained with the blood of demons, transforming it into a scarlet hue. The sacred power and the curse of evil intertwined over the millennia, leading to the fact that anyone who bore heaven's judgment was invariably a valiant hero of great strength. Though Tyrell now referred to me as the hero capable of saving the Dark World, and I had begun to awaken to my potential, the question remained whether my strength could genuinely aid the inhabitants of the Dark Continent. Currently, the power of demons encroached upon the rogue encampment, and in this dark time, Tyrell informed me that I must unite with 7 other heroes endowed with miraculous powers when the forces of justice converge. Evil shall have nowhere to hide. Having successfully completed the task entrusted to me by Akira, I departed from that loathsome evil cave, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, I hastened back to the rogue encampment, where the adventurers eagerly awaited my safe return. After vanquishing the dark gold creature known as Corpse Fire, my level rose to 6, and I was particularly thrilled to have obtained my first dark gold weapon. Though its attributes were lacking, it was better than nothing. With a buoyant step, I returned to the rogue encampment, and the adventurers who had once mocked me were now silenced. I had proven my worth as a necromancer through my actions, and they pledged to join me in my endeavors when needed. After spending some time with these adventurers, I had truly integrated into this family, with Talus and Talos being the 2 most amiable individuals I had encountered thus far on the Dark Continent. With the task of demon hunting momentarily concluded, it was time to unwind, to relax my taut nerves, and prepare for the bonfire party organized by the adventurers in my honor. Having successfully completed my first task assigned by Akira, I finally comprehended why the Dark Continent was perpetually besieged by demons and the 3 prime evils. The primary reason was that the 3 prime evils had grown dissatisfied with the confines of hell. The human world was filled with light and abundant habitable spaces, prompting them to ceaselessly assault the realm of humanity. That, on the other hand, to resist the demon onslaught, the heroes of humanity had suffered grievous losses, with many valiant warriors perishing at the hands of demons in their defense of their homeland. From Akira, I learned of the deeds of past heroes. Many had sacrificed themselves in battles against demons hundreds of years ago. Though the forces of hell also incurred losses, under the might of the 3 prime evils, even more demons surged forth from hell, leaving the situation for humanity dire. After vanquishing the dark gold creature Corpse Fire in the evil cave, a perilous chapter of my quest concluded, and it was time to return to the rogue encampment. Emerging from the evil cave, I was fortunate that no monsters roamed the vicinity, and I sprinted back to the rogue encampment at the fastest pace. Panting heavily, the battles within the evil cave still haunted my mind. Upon entering the rogue encampment, I found only Akira awaiting my return, as the others had gone off to undertake their own tasks. Akira welcomed me warmly, and Charcy approached, saying, "Noble hero, your deeds have proven that your strength can indeed save us. Express my heartfelt gratitude. I shall offer you a discount of half price for any equipment repairs you require." Charcy's generosity momentarily caught me off guard, and Varvith leaned closer, whispering, "Do not doubt. Your actions have demonstrated that you are an exceptional necromancer, and your talents have gained the recognition of all in the rogue encampment. We believe you are the hero sent by heaven to aid us in our plight. Please accept our respect. The other adventurers have already prepared a bonfire party to celebrate your return." At Talus's enthusiastic invitation, the bonfire party commenced, attended by many, including the typically taciturn Cassia. Talus was renowned for his unmatched drinking prowess within the rogue encampment. I was unsure of his limits, but his carefree nature was evident. After a few rounds of drinks, Talus shockingly began to perform a striptease, prompting Talos, who seemed to be prepared, to swiftly knock him unconscious with a swift chop. Before the bonfire party began, Akira had already handed me the task reward, a skill book. By absorbing the energy within, I would gain a skill point. Cassia, having previously underestimated me, apologized sincerely, stating, "Hero of humanity, I apologize for my earlier foolishness. I implore you to help me save my dearest friend." I had already surmised from her words that this would pertain to a mission to confront Bloodraven. True to form, Cassia's usual haughty demeanor had vanished, replaced by sincerity as she recounted the tale of the cold plains to the northwest of the Bloodmoor, where Bloodraven and a horde of undead resided. It was said that the monsters of the cold plains were far more formidable and cruel than those of the Bloodmoor. Any adventurer lacking strength would be merely walking to their doom. Without needing to be told by Cassia, I understood that the cold plains posed an even more complex challenge than the Bloodmoor. With creatures of greater power, including the female huntresses, which were absent from the Bloodmoor in my past experiences with Diablo, female huntresses had been among the most formidable foes, as adventurers' resistance to ice must exceed the freezing attacks of the huntresses. In the vast expanse of the cold plains, encountering Bloodraven would necessitate facing dark gold creatures, which all adventurers must contend with. The fire-enhanced and fire-immune attributes would present the greatest trials. Particularly for mages specializing in fire spells, it was imperative to possess a weapon imbued with additional freezing damage, as the variety of monsters in the cold plains far outstripped those in the Bloodmoor, and their aggression was heightened. Only with sufficient strength could one venture into the cold plains without being swiftly dispatched by the monsters. The generally requisite subordinates should not be underestimated either, as those red-skinned fallen possessed resistance to fire, and being inherently fire-aligned, their vulnerability to fire spells would be diminished. Thus, physical attacks proved most effective against them. Many adventurers who faced the trials of the cold plains, while capable of defeating their foes, nonetheless paid a steep price. Since completing the task in the evil cave, Tyrell's voice frequently echoed within my mind, and upon awakening, I found a monster compendium resting beside my pillow, surely a gift from Tyrell. Endowed with extraordinary properties, the cover of the compendium depicted a scene of angels battling demons, angelic feathers scattered across the ground, while the demons bled thick, multicolored ichor from their myriad wounds within my mental space. The true title of the monster compendium revealed itself. The infernal and devastating dark gold items possess a remarkable effect. Each time one dispatches a particular type of monster, the information pertaining to that creature, such as its level in defense, will be inscribed in the monster compendium. I never anticipated that Tyrell would consider such details so thoroughly, and he even bestowed upon me a tome detailing the histories of heaven and hell. With this book, I can delve into the origins of the celestial conflict and comprehend why humanity became embroiled in this ceaseless strife. For the time being, I shall set aside the task of rescuing the Bloodraven, as my interest in the interplay between heaven and hell has surged, the tales of valiant heroes who perished in battle, the brutal confrontations between angels and demons. These narratives beckon me toward an unknown realm. As the first rays of dawn broke, the twin maids had already prepared breakfast, hearty black bread paired with a fresh lettuce salad. This delightful repast enticed Tars to join me, and in return, he gifted me a shard of shattered sapphire acquired during his adventures. After perusing the book gifted by Tyrell, I found the depictions of the three prime evils therein to closely resemble those I encountered within the game. However, it is certain that the actual prime evils are far more formidable than their digital counterparts. Over a millennium ago, before humanity graced the Dark Continent, the war between heaven and hell had already raged for some time. Countless angels and demons charged into battle, and ultimately, heaven emerged victorious by a narrow margin, albeit at a grievous cost. Following their defeat, the demonic forces left innumerable corpses buried in a mysterious locale on the Dark Continent. It is said that those who sought the remnants of the war never returned. There was once an exceptionally fortunate adventurer who discovered these war relics, yet shortly after his return, he descended into madness. Upon the conclusion of his life, the sole item he left behind was an adventurer's diary, meticulously chronicling the location of the war remnants. Despite the passage of many years, countless adventurers remain undeterred in their quest for these relics. Drawn by the allure they represent, in times past, whether angel or demon, the weapons wielded in battle were far superior to those crafted by human hands, and the legendary arms used by angels and demons alike were imbued with tremendous power. To acquire even one of these weapons would be a boon for any warrior. Regrettably, no one has succeeded in uncovering the remnants of the celestial conflict, and thus the legendary weapons have become mere fodder for idle conversations. Now, Tyrell guides me towards the Dark Continent, and the wheel of fate begins to turn in a new direction. Tyrell has consistently provided direction at critical junctures. Perhaps in my lifetime, I might glimpse the remnants of the celestial war, and if fortune favors me, obtain a legendary weapon that would fulfill my aspirations. Tyrell has endowed me with sufficient strength to accomplish my mission, yet I have only scratched the surface of the Dark Continent, with many secrets lurking in the shadows, awaiting my gradual unraveling. Over 1,000 years ago, Tyrell's capable lieutenant, Israfel, was a four-winged angel of immense power and benevolence among the celestial ranks during a daring assault on a hellish entrance. Israfel fell prey to an ambush set by demons, and the angels fighting alongside her were slaughtered before her eyes. Isolated and besieged by numerous high-ranking demons, even a four-winged angel was ultimately overwhelmed. In the end, Israfel was defeated, her soul imprisoned in a deeply concealed corner of hell, her will transferred into the body of a soulless creature. In that moment, Israfel's essence overtook the demon's body, transforming the creature into a loyal minion of darkness. Though Tyrell grieved deeply, he was powerless to alter the course of events. Bereft of a trusted ally, he retreated into the shadows, leading the injured angels back to heaven to recuperate after the war. In the celestial conflict, hell suffered the most. Many high-ranking demons fell to the blades of angels, while those monstrous entities nearing the power of the prime evils largely concealed themselves. The radiant magic of the angels countered the strength of the majority of demons. Before the war commenced, Tyrell established a formidable defensive spell, a hexagram that amplified angelic power within a designated area while significantly diminishing that of the demons. Many demons found their strength halved upon nearing this protective formation. The angels, bolstered by their enhanced power, pursued the demons to the very brink of hell, momentarily forgetting the presence of their formidable leaders, the prime evils. Fueled by a fleeting victory, the angels pressed forward, oblivious to the might of the three prime evils waiting in ambush. As they approached the edge of hell, the Lord of Hatred, Mephisto, appeared alongside a cadre of high-ranking demons. The angels immediately sensed that Mephisto's strength far surpassed their own, rivaling even that of the archangel Tyrell. The foolish angels were ruthlessly stripped of their wings by the demons, and the curse of the doomed knights caused their physical attacks to be wholly rebuffed. Some angels were even devoured, their souls consumed by the demons. The soulless angels became fodder for the demons, driven by vengeance as they tore into the angelic bodies, the gruesome spectacle of their feast shocking the defeated angels. Unable to endure the brutal slaughter, some angels took their own lives, while the demon horde suffered grievous losses. However, the intervention of the demon lords temporarily halted the unending war. Aside from the prime evils, other demon lords possessed power nearing that of the prime evils, with Anariel being one such figure. Tragically, the Blood Raven was resurrected as a demon by Anariel after her death, causing great sorrow for Cassia. Cassia dispatched rogues to investigate the burial grounds, but those archers never returned, undoubtedly slain by the zombies and skeletons that roamed the area. The undead that inhabit the burial grounds were once human, their souls trapped within grotesque forms after being slain by the Blood Raven. Liberate these imprisoned souls. One must confront these wretched creatures. Some powerful adventurers who returned from the burial grounds bore witness to the Blood Raven leading hordes of zombies and skeletons. The undead attacking any adventurers who dare to enter, empowered by the dark forces that had tainted the Blood Raven. The burial grounds are dotted with numerous gravestones, and two concealed crypts house many coffins, most containing the remains of adventurers. If fortune smiles upon a seeker, they may uncover coins and equipment within these coffins. But alas, misfortune may lead to an encounter with an adventurer transformed into an undead abomination. The Dark Continent boasts diverse terrains, with a rogue encampment being the most hospitable locale. Valiant adventurers can journey to the eastern continent's ruin, the port of Kurast, and eventually reach the edge of the eastern lands, the barbarian stronghold of Haragath. Many adventurers, even those who have visited Haragath, eventually return to the rogue encampment, for some regions of the eastern continent are wholly inhospitable to humanity, once capable of vanquishing Anariel. Wariv will lead adventurers to ruin, the first stop on the eastern continent, a desert realm where temperatures soar above 50 degrees year-round, even in winter when it rarely dips below 30 degrees. The port of Kurast, as one might expect, exhibits a typical subtropical climate, with vast tropical rainforests teeming with monsters lying just eastward. Venturing eastward from Kurast brings one to the gathering place of the hellish army. characterized by a monster population as numerous as grains of sand along the shore. At the easternmost tip of the continent lies Harrogath, a land ensconced in the frigid climate, where even summer seas snowflakes descend from the sky. With average temperatures lingering below -20 degrees, beyond Harrogath stands the fortress of the World Stone, home to the Lord of Destruction, Baal, and his monstrous legions, a place still too distant for me to contemplate. After defeating a fiery corpse, I acquired a dark gold sword, consuming a discerning scroll, revealing its details in my mind's eye. The glinting meat fork, a one-handed sword with damage ranging from 7 to 19, requiring level 10 for wielding. An unremarkable dark gold blade indeed. Another piece of golden equipment appeared in my mental space. The armor of the Wild Rose, boasting a defense of 139, durability ranging from 78 to 100, and granting a lifesteal effect of 7 upon striking. This armor requires level 20 and 30 points of strength. I have received such equipment from my first encounter with a fiery corpse indicates that Lady Luck has been favoring me. However, these items are currently beyond my means of use due to insufficient levels. Since I cannot wield them, I shall offer the dark gold one-handed sword to the paladin Talos, who is in need of a suitable weapon. The golden armor caught Tar's eye, so I generously gifted the leather armor to him for fitting to. It suited him perfectly, his robust muscles radiating boundless strength. In gratitude for my generosity, Tars and Talos decided to form a brotherhood with me. Although they are both a decade my senior, this age difference does not impede our camaraderie, and we have quickly become the best of friends that on an auspicious day, we held the ceremony in my home, where the twin mates prepared a grand feast using only the freshest ingredients of the season. After several rounds of drinks, Tars became thoroughly inebriated, though barbarians are known for their remarkable tolerance. Their greatest flaw lies in their susceptibility to intoxication, as evidenced by Tars. In contrast, the paladin Talos indulged as well, but remained alert, steadfast in his faith, with no spare rooms available and the night growing late. The two newly sworn brothers and I formed the strongest adventuring party in the rogue encampment, aptly named Demon Slayers, signifying that any demon encountering us would meet their doom. As our party solidified, other adventurers gazed upon us with envy, and soon the name Demon Slayers resonated throughout the rogue encampment. Typically, the members of our party do not congregate unless faced with particularly daunting tasks, at which point we unite to confront the challenge point 3 days later. A caravan from Ruin on the eastern continent arrived at the rogue encampment, led by the wealthiest merchant who issued a quest requiring 10 hides from hard-furred rats. Adventurers who completed the task would be granted permanent settlement rights in Ruin. The task appeared enticing. However, the hides of hard-furred rats, as a type of monster, are notoriously tough, and obtaining an intact hide necessitates considerable skill. It is evident that the merchants require these hides to construct tents, as those crafted from monster hides are durable and possess excellent waterproof qualities. Although many adventurers have hunted hard-furred rats, few have realized the additional utility of their pelts. As a member of the Demon Slayers, I resolutely accepted the quest, and Tars and the others expressed their bewilderment at my decision. That I refrained from elaborating on my reasoning. Opting instead to demonstrate my capabilities through action, I reassured Talos and the others that there was no cause for concern, for clarity would soon follow. At this juncture, the caravan members remain unaware of my identity as a necromancer. Once they learn, their regret will be palpable. True to form, the caravan leader was nearly driven to despair upon discovering my necromancer status, lamenting his fate as he faced an inevitable reckoning. The other members of the caravan implored me to expedite the task. Yet contrary to their wishes, I swiftly dispatched 50 hard-furred rats within 3 hours, acquiring 30 pristine hides in the process. The 2 high-ranking skeleton warriors were pivotal in completing this task. Each summoned creature wielded a sharp, curved dagger. And crucially, these blades were exceptionally thin. When confronting the hard-furred rats, physical attacks proved ineffective. Instead, neutral spells were most suitable. The complete extermination of the 50 hard-furred rats required 15 vials of mana potion. Constantly casting spells while contending with other monsters proved a taxing endeavor, leaving me physically and mentally exhausted. Fortunately, the 2 skeleton warriors exhibited remarkable efficiency, taking merely 3 minutes to skin each rat. The entire task consumed 5 hours and 30 minutes. When the caravan's members beheld the pristine hides of the hard-furred rats, their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. They had never encountered hides so devoid of flesh, and each was exceedingly well-preserved. To achieve such a feat demands extraordinary skill. The process of skinning a hard-furred rat requires unwavering concentration and absolute mental focus, making the skeletons ideal skinning assistants. The caravan members were astonished by my swift completion of the task, and the leader prepared to purchase all of my hard-furred rat hides at double the market price. Although the offer was enticing, I was not so easily swayed. I would gladly gift the hides to them, but I requested a share of 1/10 of their profits from the sale of their goods, a condition that greatly favored them, and one they ought to consider carefully. With a stoic expression, I uttered these words. Those unscrupulous merchants were evidently unwilling to acquiesce. Persuading them to part with their coin was akin to drawing blood from a stone. As the negotiations teetered on the brink of collapse, I contemplated revealing my true identity. Upon arriving at Rog Camp with the merchant caravan, I had issued a task to procure the hides of the hard-furred mice, a task I completed with ease. The merchants were prepared to purchase the remaining 10 hides from me at double the usual price. Yet I chose not to demand payment, but instead proposed alternative terms. I had heard whispers of the merchants' cunning. Although the goods they sold were of superior quality, their prices were exorbitantly inflated compared to others. Thus, I resolved to impart a profound lesson upon them. When I first arrived at Rog Camp, I had already dealt a blow to the merchant kid. Now, amidst this new caravan, I could ascertain that at least half of the 10 present were likely to be unscrupulous traders. The adventurers of Rog Camp harbored little affection for such merchants, and I seized this rare opportunity to deliver a fitting reprimand to these parasites who profited from buying low and selling high. The merchants, oblivious to my intentions, were bound to be intrigued by how the hides of these hard-furred mice were extracted. They would soon witness it firsthand. With solemnity, I recited an obscure incantation, and a flash of blue light emanated from the spatial rings on my fingers. 2 skeletal warriors materialized before the merchants, brandishing one-handed swords that dripped with fresh blood, their hollow eye sockets flickering with eerie green flames. Most adventurers at Rog Camp had encountered skeletal warriors before, yet these corpulent merchants had never witnessed such a spectacle. The blood pooling on the ground was veritable monster ichor, collected from the slain, sinking demons during a prior battle in the bloodied wastes. Despite being low-level creatures, the blood of the sinking demons possessed fire-resistant properties and was considered a highly valuable alchemical ingredient. The merchants before me were utterly dumbfounded, their eyes wide with terror as the glinting swords of the skeletons dripped with blood. The rotund merchants trembled uncontrollably that I commanded the skeletal warriors to dart like the wind towards the merchants, and Skeletal Warrior 1 grinned menacingly at the caravan leader. The stark white bones and chilling laughter of the skeletons continuously prodded at the merchant's frayed nerves. One merchant, sporting a bushy beard, fainted from sheer fright, while the others were not faring much better. Fear not, for I am exceedingly merciful. What you have just experienced was merely an appetizer, should you refuse my terms. A more exhilarating display shall soon unfold. There was no need for mercy with these merchants. My words had already instilled in them a profound understanding of the stark difference between an angel and a demon. The caravan leader, adorned with a ring of slow-moving gemstones, spoke. "We acknowledge our folly, mighty Mage. Your demands are straightforward. As the leader of this caravan, I pledge, on behalf of my fellow members, that your request shall be fulfilled once all goods are sold." It appeared my strategy had yielded results beyond my expectations, as the caravan leader not only acquiesced to all my demands, but also offered 3 complimentary passages to Rugoin. The merchants were now acutely aware that a demon lurked among them. I discreetly dispatched skeletal warriors to inspect the caravan's cargo, soon uncovering that the goods were of immense value. Among them were rare high-grade spices known as bloody herbs, which thrived under the nurturing essence of demon blood and were renowned for their intoxicating aroma, earning them the moniker incarnation of the demon. Each gram of bloody herb commanded a price of 100 gold coins, yet these merchants were selling it for 1,000, thus reaping tens of thousands of gold coins from this single commodity. Other items, such as gemstone rings and necklaces, were priced far above their counterparts. A cursory examination of the caravan's cargo revealed an abundance of spices, but also some prohibited items, including the demon's eye and perfect emeralds. As the name suggests, the demon's eye is a magical artifact refined from the eyes of hundreds of demons, granting its possessor the ability to see over vast distances. However, the method of its creation has been lost to time. The perfect emerald is a unique gem. Unlike any other, being a solid, toxic crystal to create such a gem, one must gather vast amounts of high-concentration zombie blood, with the addition of sinking demon marrow during the refining process. 1,000 milliliters of zombie blood will yield a flawless emerald, while 3,000 milliliters are required for a perfect emerald. Weapons embedded with emeralds, upon striking a target, would unleash toxins that corrode the wound, potentially leading to instant death for those with weaker resistance. Should someone be poisoned, grinding a shattered emerald into powder and consuming it with moon spring water could serve as an antidote. When forging steel armor, incorporating some emerald powder before finalization would enhance the wearer's agility. Embedding emeralds in shields would bolster the wearer's resistance to toxins. Thus, the perfect emerald is indeed a treasure beyond measure. How such a caravan could possess such items was a mystery. I had previously heard of affluent merchants hiring adventurers to hunt zombies for their blood, and now I chanced upon these merchants from Rod Camp, their intent growing increasingly clear, and my next step would be to ascertain the specific source of their goods. I had warned the adventurers of Rod Camp to remain uninvolved, assuring them that all was under control and that my plan was foolproof. After sunset, and my gracious invitation, the caravan leader and several merchant representatives arrived at my residence in Rod Camp. A young, beautiful maid caught the attention of these lecherous men, and it wasn't too long before a sumptuous dinner was laid before us. Following the meal, the caravan leader, flushed crimson as a ripe tomato, was oblivious to the fact that the wine had been laced with a potent aphrodisiac, inciting a wave of heat among the attendees, who suspected nothing amiss as the merchants attempted to depart. I inquired, "How did you find the dinner? May I ask for your esteemed names? Did you feel a fire igniting within you? Blood coursing through your bodies?" Just as I finished speaking, the caravan leader sensed something amiss. Trembling, he stammered, "My name is LaHaye. Could it be that our meal was tainted? What do you demon intend to do? We are law-abiding merchants." Regrettably, I smiled and replied, "Congratulations, you are correct. The dinner, particularly the wine, was infused with a powerful aphrodisiac. As for the consequences, I bear no responsibility, and if you wish to escape your current predicament, you must heed my words." I feigned an air of sanctity as I spoke, yet the merchants trembled like leaves in a storm. Then I deliberately exuded some radiant magical energy and solemnly declared to LaHaye, "My true identity is that of an angel in the service of the divine, sent to monitor and punish those who engage in illicit dealings among mortals. Are you prepared to face judgment?" To my astonishment, the unscrupulous merchants believed my ruse and knelt before me. Led by LaHaye, the merchants clasped their hands in earnest supplication. "Esteemed divine envoy, we have committed unforgivable sins. We beseech the Almighty for forgiveness." The ease with which I deceived these merchants was almost amusing. The Almighty is said to forgive all transgressions, but only those who genuinely repent must speak the truth, lest they descend into hell and become fodder for demons. As the head of the merchant guild, LaHaye sincerely confessed, "Respected divine envoy, I acknowledge that I have engaged in many unscrupulous dealings in the past. Amassing ill-gotten gains, I have also passed off inferior goods as premium, and these misdeeds fill me with shame. I am willing to donate half of my fortune and vow never to sell subpar products again. Please forgive my transgressions." Before my eyes, LaHaye began drafting a document, stipulating that due to my grievances, he had offended the divine. He pledged to donate half of his wealth to Lord Iannis, and the other members of the caravan would similarly compensate their customers for any losses incurred. The strategy employed to penalize the unscrupulous merchants proved to be remarkably successful, culminating in the acquisition of 5 million gold coins from their clutches. Furthermore, the merchant caravans garnered a profit of 30% from their sales, bringing the total earnings to nearly 10 million gold coins. Overnight, I ascended to become the wealthiest individual in the Rod Camp. With the merchants dealt with, the adventure to explore the frigid expanse was about to commence. Those who returned safely from the icy plain spoke of the formidable creatures that lurked within, Talzad also warned me that the monsters of the icy plains were far more vicious than their counterparts in the Blood Waste, particularly the spear-wielding huntresses and the elusive skeletal archers. These creatures inhabit every corner of the icy plains, alongside the elusive dark gold creature, Bixubo. In contrast to the Blood Waste, the abyssal fiends that roam the icy plains exhibit heightened aggression, especially the abyssal sorcerers whose fireball spells rival those of which adept in fire magic. Thus, it is imperative to eliminate the abyssal sorcerers first. Otherwise, the abyssal fiends will continuously resurrect, thrusting adventurers into a relentless battle. Possessing a weapon imbued with cold damage is of utmost necessity. Conversely, when encountering the Dark Hunters, one must exhibit swift dexterity and speed. Dark Hunters often operate solo, but may occasionally attack adventurers in pairs or groups. Before the emergence of the Bloodbirds, Dark Hunters were among the most troublesome foes for adventurers. The most distinctive feature of the icy plains is its vast terrain, dotted with numerous isolated groves, desiccated tree trunks, and encampments of abyssal fiends, as well as a plethora of undead beings and colossal beasts. One must be particularly cautious of the Dark Hunter's insatiable thirst for blood. Dark Hunters manifest in two forms, one wielding bludgeoning weapons and the other brandishing polearms, both of which possess cold attributes in their physical attacks. Detailed records of known monsters, including their weaknesses, hidden attributes, and the equipment they drop, are meticulously documented in the Monster Compendium. Duriel has bestowed upon me the remarkable ability to view my attributes within the mental realm, a power that requires no expenditure of mental energy. As I level up, I will also be able to observe the equipment and attributes of others, down to the minutiae of their data. Currently, my attributes within the mental space are as follows. Name, Ian's class, Necromancer current level, 5 attributes, innate all attribute class talent, soul armor, not yet activated, current effect unknown, requires level 30, strength, 30 agility, 19 health, 300 equipment bonus, mana, 150 equipment bonus, attack power, 39 stamina, 130 current experience, 5,000 experience required for next level, 15,000 at level 60. I can advance to become a Nightmare Mage, Soul Mage, Summoner, or Doom Mage. After surpassing level 70, I will grasp the class spell, Soulstorm. What is this? Could it be that Duriel has already devised a comprehensive career development plan for me? What exactly is the skill Soul Armor? With astonishment, I close the character attributes interface and cautiously open the skill tree interface in the mental space. To my surprise, the skill tree presented was entirely contrary to my expectations, as all the skills of a necromancer had mutated into new varieties. Those mutated skills, merely by their names, left me astounded. In the spell skills section, the initial attack spell, Fong, had transformed into Wind Fong, with a description indicating it as an attack magic infused with wind attributes. Currently at skill level 5, inflicting elemental damage of 6972. As I continued to explore, I discovered that the skill Bone Spear, which could only be learned at level 18, had mutated into Earth Spear, summoning a magical spear fused with earth attributes, dealing penetrating damage to targets in a straight line as the caster's level increases. The spell's attributes can be altered according to their will, allowing only one attribute to be condensed for the spell's attack at a time. In the summoning spell section, the known skill, Skeleton Summon, had indeed proven its might. The mutated skeleton soldiers were extraordinary, boasting greater health and stronger attack power than those summoned by the original skill. Beyond the mutated skeleton summon, I would also gain access to even more formidable summons upon leveling up, such as Steelstone Fiends, Lavastone Fiends, Bloodstone Fiends, and Spike-Armored Stone Fiends. Though the precise capabilities of these summoned beings remain shrouded in mystery, I have no doubt they will exceed my expectations. In the curse spell section, the initial skill, Damage Amplification, while unchanged, now indicates that it can inflict greater damage upon monsters during physical attacks, with a 30% chance to tear the target's wounds. The mutations of these skills have truly astonished me. In addition to the original spells exclusive to the Necromancer, other skill categories have emerged in the curse spell section, including an elemental spell skill category, which encompasses not only fire, water, ice, and earth, but also lightning and wind elemental spells. These elemental spells are unprecedented in the Dark Continent, with most being large-scale destructive spells, and there are even rare dark attribute spells. Level 60 still feels like a distant goal for me. Mastering more powerful spells is of utmost urgency. Moreover, many of the practical pieces of equipment gifted by Duriel remain beyond my current strength, necessitating an immediate increase in my physical power. The light attribute magic excels in healing wounds. Though it possesses some potent attack spells, these require vast reserves of mana to sustain AS for the monstrous varieties of the Dark Continent. They can be classified into undead, beast, and demon categories. The undead include zombies, skeletons, river styx dolls, corpses, skeletal archers, dusk souls, doom knights, and skeletal mages, among others. Particular attention must be paid to the river styx dolls, as these creatures self-destruct upon death. Their explosive power rivaling that of a necromancer's corpse explosion. Beast-type monsters comprise colossal beasts, spiny mice, spiders, and fang vipers, with the colossal beasts possessing formidable defensive capabilities, while the spiny mice can launch needle-like projectiles. Demon-type monsters include abyssal fiends, blade fiends, spitters, and cliff climbers. Among these, one must be cautious of the upgraded version of the abyssal fiend, the blade fiend. These creatures often travel in packs, and occasionally, an elite blade sorcerer can be found among them. Should I encounter such a foe, my first target must be the blade sorcerer. The fireball spells of the blade sorcerer are not inferior to those of a witch, and the most troublesome aspect is that the blade sorcerer can infinitely resurrect the blade fiends around them, making it imperative to eliminate the blade sorcerer first. Skeletal archers also warrant special caution, as their accuracy rivals that of rogue archers. When facing skeletal archers, speed is paramount. Without agile reflexes, sheer strength may not suffice to secure victory. The three pieces of white equipment gifted by Duriel possess attributes comparable to golden equipment, leaving me in wonder as to how Duriel managed to create such extraordinary white gear. The initial three pieces of white equipment possess attributes of such caliber that they can nearly rival a full set of green gear. The sacred blessing armor, the demon-piercing staff, and the holy war boots, each endowed with astonishing properties, leave me in disbelief. During battles, I find myself hardly needing to lift a finger, as the skills conferred by the equipment effortlessly vanquish the majority of foes. Approximately a week ago, while exploring the blood wastes, I was engaged in a fierce battle against the Fallen One, my focus razor-sharp, when I failed to notice a zombie stealthily approaching from behind. Fortuitously, the zombie had yet to strike, and the skill attached to my staff was triggered at the most opportune moment. The 30-level Heaven's Fist erupted with a blinding flash of lightning, striking the zombie lurking behind me before arcing towards the Fallen One beside me. The initial burst of Heaven's Fist obliterated the zombie that posed a threat, and the residual force dispatched 3 Fallen Ones, including 1 fallen sorcerer. With the zombie dispatched without incident, I became acutely aware of the necessity to remain vigilant against ambushes from behind. Were it not for the equipment bestowed upon me by Duriel, I might have already met my demise. The demon-piercing staff saved my life in that critical moment. The defeated zombie dropped a plain white dagger with a mere one-handed attack power of 39. A weapon of little significance to me, yet it may serve other purposes. The fallen sorcerer boasted twice the defense of the zombie, yet this presented no challenge for me. The gleaming one-handed swords wielded by 2 elite skeleton warriors flashed through the air, and the fallen sorcerer fell in response. After vanquishing the Fallen One's encampment and dispatching a sneaky zombie, I emerged from the skirmish with considerable spoils. 9 monsters yielded 1,000 gold coins and a reasonably good blue 2-handed sword. I had little interest in the 2-handed sword, but after consuming an identification scroll, its details materialized in my mental space. The Claw of the Fallen, a 2-handed sword with an attack power of 3,145. Durability of 50-65. Requiring 30 strength points and a level of 10. This meant that while I could wield it, a 2-handed sword was ill-suited to my skills, and historical records show no necromancer has ever wielded a sword. I stowed it away in my pack. Reflecting on the spoils acquired from my adventures thus far, I consider myself relatively fortunate. Monsters typically drop at least a few potions of mana or dissolution upon defeat. And on particularly lucky occasions, zombies might yield a piece of blue gear. Many adventurers have recounted their tales to me. One level 35 barbarian, after defeating Duriel for the third time, found that the Dark Golden boss dropped a mere 3 pieces of blue gear. This illustrates that not only equipment, but also luck plays a crucial role in determining the quality of drops for monsters. Before my arrival on the Dark Continent, my closest friend defeated one of the 3 prime evils, Baal, on hell difficulty, only to find the boss exceedingly stingy, yielding just 1 golden item and 3 mediocre blue items. Even boss-level creatures can sometimes be remarkably miserly. My friend was so incensed at the outcome that he yanked his mouse away in frustration. Thus far, it seems no one has enjoyed greater fortune than I did indeed. The successful completion of the task assigned to me by Akra largely hinges on my equipment and skills, with luck playing a significant role as well. The corpse fire, while merely the weakest of the dark golden monsters, should not be underestimated. When I faced the corpse fire, the dark elements that permeated the area exceeded those of other creatures, evidently emanating from the corpse fire itself. A capability unique to dark golden monsters. Although the corpse fire lacked formidable offensive power, it exerted control over the surrounding zombies, significantly enhancing their attack strength and speed, in a decisive maneuver to eliminate the corpse fire swiftly. I employed the deepening damage skill, enveloping the corpse fire and over a dozen elite zombies in an unusual energy sphere. The skeleton warrior's attack power seemed to amplify instantly, allowing them to fell zombies with a single strike. In truth, the skeleton's attack power remained unchanged. Rather, the effect of deepening damage maximally diminished the zombies' defenses, resulting in increased damage taken. Within 3 minutes, the skeletons dispatched the zombies surrounding the corpse fire, and the true battle was only just beginning. I commanded the clay golem by my side to join the fray, and the tides of battle shifted dramatically. The corpse fire, moving with the speed of a tortoise, could not evade the skeleton warrior's assault, culminating in a devastating blow from the clay golem. This was my first encounter with a dark golden monster, and I confessed to feeling quite nervous, yet fortune smiled upon me, and no unforeseen mishaps occurred. My gaming experience proved invaluable in the Dark Continent. I am no longer the naive novice who knew nothing of the world. Although I may not be a seasoned veteran, I have dispatched various types of monsters. Experience is crucial for an adventurer, yet there are times when it can be of little use. Once, I foolishly attacked a wandering zombie, assuming it would be too slow to respond, only to be met with the skill Phantom Strike. Typically, Phantom Strike is reserved for high-level monsters, yet this zombie unleashed it at a critical juncture, and I sustained a mere 9 points of damage, a minor setback. Following closely behind, my skeleton warriors struck first, their dual one-handed swords slicing through the zombie's frail body. This zombie, now exhibiting elite-level capabilities, did not disappoint, dropping a commendable piece of blue equipment and a quiver of crossbow bolts to him, why previous underestimations serve as vivid reminders. And I vow never to belittle any monster again. When battling, one must maintain utmost vigilance. The demon-piercing staff, while a staff, also possesses considerable offensive power. I have tested its effectiveness, and the fragile bodies of the fallen ones crumble before it. The energy blade concentrated at the staff's tip effortlessly rends the flesh of monsters, and the staff's inherent freezing attack effect delights me. The 100-plus freezing damage not only immobilizes creatures, but can even reduce them to mere puddles of water upon thawing. The attribute-less spell Tooth has mutated, now delivering impressive attack results, boasting nearly 200 damage while also inflicting elemental damage upon impact. With the addition of wind attributes, Tooth not only inflicts harm, but also rends the monster's wounds, resulting in secondary strikes. That I have experimented with the altered attack pattern of Tooth, and, astonishingly, I launched crescent-shaped wind blades, cleaving a massive rock before me in half. The resounding crash of the rock hitting the ground startled an adventurer from the rogue encampment, akin to an earthquake, as I successfully altered the attack form of Tooth. What was once a dispersed attack effect now strikes true. Thus far, the only offensive spell I have mastered is Tooth, which has become my lifeline in dire situations. When confronted by hordes of monsters, my equipment and spells are the keys to victory. After completing my first task, I now face Bloodraven, but first, I must contend with the impending encounter with the second dark golden monster, Bashaba. Its primary attributes include fire enhancement, immunity to fire, and remarkable strength, rendering fire spells and fire-infused attacks ineffective against it. Witches specializing in fire magic find their spells utterly impotent against Bashaba, who proves exceptionally resilient. Only physical attacks will yield any results that in contrast to witches, a necromancer possesses an advantage against any monster. The necromancer's attribute-less spells are highly effective against the majority of creatures, except those endowed with magical immunity. Any monster that faces a necromancer is invariably at a disadvantage. Since successfully modifying my spells, I now confront any creature with confidence, assured that I can emerge unscathed, even when faced with formidable foes. The transformed tooth has been aptly named Crescent Blade, and should I encounter a multitude of monsters, its effectiveness will prove vital for survival. Talis and Talos extended an invitation to me 2 days prior, proposing the formation of a temporary adventuring party to confront the Countess. They require a necromancer to withstand the fire element, and I alone am available in the rogue encampment. Previously, they sought to ally with a level 19 druid, who regrettably declined due to his shape-shifting into a werewolf. Upon reflection, the druid's spells are inferior to those of a witch, and his summons fall short of a necromancer's capabilities. Thus, they reluctantly approached me as a substitute. It seems they underestimate my prowess. Despite being only level 5, I am undeniably stronger than others of my rank. I seek a fitting opportunity to demonstrate my strength, and the time has come. I shall prove to be an indispensable asset in battle. Following the bonfire gathering, I gifted the equipment acquired from defeating the corpse fire to Talis and Talos. Adhering to the adage that one should not bite the hand that feeds, the two swore an oath of brotherhood with me, vowing to share both fortune and adversity. Departing from the rogue encampment, we traversed the blood wastes, vanquishing 2 small encampments of fallen ones, which yielded a meager return of 300 gold coins and 100 experience points. After an hour of arduous travel, we finally arrived at the entrance to the frozen tundra. Not far ahead, a rogue archer stood sentinel. It seemed prudent to inquire about the situation ahead. This archer was undoubtedly a guardian dispatched by Cassia to secure the passage to the frozen tundra. Talis and Talos appear to be quite familiar with the rogue archer, engaging in light-hearted banter while I stood aside. At that moment, an unsightly zombie slowly approached Talis from behind. I prepared to alert him. Talos, seeming to possess eyes in the back of his head, sidestepped and cleaved the ambushing zombie in two with a swift strike. 3 Dark Hunters swiftly followed suit. The pleasant conversation was abruptly interrupted, and combat was imminent. Before I could act, Talis, wielding a 100-pound iron hammer, delivered a crushing blow to the head of one Dark Hunter. In mere moments, the 3 Dark Hunters were reduced to a bloody pulp beneath the weight of Talis's hammer. After dispatching the monsters, Talis reveled in his triumph, assuring us that such creatures posed no threat to him. He had dispatched hundreds of them before, and under the force of my hammer, any beast would meet a similar fate. Talos patted my shoulder and, with closed eyes, remarked, "There is no need to take it to heart. Such individuals revel in ostentation. Most barbarians are of this ilk, yet in critical moments, they are indeed worthy of newfound trust." The sense of justice among barbarians is unparalleled. I did not dwell on the events that transpired earlier. Henceforth, I ought to showcase my prowess to prevent those 2 individuals from underestimating me. I am merely 3,000 experience points shy of ascending to the next level. Thus, the frigid expanse has become the optimal locale for hunting monsters, as the variety of creatures here is exceedingly abundant. After traversing 500 meters, I finally achieved my initial objective in exploring the frigid expanse. The teleportation array came into view, a remarkably simplistic structure designed for long-distance spatial transfer, while channeling a surge of mental energy into the array. A blinding blue light flashed forth, igniting the cold flames of the fireballs flanking the array, thereby permanently activating the teleportation mechanism of the frigid expanse. Once the teleportation array on the Dark Continent is activated for the first time, subsequent uses do not require any further infusion of mental energy, allowing for unrestricted usage. These arrays facilitate one-way travel. Monsters are unable to enter the teleportation array or the spatial gates. The spatial teleportation array bears similarities to town teleportation scrolls, which allow instantaneous return to the nearest town regardless of location. Each town teleportation scroll occupies one slot in the inventory, yet I currently possess 2 town teleportation tomes, each of which can embed 20 town teleportation scrolls. When utilizing them, I need only place my right hand atop the tome. A mere flicker of mental energy will cause the tome to automatically open the portal, rendering it exceedingly convenient. Aside from the scrolls generously gifted by Akira, the majority of monsters in the Blood Marsh drop such scrolls, while identification scrolls can be found among various monsters, rendering purchases from Akira largely unnecessary. The 2 town teleportation tomes I acquired earlier were obtained through extortion from a merchant who, under the influence of an aphrodisiac, was compelled to hand me 10 million gold coins along with the tomes. Tars rushed eagerly towards the nearby monsters. Those oblivious fallen, zombies, and dark hunters were swiftly crushed by his hammer. Eliminating these creatures no longer yielded additional experience points for Tars. Conversely, in the mental space, I garnered substantial experience points for each monster Tars vanquished, illustrating the advantages of teamwork, even without engaging in battle. I received half of the experience points earned by my teammates when they eliminated monsters. Within half an hour, Tars had dispatched over half of the creatures in the frigid expanse, and although I had not lifted a finger, I acquired over 2,000 experience points, enveloped in a radiant white light. My level ascended to 6, and the skill points gained from equipment bonuses allowed me to enhance my current skills. I now had sufficient points to learn the new skill, Poison Dagger. Upon acquiring this skill, Poison Dagger proved exceptionally effective in close-quarters combat, consuming a mere fraction of my mana. Following my elevation to level 6, my remaining status points increased to 50. I allocated 13 points to Strength, 20 to Mana, and the final 17 to Agility. With this level up, my power surged significantly, with Fong boasting an attack power exceeding 200. I retained 10 skill points, and due to equipment bonuses, my skill points surpassed those of all adventurers in the rogue camp. Having learned Poison Dagger, I also delved into summoning skills, acquiring Control Skeleton. With Control Skeleton, the attack power, defense, and health of my 2 advanced skeleton warriors doubled. I was prepared to confront the Bloodbird. But first, I must face the formidable Beelzebub, a challenge I had to approach with caution. In previous games, Beelzebub would explode upon defeat, a detail I must heed. Now, in the Dark Continent, I feared the explosion's power would rival that of a level 3 corpse explosion spell, and as a dark gold monster, Beelzebub's fire resistance characteristics warranted particular attention. Fire spells and physical attacks, imbued with fire properties, were utterly ineffective against this creature. I had thoroughly studied the data on the dark gold monster Beelzebub, and the cold damage effect of the demon-piercing staff was its Achilles heel. The staff's attack prowess surprised me. The fire-resistant fallen were utterly crushed, as during my exploration of the evil cave. I had pierced a fallen sorceress with the staff. At that moment, my skeleton warriors had dispatched 9 fallen, and the remaining fallen sorceress posed no threat to I sought to test the staff's effectiveness. The fallen sorceress became my target. Ensure absolute certainty, I summoned bone armor around myself. As the fallen sorceress began casting the resurrection spell for the fallen, I silently approached from behind, aiming the staff's tip at her body. And with a forceful thrust, the fallen sorceress perished instantly. In that fleeting moment of piercing, I heard the sound of her body shattering, and in an instant, she decomposed into a puddle of icy water, seeping into the crevices of the rocks. Nearing the burial grounds, Tars and Talos had already accomplished their objective. The 3 shattered rubies were in hand, rendering further stay unnecessary, and the adventuring party temporarily disbanded. With Tars and the others having departed, I seized the opportunity to showcase my abilities, silently reciting a mysterious incantation as my enhanced skeleton warriors and clay golem materialized before me. After a period of accumulation, my skeleton warriors underwent their first evolution. Their once pallid frames now gleamed with a metallic luster, their hardness significantly enhanced. Upon examining the skills in the mental space, I found numerous branches under the mutated skeleton summon skill. And upon further leveling, I could choose from Giant Skeleton, Ice Purity Skeleton, Ghost Skeleton, and Nightmare Skeleton, each possessing distinct abilities that if I opted for the Ghost Skeleton, the summoned skeleton would gain the ability to float low in the air and automatically learn Ghost Strike, rendering physical attacks ineffective against it. The clay golem beside my skeleton warriors also underwent mutation, sprouting numerous long, sharp spikes from various parts of its body, and its height doubled. The mutated clay golem not only exhibited greatly enhanced defense, but also boasted multiplied attack power, speed, strength, and agility, now rivaling the prowess of a level 7 barbarian. The greatest advantage of the mutated summoned creatures was their tirelessness. I was eager to seek out some monsters for experimentation. Ahead, approximately 1,000 meters away, lay a large fallen camp, potentially led by Beelzebub. Just as I prepared to charge towards the fallen camp, I encountered 5 dark hunters. I resolved to engage these monsters first, for my skeleton warriors had not tasted blood in quite some time. The clay golem took the lead, delivering a powerful punch that flattened the dark hunter wielding a spear, while the 2 advanced skeleton warriors swiftly dispatched the other 3 with flashes of light. The commotion here drew the attention of the fallen. Over 10 approached, and I unleashed the pre-prepared spell Crescent Blade, a shimmering white energy blade that severed the wicked heads of the fallen, causing their bodies to collapse, scattering fire element energy across the ground. Dried grass, drained of moisture, ignited amidst the bright yellow flames that reappeared over the land, setting ablaze the dead trees and various creature corpses, fortunately absent of any other flammable materials. Unfazed by the raging inferno, the fallen continued to charge with their curved blades. It was foolish to utter such words as I conjured another crescent blade. Before the fallen could react, their wicked souls returned to the depths of hell, and as I eliminated the fallen before me, a throng of their companions surged forward, trampling over their fallen comrades in a frenzied rush. At this moment, I had entered a state of utter ruthlessness. My skeleton warriors and clay golem seemed to share a mental connection with me, as the 3 summoned beings darted into the fray before my eyes. Undoubtedly, madness served as a catalyst for destruction, and the fate of the fallen was the best testament to this truth. Their incomplete corpses littered the ground, rapidly seeping into the earth to completely eradicate these frenzied creatures. I retrieved 2 opaque glass vials from my satchel, commanding my skeleton warriors to collect some blood from the fallen corpses. Without the slightest hesitation, my skeleton warriors obeyed my command, swiftly presenting me with 2 vials brimming with rich fire element blood. Seizing the opportunity while it was still fresh, I stored them in my pack. During a period of idle time, I had purchased a highly valuable alchemical tome from a bookseller traveling between the road camp and Courage Harbor for a mere 3 gold coins. This tome mentioned that the blood of the fallen served as an alchemical material. The book elaborated on how the blood of the fallen contained a substantial amount of fire element energy, and upon their demise, this blood would evaporate rapidly. To collect this blood, it must be stored in opaque glass vials, ensuring no exposure to air. The blood of the fallen was a material of research value, one of its effects being a highly effective accelerant. When adventurers encounter issues igniting fires in the wild, the common practice is to use flint, a ubiquitous stone, yet this method is notoriously time-consuming. By gathering dry twigs and other kindling materials, a single drop of fallen blood upon the twigs will instantly ignite a bright yellow flame, and using fallen blood as an accelerant will produce no thick smoke. Such flames are notably difficult to extinguish. Typical flames extinguish immediately when confronted with strong winds or rain, yet fires kindled with fallen blood can ignite even in damp conditions or under rainy weather. The smoke produced by igniting kindling with flint attracts numerous monsters, a common experience shared by many adventurers. As soon as a fire is lit, wandering monsters are drawn to it. Conversely, kindling ignited with fallen blood produces no choking smoke, rendering it exceedingly useful for outdoor adventures. Many adventurers, however, mishandle the collection of fallen blood, resulting in expired samples that emit a foul stench. From that alchemical tome, I gleaned the perfect method for collecting fallen blood. As long as it remains sealed in a light-proof container, it can be preserved for an extended period. Storing it in transparent glass vials, however, would lead to rapid spoilage, transforming the contents into explosive powder. Once spoiled, the blood quickly decomposes into red powder, which detonates upon contact with air, with the explosive force of a single vial equating to that of C4 explosives. The alchemical tome recounted a tale about an adventurer who, having collected fallen blood using improper preservation methods, ultimately caused a massive explosion, leaving no trace of the fool's remains, not even the equipment he wore. The explosive agents obtained from monsters earlier contained a component of fallen blood, albeit with noticeably lesser explosive potential than the powdered form. Following the recent battles, I had dispatched the majority of the fallen, yet the fallen sorceress at the heart of their camp was evidently different from the others. With her grass-green skin and stature towering over the average fallen, I was certain that the creature before me was indeed Beelzebub. Unlike typical fallen, Beelzebub wielded a longer staff crafted from the bones of beasts. Its top adorned with a skull, while a dense aura of fire element magic permeated the vicinity. Three summoned creatures maintained a distance of 100 meters from Beelzebub, and I discreetly commanded my fastest skeleton to advance towards the dark gold creature. The attributes of the dark gold monster appeared before me in a comprehensive analysis. Beelzebub, level 13, specially enhanced, fire-resistant, with a health pool of 3,200. With this data at hand, the skeleton swiftly maneuvered behind Beelzebub, its twin swords striking at her neck. Oh my astonishment! This assault only depleted 2/10 of her health. The special enhancement fortified not her health, but rather her defenses, clarifying the nature of this enhancement. After analyzing our strengths and weaknesses, it became evident that my side held a significant advantage. While the skeleton's attack power may not have surpassed Beelzebub's, the clay golem was no slouch either, with its defensive capabilities far exceeding those of the dark gold monster. With damage amplification in effect, Beelzebub's health began to wane, yet just as I anticipated an immediate conclusion to the battle. 3 searing fireballs hurtled towards me. Anticipating Beelzebub's fireball attack, I easily evaded the projectiles, but soon realized she began to resurrect the fallen. This summoning spell was limitless in scope, affecting all fallen corpses within a 300-meter radius, including the fallen sorceress. Once she was revived, the surrounding fallen would follow suit, a chain reaction that posed a significant headache for most novice adventurers. Aware of Beelzebub's impending resurrection spell, I promptly employed my newly learned corpse explosion skill before she could complete her incantation. The instantaneous nature of my spell proved quicker than Beelzebub's, and the closest fallen detonated with a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves through Beelzebub and reducing her health to a third. At this juncture, it was imperative to maintain a safe distance from Beelzebub. Upon her demise, the dark gold monster would self-destruct, unleashing a blast akin to a level 5 corpse explosion spell. After half an hour of combat, a final blow from my skeleton claimed the last of Beelzebub's health. My instincts warned me of her imminent explosion, and indeed, a dense concentration of fire element energy began to coalesce around her. Within a minute, the intensity of the fire element energy reached critical mass. My skeleton warriors and clay golem, linked to me mentally, swiftly retreated from the blast zone, sensing the tremors of the ground beneath us. At the moment of detonation, the concentration of fire element energy peaked. My distance from the explosion center was a safe 1,000 meters, ensuring our safety. The explosion sent a plume of smoke and debris into the air. A whirlwind of dust, shattered bones, and viscous blood mingling with the foul stench of decay. Fragments of stone and plant matter were scattered far and wide, while Beelzebub's skeletal staff disintegrated in the blast, leaving no remnants. Across the vast expanse of the frigid expanse, I had completely annihilated the largest fallen camp, and with it, my second dark gold monster met its end in a self-detonation. After vanquishing Beelzebub, the coin scattered across the ground glimmered under the sun's rays, while 3 blue pieces of equipment radiated brilliance. As a dark gold creature, Beelzebub did not disappoint, though I did not acquire golden equipment. The 3 blue items were rewards well worth the effort. Following the explosion, only fragments of bones remained, and the lingering fire element energy in the air would take time to dissipate, creating a peculiar blend of scents, a pungent stench intertwined with the fragrance of soil. Among the 3 blue items dropped by Beelzebub was a spear approximately 130 centimeters in length, yet these items had yet to be identified. Unbeknownst to me, it was already midday, and I had yet to resolve my lunch predicament. Recalling that I had not eaten breakfast that morning, my stomach began to signal its emptiness. Just as I contemplated enduring hunger while facing the bloodbird, a straggling wild boar caught my eye. Easily weighing over 200 pounds, that I resolved that today's lunch would be roasted wild boar. Channeling my mental energy, I commanded the clay golem to approach the wild boar, which, oblivious to the impending danger, charged at the golem with a fierce roar. Unfortunately for the boar, while it may pose a threat to an average person, to me, it represented a delectable feast, and I could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. The boar's threat failed to achieve the desired effect. The steam venting from its nostrils indicated its fury as the clay golem delivered a crushing blow to its head. The force of the punch sent the boar flying over 10 meters, rendering it unconscious and resolving my lunch dilemma. The frigid expanse was rife with dry trees, and I commanded my skeleton warriors to gather some twigs, rinsing off the residual blood in the clear waters by the river. Constructing a fire pit, I prepared the roasting materials while the skeletons collected the branches, skewering the wild boar onto a thick branch and applying spices. All that remained was to wait. The boar's skin crackled and turned crispy golden as it roasted over the flames, and the savory aroma wafted through the air, enticing me to seize a piece with my knife. The moment the succulent meat touched my palate, an explosion of flavor enveloped my mouth, an exquisite delight. Yet before I could swallow, 3 dark hunters appeared. Following the enticing scent point, one of my greatest annoyances is being interrupted while enjoying a meal. Sensing my evident mental disturbance, my summoned creatures sprang into action. 2 advanced skeleton warriors swiftly dispatched the 3 dark hunters, their skulls meeting the hard granite ground in a brutal embrace. The trio of dark hunters yielded 500 gold coins, while the outcome was not the most significant aspect. I consumed 1/3 of the wild boar while stowing the remainder in my pack. Ahead lay a structure measuring approximately 60 square meters. Talos had mentioned that beyond the Blood Marsh, many such desolate houses existed, some having become monster dens. Encountering monsters within these empty abodes was inevitable. The building before me was constructed of piled stones, yet what stood out was its lack of a door, the TOR on the side of caution. I directed a skeleton to explore the interior using my mental energy. Within 5 seconds, the skeleton returned, indicating that the house had not been claimed by monsters. The furnishings inside were quite simple, consisting of only a wooden table and chair, but my attention was drawn to a bookshelf embedded in the wall, filled with over 100 colorful tomes. Reading is one of my pastimes. Yet being in the frigid expanse, I could not predict when monsters might suddenly appear. After hastily perusing the books, I exited the potentially perilous house. Just 3 steps outside, a hard-furred rat entered my line of sight. I swiftly dispatched the unfortunate creature with a crescent blade. The appearance of monsters near the house signaled that safety was no longer guaranteed. It was prudent to leave. The afternoon sky was clear, but within half an hour, the gentle breeze escalated into a fierce wind, dark clouds gathering overhead to obscure the sun. I was well aware that in the wilderness, the weather could shift from clear skies to stormy in an instant. The hidden lightning within the clouds acted like restless beasts, their erratic elemental energies inciting a commotion among the monsters. Unlike the frigid expanse, the burial grounds were home to undead creatures, controlled by the Bloodbird, who had betrayed the light and become a minion of darkness. Northeast of the frigid expanse lay the burial grounds, characterized by its undead inhabitants, with the Grand Mausoleum and tombs serving as the 2 locations most densely populated with monsters. Some curious adventurers had ventured into the tombs and Grand Mausoleum, only to find the monsters there exceeded those of the frigid expanse in both variety and number, their aggressive tendencies comparable to those of the monsters in the rocky wilderness. The closer one approached the burial grounds, the greater the density of dark elemental energy, surpassing that of the frigid expanse and any other place I had previously visited. The burial grounds were dotted with crumbling gravestones, overgrown with moss, and beneath the flagstones lay countless corpses. Before teaming up with Talos, he had imparted his experiences from previous explorations of the burial grounds, cautioning that one should not underestimate the Bloodbird, who wielded skills akin to those of necromancers and Amazons. Summoning corpses was the Bloodbird's specialty, and the burial grounds were littered with them, providing a significant advantage to necromancers, as long as there were corpses. Necromancers could summon their undead servants, a similar ability held by the Bloodbird. The Bloodbird's overall strength was comparable to that of a level 12 barbarian S8 dark gold monster. The Bloodbird possessed a greater health pool and swifter speed. Ice and fire arrows were among the Bloodbird's favorite skills, and Talos advised against challenging the Bloodbird before reaching level 9. In Talos' recollections, a level 9 assassin once ventured into the burial grounds to slay the Bloodbird. Known for their unmatched speed among all adventurer classes, that overconfident assassin, named Melis, met her demise at the hands of the Bloodbird. The Bloodbird hung Melis's decaying corpse on a desiccated tree at the center of the burial grounds, serving as a grim warning to adventurers. The souls of those cruelly slain by the Bloodbird would not ascend to heaven. In the Dark Continent, all souls lost to demons and undead creatures became sustenance for the dark forces. With idle time on my hands, I perused the texts gifted to me by Tyrell. A story of a paladin captured my interest in a historical tome titled The Chronicles of the Demon Gods, set over 1,000 years after the conclusion of the war between angels and demons. It chronicled the exploits of a level 60 paladin named Ralphus. Proud and powerful, Ralphus possessed formidable strength and a complete set of coveted green armor known as the Legend of Gracewald. Over a millennium ago, Ralphus had completed all tasks in the first and second worlds, vanquishing countless demons, and at that time, his name echoed throughout the Dark Continent, instilling fear in most demons who heard it. Causing them to flee in terror, Ralphus's renown attracted the attention of the 3 demon gods. To ascertain the truth, the Lord of Destruction, Baal, dispatched numerous dark gold monsters to investigate, but none returned. Ralphus and his battle-hardened comrades annihilated all dark gold monsters, obtaining 2 dark gold items from their remains, one being the 2-handed sword Executioner's Edge. The other dark gold item was a blood-red crescent blade. It is said that upon acquiring these 2 dark gold weapons, Ralphus chose not to wield them, but instead buried them in a highly secretive location on the Dark Continent, the whereabouts of which remain unknown. Many adventurers seeking the dark gold swords have met with misfortune, leading Ralphus to draw a treasure map. Why following this map, one could uncover the hidden treasures. Ralphus replicated hundreds of these treasure maps, distributing them among countless adventurers. However, the mere possession of a treasure map incited fierce competition among adventurers, leading to violent confrontations, even resulting in some adventurers sacrificing their comrades in pursuit of the map. The disputes ignited by the treasure maps persisted for many years until the intervention of angels dispatched by heaven quelled the chaos. Those greedy adventurers were banished to the fringes of hell in the third world. As they gradually acclimated to the hellish environment, the elite monsters of the first layer of hell imparted a profound and unforgettable lesson. Most of the exiled adventurers were of level 40, with a few reaching level 50. Despite their rich experience, they were caught off guard by the elite monsters sent by the forces of hell. Among the 300 adventurers banished to hell, only 30 survived. These remaining adventurers united to confront the forces of hell, gradually realizing that desire, conflict, and anger would only lead to destruction. They recognized that only sincere faith could lead to redemption. And stepping over the corpses of their companions, they continued to forge ahead. However, in the hellish realm, a creature known as the Blade Demon possessed strength equivalent to a dark gold monster at nightmare difficulty. The monsters of hell were further endowed with abilities that rendered attribute attacks ineffective. The initial Blade Demon wielded fire attribute spells that were ineffective against attacks, and any which practicing fire spells would find themselves greatly challenged in facing the Blade Demon. The number of dark gold monsters in hell far surpassed that of the first and second worlds combined, and their formidable strength commanded respect, especially in the depths of hell, where even mightier demons lay hidden. The more powerful the demon, the more cautious they became. Although the Hell Army under Baal, the Lord of Destruction, was imprisoned within the Worldstone Fortress, the Worldstone had been tainted by Baal's dark power. The fallen Worldstone would ultimately degrade into an ordinary stone due to Baal's influence. If that were to occur, the Dark World would crumble. The treasure hunt instigated by Ralphus saw decades slip by unnoticed. During this time, no one managed to uncover the dark gold swords Ralphus concealed. Many adventurers, unable to locate the treasure, eventually abandoned their aimless searches that a portion of adventurers ultimately followed the treasure maps to the hiding place of the treasure. Yet the monsters there were vicious, rendering even experienced adventurers unable to escape unscathed. Realizing they had been deceived, these adventurers sought out Ralphus for answers. Ralphus rebuffed their claims, asserting that the adventurers were simply inadequate in strength. Upon hearing this, the majority of adventurers fell silent. Leading Ralphus to devise a sinister scheme, he gathered those adventurers who desired the two weapons, proposing that they engage in a duel. The victor would be rewarded with the two weapons as a prize. It is common knowledge that such actions would lead to numerous bloodshed incidents. However, those reckless adventurers, blinded by the allure of equipment, consented to Ralphus's conditions. After a week of brutal confrontations from an initial group of over 100, only two remained, a pair of twin brothers, both of whom had attained levels exceeding 40 as necromancers, and were the only two necromancers in the rogues' camp at that time. Their master was a descendant of Farian. During an era when necromantic spells had been systematically organized over decades, evolving into a distinct form of magic, the 10 most distinguished disciples of Farian devoted their lives to gathering various materials and conducting experiments on necromantic spells, yielding unexpectedly remarkable results. Research indicated that necromantic spells possessed an array of extraordinarily potent effects. Among those disciples, one named Hex possessed the unique ability to perceive the forms of souls. This ability was not innate, but rather a byproduct of a failed experiment. At that time, Hex attempted to synthesize an unknown potion using nightmare grass, abyssal thorns, and gale vines, among other ingredients. While engrossed in studying Farian's notes, he lost track of time. Excessive heating caused a violent reaction in the mixture within the flask, ultimately resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Although Hex escaped unscathed, his laboratory was utterly destroyed. Later, on a moonlit night, Hex's eyes beheld the phantoms drifting in the night sky and the souls residing within human bodies. His eyes, imbued with this extraordinary ability, could also discern liars. Whenever someone spoke deceitfully, the color of their soul would shift to red. Hex chose to keep this ability a secret, the sole mystery he harbored, and it was a gift he passed down to his descendants. The twin brothers had long sensed Ralphus's intentions. They discreetly cast a curse upon him, an imprint on the soul, a necromantic spell that ensured any cursed soul would inevitably be consumed by demons. The curse manifested 2 days later, prompting Ralphus to undertake an act that defied belief. That on the night of the full moon, Ralphus shed all his equipment, even discarding the dark gold sword, his grandfather's weapon. Upon the ground, donning only a simple tunic of coarse cloth, his defensive capabilities, once amplified by his gear, plummeted by more than half, rendering the 60-plus level paladin's defense inferior to that of a mere 30-level barbarian. As the full moon hung overhead, its silvery, chilling light spilled over the low shrubs. Ralphus, in a daze, departed the rogues' camp unnoticed. Unlike the daylight, the blood-soaked wasteland at night was fraught with peril. Humans lacking night vision were akin to the blind, and various lurking monsters had long been ravenous for prey. Although Ralphus, as a high-ranking paladin, possessed formidable power, it relied on his equipment. Under the curse's influence, Ralphus's soul was temporarily sealed, stripping him of control over his own body. From the moment he became a paladin, Ralphus had believed that the mere existence of monsters was inherently evil, and he infused this belief into his combat approach, showing no mercy to foes, regardless of their strength, until they were utterly annihilated. Ralphus became a paladin at 19, and by 30, he had risen to the rank of intermediate paladin, earning the title of Demon Slayer. After gaining fame, Ralphus formed the strongest adventuring party the rogues' camp had ever known, comprising 7 members, 3 women and 4 men, representing every profession pursued by adventurers in the Dark Continent. Before entering the second world of nightmares, Ralphus had completed all tasks in the first world alone. However, facing monsters alone in the second world proved to be an unwise decision. Upon truly entering the second world, Ralphus discovered that even the monsters of the Blood Wasteland vastly outclassed their counterparts from the fringes of Harrogath in the first world. Prior to arriving in the nightmarish realm, Ralphus had mastered the advanced spell Heaven's Fist. Although his skill level was only 5, Heaven's Fist was the bane of all undead beings. Reality once again exceeded all expectations. Upon entering the cold wastes, the magical resistance of its monsters surpassed the majority's predictions. When a witch's fire spell, Explosive Fireball, struck a Dark Hunter, it was presumed that a single fireball would suffice to eliminate the creature. Regrettably, the Dark Hunter sustained only 2/3 of its health after being hit in the first world. A 13th level fireball could effortlessly dispatch most ordinary monsters, even reducing the health of a dark gold creature by more than half. Yet in the nightmarish world, the monsters were far superior to their counterparts. Ralphus's contemptuous demeanor swiftly vanished, as he realized that each monster in the nightmarish world was formidable in its own right. Acknowledging this, Ralphus and his companions began their arduous journey toward the world's edge. Before reaching the harbor city of Karast, Ralphus and his party had already suffered the loss of 4 members. In their confrontation with the boss Duriel, located at the end of Ruin, the assassin, Amazon, Witch, and Druid from their team were all successively defeated by the powerful Duriel, with both their mental and physical limits reached. Only 3 remained: Paladin Ralphus, Necromancer Fiat, and Barbarian Owen. They finally arrived at the harbor of Karast, which had been tainted by one of the 3 prime evils, Mephisto, where the magical defenses were on the brink of collapse. The only salvation for this place lay in locating the sacred artifact, Gideon's dagger, hidden within the skinning forest. This dagger, forged from special materials, had its power amplified by dozens of mages. Omus, a high-level mage, would maximize the artifact's potential upon receiving it, creating an invisible barrier that could repel Mephisto's dark influence. Currently, Ralphus and his 2 remaining companions aimed to destroy the force sphere guarded by the council members atop Tristram. Uncertain if they would survive to confront Mephisto, the Lord of Hatred, one of the 3 prime evils, the formidable nature of a nightmarish world monsters took Ralphus and his companions completely by surprise. And the myriad traps they encountered mentally tormented them more than the physical pain endured. Along their path, Andariel's toxic mists and Duriel's brute force inflicted great suffering upon these seasoned adventurers. Ultimately, when they finally faced Mephisto, Ralphus was battered and bruised. Upon seeing the scarred Ralphus, Mephisto scoffed, saying, "A battle-hardened adventurer, arriving here signifies your strength. However, with me present, you cannot advance further. The 2 useless fools ahead, though they embody the backbone of hell, have brought nothing but shame to the demon lord's name." And oh, sooner had Mephisto spoken than a greenish toxic mist enveloped Ralphus entirely. By the time Ralphus realized what was happening, it was too late. The poisonous mist had invaded their respiratory systems. Barbarian Owen was the first to show signs of poisoning, and he was the first to perish at Mephisto's hands. Although Necromancer Fiat possessed the highest resistance to toxins among the trio, his lightning resistance was inferior to that of the Paladin, and he sacrificed himself to ensure his companion's survival. Facing Mephisto alone, Fiat had no advantages. Mephisto's death lightning was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary adventurers. Ultimately, after enduring alone for half an hour, Fiat succumbed to Mephisto's dark magic, which claimed his life. After narrowly escaping the prison of hatred, Ralphus was utterly transformed, covertly returning to the rogues' camp to resume a tranquil life. No one was aware of the true experiences that had transpired during Ralphus's adventurous journey. All remained shrouded in a mist of mystery. Upon returning to the rogues' camp, Ralphus's peculiar behavior led many to believe that the once noble paladin had been possessed by a demon. His very soul ensnared to entice adventurers into self-destruction. Equipment of dark gold was employed. Although they tasted the agony of losing their most cherished possessions, the souls of those adventurers who perished in the ensuing strife plummeted into the abyss, becoming fodder for demons. Laphis, cursed by the twin deathly necromancers, found himself in a daze on a moonlit night that he abandoned his armor and stepped out of the rod camp, unguarded, walking directly into an evil cave where ravenous monsters lay in wait. Enormous beasts, bristly rats, zombies, and blade demons were all eager for the scent of intruders. Within 3 minutes, 2/3 of the cave's denizens had converged around Laphis. Despite possessing the strength of a high-tier paladin, Laphis, ensnared by the curse that clouded his mind, lacked the power to resist the onslaught of demons that a faint scent of blood, imperceptible to most, emanated from him. After countless battles, he had slain innumerable demons, their blood splattering across his armor, leading to his transformation from a beacon of light into a being tainted by slaughter. Thus, the first slaughtering paladin in the Dark Continent emerged. Yet, regrettably, the monsters within the cave would not allow Laphis to escape alive. In less than a minute, his body was torn asunder, a horde of monsters surging forth. Eyes alight with hunger for their delectable feast, The pervasive stench of blood attracted even more creatures, some of which brawled fiercely over the choice morsels. The feeding frenzy lasted 10 minutes, and in a whirlwind, Lafis was reduced to mere remnants, the satiated monsters scattering thereafter. Lafis never comprehended how souls descended into hell, and the residents of Rog Camp searched for him in vain after his disappearance. Most of his belongings were golden equipment, a few scattered green items, and 3 pieces of dark gold gear, amounting to nearly 1 million gold coins. Lacking heirs, Lafis' possessions were swiftly divided among the adventurers of Rog Camp, with 2 dark gold swords, which incited disputes, remaining unaccounted for to this day. Reading about Lafis' legendary journey made me lose track of time. Before I knew it, the sun had set and the sky darkened. The icy plains at night differ greatly from the daylight, as the unlife lurking in the burial grounds transcends boundaries and aimlessly roams the frigid expanse. After nightfall, the dark elemental forces in the icy plains become extraordinarily active, and it is prudent for half-hearted adventurers to stay indoors. Human senses pale in comparison to the myriad of lurking dangers. The survival mantra for adventurers is to never venture out after dark, as it poses great peril. Most monsters become exceedingly active at night, and while undead creatures do not require sustenance, most will not let a potential prey slip away. Having completed my exploration of the icy plains, I sighed deeply. Before heading to the burial grounds, it was necessary to bolster my strength. Unexpectedly, I discovered an underground cavern not far from the abyssal demon camp, an ideal training ground that I believed would not disappoint. Prior to my arrival in the Dark Continent, I had visited this subterranean cave numerous times during gameplay, where the monsters within were slightly stronger than those on the surface of the icy plains, making it an excellent venue for training for ordinary adventurers. The underground cave located in the southwest of the icy plains comprises 2 levels. The first level is populated primarily by common monsters, while the second level hosts creatures with powers at least doubled, including elite monsters. Before encountering the Bloodbirds, the monsters within the cavern could elevate an adventurer by at least 1 level. The loot predominantly consisted of gold coins, with golden equipment being a rarity and elite monsters yielding only blue gear. Prior to entering the cavern, I summoned skeleton soldiers and clay stone golems from my spatial ring. The clay stone golem's once yellow-brown skin had transformed into a deep brown hue, with sharp rock spikes sprouting from its elbows, knees, and back, significantly enhancing both its defense and attack power. Before venturing into the cavern, the defensive spellbone shield was indispensable. Upon casting it, a mist-like mysterious substance enveloped my body, and due to my equipment's enhancement, the level 15 bone shield could absorb 350 melee damage. Standing at the edge of the cave, a cool breeze wafted from its depths, bringing with it not just wind, but a mingling of decay and blood that indicated the monsters within had just finished their breakfast. Upon truly entering the cave, the overwhelming stench of rot nearly made me retch, gradually acclimating to the darkness. The holy light attribute of my equipment illuminated a very narrow section of the cave, revealing the skeletons of unknown monsters, heightening my alertness. Nearby lay a relatively fresh corpse of a Rog archer, evidently slain by the cave's denizens. Utilizing the light emitted from my gear, I discerned the corpse of the Rog archer, riddled with more than 10 arrows, clearly the work of skeleton archers. This Rog archer had met his demise roughly 3 days prior, as swarms of flies, drawn to the decaying flesh, began to gather. The sounds of heavy breathing from beasts lurking in the darkness caused my vigilance to spike. I took a step, then another. The footsteps grew nearer. 3 enormous beasts materialized before me, and in an instant, the skeleton soldier beside me vanished, only to return within a breath. The colossal beasts fell swiftly, their spirits dissipating as the skeleton soldier confirmed that within 5 seconds, it had delivered 30 strikes to the beast. I inspected the remains of the enormous creatures, all shattered. Following their defeat, a swarm of abyssal demons arrived, with 2 abyssal sorcerers shielded by their minions. The sorcerers cackled malevolently as they unleashed fireballs upon me, 2 scorching orbs slowly hurtling in my direction. The claystone golem stepped in front of me, absorbing the brunt of the attack. The fireballs struck its arms, obliterating them, but leaving the golem otherwise unharmed. Standing firmly on the basalt ground, The claystone golem absorbed a significant amount of earth element energy, instantly regenerating its blasted limbs. Seizing the moment of the abyssal sorcerer's spell cooldown, the skeleton soldier brandished two swords, their edges gleaming coldly, and the sorcerer fell in a single blow. With the sorcerer dispatched, the abyssal demons ceased their assault. Even the notoriously cruel abyssal demons recoiled a considerable distance from the ruthless efficiency of the skeleton soldier. Taking advantage of this opportune moment, I issued a command, and the skeleton soldier and claystone golem commenced a one-sided massacre. Deprived of the sorcerer's resurrection spells, each abyssal demon was rendered vulnerable. The skeleton soldier and claystone golem unleashed the curse increased damage upon them. For the mutated skeleton soldier, the bodies of the abyssal demons were as fragile as glass. Coupled with the curse's effect, a single strike would send them crashing to the ground. Even the larger beasts were no exception. Eliminating 10 abyssal demons and 2 sorcerers netted me over 1,000 experience points, 200 gold coins, a white equipment piece, and a tube of crossbow bolts. The white item was a one-handed sword, dealing 39 damage with a durability of 915, lacking any special attributes. This sword may very well evolve into a golden weapon in the near future. Within an hour of entering the underground cave, I encountered 2 waves of abyssal demons, 9 enormous beasts and bristly rats, as well as 13 dark hunters, yielding over 3,000 experience points and 2 unidentified blue pieces of equipment, which I decided to store in my bag for later identification. I delved deeper into the cavern. The winding paths led me to an unusually shaped well at a corner, surrounded by sharp stone pillars. The clear water within the well caught my eye. Talus had previously mentioned that beyond the Rod Camp, wells existed to restore life and mana. These wells not only rejuvenate adventurers, but can also dispel poison or curses afflicting them. I recalled my initial journey to the icy plains, where I had encountered the life and mana temples. However, this well, with its superior efficacy, was a first for me. I had expended considerable mana, 15 casts of spells, and over 300 mana points, leaving me utterly drained both mentally and physically. Thus, the appearance of this well was indeed a timely boon. Eagerly, I rushed forward and took 2 deep gulps, restoring my depleted mana to its maximum, banishing the previous weakness I had felt, though the water level in the well decreased by half. Tarsus once remarked that each well can be utilized twice, with the water source replenishing to its full capacity within an hour. The faint glow emitted by my equipment illuminated the path ahead. Just as I took a step forward, an arrow whistled through the air, aimed directly at my body. In that critical moment, a skeleton warrior swiftly turned and shielded me with its presence, deflecting the incoming arrow with a single-handed strike of its sword. The assailant in the darkness was a skeletal archer. These vile creatures exhibited a marksmanship rivaling that of seasoned rogue archers. Furthermore, the most formidable characteristic of the skeletal archers is their fearless nature. Some elite skeletal archers even wield the skills typically reserved for Amazons, such as ice and fire arrows, boasting a 50% chance of successfully executing these abilities. 3 skeletal archers had already zeroed in on my location, their arrows glimmering ominously, sending chills down my spine. In an effort to stabilize my tense emotions, I unleashed over 20 razor-sharp crescent blades, which converged mid-air before swiftly severing the skeletal archers in 2. However, this moment of triumph was short-lived, as dark hunters soon followed. That I released 3 consecutive crescent blades, draining half of my mana, and managed to bisect the 3 dark hunters in one swift motion. 3 hours later, I finally approached the entrance to the 2nd level of the underground cavern, cautiously delving deeper. Just as I steadied myself, a searing fireball hurtled towards me, undoubtedly launched by a drowning sorcerer. As anticipated, ahead lay the drowning sorcerer, accompanied by 5 drowning demons. Before the sorcerer could cast a spell, the skeleton warriors coordinated to eliminate it, while the remaining drowning demons fell victim to the onslaught of the clay golem. The 2nd level of the underground cavern was exceedingly narrow, with tender green moss clinging to the rock walls, and the damp air rendered the atmosphere quite uncomfortable, although the 2nd level was teeming with monsters and scattered coins that were quite tempting. The allure of the gold, amounting to over 2,000, held no sway over me. After venturing over 100 meters further, 3 elite drowning sorcerers commanded their drowning demons to swarm towards me. The diminutive drowning demons, wielding serrated curved blades, charging at me. The adage impulsiveness is the devil echoed in my mind as I remembered that losing one's rationality could lead to dire consequences. The reckless drowning demons were cleaved in half by my crescent blades, their blood imbued with fiery elements, igniting upon contact with the air, and the corpses of over 10 drowning demons were reduced to ash in the flames. The drowning sorcerers remained unperturbed, casting their resurrection spells, bringing 3 drowning demons back to life. Before I could vanquish the drowning demons, it was imperative to eliminate the drowning sorcerers. Otherwise, the demons would continue to respawn indefinitely. And it would only be a matter of time before I found myself in a precarious position. The few monsters that had evolved to elite status exhibited enhanced strength, speed, and attack power. However, they posed little challenge to my current capabilities, especially as my own strength continued to grow. I firmly believed that in the near future, even Baal would find himself beneath my feet. Upon defeating the elite drowning sorcerer, I gained an additional 2,000 experience points, yet regrettably, the sorcerer dropped nothing of value. Only a mundane piece of equipment lay before me. With no interest in the trivial item, I finally arrived at the central area of the second level of the underground cavern, where 9 zombies awaited, the last monsters I needed to eradicate, 3 of which were elite-level advanced zombies. Calculating a safe distance from the monsters, the sluggish zombies remained oblivious to the intruder, and, as the damage deepened, the speed of the skeleton warriors had reached a point where it was imperceptible to the naked eye. Naturally, the zombies failed to notice the skeleton warriors had crept up behind them. 2 single-handed swords swung from the side towards the zombies' heads. I had anticipated that this strike would reduce the zombies' life force by at least 2/3, yet reality once again surpassed my expectations. The elite zombies were indeed extraordinary. A ghostly strike landed on one of the skeleton warrior's ribs, but alas, the skeleton remained unyielding, its mutated form boasting a defense that surpassed even that of elite zombies. With the ghostly strike proving ineffective, the skeleton warrior's sword swiftly cleaved half of the zombie's body before it could retaliate. The cost of exterminating one elite zombie was the loss of a rib from the skeleton warrior. Yet this was of little consequence. For an undead being, the absence of a rib did not detract from its overall appearance. The rib that had been lost was replaced with that of the elite zombie. And upon completing this repair, the skeleton warrior seemed to acquire a new ability, the nature of which remained unclear. I had recently discovered that the skeleton warrior accumulated experience during combat and could evolve. Its overall strength now equated to that of a 12th level paladin, with attack power rivaling that of a 13th level barbarian. Although there were fewer monsters in the second level of the underground cavern compared to the first, their quality surpassed that of all the creatures in the first level combined. Having grown accustomed to wielding a staff, I resolved to take a risk and experiment with the power of other weapons. Conveniently, I had a 130-centimeter blue spear in my backpack. The spear of resilient piercing boasted a 2-handed damage of 1529, a durability of 2331, required level 5, and necessitated 25 points in strength while granting 9 life steal and 9 mana steal upon successful hits. Though the blue weapon possessed average attack power, its life and mana steal properties rendered it highly useful in close combat. Even when struck by other monsters, the health stolen by the spear would replenish the adventurer's vitality. Moreover, I possessed the bone armor spell, a formidable defensive magic from melee encounters. Monsters below the dark gold tier required 10 hits to breach the bone armor, while the physical attacks from ordinary creatures could withstand 35 strikes. After scavenging all the coins from the second level of the underground cavern, I unfurled a town teleportation scroll upon the ground, channeling a thread of mental energy to sense the spatial coordinates of the rogue camp. A 2-meter diameter portal materialized before me. Exiting the portal, I finally returned to the rogue camp, where Akira approached with a grave expression. Respected necromancer, the malevolent power of Anariel has further eroded the defensive barrier of the rogue camp. It will not be long before the forces of hell come pouring in. The rogue camp is in dire peril. After hastily delivering her warning, Akira retreated to her humble tent. Alone, I approached Charcy's blacksmith shop, where the sounds of clanging metal resonated continuously. The forge ahead radiated an intense heat, likely exceeding 1,000 degrees. Yet Charcy appeared entirely unfazed by the stifling warmth. Before I could speak, Charcy's magnetic voice echoed in my ears. "Ians, the adventurers who have long resided in the rogue camp have acknowledged your prowess. Now, the vast majority are eager to form parties with you, and some have even offered to generously gift you golden equipment. They have entrusted their gear to me, and the decision to accept or decline rests entirely with you." I was taken aback by the apparent popularity of necromancers within the rogue camp. The adventurers' willingness to part with golden equipment raised suspicions. After all, the monsters that dropped such precious items were at least Dark Gold tier, if not boss-level creatures, and I was only at level 7, my strength insufficient to team with those adventurers. Tarsus elucidated the underlying intricacies, warning, "Ians, do not be deceived. I have conducted a discreet investigation into those who wish to partner with you. The majority are ruthless individuals. Collaborating with them is akin to courting disaster." Indeed, the world of adventurers was one where strength reigned supreme. Those adventurers only sought my skills to aid them. Once it came time to collect the spoils from defeated monsters, their true colors would undoubtedly emerge. Tarsus once again aided me, revealing the darker side of human nature. To survive in the treacherous realm of the Dark Continent, possessing formidable power was indispensable. Having eradicated all the monsters in the underground cavern without incurring any costs. The items I collected were valued at over 3,000 coins, with 5 useless blue pieces of equipment potentially yielding nearly 10,000 coins in exchange, as the first rays of dawn filtered through the floor of my bedroom. I awoke, bleary-eyed. The twin maids had already prepared water for washing. After hastily freshening up, I entered the living room, where Tarsus had already commenced their meal, that I wondered what business could prompt them to visit my home at such an early hour. The simple-minded yet physically adept Tarsus was undoubtedly there to scrounge a meal, while the usually silent and composed Tarsus's early visit remained a mystery. Ends. There is no need to be anxious. I have come to impart some essential knowledge that every adventurer must grasp. Tarsus is indeed here solely for a meal. That much is certain. The adventurers traveling to the rogue camp have begun to take notice of your presence. Particularly your maids, who have attracted the attention of adventurers from even farther afield in the eastern continent, Tarsus stated calmly. Indeed, Lena and Lizzie's beauty had drawn the gaze of lecherous individuals, and I had already discreetly dealt with those foolish enough to harass them. As for those from the eastern continent, I had been aware of their presence for some time. There was no need to concern myself with them just yet. Once I had grown sufficiently powerful, I would personally pay a visit to those ill-intentioned fools. The scheming merchants who had gifted me the beautiful maids were undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives. Though I had intimidated them, it was clear they were being supported by unseen forces. I had yet to uncover the identity of those behind the scenes. From this moment forth, I must exercise utmost caution in all endeavors. The divine equipment bestowed upon me by Tyrell is not yet ready for exposure. And moreover, I lack the requisite strength to wield such formidable weapons. The so-called trifles that Tyrell speaks of are, in truth, artifacts of immense power. On my birthday, Tyrell gifted me a complete set of dark gold gear. Just before venturing into the burial grounds, Tyrell's resonant voice echoed within my mind. "Ins, the power of the demons is already corroding the defensive barrier of the eastern continent. You must hasten to strengthen your abilities. The people there are in dire need of your assistance. Should Mephisto and the prime evil seal be broken, Baal will undoubtedly join forces with them to launch a final assault. AKT that moment. The bastion of Harrogath as the last line of defense will be perilously endangered." As Tyrell indicated, the situation has escalated to a point where immediate action is imperative. The rogue encampment is situated a considerable distance from the far reaches of the eastern continent, and thus it remains less affected by the encroaching darkness. Nevertheless, the 4th level of the catacombs is under the dominion of Anariel. Confronting Anariel alone is an unwise choice, aside from the legion of elite monsters surrounding her. The likelihood of escaping the catacombs alive is uncertain. Through the historical tomes gifted to me by Tyrell, I have gleaned insights into the obscure past of the rogue encampment and the manner of its establishment, a matter of great curiosity for me. According to the annals of the Dark Continent, the rogue encampment was originally founded by a band of thieves seeking refuge from the relentless pursuit of King Leoric's enforcer, Jahaira. The site, once a barren wasteland, was inhabited solely by wandering monsters. The thieves, unfamiliar with such creatures, mistook them for mere wild beasts, only to witness one of their own incinerated by a sorceress's fireball, in a state of panic. The thieves scattered, and their leader rallied the remaining band to launch a counterattack against the malevolent fiends, ultimately paying a heavy toll to vanquish a group of merciless demons. With the opportunity for respite, the thieves realized that only by constructing sturdy fortifications could they fend off the demon onslaught. The resilient basalt that stood around the rogue encampment provided the most suitable material for these frightened brigands, with a thicket not far away offering ample timber. Once they acquired the requisite stones and wood, construction of the rogue encampment commenced in earnest. After a week of relentless toil, the defensive structures were finally completed. Yet, despite the basalt's tenacity, it could not withstand the onslaught of spell-casting monsters. The sorceress's fireball constituted the greatest threat to their defenses. To fortify their bulwark, they required defensive enchantments and barriers, while the thieves were adept at pilfering various goods. Magic was an enigma to them at this crucial juncture. A wandering bard arrived at the unfinished rogue encampment. The thieves, disinterested in the bard, begrudgingly allowed him to take temporary residence in their midst in pursuit of constructing an indomitable refuge. 3 days later, the fragile defenses faced yet another merciless assault from the monsters. The unenchanted stone walls crumbled like paper under the relentless assault. Initially terrified of the thieves, the bard gradually discerned that they were far from the vicious villains portrayed in legends. The leader of the thieves valiantly resisted the monster onslaught, and just as the walls were on the brink of collapse, the bard covertly cast a defensive barrier with the enchantment in place. The stone walls became impregnable, rendering any magical assault ineffective. The barrier would last for a maximum of a month, after which its protective properties would fade. However, there existed a more permanent solution: gathering 4 gemstones of different attributes and inscribing a magical circle upon the ground, within which the 4 flawless gems would resonate to form a defensive barrier lasting a century. The bard introduced himself as Ifield, hailing from the icy city of Harrogath at the eastern continent's edge. Perpetually blanketed in snow and beset by biting winds, as time swiftly passed. A decade later, the forces of darkness grew ever stronger, and a multitude of demons began to stir. Among the prime evils, Enariel took the lead, rallying hundreds of elite demons to relentlessly harass the rogue encampment, plunging its inhabitants into despair beneath an unseen pall of dread. The annals of the Dark Continent chronicle the events following the conclusion of the war between heaven and hell, with Ifield's story woven throughout. Blessed with a prodigious magical aptitude, Ifield's magical potential exceeded that of ordinary individuals by 20-fold at birth, with mental acuity surpassing that of his peers by 50 times. Such gifts allowed him to master any spell in record time. Before turning 10, he received systematic training in magical knowledge at a church academy, and by the age of 12, he was recognized as a high sorcerer. Proficient in elemental magic across the domains of wind, fire, lightning, and ice. Ifield's talents were unprecedented, as professors at the academy were limited to 2 elemental schools. By the age of 15, he ascended to the rank of Archmage, surpassing the sanctified limits of magical power, capable of unleashing spells of 5th tier and below instantaneously. Ifield's prowess drew the attention of the Church Academy, where he uncovered that the combination of 2 or more spells could yield a potency far exceeding that of a single spell. However, while the concept was straightforward, the execution was fraught with difficulty, as casting multiple spells simultaneously required exceptional skill. That a magician's control over the elements must be flawless. Otherwise, the accumulated energies could result in catastrophic explosions. After 3 arduous years, Ifield successfully developed 30 fusion spells, each possessing the capacity for unparalleled destruction. Although the war against the demons had concluded, and most of them retreated to hell to recuperate, the areas surrounding the rogue encampment remained rife with lurking fiends, haunting the residents in an unending nightmare. Having completed his research into fusion spells, Ifield emerged transformed, boldly confronting swathes of demons, undoubtedly brimming with confidence in his abilities. Indeed, his Thunderstorm fusion spell decimated over half of the demonic horde, leaving even Enariel astonished by the sheer destructive force wielded by a mere human, in the face of the demonic onslaught. Ifield unleashed an even more formidable fusion spell, the Hurricane Thunder Slash. Anariel, caught unawares, sustained serious injuries and was compelled to retreat to the catacombs to recuperate from her wounds, though humanity had secured a temporary victory. The Scarlet Cardinal of the Church understood that the demons would not remain dormant forever, and Ariel would undoubtedly return to exact her vengeance. Within a week of retreating to the catacombs to absorb a vast reservoir of dark energy, Ariel had fully healed. Driven by a thirst for retribution, she led 30 dark gold monsters and over 300 elite fiends in a fierce assault on the now fortified rogue encampment. On the other hand, with Ifield at the helm, the morale of the encampment's residents surged. Adventurers from the eastern continent, hastened by Leoric's command, arrived to provide reinforcements, with these formidable allies bolstering their ranks. The confidence of the residents soared to unprecedented heights. The curtain rose on Andariel's vengeance, as Ifield and the adventurers prepared to confront the monstrous legion. It could be said that the encounter was fraught with animosity. Anariel ordered her dark gold minions to remain close, while the elite monsters faced seasoned adventurers. The battle unfolded without suspense. It was a one-sided affair, as Andariel's forces were systematically annihilated by the adventurers. Realizing the tide had turned against her, Anariel attempted to flee, but it was too late. Ifield's fusion magic, elemental detonation, had already been unleashed. This spell, combining the elements of wind, fire, lightning, and ice, wrought devastation upon Andariel's dark gold minions, obliterating them into mere fragments. The clash concluded in under 30 minutes, with Anariel and her minions reduced to nothingness by the explosive might of Ifield's fusion magic. At long last, the rogue encampment experienced a fleeting tranquility, as Andariel's malevolent spirit returned to the depths of hell. Though it would not be long before she re-emerged, I have gleaned much from the historical tomes, finally attaining a clearer understanding of the obscure past. Now, it is time to eliminate the Bloodbird. Stepping onto the teleportation circle, I recited the incantation, and in an instant, I arrived at the frigid expanse. Upon emerging from the teleportation circle, I took but 3 steps before a dark hunter silently approached from behind. Fortunately, I was prepared. 2 single-handed swords timely intercepted the hunter's attack, and with a swift arc of my crescent blade, I severed the encroaching dark hunter in twain, having successfully navigated past the camp of the fallen. I hastened into the burial grounds from the northeast, where I was greeted by skeletal archers and 5 zombies. I nearly forgot that the defining characteristic of the Grave of Bones is its undead inhabitants, presided over by the Bloodbird, a creature that has forsaken the light in favor of darkness. Before engaging in a showdown with the Bloodbird, the primary task is to eliminate the surrounding zombies and skeletal archers. The Bloodbird is exceedingly agile and swift, making it challenging for conventional physical attacks to land successfully. Thus, spells emerge as the most suitable means to vanquish it. After dispatching a few zombies, I find myself before a row of dilapidated gravestones, overgrown with moss, leading to a rusted iron gate and fence. Scattered around the graveyard are several desiccated trees, from which dangle more than a dozen corpses exuding a foul stench, clearly the handiwork of the Bloodbird. Upon closer inspection, I ascertain that these bodies are those of rogues who, in their folly, ventured here only to meet their demise at the hands of the Bloodbird, subsequently becoming the flags of this forsaken place. After circling the grave, I successfully locate the entrance to the cemetery, but inadvertently kick over a pile of small stones. The clattering sound attracts the attention of the Bloodbird and the undead, who materialize before me. With a mere flick of its wrist, the Bloodbird summons 3 zombies from the earth, indicating that its necromantic abilities far exceed those of a typical necromancer, and its archery skills surpass those of an ordinary rogue archer. I am well acquainted with the Bloodbird's various attack patterns, noting that there is a 30% chance it will unleash fire or ice arrows, which, if struck directly, can inflict considerable damage. Therefore, it is imperative to avoid direct confrontation with the Bloodbird. Long-range spellcasting is the most effective means of attack. This mission primarily revolves around eliminating the Bloodbird, while other monsters can be disregarded. I summon skeletal warriors and clay golems to contend with the undead, while I focus on dispatching the Bloodbird. The arrows shot by the skeletal archers clatter against the clay golem's body, producing a jarring sound, yet the golem remains steadfast, rendering the skeletal archer's attacks entirely ineffective. Seizing the opportunity, the clay golem delivers a crushing blow to a skeletal archer, whose calcium-deficient bones shatter into dust, scattering with the wind. The now metallic skeletal warriors move with such speed that they appear as mere afterimages. And before the dozen or so zombies can act, they are swiftly dispatched by the skeletal warriors. The Bloodbird's initial attack misses, and 3 arrows fly in a triangular formation towards me. I dodge, narrowly avoiding the arrows, and promptly release a prepared crescent blade. The Bloodbird, unfazed, evades the first crescent blade, but the second proves far more difficult to avoid. At this point, the crescent blade approaches 1% of the speed of sound, striking the Bloodbird directly and reducing its health by 10. Meanwhile, the skeletal warriors have eradicated all the zombies, leaving only the Bloodbird as the remaining foe. I must not allow the Bloodbird time to cast its summoning spells. I command the skeletal warriors and clay golems to launch a concerted assault on the Bloodbird, while I secretly apply a damage amplification effect upon it. Although the skeletal warriors' attack power remains unchanged, they inflict greater harm upon the Bloodbird. I continuously maneuver around the Bloodbird, ensuring all its attacks miss their mark, as the damage amplification effect must be utilized before the Bloodbird is vanquished. I lure the Bloodbird into a trap I have devised, secretly casting a corpse explosion spell that a corpse beneath the Bloodbird begins to tremble violently before erupting in an explosion. The Bloodbird, caught in the center of the blast, suffers 1/3 of its health in damage, signaling that victory is within reach. I cannot help but feel a surge of excitement. Enraged by the ambush, the Bloodbird's fury intensifies, and I must hasten to conclude the battle. Having regained the health lost earlier due to my equipment's effects, the skeletal warriors have adapted to the Bloodbird's attack speed that I release a portion of my mental energy, commanding the clay golem and skeletal warriors to attack the Bloodbird in unison. The Bloodbird, besieged from 3 sides, is rendered defenseless. 5 crescent blades are unleashed, striking its head and legs, ultimately depleting its remaining health. The Bloodbird's accursed body collapses, and the soul trapped within its grotesque form is liberated, unleashing a torrent of lightning that obliterates the surrounding monsters in the grave of bones. After a strenuous battle, I have defeated the Bloodbird, and the soul confined within its hideous body finally attains freedom. Where it may return, I cannot say. Before its soul vanishes, it casts a profound glance in my direction, and the expression of liberation in its eyes is the purest I have ever encountered. Ultimately, the Bloodbird yields over 1,000 gold coins, a piece of blue equipment, and 2 vials of mana potions, granting me over 3,000 experience points. That it is now time to explore the Grand Tomb. To the west of the Grave of Bones lies the Grand Tomb, while to the east is the cemetery. The monsters concealed within these 2 locales possess powers akin to those found in the Stone Wilderness. The exploration of these areas aims to provide greater experience for future adventures, preparing for various unforeseen circumstances. First, I venture into the Grand Tomb, entering through a narrow stone door into a straight corridor, flanked by walls adorned with torches, while several wooden barrels are haphazardly placed around the coffins. Some barrels obstruct my view, prompting me to kick one aside, only for it to explode upon shattering. Fortunately, I maintain a safe distance and evade the trap. The barrels before me possess a chance of explosive reaction, though most are empty. Clearing the obstructing stones reveals 5 coffins arranged neatly ahead. And based on previous experience, I suspect these coffins may harbor some peculiarities. So I proceed with caution. In past games, some coffins would yield gold or an item upon opening, while others might release the dead, transformed into monsters by dark forces, or, in the worst case, be entirely empty. With a determined effort, I push open the lid of one coffin and quickly retreat, waiting over 10 seconds before cautiously approaching to inspect. Inside, I find over 200 gold coins, relieved that no monsters emerged. Within half an hour, I manage to open the lids of 5 coffins, 2 of which unleash zombies, while the others contain gold. Continuing down the dry corridor, the only sound accompanying me is my own footsteps, the silence so profound that I can hear my heartbeat. Passing through a stone door, I encounter 4 abyssal demons and a zombie. Unlike their counterparts in the frozen wastes, the abyssal demons before me bear more vibrant skin tones, indicating greater offensive and defensive capabilities. With caution, I prepare for engagement. However, before I can strike, 3 abyssal demons charge at me. The clay golem stands in front, delivering a crushing blow that shatters one abyssal demon's skull, causing it to collapse lifelessly. The skeletal warriors dart forward, their twin swords striking with blinding speed against the abyssal demons. However, it is not long before the abyssal sorcerer casts a resurrection spell, causing the fallen abyssal demon to rise again, now more frenzied and with wild, glaring eyes, unleashing 3 crescent blades. The nearest abyssal sorcerer is swiftly cleaved in half, while the remaining 2 crescent blades strike the slowly advancing zombie. During my exploration of the Grand Tomb, though I did not encounter any dark gold monsters, a plethora of elite-level creatures, such as elite zombies, dark hunters, and hardened rats abound. After expending considerable effort to eliminate 2/3 of the monsters within the Grand Tomb, I choose to disregard the remaining weaker foes. The creatures lurking in the cemetery, not far from the Grand Tomb, are unlikely to differ much in strength, as these 2 locations exist primarily to challenge adventurers. I tear open a teleportation scroll, and a 2-meter diameter portal materializes once more. Crossing through the portal, I instantly return to the rogue camp. I close my eyes and access the quest interface in my mental space. The quest to slay the Bloodbird is complete, and I can now report back to Kasha to collect my reward. Including a rogue archer as a companion to T present, I find no need for a mercenary's presence, as while they can assist in battle, they also usurp experience points, so I decide to postpone seeking Kasha. Having not rested properly for some time, my body feels stiff and sore. It is indeed time for relaxation. I have heard that a traveling circus has recently arrived at the rogue camp to perform, led by a notably humble ringmaster. Each member of the troupe possesses remarkable skills, and intriguingly, it seems the ringmaster harbors certain undisclosed secrets. The circus performance is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon, and with ample time until then, I return home to rest. Upon entering, I find Tars and the others dining, the towering stack of plates indicating that Tars has consumed 5 portions of steak. Wiping the grease from the corner of my mouth, I turn to Ian's. Tomorrow afternoon, the circus will perform. While I have little interest in the show, I am intrigued by the enigmatic origins of this troupe, which seems to be supported by unseen forces. And notably, they possess a saber-toothed tiger, a species long thought extinct. All signs suggest that this troupe is engaged in some nefarious dealings. Tars speaks anxiously. Tarlos leisurely swallows the last piece of steak. Then, with eyes closed, remarks, setting aside other matters, "Where have you been lately? It has been a long time since we gathered together." Although this circus is shrouded in mystery, and its members act with utmost caution, leaving no trace, unraveling their secrets will not be an easy task. Do not fret. I have devised an infallible plan, yet it is contingent upon your assistance for its execution. The time to implement the plan is set for tomorrow afternoon, right after the performance begins. Thus, I summoned Tars and the others before me and whispered my scheme into their ears. Tars, you truly possess remarkable acumen. This is indeed a flawless strategy. I have no doubt that it will not be long before all that pertains to this enigmatic circus comes to light. Mused Talos. Having finally completed the task of hunting the Bloodbird 3 days ago, I could now catch my breath. The fierce battle with the Bloodbird had imparted upon me the crucial lesson that in the Dark Continent, power reigns supreme. Upon returning to the rogue encampment via the portal, an obscure circus piqued Talos' interest. Ever since the circus arrived, livestock belonging to the local residents has been mysteriously vanishing, with no leads on the perpetrator. This was merely the beginning, as some long-term residents had also begun to disappear without a trace. Akira remained vigilant regarding the population's disappearance, yet she had not yet uncovered any clues. Who could the assailant be? What were their intentions? A shroud of mystery enveloped the rogue encampment. Investigations commenced after nightfall, where I stealthily trailed a performer from the circus. Tars followed closely behind and struck the performer on the back of the head with a blunt object, quickly binding the unfortunate soul with rope. Upon regaining consciousness, the performer found himself in an exceedingly unfamiliar location. The site of the abduction was a specially constructed basement of mine, soundproof to such an extent that even a scream would go unheard. "What is this place? What do you intend to do?" The circus performer hoarsely shouted, evidently oblivious to his precarious situation. Tars, embodying a fearsome demeanor, approached the performer and stated, "We brought you here because we have some inquiries to make. Otherwise, we would be at a loss for what to do with our time. Speak candidly about what you know, or I cannot be held accountable for the consequences." Tarz's lines had been meticulously prepared. "I know nothing. Even if I did, I wouldn't divulge it to you. You are wasting your efforts. Release me at once, or my master will be furious, and you shall not escape unscathed," the circus performer protested, struggling as he spoke. Tarz feigned trepidation as he replied, "Oh, I am so frightened. Let me tell you, the members of your circus have already succumbed to our powerful sedative, and it will be at least 2 days before they awaken. Be wise and spare yourself some pain." Upon realizing his dire predicament, the circus performer exhibited signs of despondency. "My name is Coster. We appear to be a circus, but in truth, we are a syndicate trafficking in rare animals. We hail from the port city of Karast, and we disguised ourselves as a circus because we heard that the rogue encampment rarely suffers from monster attacks. It seemed that this was indeed a syndicate involved in the illegal trade of exotic wildlife. However, if they possessed the power to engage in such trafficking, their buyers undoubtedly harbored unspeakable secrets. I only know this much. Even if you kill me, it would be futile. The more critical secrets lie with the ringmaster and his mistress." I discreetly projected my mental energy to gauge whether Coster was being deceitful. The results indicated that he spoke without a hint of anxiety, suggesting that this unfortunate soul knew little more than he had shared. After the interrogation, Tarz administered a concoction to Coster, a potion I had specifically formulated, infused with evening primrose, a herb known to erase the memories of the imbiber. Consequently, upon awakening, Coster would merely believe he had experienced a dream. Tarz carried Coster out of the basement, while I directed the clay golem to inspect the circus's cargo. After 3 hours of rummaging through their belongings, we uncovered a crucial lead within one of the circus tents. The ground was strewn with numerous bones resembling those of livestock. This discovery nearly made me leap with excitement, for these bones must surely belong to the livestock that had vanished without explanation. The previous uncertainties had now begun to find preliminary answers, and I at least understood that the disappearance of the rogue encampment-esque livestock was inextricably linked to the circus. The next step was to thoroughly investigate the circus' true nature. Striving to unveil their identity in the shortest possible time, in the absence of light, darkness shall prevail, Tyrell once imparted to me. Until now, I had failed to grasp the profound meaning of this statement. But I now understood why Tyrell had uttered this seemingly enigmatic phrase. Through inquiries, several residents who had lost livestock reached out to me, affirming that the number of missing animals precisely matched the bones I had discovered. The circus was indeed implicated. Night deepened. With all members of the circus incapacitated, Tarz and I began rifling through their belongings. Aside from the previously discovered bones and some bloodstains, this investigation yielded substantial results. Despite Tarz's sheer strength as a barbarian, he often lacked wisdom. However, during this investigation, he proved pivotal. Some of the circus's cargo boxes were crafted from diamond wood, a material renowned for its diamond-like hardness, rendering them impervious to ordinary blades. Fortunately, the boxes before us were somewhat damaged, allowing us to glimpse their contents through the gaps. It was now Tarz's turn to act. Taking a deep breath, he delivered a powerful punch to the damaged section of a box, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache, after which the diamond wood box shattered completely. An abundance of gemstones scattered about, including over a dozen perfect gems, rare green diamonds, and a fist-sized emerald, not to mention exquisite rainbow crystals. The dazzling array of colored gems emitted a brilliant light, and the three of us eagerly collected our favored treasures before proceeding to shatter the other boxes. The second box we smashed contained intricately crafted jewelry, its splendor overwhelming to behold. Within 3 hours, Tarz had destroyed 20 boxes, each filled with items of considerable value. That we cleared these treasures, and, as we prepared to depart, Talos discovered a nondescript box tucked away in a corner of the warehouse, meticulously wrapped, suggesting it contained something of immense importance, something far surpassing all our previous discoveries combined. After removing 5 layers of wrapping, the 6th layer revealed ordinary plastic sheeting. Upon lifting it, a crystal prison towering 2 meters in height emerged before us, Such extravagance to construct a prison from crystal. I mused, yet my astonishment did not end there. Within the prison was a shivering girl, her back adorned with translucent wings. Tyrell had once told me that in the early days of the Dark Continent, there existed a race of elves. However, due to war, they nearly faced extinction, leaving only a small remnant to retreat into seclusion, each difficult to locate. Many years prior, adventurers had set out to find the lost elven race, yet all had returned empty-handed. Perhaps Lady Luck always favored me. Whatever I undertook seemed to proceed smoothly, and now I had stumbled upon a long-lost elven maiden. Many ancient texts describe elves as the favored children of nature, masters of elemental magic with unparalleled command over various spells. They are born sorcerers. Regardless of gender, members of the elven race possess flawless beauty and exceptional eyesight, making them ideally suited to become elven archers. Capable of demonstrating what it means to hit a target from 100 paces or shoot an arrow across 1,000 miles. When honed to perfection, elven archers can pierce a drifting leaf from a great distance. What could have led to the imprisonment of this elven maiden? What circumstances ensnared a being of pure heart within the traps set by humanity? These questions loomed before me like an unending fog. The elven maiden's hands and feet were shackled with iron chains forged from steel, her garments bore numerous tears, and her slender arms displayed clear signs of having been whipped. Her emaciated form indicated she had not eaten for many days. Although the elven maiden possessed a visage capable of captivating any man, I had no time for admiration. Tars was already eager to demolish the crystal prison that I swiftly halted his actions to unlock the prison. A key was necessary, which I successfully located in the ringmaster's quarters. A key intricately carved from crystal. The time had come to rescue the elven maiden. Talos cautiously opened the prison door, and now was my moment to play the gallant hero. With a single stroke, I severed the ropes binding the elven maiden and carried her back to my abode. When the elven maiden finally opened her eyes, 2 days had elapsed. She appeared extremely frail, and what she needed most was nourishment and a restoration of her strength. Acro willingly took on the task of treating the elven maiden, while the twin maids devoted themselves to caring for the unconscious girl. "What is this place? Who are you?" The elven maiden, wary and vigilant, inquired despite having regained some strength during her prolonged slumber. She still appeared somewhat frail. With a watchful gaze directed towards us, I was taken aback when she began to sing. Though her lyrics were cryptic and obscure, it became increasingly evident that the magical elements were unnaturally coalescing, and I gradually comprehended that the elven maiden was not merely singing, but rather chanting a spell, most likely one of offensive magic. I promptly interrupted her incantation and swiftly utilized the magical sword bestowed upon me by Tyrell to absorb the previously gathered fire elements. Had she completed her spell, it was reasonable to estimate that my abode would have been reduced to ashes, as the concentration of fire elements she amassed was akin to the power required for advanced magic. Grateful for having averted a disaster, I reassured myself. "This is my home. You are bound by iron chains and imprisoned within a cell. It was we three who rescued you. I did not expect words of gratitude, yet there was no need for you to remain on high alert. We are benevolent souls." Upon hearing my explanation, the elven maiden relaxed her defenses. My name is Iris, a sorceress of the Wind Elf clan. 3 months prior, I became lost while seeking the moon fruit and was subsequently abducted by a group of masked individuals. Despite my vigorous resistance, the moment I caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma, I found myself utterly powerless, my magical energy vanishing without a trace. Based on Iris' description, it could be deduced that those enigmatic figures employed a specially concocted narcotic, likely the long-lost dreamy scent. This potent sedative, which I had previously encountered in a tedious alchemical tome, was noted only for its effects, with the recipe consisting of exceedingly rare ingredients. The sun replaced the moon. A new day dawned. Ever since rescuing the elven maiden Iris, my tranquil existence has been completely upended. Numerous adventurers frequenting the rogue camp have clamored to catch a glimpse of Iris's beauty, with some even proposing marriage, their persistent knocking nearly shattering my door. Most suitors arrive with bouquets and extravagant gifts, some displaying such lavishness that they would stop at nothing to elicit even a mere smile from the enchanting maiden. In their eyes, Iris's beauty surpassed that of celestial beings, and rumors swirled, suggesting she was the daughter of a deity. Within a week, nearly 2,000 suitors had visited, while those turned away grew increasingly desperate. Some even vowed to eliminate me, and one particularly fervent suitor, after being rejected following an elaborate proposal, bled excessively as he dyed a white rose crimson, collapsing from blood loss in the process. In short, a plethora of bizarre tactics emerged, and before the situation escalated further, I promptly halted all suitors and cursed them in the name of the necromancer. The majority of the visitors were ordinary folk, with only a scant few adventurers, merchants, and nobles among them, all of whom were swiftly deterred by my stern words. Even in inclement weather, the zealous suitors refused to depart. Initially, I exhausted various methods to drive them away, with little success. Ultimately, Carla provided me with invaluable advice, offering a remarkably effective solution that would yield immediate results. Dispelling the locust-like suitors proved simple. It was time to unleash my ultimate technique before the assembled suitors. I discreetly projected a flicker of mental energy, causing 3 skeletal warriors to materialize unexpectedly before their eyes. The swords they wielded dripped with scalding blood, and in their hollow eye sockets flickered 2 glowing green orbs. Upon witnessing the skeletal warriors brandishing their bloodied swords, some suitors hesitated, though they remained undeterred. I declared, with a tone of menace, that I had issued an eviction notice. Should they refuse to depart, I would not hesitate to carry them out myself. Now was the time to decide whether to stay or leave. The excitable suitors, appearing as though they had ingested stimulants, began to stir my words, yet none exhibited a desire to retreat. I commanded the skeletal warriors to swing their swords haphazardly, causing blood to splatter onto the faces of the most fervent suitors in the front. Our OW, name is Eins, the master of this dwelling, and a necromancer I have endured for far too long. Do not compel me to resort to my most severe measures. With no one swayed by my warning, it appeared that the grand finale of this farce was imminent. Closing my eyes, I concentrated fully on chanting a complex incantation, inducing a sense of unease among the fervent suitors. Some, having studied magic, shouted to flee, alerting others to the fact that I was indeed a true necromancer. Should I complete my incantation, unforeseen consequences would surely follow. My voice resonated through the air as I chanted, causing a chill to run down the spines of some suitors, while others seemed to hear the call of demons, regretting their disturbance of my peace. Upon concluding the incantation, 5 individuals collapsed backward onto the ground, the spell having taken effect. The incantation I had just uttered was, in fact, a form of hypnosis, inducing ordinary individuals to experience a nightmare. Upon awakening, they would forget the events that had transpired, with fragments of their memories obliterated. Having employed my final measure to disperse the suitors, I finally attained a semblance of tranquility. Iris had settled into my home, and with 3 vacant rooms available, I felt compelled to care for her. Tarlos and others frequently took the time to converse with her. 5 days after rescuing Iris, the leader of the circus publicly announced that, due to certain exigencies, they would need to depart swiftly, and they would not pursue the investigation of the mysteriously missing cargo. The circus leader, Charles, was aware that pursuing the missing items would inevitably unravel the prior incidents of livestock and human disappearances, implicating the circus in the ensuing scandal. Before departing, Charles presented Akira with 20,000 gold coins for lodging expenses before leading his troupe to the teleportation circle. Meanwhile, Iris confided in me about her recollections. Before leaving the Elven Forest, the Elven Queen had specifically cautioned her about the treacherous intentions of humans, as several elves had gone missing recently, suspected to have been sold to a mysterious circus. The true owner of the circus remained shrouded in mystery. Charles presented himself as the leader of the circus, yet this was merely a guise, and someone had compelled him to impersonate the role. The genuine mastermind, based on the current clues, was exceedingly enigmatic. Continuing the investigation to unveil the elusive puppeteer was only a matter of time. I would not hesitate to employ certain means if necessary. Tarlos intervened just in time to halt the circus's departure, smiling as he remarked, "There is no need for you to leave just yet. An incident has occurred at the road camp, and an investigation is underway. Should you choose to depart, suspicion will inevitably shift towards you. Consider your actions wisely. As the light of the teleportation circle faded, Charles publicly declared that, in gratitude for the warm hospitality extended by the residents of the road camp, he and his troop would remain for an additional 3 days, departing thereafter for the port city of Karast. The tactic of delay had succeeded, forcing the circus to remain in the road camp. With sufficient evidence in hand, the revelation of the truth behind these events was imminent. Ever since the announcement of their temporary stay, the other troop members remained inactive, while the circus's higher-ups convened a secret meeting to discuss the urgent need to identify the thief of their valuable cargo. Recently, I had befriended a level 16 assassin named Sophie, who was eager to forge a friendship with me. Upon hearing my plans, Sophie decided to assist. As night fell, Sophie, disguised as a dancer, infiltrated the tent of the circus leader, who was hosting a banquet at that moment. Seizing the opportunity, she deftly incapacitated one of the dancers with a single punch. Assuming the role of the lead dancer, Sophie swayed her hips gracefully. Though her alluring visage was obscured by a veil, several members of the circus could not resist the urge to unveil her face, with a few lascivious souls drooling in anticipation. The banquet continued until the early hours of the morning. With Sophie being retained alone by the leader, as she danced gracefully, Charles found himself lost in a myriad of fantasies, his rapture so intense that he even shed blood from his nose. Enraptured by the beauty concealed beneath Sophie's veil, his plan unfolded seamlessly. With no obstacles in her path, Charles had taken the bait. Now it was merely a matter of Sophie executing her strategy, and I had faith that she would not disappoint. Within the largest tent of the circus, Charles, having consumed copious amounts of plum wine, found himself inebriated and dazed, his hairy hands incessantly roaming over Sophie's form. With a surge of inner strength, Sophie freed herself from Charles's grasp. The stage is set for an enthralling performance. With a swift turn, a chilling dagger is pressed against Charles's throat. The effects of alcohol render him momentarily oblivious. Sophie, with a voice laced with temptation, commands, "Do not move, and do not even think of shouting." Even if you were to scream until your throat gave out, no one would come to your aid. Now, answer my questions truthfully. Should I discover any deceit on your part, your head will roll in an instant. As Sophie finishes her terse warning, Charles is drenched in cold sweat. Why? Why must you do this? Beautiful one, who is funding your actions? I can offer you double, or even more, if you spare me. Trembling uncontrollably, he utters these words, "Stop dreaming foolishly. Your tactics are utterly ineffective against me. Speak another word of nonsense, and I shall carve a piece of flesh from your body." Sophie's words plunge Charles into despair. Tell me honestly what this so-called circus troupe is truly after. Relate every detail you know without omission. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences. Upon reflecting on his predicament, Charles divulges the entire saga, including the abduction of the elven maiden and the origins of the gemstones. Most members of the circus are mere imposters. Their true identities are those of lowly demons, whose ultimate goal is to become servants of Duriel. As for the original members of the circus, those unfortunate souls have long since become the demon's dinner. Some demons devised a scheme to masquerade as humans, lying in wait to reach Duriel's hideout. They learned that Duriel sought to break the seal of Mephisto, a task contingent upon the simultaneous embedding of 4 gemstones of distinct attributes in the center of a magical construct, along with the presence of a sorcerer to channel the stone's latent power. These demons commenced a brutal campaign to scour for perfect gemstones, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed. Many ill-fated caravans were ambushed while traversing the demon's lair. The attacks were premeditated, leaving the merchant caravans no chance to resist, obliterating them within minutes. The demons, indifferent to the plight of ordinary humans, slaughtered with merciless efficiency, followed by a gruesome feast. Once satiated, the demons, disguised as humans, accompanied the dwindling circus members to Rog Camp, where all the mysteriously vanished livestock and humans had become the demon's lunch. The elven maiden, Alice, was merely a casualty of circumstance, captured while wandering through the misty forest. Though primarily interested in humans, the demons recognized the value of elves, leading to the innocent Alice's abduction. The origins of the intoxicating, dreamy fragrance had been thoroughly investigated prior to the demon attack. The circus had performed in ruin with great acclaim. Just before the final act, the previously docile saber-toothed tiger erupted into a frenzy, and other beasts followed suit without warning. That moment, a traveling alchemist happened to be seated in the audience, possessing the very dreamy fragrance. Upon witnessing the rampaging beasts, the alchemist decisively employed the intoxicating aroma, which acted as a powerful soporific. Those frenzied creatures collapsed without a fight. After the chaos, the alchemist gifted a portion of the dreamy fragrance to the circus leader, unaware that this so-called circus was, in fact, a legion of monsters, with all but the leader being merciless demons. Upon arriving at Rog Camp, the circus's true nature as a nest of demons was revealed. The circus leader recounted the events leading up to this moment, while the disguised demons threatened him with death should he expose the truth. That it was shocking to discover that the circus had transformed into a den of demons, indicating that circumstances were dire and that a hidden conspiracy was afoot. I promptly relayed the events to Akira, who was equally astonished. I must take it upon myself to protect Rog Camp. With only 2 days remaining before the circus's departure, it was imperative to resolve the issue of these scheming demons within that time frame. That I instructed Charles to engage with the demons, primarily to buy time. Together with Talos and others, we meticulously devised a battle plan, first aiming to dull the demons' senses, followed by seeking the opportune moment to annihilate them. Previously, I procured a significant quantity of high-concentration tequila from a merchant, its staggering alcohol content promising a week-long slumber after just 1 drink. While uncertain of the demon's tolerance, I added some special ingredients to the liquor. Should the tequila fail to meet expectations, those additives would take immediate effect. From a circus leader, I learned that these heartless demons possessed an insatiable thirst for alcohol. The higher the alcohol content, the more they craved it. Thus, the tequila would serve its purpose, revealing the demon's dependency on intoxication. A grand banquet commenced at dusk, attended by the demons masquerading as humans, with the aim of inebriating them for a decisive strike. As the feast began, just as the demons prepared to gorge themselves, I stealthily produced the prepared spirits, the intoxicating aroma wafting through the air, irresistible to the demons. The circus leader feigned savoring the exquisite wine, then meaningfully declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, this splendid wine is a gift from the leader of Rog Camp. To express our gratitude for her generosity, let's drink deeply from this cup." With that, he pretended to raise his glass, and the demons downed it in one go. True to form, the demons exhibited the same lack of restraint as barbarians, and after a few rounds, they lay scattered across the floor, some even frothing at the mouth. That it was evident that the additives had performed their duty with remarkable efficacy. 2/3 of the demons collapsed, with a dozen still standing, albeit barely. However, under the influence of alcohol and the potent narcotics, the last 12 soon followed suit, and the plan succeeded flawlessly. Rendered defenseless, the demons became easy prey, as Talos and a few robust barbarians discarded the inebriated demons onto the blood-soaked ground. Coinciding with a full moon that illuminated the desolate woodland, the silver moonlight possesses a purging effect, stripping the demons of their disguises and revealing their true forms to all. The demons' actual appearances were those of rock throwers, clad in dark leather armor, with short tails and grotesque visages that incited revulsion. Under the cover of night, I directed my skeletal soldiers and clay golems to sever the heads of these vile demons. The dark red blood quickly seeped into the earth, and, as the demons perished, 2 blue items fell to the ground. I had little interest in the blue items, signaling Talos to collect them. Upon identification, the 2 blue items revealed mediocre attributes, and though discarding them seemed wasteful, Talos sold them for 3,000 gold pieces. With the demons vanquished, Charles was elated, returning the circus to Kurasht port the following day. Having successfully resolved this incident, Talos informed me that Akira sought my presence. I found her in the northeastern corner of Rog Camp. Ian, this incident was no mere coincidence. The demons' activities are escalating. At the end of Kurasht port lies the seal of one of the 3 demon lords, Mephisto. Should the demons break this seal, the calamity that would befall the human realm is unimaginable. That Akira's concerns were not unfounded. The demons had been masquerading as humans while plotting their schemes, and the situation had reached a critical juncture. Half a year had passed since my arrival in the realm of darkness, and I had successfully completed the tasks of exterminating the monsters within the evil cave and hunting the bloodbirds without incident. My active involvement earned me the admiration of the residents of Rog Camp, and Akira, as their leader, even promised me her unwavering support. The unscrupulous merchant Kid had yet to make his stance known, but I had devised a way to bring him to heel, and it would be most excruciating for him. Previously, I had cunningly extracted a substantial sum from Kid, and since then he had been plagued by nightmares, dreaming that all his goods were stolen, with the robbers warning him in his sleep that if he persisted in his unscrupulous dealings, he would face divine retribution to a rogue trader. Kid was acutely aware that retribution would eventually come. Although he also sold ordinary equipment, he was the first merchant on the dark road to openly establish gambling, which differed from typical gambling in that Kid's bets involved equipment. The items he wagered were highly priced and entirely unidentified, leading adventurers to part with vast sums in hopes of winning superior equipment. The odds of gambling for golden equipment are a mere 2. Most adventurers who spend exorbitant sums end up acquiring only a piece of mediocre blue gear, while those fortunate enough to obtain golden or even green equipment are as rare as stars in the night sky. Since Kid established his gambling den, nearly 300 individuals have fallen victim, with only 3 managing to secure golden equipment. The cost of 10 gambles amounts to 50,000 gold coins, yet one might ultimately receive nothing more than some average blue gear, or even face total loss. 3 days ago, Tyrell gifted me a pair of glasses known as the Eye of Truth within my mental realm. The glasses possess the remarkable ability to see through all disguises and hidden objects, even those buried hundreds of meters underground. I am perplexed by Tyrell's reason for bestowing such an item upon me. According to him, as a traveler of worlds, many truths remain obscured to the naked eye. These glasses can aid in uncovering factual realities, including thoughts that many are reluctant to voice, and in due time, I would discover numerous unexpected applications for them. Following the conclusion of the Demon Acrobatics incident, I spent 2 days experimenting with the myriad effects of the Eye of Truth. One such ability is X-ray vision, which proves invaluable for many a lecherous individual. For me, however, this function is essential in exposing the unscrupulous merchant. Kid. The second effect of the Eye of Truth ensures that anyone within a certain range speaks only the truth, revealing their innermost thoughts. If someone dares to lie, their soul's hue will shift to pink. The third effect allows me to peer into the very essence of a person's soul. Those who lie or conceal the truth cannot escape the Eye of Truth's influence, as fate would have it. While passing by Kid's tent, I encountered several dejected adventurers emerging from within, their expressions betraying yet another round of exploitation at Kid's hands. Seizing this opportunity, I decided to test the Eye's capabilities to see if I could discern unrecognized equipment. If successful, it would spell the end of Kid's duplicitous dealings. Upon returning home, I donned a cloak that concealed my entire body, using its hood to mask my face. In this guise, I believed no one would recognize me. Silently, I entered Kid's tent, and due to my position in the shadows, he remained oblivious to my presence until I prodded him with my index finger. When Kid turned to face me, he beheld a figure entirely shrouded in the cloak. Rendering my visage indistinguishable, a chill crept down his spine as he sensed an unsettling breeze at his back. "Who are you, and what business do you have here?" Kid stammered, his voice trembling. "You need not inquire about my identity. Simply know that retribution has come," I replied in a low, resonant tone. Having already consumed a potion that alters my voice, its effects would persist for 3 hours, during which I could manipulate my vocalizations without arousing suspicion. To be direct, I have come to gamble with you, not tamper with the equipment. Should any consequences arise, you shall be held responsible. Present all the equipment you intend to wager. Before long, Kid produced 2 chests, instructing his associates to forcefully open them. Inside, they were filled with various pieces of equipment. All unrecognized, I began to sift through the items, and within the Eye's influence, the colors of the equipment became vividly clear to me. I casually retrieved a bronze shield and a golden helmet, the combined worth of which amounted to 10,000 gold coins, tossing 2 pouches of coins to Kid. Upon placing the items in my pack, their details materialized before me. The little demon shield boasted a defense of 129, a durability of 65/79, required level of 23, and a strength score of 85, while enhancing all skill levels by 1 and increasing all resistances by 10. The illustrated text helmet offered a defense of 110, a durability of 98123, required level of 25, and a strength score of 90, with a 35 chance of inflicting a crushing attack upon striking, alongside an additional 20 cold damage lasting 5 seconds. While the attributes of these two golden items are commendable, my current prowess does not permit their use. I shall retain them until my abilities are sufficiently heightened, or perhaps present them as gifts. Successfully acquiring 2 pieces of golden equipment, I have spent 10,000 gold coins, yet their total value exceeds that amount, rendering the venture a profitable one, seizing the moment before Kid fully comprehended my actions. I departed. After sunset, I returned to Kid's tent, tossing 1,000 gold coins before him, and nonchalantly selected a 2-handed sword before leaving. Prior to my arrival, I had already identified the equipment I sought. Of the 2 chests, only a handful contained golden items, with merely 2 green pieces. The Vampire Fang 2-handed sword dealt damage ranging from 126 to 195, with a durability of 110129, requiring 50 strength points and a level of 25. Bestowing 20 lifesteal upon a successful hit, in addition to 20 poison damage and 20 fire damage lasting 5 seconds. In summation, my acquisitions today yielded 3 pieces of golden equipment valued at nearly 20,000 gold coins. While I spent just over 10,000, in contrast, Kid incurred a loss exceeding 9,000 gold coins. The unscrupulous merchant, Kid, remains blissfully unaware that he has fallen into my trap, and extricating himself will not be an easy task. I shall seize the opportunity to obtain the last of Kid's golden equipment, and when he eventually realizes the truth, it will be too late. He shall remain oblivious to the identity of the one who has inflicted upon him this bitter taste of suffering. Given that Kid's unscrupulous actions have incited public outrage, and his myriad practices of overcharging and underpaying have caused significant harm to the laboring populace, I, as a champion of justice, have resolved to impose severe consequences for Kid's transgressions. In the rogue camp, only Cassia is acutely aware of Kid's true nature. As the leader of the mercenaries, she has procured most of the equipment for the rogues from Kid, who frequently dispenses substandard wares. In the pursuit of demon hunting, while strength is paramount, possessing a superior weapon or armor can mean the difference between life and death. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that more than half of the leather armor sold to Cassia is crafted from materials of dubious quality, resulting in a grim fate for those who donned such defective gear. 5 years ago, during a mission to eradicate a demon, a rogue archer fell victim to a dark hunter due to the inferior armor they wore, ultimately leading to the brutal demise of half the rogue archers. The failure of the mission was not due to a lack of skill, but rather the clear deficiencies in the armor sold by the unscrupulous Kid. Kid deliberately selects low-quality armor for purchase and then subjects it to dubious post-processing. First, he subjects the armor to sulfur fumes for 3 hours, followed by soaking it in the juice of the nightmarish tomato, a plant that emits an intensely pungent odor when ripe. Items soaked in this juice undergo a structural transformation, rendering them exceedingly fragile, that a steel plate immersed in nightmarish tomato juice for 3 days becomes as brittle as paper. One can only imagine the extent to which the armor's defense would deteriorate after such treatment. Kid, devoid of conscience, sells these defective armors to Cassia at 500 gold coins apiece, netting a total profit of 3,000 gold coins. When Cassia's mercenaries donned these tampered armors and proceeded to their mission site, the agile rogue archers encountered their first adversaries, the Blade Demons, an upgraded version of the Sinking Demons, exhibiting even greater aggression. Although the rogue archers were exceptionally skilled, their arrows inflicted minimal damage, resulting in a casualty of 1 killed and another injured among 30 Blade Demons. Their luck would soon run out, as the hulking Yeti proved to be a formidable foe. The metal-tipped arrows struggled to penetrate the Yeti's tough hide, with more than half deflecting harmlessly away. The rogues, renowned for their archery, were left helpless as the Yeti's physical attacks wreaked havoc, leaving only 12 of the original 30 archers standing. They did not falter in skill, but rather fell victim to the treachery of the unscrupulous merchant. A ranged weapon, the bow relies on piercing strikes, yet its inherent weakness lies in its insufficient power. While elemental magic can enhance arrow damage, few Amazonian archers possess mastery over such techniques. The remaining 12 rogue archers momentarily evaded their pursuers, but at a great cost. The low-quality armor sustained multiple damages, and it was clear they could endure no further punishment. Resolutely, the squad leader discarded the damaged armor and produced a town teleportation scroll, leading the weary and wounded archers back to the rogue camp. Upon their return, the archers recounted their harrowing experiences to Kasia. Yet by mere coincidence, Kid was absent from the rogue camp at that time, having left to procure more goods. Kid had long been aware of the quality issues plaguing the armor, thus adopting the strategy of retreat as the best course of action. After selling that batch of flawed armor, he discreetly departed from the rogue encampment. That, on the other hand, Kasia learned of the failure of the extermination mission. While time could heal the physical wounds, it could not erase the psychological toll. Silently bearing the weight of this defeat, Kasia finally comprehended Kid's true nature. As time flew by, a month passed, and Kid returned to the rogue encampment. He purchased a new batch of equipment at a bargain from the Karas harbor, intending to employ the same deceitful tactics to exploit the unsuspecting buyers once more. Some adventurers, having encountered issues with their gear, sought to confront Kid, yet he shamelessly refused to accept returns. The Eye of Truth could be regarded as the nemesis of all unscrupulous merchants, and Kid's days of prosperity were evidently drawing to a close. Initially, he had contemplated wagering 10,000 gold coins against Kid, but seemed entirely unnecessary now. Instead, a straightforward plan presented itself: to incapacitate Kid with a potent sedative and then plunder the golden equipment with ease. Sometimes, the simplest strategies yield the most unexpected results. The leader of the acrobat troupe, Charles, had gifted me the remaining powerful sedative, Dreamy Essence, before his departure, and little did I know it would soon prove invaluable. The alchemical tome described Dreamy Essence as follows: 20 grams of moon fruit, 1 stalk of moonshadow grass, 5 milliliters of abyssal blood, the eyes of sand jumper, and 12 grams of the bone marrow from a colossal beast. These ingredients must be combined and boiled repeatedly for 5 times, resulting in a fine powder that embodies the sought-after powerful sedative. Rumor has it that Dreamy Essence has skyrocketed to a price of 1,000 gold coins per gram on the black market, with high concentrations fetching even over 10,000 gold coins per gram. Carefully extracting a small pinch from the glass vial, I mixed it into 1,000 milliliters of pure water, while the surface of the water appeared unchanged. The reality was that even a single gram of Dreamy Essence, once dissolved, transformed the water into an extraordinarily potent narcotic. To test the effects of the dissolved Dreamy Essence, I procured a chick from the residents of the rogue encampment and fed it the specially prepared water. The results of the experiment exceeded my expectations. Even when diluted 100-fold, a gram of Dreamy Essence retains significant potency. That it seems the title of the most powerful narcotic is not unfounded. The once lively chick, upon consuming my concoction, collapsed 2 minutes later, lost in a deep slumber. If Dreamy Essence were diluted even 10-fold or less, both humans and animals who ingested the mixture could easily remain in a state of sleep for decades. Even when diluted 1,000 times, Dreamy Essence still exhibited remarkable effects. A 70 kilograms adult would remain unconscious for at least a week, if not longer. As daylight gradually faded, the moon and stars took the place of the sun. I spread my mental energy throughout every corner of the rogue encampment, and at that moment, I felt as though I'd become one with it, a truly extraordinary sensation upon donning the Eye of Truth. I noticed that Kid's soul had turned gray, indicating he had realized he had been deceived. Thus far, no one had ever successfully wagered on golden equipment twice in a row in the game set by Kid. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. Kid began to feel anxious and yearned to flee the rogue encampment. Swiftly, I became acutely aware of all of Kid's thoughts, and given the situation, it was prudent to remain observant, especially since it was unlikely that someone of Kid's intellect could devise a more sophisticated plan. The bustling rogue encampment transformed into an eerie silence as night fell, the full moon glimmering like a jewel against the dark canvas of the sky. Stealthily approaching Kid's tent with a prepared sedative, I noted that he seemed oblivious to the intruder, suggesting that my plan could proceed without a hitch. I had heard tales of Kid's character, yet I had not anticipated that his greed surpassed that of any other, despite having encountered various avaricious merchants before my arrival in this world. None had exhibited greed as profound as Kid's. Reflecting on Kid's dialogues from my gaming days, I now understood that unscrupulous merchants are born to exploit, pursuing profit maximization at the expense of any adventurer who dared to purchase equipment from him. Tars, during his visits to mooch meals from me, had once regaled me with tales of Kid's past, and one knew precisely when Kid settled in the rogue encampment or when he embarked on his journey as a merchant. These questions remained shrouded in mystery, given that the skills of the twin maids had approached that of master chefs, and that I was the wealthiest individual in the rogue encampment. Only Tars and a few others were privy to my nearly 10 million gold coin fortune. Tars often claimed he was deepening our friendship, a rather dubious rationale, by arriving to share meals before I had even risen. Occasionally, out of a sense of guilt, he would bring a fragmentary gemstone as a token of repayment. Later, I discovered that Tar's true motivation was to win favor with the beautiful maids. The meals were secondary, while gaining the affection of the two maidens was his principal goal, to be frank. Tar's drinking habits left much to be desired. Although he possessed a barbarian's capacity for liquor, he was also remarkably susceptible to inebriation. Tars belonged to that category of individuals who, once intoxicated, would answer any question posed to him, divulging everything he knew. During a private gathering I hosted, I managed to intoxicate Tars, who, in his drunken state, revealed heartfelt truths and adventurous escapades that he would ordinarily keep to himself, including the tale of Kid's transformation into a merchant and even the identity of Akira's first love. In his drunken stupor, Tars recounted Kid's history. 20 years ago, Kid was just 18, and at that time, the rogue encampment was not beset by the dangers it now faced. Kid was born into a merchant family and enjoyed a life of affluence from a young age. Displaying a keen business acumen that surpassed that of his peers by the age of 8, his father viewed him as the sole heir to the family fortune. However, a pivotal event at the age of 15 altered the course of Kid's life. Kid's father was a prosperous timber merchant, but fortune turned when a mysterious competitor emerged, overshadowing Kid's father both financially and strategically. This enigmatic rival gradually began to encroach upon the market held by Kid's father, ultimately usurping his position as the head of the merchant guild and stripping Kid's father of his rights as the sole supplier. Consequently, Kid's family business fell into decline. Despite being only 15, Kid had already mastered the art of commerce. With his sharp business instincts and decisive methods, he managed to recover a significant portion of the losses. From that moment on, Kid successfully inherited the family business and further expanded its reach. It must be said that Kid was a rare business prodigy. Under his stewardship, the family enterprise thrived, and, within a mere 5 years, he became the wealthiest merchant in the Dark Continent, before turning 30. Kid's family business flourished, but upon his father's passing at the age of 32, Kid took charge of the funeral arrangements at that time, and Ariel had already established herself as a demon lord for several hundred years. And to break Mephisto's seal, 6 perfect gems were required. Coincidentally, Kid possessed exactly 6 perfect gems. The rogue encampment, however, had yet to develop the formidable strength it now wielded, and Ariel led a horde of demons to attack Kid's caravan. Seizing the 6 perfect gems, while Kid's wife and family were brutally slain, leaving the scene in utter devastation. Kid had narrowly escaped the catastrophe, having been away on business negotiations, but upon returning home, he was met with the overwhelming stench of blood permeating the vicinity of his mansion, a testament to the brutality of the demons, in order to bring Kid's unscrupulous dealings to light. I spent a week investigating his past and the history of his family business through various channels. The results of the investigation were astonishing. Kid's total assets amounted to over 500 million gold coins, with 30% earned by his father and the remaining 70% acquired through Kid's unscrupulous tactics over the past decade, while the exact extent of Kid's exploitation of adventurers remained unclear. The findings suggested that his illicit gains far exceeded 500 million gold coins, hinting at hidden wealth. Indeed, Sophie, using her beauty, managed to acquire crucial intelligence regarding Kid, revealing that he possessed a trove of unidentified treasures at the Kurast harbor. Valued at over 2 billion, preliminary statistics indicated that over 500 adventurers had fallen victim to Kid scams, with their gambling losses exceeding 10 million gold coins. Most adventurers, in their reckless pursuits, ended up with only blue equipment, with a mere 2 having struck gold. The probability of obtaining golden equipment was a mere 1 in 1,000, and many adventurers returned empty-handed, having been outwitted by Kid. All gambling ventures are fraught with deceit, where it is the orchestrators of the games who invariably emerge victorious. In fact, only a minuscule fraction can hope to win any money amidst the odds. Upon keenly observing Kid's actions, the opportune moment has finally arrived after 3 days. It's time to ensnare him. 3 days prior, Kid had encountered the stunningly voluptuous Sophie, with whom he was utterly smitten. As a token of their budding relationship, Kid generously gifted Sophie a flawless ruby and promised to host a grand banquet in her honor. Undoubtedly, the unsuspecting Kid has already taken the bait. The banquet presents an ideal opportunity to strike. I had previously provided Sophie with a vial of potent dream mist, awaiting the moment to incapacitate Kid, at which point our plans could be set into motion. The banquet organized by Kid commenced after sunset, with notable attendees including the spiritual leader Akra, the mercenary chief Kasha, the blacksmith Chasai, the traveling merchant Verif, among others, including over 30 adventurers. Regrettably, the guests had already been informed by me, meaning that while all those invited by Kid would be present, they would each excuse themselves at various intervals, leaving Kid none the wiser about my machinations. One cannot help but admire Kid's lavishness. The platters brimming with food were adorned with golden edges, and the cutlery was crafted from pure silver, while the tables and chairs were made from diamond wood. The culinary offerings surpassed even the opulence of a royal feast, featuring exotic ingredients, exquisite foie gras, truffles, and aged wines, enough to tantalize anyone's palate. Half an hour into the banquet, Kid arrived fashionably late, his extravagant attire capturing the attention of all. Sophie made a dazzling entrance in a violet low-cut evening gown, outshining everyone present. The brilliance of her gown was accentuated by a brooch of flawless diamond on her left breast and a rare black pearl necklace adorning her slender neck. Kid, without reservation, lavished these jewels upon her, and Sophie's transformation was indeed flawless. Although Kid was no longer in his youth, he appeared well-preserved, his face aglow, with hands adorned in gemstone rings that would surely tempt any thief to sever his fingers. As the wine flowed, Kid's face became flushed from excess, contrasting sharply with Sophie, who remained sober. The exquisite wine served to guests had been tampered with. The aged vintage had been mixed with dream mist. Its effect set to take hold precisely 3 hours later. All attendees had been given an antidote beforehand and had already consumed it. As the banquet drew to a close, guests began to depart under various pretexts, raising no suspicions. By the time the effects of the dream mist manifested, Kid would be plunged into a deep slumber for at least a week. As scripted, one by one, the guests made their excuses and exited, leaving only Kid and the enchanting Sophie in the banquet hall. The dream mist effects kicked in, and Kid felt the world spinning. The captivating Sophie appeared to him as a goddess. The concoction dulled Kid's central nervous system, and gradually he found himself unable to muster any strength, ultimately collapsing to the floor. Once I confirmed that Kid was in a profound sleep, Tars and the others, eager to act, sprang into action at my command, launching a heist. The 10 gemstone rings adorning Kid's fingers were swiftly removed by Tars, who, in his fervor, nearly snapped Kid's fingers. Adventurers who had suffered at Kid's hands gathered around me, vowing to assist me in reclaiming the gold that had fallen into Kid's possession. If successful, they pledged to offer their utmost support in tackling challenging quests, and should they renege on this promise, they would submit to my judgment. Among these enthusiastic adventurers were several high-level class changers, whose aid would bring me a step closer to realizing my ambition of vanquishing the demon god. Kid's tent was situated in the southwestern corner of the Rod camp, and prior investigations uncovered a vast underground chamber housing the majority of Kid's wealth. All that remained was to locate the entrance to this hidden vault, and our plan would be executed flawlessly. I procured a sturdy rope to bind Kid, and Tars and I stealthily infiltrated Kid's tent, where Talaros had already discovered the entrance to the underground chamber. As Talaros tapped the floor in search of the entrance, he finally uncovered a visibly damaged stone slab. Drawing his double-handed sword from his waist, he shattered the slab, revealing the anticipated entrance. The passage to the underground chamber was barely wide enough for one person, meaning the barbarian Tars could not descend. He volunteered to stand guard above, while Talaros and I ventured down. Extracting a holy light stone from my spatial ring, its soft and pure radiance illuminated the steps ahead, the magical energy contained within sufficient for over half an hour of use. Talaros and I entered the underground chamber, where a wooden door lay before us. Talaros forcefully kicked it apart, and in that instant, dazzling light far brighter than the sun burst forth, revealing an array of shimmering equipment and piles of gold coins and rare gems littering the floor. I could scarcely believe my eyes. The chamber exceeded 200 square meters, filled with hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Lining the walls were 5 rows of various armors and weapons, interspersed with golden gear. Talaros, dazzled by the sight of the coins, activated the spatial ring on his right index finger, and a flash of blue light swept across, causing the coins on the ground to vanish, the majority of the gems. Coins and equipment from the underground chamber had been stowed away in the spatial ring, and within a dilapidated wooden chest, I discovered a complete set of green gear, comprising a staff, belt, and helmet. I struggled to recall which of the 32 sets of green gear included these 3 components. And after eliminating most possibilities, I concluded it must be the Hell Tools. Before my journey to the Dark Continent, I had initially donned this set as a level 76 necromancer, although it was merely a beginner's set. It had accompanied me for a significant period. The attributes conferred by this set, alongside my necromancer skill level, surpassed those of advanced golden gear. I was astonished to find that Kid had amassed an entire collection of green gear. Indeed, one need not search far and wide to find that which is readily available. The equipment Kid had painstakingly gathered was now mine for the taking. After half an hour, I had completely filled my spatial ring with the treasures and equipment from the underground chamber, leaving not a single ring behind. Talaros and I exited the underground chamber with composure, eager to witness the crestfallen expression on Kid's face upon awakening. To my current level, I was perfectly suited to don the Hell Tools. Although only a basic set of green gear, equipping all 3 pieces immediately revealed their bonus attributes. An increase of 15 poison damage lasting 5 seconds, a 10% chance to inflict wounds, a 13% chance to steal life upon hitting, and a 20% increase in accuracy. It was astonishing that over decades, Kid had managed to collect such a wealth of golden and even green gear. While the source of these coveted items remained a mystery, the most plausible explanation was that Kid had purchased them at great expense from high-level adventurers. Calming my excitement, Talaros inadvertently stepped on a stone slab, which cracked open to reveal a trove of divine runes, over 200 in total. Setting aside the previous haul, the sheer value of these runes alone exceeded 100 million gold coins. When embedded in specific items, they could yield divine equipment, which required minimal level prerequisites and boasted commendable attributes. Upon counting, I found runes for B, say Lum, Ram, and Ist, among 32 others, should I use these runes to forge divine equipment. The resulting product would possess attributes rivaling dark gold gear, perhaps even surpassing standard dark gold equipment. Conveniently, I had a 2-socket crystal sword in my backpack, boasting a single-handed attack power of 1535. Albeit lacking any special attributes, recalling the sequence of the runes, I remembered a sword that required just 2 runes, the Turgal. Successfully embedding these runes would yield an item named Steel. Previously, I could effortlessly embed runes with a mere click. Yet now how was I to embed the runes into the crystal sword? I found myself perplexed. However, I could not afford to dwell on it. Time was of the essence, and I needed to gather as much of Kid's wealth as possible. As the magical energy of the illuminating crystal was nearly depleted, Talaros and I had successfully packed all the treasures from the underground chamber into our bags, by the time we returned to the surface. Night had fallen. Kid was ensnared in slumber, and Tars had also succumbed to boredom and drifted off. That I waved a flawless ruby before Tars' eyes, the gem casting a radiant glow that illuminated Kid's tent. Startled by the brilliance, Tars awoke, mumbling incoherently. It had already dawned. The time for a meal has come. After a lengthy discourse filled with tedious drivel, Tarsus resumed his slumber. Talos, bearing the still dreaming giant barbarian, hastily departed from Kid's tent. For remaining there held no further significance that Kid's underground chamber had been thoroughly emptied. I had uncovered all the concealed items, even a trove of gemstone necklaces hidden within a rat's nest. Talos, lacking any inclination for mercy. Seized everything that was within reach. This expedition proved to be exceedingly fruitful. Not only had I plundered kids' hidden treasures, but I also unexpectedly discovered a treasure map within the underground chamber. Regrettably, I am not yet in a position to seek the treasure. The location marked on the map was at the end of Trifank in the harbor of Karast. Given my current capabilities, it would be premature to venture to Karast. Even with divine artifacts, the council members in Trifank are formidable opponents, and the trio of dark gold monsters, they're notorious for being rookie killers. The end of Trifank leads to the entrance of the Prison of Hatred, guarded by the dark gold monsters Flamer Finger Rejib, Ice Fist Toke, and the Demon Lord Ismail, surrounded by dozens of council members. Passing through is certainly no trivial endeavor. The adventurers wronged by Kid finally erupted in outrage. Over 300 of them sought my assistance, having learned through various channels of Kid's previous lesson in my hands. Some adventurers from Harrogath traveled great distances to Rog Camp to discuss plans for revenge. Sophie volunteered to allure Kid with her beauty and then use the intoxicating essence of Dream Mist to incapacitate him. Before the plan to punish Kid commenced, I informed Akira and others of our intentions for retribution, and Werif was the first to consent. After careful deliberation, Akira also nodded in agreement, and the wronged adventurers expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards me. In an unexpected turn of events, Kid hosted a lavish banquet for Sophie, and after several rounds of wine, the effects of Dream Mist took hold, rendering Kid into a deep slumber, while Tarsus and I cleared out Kid's underground chamber. We stumbled upon the treasure map, which purportedly indicated that treasures worth billions were concealed by Kid in the harbor of Karast. The following morning, the adventurers who had arranged to meet me queued outside my door to reclaim the hard-earned gold that Kid had deceitfully taken from them. In an orderly fashion, I returned 300,000 gold coins by midday, and the adventurers departed elatedly, finally able to reclaim a semblance of their dignity. The most significant find from raiding Kid's basement was the green equipment known as Hell's Tools. Though merely a novice, set exclusive to necromancers. It suffices for facing off against monsters like Baal. The attributes provided by the necromancer skill level are enough to overshadow most golden gear, and I was thoroughly satisfied with the bonuses from the entire set. Half a month has passed since the completion of the task to hunt bloodbirds, and 3 days ago, Akira presented me with a new mission: to traverse the subterranean passage at the edge of the stony wastes and enter the dark forest in search of the Tree of Aniphis. Upon finding the scroll, I was to return to Rod Camp to have Akira translate its contents. Before embarking on this task, Akira generously gifted me a town portal scroll, a gesture I did not anticipate. The items sold by Akira are quite affordable, though a town portal scroll costs 100 gold coins, and a scroll of identification costs 80 gold coins. I no longer require scrolls of identification. After completing the task assigned by Akira, Deckard Cain would be able to identify all my items free of charge. This task would require confronting the dark gold monster treehead Woodfist located in the dark forest. While regular giant beasts are not overly challenging to vanquish, Treehead Woodfist is a superlative version of such beasts, accompanied by several elite giant beasts. Setting aside such thoughts for the moment, the teleportation array in the stony wastes had yet to be activated, and the creatures there are not to be underestimated, in addition to the previously encountered hardhair mice and dark hunters. The stony wastes are now home to the Moon Tribe, skeleton archers, and skeleton mages. Legend has it that prior to the conclusion of the war between heaven and hell, a valiant band of druids formed a squad to exterminate demons. Agile and well-coordinated, they dispatched numerous elite-level monsters, earning the moniker Nightmare of Monsters from Andariel's minions. The historical conflict between heaven and hell is known as the Demon War, and the druids mysteriously vanished after its conclusion. Some adventurers claim to have seen them reappear, albeit in the guise of monsters. Once druids, they had transformed into beasts, a reality difficult for the adventurers to accept. Before they could ponder further, the monsters launched their attack. The druids, now demon minions, not only possessed enhanced strength, but also infused their weapons with icy attributes. Having memorized the characteristics of the monsters in the stony wastes, my immediate task was to traverse the icy expanse and eliminate the creatures obstructing my path before officially entering the stony wastes. I teleported directly into the icy expanse from Rod Camp, and within mere seconds of stepping out of the portal, 5 dark hunters rushed toward me, clearly with ill intentions. The skeleton soldier in tow was no pushover. Its bony shield deflected incoming attacks while its one-handed sword lunged at the Dark Hunter's body. The spear it had yet to fully raise, unable to advance another inch. The one-handed sword pierced through the Dark Hunter's form, and it fell lifelessly in less than a minute. My most loyal servant dispatched all 5 Dark Hunters back to the abyss. These fallen Rog warriors were hardly formidable. Previously, when I entered the icy expanse through the blood wastes, the Rog archer Flavi guarding the boundary had cautioned me not to underestimate the fallen Rog warriors, as these malevolent creatures would spare no living being that approached them. With my most loyal servant by my side, we traversed the icy expanse, encountering relentless disturbances from hard-hair mice, giant beasts, skeleton archers, and other monsters along the way that I had no qualms about annihilating them all, though it took half an hour to gain a mere 3,000 experience points. At long last, I beheld the entrance to the stony waste that I remained vigilant. Entering a new environment invariably invites monsters. The insights shared by the resident adventurers of Rog Camp proved invaluable as I stepped into the stony wastes. 3 members of the Moon Tribe appeared approximately 100 meters away, radiating a malevolent aura surpassing that of all monsters in the icy expanse. Evolved skeleton soldiers engaged the Moon Tribe. Their perfect coordination leaving no opportunity for the monsters to exploit. 3 one-handed swords simultaneously lunged toward the creatures' bodies, targeting their brains and eyes. Oh my surprise, despite being struck in their vital spots. The Moon Tribe retaliated fiercely, attacking with abandon, akin to frenzied lunatics. Regrettably, I unleashed the crescent blade I had long prepared. To ensure the Moon Tribe would not strike back, dozens of crescent blades utterly obliterated their forms. The attribute-free spell, mutated into the crescent blade, not only rectified its limited attack range, but also amplified its power and area of effect. Among the offensive spells I currently wield, the crescent blade stands out as the most effective and powerful, with its level 5 potency surpassing that of a level 7 spell. The unexpectedly formidable Moon Tribe was finally vanquished, yielding 2 vitality restoration potions and 253 gold coins, just as I prepared to leave. Several spiny projectiles resembling hair shot towards me. It was evident they were attacks from hard-hair mice, likely elite ones. Their assault was insufficient to penetrate my defenses, not far from the Moon Tribe's remains. 3 elite hard-hair mice launched a second wave of attacks, and dozens of spines flew toward me in an instant. The Claystone Demon raised its right hand to block the assault, while the skeleton soldier swiftly retaliated. Countless sword shadows flashing by in the blink of an eye. The hard-hair mice had been sliced into numerous segments, leaving behind a mana potion and a piece of blue equipment on the ground. It was not yet prudent to collect the gear. The skeleton archers had already detected our intrusion. The sound of bowstrings being drawn echoed ominously. It must be noted that the stony wastes are swarming with stench crows. The most populous of monsters in the area, birthed from the nests of evil crows, with each one hatching every few minutes. The strategy to confront the foul-smelling crows begins with locating and dismantling their nests, which harbor these monstrous creatures. Although the foul crows possess average offensive capabilities, one must remain vigilant against their venomous attacks. Effectively combat the foul crows, it is imperative to don equipment that offers poison resistance. I imparted this knowledge to my fellow adventurers, cautioning them not to underestimate the threat, as these crows often swarm in numbers. The most effective means of engaging these creatures is through spellcasting. However, should one possess sufficient speed and poison resistance exceeding 20, physical attacks can also prove remarkably effective, as fate would have it, just as I recalled the tactics for dealing with the foul crows. Over a dozen of them appeared before me. I swiftly retreated over 10 meters, but a foul crow's venomous tail spikes struck the left arm of my skeletal soldier, regrettably, as an undead entity. The poison had little effect, diminishing to half its potency against such beings. Although the skeleton was poisoned, it remained largely unscathed, and the crow's onslaught was far from over. With a mighty swing, the skeletal soldier cleaved through one of the foul crow's bodies. The remaining crows, undeterred by the demise of their kin, shifted their focus to the clay golem. The hollow eye sockets of the golem glimmered with 2 flickering orbs of green flame as the crows lunged, their sharp tail spikes incessantly jabbing at its form. The potent toxins surged toward the clay golem, yet they failed to achieve their intended effect. Enraged, the golem seized two foul crows and slammed them forcefully against the ground. Despite the formidable physiques of these creatures, the golem's method of attack was the most straightforward, reducing the two foul crows to a pulpy mass. Witnessing the demise of their companions instilled fear in the remaining crows, prompting 9 of them to flee in haste. Would I allow my quarry to escape? The answer is a resounding no. A shiver coursed through me as if I had fallen victim to a demonic curse. Rendering me uncomfortable, I gestured and unleashed the crescent blade, striking 5 fleeing foul crows with precision. The foul crows, limited to low-altitude flight, stood no chance against the speed of the crescent blade, which outpaced them by several magnitudes. To my eyes, the crows moved with all the swiftness of a tortoise, the only difference being their ability to soar. Even with the ability to fly, it did not alter the inevitable fate of the foul crows. The Moon Clan swiftly followed suit, launching their own assault. Upon tallying the aftermath, I had vanquished 35 Moon Clan members, 50 foul crows, shattered 3 evil crow nests, and obliterated 2 sizable camps of the fallen. The loot from the creatures of the stony wilderness surpassed that of the frozen tundra by a factor of 2, yielding not only equipment, but also an abundance of restorative items, such as life potions, mana potions, and stamina potions, alongside offensive items like explosive potions and choking gas potions that I collected 30 bottles of life potions and 20 bottles of mana potions. At this rate, I would no longer need to purchase potions from Akira. Having explored 1/10 of the stony wilderness, I stumbled upon the Experience Temple for the first time. I reached out to touch the statue before me. I was astonished to find my experience points surge by 2,000. This sudden influx of experience propelled me to the 8th level, enveloping my form in a divine radiance. However, due to the continuous casting of spells, both my body and mind were left in a state of extreme exhaustion. Now, with my mana and life fully replenished, I felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through me. The exploration of the stony wilderness took 3 hours, during which I made an effort to avoid particularly aggressive monsters. In the northwest corner of the stony wilderness, a prominent bookshelf caught my attention. Upon inspecting it, I discovered a moldy, ancient tome. I opened it. A mysterious and distant voice began to narrate a tale in my mind. It spoke of a woman who sought to regain her youth through the blood of a virgin, residing in a castle within the Black Wastes. Her plans met with universal opposition, ignoring the warnings. She turned to darkness in pursuit of eternal life, yet her castle fell to demons over the years, ultimately becoming a desolate ruin. After delivering this resolute statement, the strange voice vanished. Akira's second task assigned to me was, in essence, to rescue the last descendant of the Hordrim, Deckard Cain, who had been imprisoned by demons. The subterranean passages of the stony wilderness were 2 levels deep. The first level teemed with various monsters, while the second contained numerous elite foes, particularly the multitude of elite fallen sorcerers who demanded special caution. Even seasoned adventurers could find themselves ensnared in peril. The camps of the fallen were plentiful throughout the stony wilderness, with elite fallen sorcerers capable of launching 3 fireballs simultaneously. One must remain wary of the lurking dark hunters and foul crows, while the sluggish zombies could be disregarded for the time being. As I cautiously approached the entrance to the subterranean passage, 2 adjacent foul crow nests obscured my view. Each individual nest stood 3 meters tall with a diameter of 1 meter, primarily serving as breeding grounds for the foul crows. Exhibiting moderate defensive capabilities against both physical and magical assaults, the nest before me writhed incessantly, its inky hue occasionally oozing a viscous liquid from the entrance. Strangely, no foul crows lingered nearby. Suddenly, a crow flew out before the liquid could touch the ground, the foul liquid emitting a noxious odor akin to rotting vegetables, nearly causing me to regurgitate the previous night's meal that I fervently hoped for the stench to dissipate as I felt on the brink of asphyxiation. In what seemed a divine response to my plea, a torrential downpour descended without warning that I was well aware of the unpredictable weather in the Dark Continent, this being the second instance of encountering heavy rain during my outdoor ventures. I could not help but marvel at my fortune. While exploring the stony wilderness, I fortuitously discovered an unoccupied house of nearly 200 square meters, free from any monstrous inhabitants. The interior was starkly furnished, containing only a table and chairs, while a stone fireplace stood in one corner, accompanied by a neatly stacked pile of kindling that I retrieved my stash of powdered ruby and evenly sprinkled it over the wood, closing my eyes as I chanted an incantation. After a minute, the dry wood crackled, igniting into bright yellow flames, while my drenched clothing and gear lay nearby, drying in the warmth. Beneath the eaves, a tethered bison grazed leisurely on tender grass. Seemingly unperturbed by the rain, that I shed my drenched undergarments and pulled out a spare set of clothing from my backpack, having anticipated such a scenario, though I had not expected it to arise so swiftly. The roaring flames flickered in the dim light, casting a rosy hue upon my pale skin. I was certain this was due to my earlier sprint in the rain while clad in wet attire. As I began to sneeze incessantly. Fortunately, I had prepared for this eventuality. Before embarking on the task assigned by Akira, I had sensed that this mission would not be easily accomplished, knowing full well that the path ahead would be fraught with thorns. My premonition had indeed materialized into reality, and I couldn't help but lament the inauspicious start. I pulled out a glass vial from my backpack, containing a clear liquid renowned for its efficacy in treating colds, fevers, and chills, that I was highly confident in its potency. Prior to my departure from the rogue encampment, that fellow Tars had caught a chill from sleeping on the floor and developed a fever. It had been well past midnight, and the encampment lacked any doctors or medicines. I had successfully cured Tars with the cold remedy I had concocted. The recipe for this remedy was documented in an alchemical tome, requiring 2 leaves of moonfruit, 1 milliliter of which tears, and 5 quills from spiny rat, all mixed in specific proportions to create an effective cure for colds. This recipe, chronicled within the alchemical compendium, was of unknown origin, yet yielded remarkable results. Patients exhibiting symptoms of colds and fevers would find relief within a day of consumption. I uncorked the vial and downed the cold remedy in one gulp, relieved that it was tasteless and colorless, akin to pure water. The downpour persisted for 3 hours, but once the remedy took effect, the chills and runny nose vanished rapidly when I finally exited my temporary refuge. The rain had ceased, yet my stomach began to protest, for although my backpack contained various gear, it lacked any provisions, not even a single leaf. In no matter, the robust bison tethered outside would serve as an ample feast for my hunger. I produced a small vial of dreamy essence and held it before the bison's nose, the essence's effects manifesting instantly as the bison collapsed onto the ground. With a trusty but discarded one-handed sword, I forcefully sliced a piece of meat from the bison's thigh. The bison, rendered insensible by the essence, felt no pain, though its life was not in jeopardy. It was fortunate that the bison, still tethered outside, had not transformed into a monster's dinner. Now, I merely needed to carve a piece of meat, and before long, the wound would heal. The meat, cut from the thigh of a bison, weighs no less than 5 kilograms, while the bison tethered outside the dwelling is conservatively estimated to weigh over 1,000 kilograms. The stony expanse is dotted with numerous withered trees, their bark cracked and dry. I gather a few branches and extract various spices from my backpack, applying them evenly to the beef. While skewering the meat on the branches to roast, I remain vigilant for any lurking monsters. 10 minutes later, the exterior of the beef has been roasted to a fragrant crisp, the aroma of the barbecue wafting through the air, attracting a horde of abyssal fiends. Regrettably, I am unwilling to share my lunch with a throng of such creatures, especially those of the abyssal kind. Although the abyssal fiends of this rocky wilderness are significantly more formidable than their counterparts in the blood wastes, they pose no threat to me at present. Additionally, 3 enormous beasts are drawn to the scent of the roasting meat. I can even discern the number of teeth in their massive jaws. The sight of the cooked meat is an irresistible temptation, eliciting copious drool from the giant beasts. An encounter is imminent, and the outcome will determine the ultimate claim over the roasted meat. If only Tarsus were by my side, he would undoubtedly dispatch the creatures disturbing our meal without hesitation, in the blink of an eye. I summoned the skeletal warriors and clay golems stored within my spatial ring. That I now realize that once summoned, these undead beings forge an indelible mental connection with me. Following the conclusion of battle, there is no need to dismiss the skeletal warriors. They will automatically return to the spatial ring on my finger, as long as monsters are nearby. The skeletal warriors and clay golems can emerge from the ring to join the fray, without my expending any mana. The skeletal warriors, now elevated to level 5, possess attack power comparable to that of a level 10 barbarian, thanks to the effects of my equipment, akin to that of dark gold. Their defensive capabilities are equally impressive. The abyssal fiends that dared to interrupt my meal perish within half a minute under the relentless assault of the skeletal warriors. One of the colossal beasts, its fur bristling, swings its massive arms toward me. I duck under the attack and retaliate with my demon piercer staff, striking the beast directly. My astonishment. The enormous creature's body does not bleed a single drop upon being pierced. Instead, its vast form is encased in ice as the staff's inherent properties take effect. The cold damage freezes the creature, and the clay golem delivers a devastating punch, shattering the ice-encased beast into a cascade of water that seeps into the ground. The final two giant beasts do not retreat. Instead, they pivot and unleash their prepared crescent blades. Two ice blue energy blades soar through the air at supersonic speed, severing the furry heads of the colossal beasts. Their wounds devoid of any blood that I command the skeletal warriors to slice through the beast's thick, 20-centimeter hides, causing a pale blue blood to flow forth. Upon contact with the air, the liquid evaporates rapidly. Could this be the alchemical material known as Azure Star recorded in alchemical tomes? The compendium detailing all alchemical materials describes the characteristics of the Azure Star, noting that among beast-type monsters, only these giant creatures have a 1 in 1,000 chance of possessing blood that is Azure Star. To find such a creature is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, and only one individual has ever successfully extracted the Azure Star, subsequently becoming a master alchemist. Gazing at this rare, alchemical material before me, I disregard the other dropped equipment, retrieving a transparent vial from my backpack, that I make a larger incision, and the blue blood gushes forth like a fountain, filling half the vial. However, I'm only able to collect less than 2% of the blue blood, as most evaporates upon exposure to air. The Azure Star commands a price exceeding 10,000 gold coins per milliliter on the underground market, yet it remains a rare commodity. With the threats to my meal neutralized, I can finally enjoy my feast. The aroma of the beef makes my mouth water, its golden brown exterior crisp and fragrant. After indulging in a satisfying meal and disposing of the remnants, I turn my attention to the tasks ahead. The entrance to the underground passage lies to the north of the Abyssal Fiends camp. But first, I must locate the key coordinates, 5 stone pillars inscribed with special runes that a multitude of Abyssal Fiends loiters around these pillars, including the formidable dark gold creature, Lacanic. This dark gold creature possesses impressive strength, requiring utmost caution to confront, while the other fiends serve merely as its entourage. Typical Abyssal Fiends are endowed with fire-resistant attributes, and those of the dark gold tier not only boast enhanced attack power, but also possess unique attributes. Encountering monsters with cold enhancements is particularly vexing for me, as they invariably unleash a freezing aura upon defeat. And even a slight deficiency in cold resistance can leave one immobilized. The freezing aura has a radius of 30 meters. Those caught within it are undoubtedly frozen. Even the swiftest assassins would find their speed diminished by its effects. Unfortunately, I find myself face to face with Lacanic that I delegate the surrounding abyssal fiends to the skeletal warriors and clay golems, focusing my efforts on Lacanic. Unlike the other fiends, Lacanic's deep blue skin sets it apart among its kin, suggesting it possesses ice resistance. Perhaps even cold enhancement. 5 crescent blades have depleted 2/3 of Lacanic's health. And at this moment, I stand nearly 15 meters away, deliberately maintaining distance to avoid the freezing aura. Lacanic's power exceeds that of any dark gold creature I have previously encountered, and the greater the enemy's strength, the more it stirs my fighting spirit. I relish high-stakes gambles. The swift skeletal warriors evade Lacanic's attacks effortlessly, and one warrior sidesteps to sever the creature's left hand. Seizing the opportunity, while Lacanic recoils in pain, I thrust my sword into its body. Evade the freezing aura. I retreat over 50 meters before halting. As Lacanic's health dwindles to nothing, it collapses, releasing a wave of freezing aura in its final moments. A ring of ice blue light emanates as Lacanic falls, catching the skeletal warriors within its range. While the clay golem is not spared either, I breathe a sigh of relief, having kept my distance from Lacanic, narrowly avoiding the freezing effect, though I cannot help but break into a cold sweat. Lacanic drops 2 pieces of blue equipment and 100 gold coins. Before I can collect these items, a rather unwelcome abyssal fiend enters my line of sight. The skeletal warriors do not disappoint. Within a minute, they dispatch 20 abyssal fiends, netting a total of 500 gold coins, 9 health and mana potions, 13 explosive potions, among other items. Eager to discern the properties of the blue equipment dropped by Lacanic, I retrieve a mid-level identification scroll and lay it flat on the ground. First, I identify the item designated for necromancers, the grotesque mummy bone, infusing a sliver of mental energy into the scroll. The equipment's name and attributes are immediately revealed. Skull Jewel, mummy bone, exclusive to necromancers, with defense of 21, requiring level 9 and 23 strength points, granting 1 to bone toxin and 23 toxin damage for a duration of 5 seconds. With 20 poison resistance, the mummy bone appears to be crafted from the hide of some unknown creature, filled with a transparent liquid. Even holding the mummy bone makes me feel nauseous, let alone using it. The other blue equipment is a staff specifically for mages, and I see no need to waste an identification scroll on an item I cannot utilize. Just before entering the underground passage, I unexpectedly discover the teleportation array of the stony wilderness. This teleportation array is located to the west of an abyssal fiend camp, not far from the underground passage that I channel a significant amount of mana into the array, leaving me physically and mentally drained. Finally, 2 orbs of silvery flames ignite, activating the teleportation array of the stony wilderness after I've expended 2/3 of my mana. The prize for vanquishing Lacanic is my complete mana depletion and a 10% decrease in health. My current health points, bolstered by my equipment, exceed 200. Despite the potential scorn of others, I equip the mummy bone, and its properties are immediately revealed. Lacking poison resistance, the mummy bone compensates for my relatively weak toxin resistance, while its enhancement to bone toxin elevates my crescent blade by 1 level. Currently, the crescent blade is at skill level 11, dealing 6,975 damage, with a next level promising 83,100 damage. I am quite satisfied with the damage dealt by the crescent blade. Lesser dark gold creatures are no match for me, and even in a confrontation with an Ariel, I am confident I could emerge unscathed. Approaching the underground passage, an aura of chill emanates from the entrance, causing me to shiver involuntarily. I have heard that the underground passage spans an area equivalent to 3 rogue encampments. The monsters lurking within are exceptionally ferocious, with swarms of shadowy hunters and skeleton archers lying in wait to ambush from the shadows. Merely contending with these creatures demands my utmost vigilance, not to mention the elite monsters that reside within the subterranean passages. The moment I stepped into the underground tunnel, I could palpably sense countless eyes fixated upon me. The air was a chilling, damp blend infused with a heavy metallic scent of blood, and in the distance, I could faintly hear the low growls of monsters, although the tunnel was shrouded in darkness. My armor's illumination effect cast a radiant glow within a 5-meter radius. After only a few steps, a buzzing sound heightened my alertness, prompting me to approach its source, where I encountered the lifeless body of a rogue, beneath which lay 2 vials of healing potions. Advancing nearly 50 meters, I witnessed 3 colossal beasts approaching slowly. Having mentally prepared myself, I unhesitatingly launched the crescent blade condensed in my right hand. Within mere moments, the formidable beasts lay defeated. Regrettably, these 3 colossal creatures were of ordinary caliber. It seemed that my previous encounter with a blue-blooded beast had merely been a stroke of luck, and I wondered how long it would be before I encountered another with such rare blood. Cautiously, I continued my exploration, when suddenly a fireball hurtled towards me. The creature responsible for this projectile could only be a fallen wizard. Those fiends are omnipresent. Before I could react, a multitude of fallen demons had encircled me. To break free, I had to summon all my strength, lest I become the first adventurer to fall to these infernal beings. My right hand, clutching the staff, was slick with cold sweat. At this moment, I had no choice but to trust in my own power. In less than half a minute, I unleashed 30 crescent blades, depleting nearly all my mana in the process. What had once been over 300 mana points was now utterly exhausted. The overwhelming sense of emptiness coursed through my body, yet I took a deep breath and pressed onward. Fortunately, just 5 meters ahead, I spotted a power shrine. Tensing my slender nerves, I advanced towards the shrine. Upon touching it, pure magical energy flowed into my parched body like a gentle stream. After replenishing my mana, I endeavored to move silently, but contrary to my intentions, the sound of my footsteps echoed clearly. Aside from my own steps, there were no other sound around. The sensation of being watched by unseen monsters was profoundly unsettling. 2 hours had elapsed since I entered the tunnel, and I needed to locate the entrance to the dark forest before sunset. Otherwise, I would be forced to retreat to the rogue camp. As exploring such a monster-infested area at night is exceedingly perilous, in a bid to hasten my departure from this place, I quickened my pace, only to collide with a zombie, the force of the impact sending it sprawling several meters away. The zombie's frail defenses crumbled under such a blow, and my close encounter with the undead left me utterly nauseated. Its bodily fluids splattered onto the hard, rocky ground, the highly corrosive ichor immediately eroding a nearby stone. This unexpected confrontation with the zombie served as a vivid reminder of the adage, impetuosity is the devil's own. The dazed zombie struggled to rise, its body marred with only a head and torso clinging to decaying flesh, while its bones were starkly visible. Though the zombie appeared confused by the recent events, it was unmistakably enraged. Meanwhile, a clay golem, sharing a mental link with me, unleashed a punch that obliterated the zombie's head in a single blow. The zombie I vanquished was of no consequence. However, 3 elite zombies now approached. Unlike their ordinary counterparts, these elite zombies were cloaked in a pale blue hue. The scant remaining flesh clinging to them did not diminish my conviction in their defensive capabilities. Tentatively, I struck the zombie's head with my staff, dealing a chilling 100 points of damage that froze its head solid. The accompanying skill on my armor activated in response. Generally, only paladins wield the high-tier holy spell, Heaven's Fist, a bane to all undead creatures. Yet in my hands, it felt somewhat out of place. The 3 elite zombies, struck by the level 20 Heaven's Fist, were instantaneously consumed by brilliant light, leaving not a trace behind. The 3 elite zombies granted me 3,500 experience points, 5 mana potions, and 13 explosive potions, all of which I stowed away as they were of no further use to me. After 3 hours of traversing the underground passage without finding the entrance to the dark forest, I unexpectedly discovered the entrance to the second layer of the tunnel. Eager to hone my skills, I resolutely entered this deeper leveled, and no sooner had I emerged than a fireball from a fallen wizard hurtled toward me. Fortunately, the clay golem shielded me from the blast. The explosion only damaged the golem's right hand, and while the spell was on cooldown, I unleashed the crescent blades I had prepared earlier, the icy blue blades striking true against the head of the fallen wizard in this confined space. The accuracy of my crescent blades increased, allowing me to eliminate the ambushing wizard while simultaneously cleaving a colossal beast in twain. Prioritizing safety, I circled the second layer of the underground passage. Although I encountered numerous elite monsters, their abilities were comparably matched. However, it was evident that the intelligence of the creatures in this layer was markedly superior. After dispatching the fallen wizard capable of casting resurrection spells, the lower-tier fallen demons scattered in a frenzy. Unfortunately for them, their madness only led them to their doom before me, as my crescent blades once again shattered these creatures, having spent nearly 5 hours since lunch. I hoped it was still light outside and that I could locate the teleportation array to the dark forest before sunset. Just as despair began to set in, Tyrell's voice resonated within my mind once more. Yens, do not succumb to confusion. The light shall guide your path forward. Tyrell's potent voice faded within 5 seconds. 3 hours prior, I had stumbled upon a likely exit, but had missed it in my fervor to slay monsters. Finally, armed with a mental map etched in my mind, I successfully located the entrance to the dark forest. Emerging from the darkness into the long-awaited light, I beheld the sun dipping towards the horizon. Upon reaching the teleportation array in the dark forest, it was already deep into the night. The dark forest sprawled before me, filled with vast expanses of dead trees and a myriad of monstrous beings. The exit from the underground passage faced a camp of fallen demons, and just ahead, a thicket of low shrubs concealed my presence. Glancing around, I noticed numerous fallen demons and blade demons milling about, with the fallen wizards and blade wizards protected in the central area. Approximately 100 meters away, a dilapidated house engulfed in flames housed a fallen wizard relentlessly casting fireballs. Before I could step out from the thicket, a hard-haired mouse hidden within launched its attack, sending over 30 needle-like spines hurtling towards my eyes. The clay golem, linked to my mind, detected the danger before I did and quickly shielded me. The incessant clattering of impacts filled the air as the spines merely scraped the golem's exterior. Given its remarkable regenerative abilities, such feeble attacks posed little threat. The skirmish had drawn the attention of 5 fallen demons, whose ruckus attracted even more of their kind, along with blade demons joining the fray. Oh my dismay. Black hunters and colossal beasts had also entered the battlefield, facing an onslaught of monsters for the first time. I felt my heart race. Although none of them were my match, the combined might of their numbers was not to be underestimated. Breakthrough. I could not afford to be frugal with my mana. Translating the remaining mana into crescent blades, I had 35 left. With the enhancement from my powerful equipment, my expended mana would soon replenish. The first to confront me was a blade demon, an upgraded version of the fallen demon, possessing resistance not only to fire but also to ice. This marked my first encounter with a blade demon since arriving in the Dark Continent. Unlike the fallen demons, the blade demons were distinguished by their pale blue skin. A multitude of blade demons surged forth, brandishing their curved blades with a frenzied zeal, while the crescent blade was summoned to confront these mad creatures. After vanquishing 3 of the blade demons, I observed that the surrounding monsters showed no significant decline in number. I ponder my next move. A blade sorcerer unleashed a resurrection spell, causing the previously defeated blade demons to rise once more. I couldn't help but lament my carelessness. The strategies I employed against the abyssal demons were equally applicable to the blade demons. The blade sorcerers had to be my first targets, for otherwise, the blade demons would be able to resurrect indefinitely. Shifting my focus, the 6 crescent blades struck true against a blade sorcerer, and the subsequent blades all found their mark. With the first blade sorcerer dispatched, I utilized its fallen body to cast Corpse Explosion, enhanced by my gear, allowing me to transform 70% of the monster's corpse into a bomb. The instantaneous 9th-level Corpse Explosion was akin to the power of a C4 explosive, and the surrounding abyssal demons found themselves within the blast radius. The body of the blade sorcerer quivered slightly before a resounding bang erupted, the violent explosion not only obliterating the blade sorcerer, but also affecting several other creatures in the vicinity. I had not anticipated such potency from the long-unused Corpse Explosion. The recent detonation had reduced 2 Dark Hunters and a massive beast to mere carcasses, which would serve as the catalyst for my next Corpse Explosion. Although the spell had resolved my immediate crisis, I remained encircled by monsters. Breaking free would demand a considerable price, and I hoped this would be the first and last time I faced such an onslaught. I had indeed underestimated the keen senses of the monsters here, but next time would not be so simple. After casting Corpse Explosion 5 times, my magical energy was nearly depleted. 2/3 of the monsters besieging me had been annihilated, and the remaining 10 or so posed no significant threat to my safety. Not far from the abyssal demon camp, I discovered a well I had previously overlooked, the waters of which had dissolved pure magical energy and life essence. A single sip could replenish both health and mana, alleviate fatigue, and dispel all curses. The effects of this well water were more extraordinary than those of legendary holy water, and most notably, the water within the well remained uncontaminated. After paying a price I would never forget, I finally eradicated the monsters attacking me. One of the 3 skeleton soldiers was lost, but that was inconsequential, as the countless monster corpses littering the ground provided ample material for summoning new skeletons. I silently recited the summoning incantation etched deeply in my memory, choosing the corpse of the blade sorcerer as the material for summoning my skeleton soldier. The skeletal hardness of the elite blade sorcerer rivaled that of specialized alloys. I had previously tested the bones of abyssal sorcerers, which did not dissolve even after 3 days in a furnace. The bones of the blade sorcerers, being of a higher caliber than those of the abyssal sorcerers, surely possessed a hardness comparable to diamonds, as well as high temperature resistance. Yes, I attempted to summon a skeleton using the blade sorcerer's body. Its skin completely peeled away, revealing a shimmering metallic skeleton that rose from the debris. The challenge never ceases was the most fitting description of my current predicament, having painstakingly eradicated the abyssal demon camp only to be confronted by a swarm of Dark Gunner women. The Dark Gunners, appearing in throngs, were a persistent nightmare for most novice adventurers, and their speed could instill despair in even the most seasoned adventurers. Facing the relentless assaults of the Dark Gunners, even the most experienced adventurers could find themselves in dire straits, let alone someone of my inexperience. Before engaging, I cast bone armor, which could negate 70% of physical damage. The first attack from a Dark Gunner struck me like a hammer on steel, producing a jarring sound. The remaining Dark Gunners aimed to pierce my vital points with each strike. Just as their attacks were about to reach me, I discreetly unleashed the crescent blades I had prepared earlier. At such close range, the crescent blades were nearly impossible to evade. 3 blades felled only 2 monsters, prompting me to reconsider the feasibility of completing my mission and why current abilities suffice to handle most creatures. But being besieged by monsters complicated matters significantly. I engaged in a guerrilla warfare strategy against the Dark Gunners, continuously darting away as they pursued me relentlessly. AS escape seemed increasingly unlikely. I resolved to fight with everything I had, directing the skeleton soldiers and clay golems to turn defense into offense proved to be extraordinarily effective. I carved a path through the ranks of Dark Gunners, that path becoming my only hope for survival. Once more, I unleashed 30 crescent blades, hardly pausing to collect the equipment dropped by the monsters, and swiftly retrieved a town teleportation scroll, tearing open its sealed out a portal, approximately 2 meters in diameter, manifested about 50 meters away from me. I dove into the portal, and in the next moment, I found myself back at Rogue Encampment, where Cassia and Akira awaited my return to the teleportation circle, surprised by my sudden appearance. Disregarding all decorum, I collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, as the skeleton soldiers and clay golems emerged from the portal shortly after. Akira hurried to my side. "Jens, have you encountered trouble? Did you face a gold-tier monster, or were you besieged by creatures?" "It was the latter. How unfortunate. I was pursued relentlessly by a horde of Dark Gunners, forced into a corner before I could return for a breather. Though I bore no physical wounds, the mental toll was substantial. And Akira chanted a spell to restore my health and mana. Not worry. Even the most seasoned adventurers have faced similar assaults. Employing the skills you've learned will yield significant benefits in battle. For now, rest. The monsters cannot enter through the portal opened by the town teleportation scroll, so you can relax. Indeed, I had been somewhat hasty. While adventurers must possess formidable strength, maintaining a calm demeanor is also essential. Akira's words enlightened me to the true essence of battle. What lay ahead was the real fight, and the monsters would soon face their reckoning. On the other side of the portal, those monsters that had besieged me were undoubtedly growing impatient. Yet I remained unhurried, for it was time for dinner. Lizzie and Lena had prepared a sumptuous feast. Delectable cream, mushroom soup, savory roasted fish, and steak. The sight of such dishes stirred my appetite. After dining, the fatigue from battling the monsters dissipated entirely. The following day dawned bright, with sunlight streaming onto the bedroom floor, heralding a hopeful new day. After ample rest, my stamina had returned to its peak. Under the attentive care of the twin maids, I donned my armor and gear, relishing the experience. Not even the wealthiest could hope to enjoy such treatment. Cautiously, I stepped through the portal, finding only a few monsters wandering on the other side. Abyssal demons, blade demons, and others lay in ambush among the underbrush, their crimson skin barely visible through the gaps in the dead trees, and they soon became aware of my presence. An inevitable battle commenced as I faced an abyssal demon at close range. Unleashing the crescent blade, the ice blue energy blade slicing cleanly through the demon's neck, as the vile corpse of the abyssal demon fell, I inspected the wound closely. The crescent blade had severed not only the demon's flesh, but also its nerves, bones, and veins, resulting in a smooth, bloodless cut. A testament to the extraordinary power of the crescent blade. A skeleton soldier swung its sword, piercing a dart gunner who attempted to ambush me, but before I could fully process the situation, a blade sorcerer unleashed an ice spike, the frigid air nearly claiming my life. Instinctively sensing imminent danger, the ice spike grazed my neck, while the ring on my left index finger, though a divine artifact with the ability to absorb cold, could only utilize a fraction of its power at present. The angel's blessing, a golden ring of divine quality, indeed had extraordinary effects. However, to wield such an item, immense strength was a prerequisite. I leveled up. The hidden effects of the ring would gradually unlock, but by the time I could utilize even 50% of its power, it might be an eternity. The sword, shimmering with a red glow and stored deep within my spatial ring, was at least of artifact quality. Anything gifted to me by Tyrell was typically of exceptional caliber. I was certain that the equipment produced by Tyrell before the War of the Gods and Demons was anything but ordinary. Fragments of history regarding the Dark Continent can be found in various historical texts, yet the accounts of the War of the Gods and Demons have been expunged from records. The arrival of a foul crow interrupted my thoughts. A skeleton soldier seized the foul creature by its tail and hurled it to the ground, the impact stunning it momentarily, before a clay golem stomped it into a pulp. After wandering the dark forest for 3 hours, I had yet to locate the objective of this mission, the Tree of Eniphas, as the relentless demon attacks left me weary and on edge. Previously vanquished, the fallen demon bestowed upon me 5 vials of life, elixirs, and a quiver of crossbow bolts. 5 blade-wielding sorcerers contributed 3,000 experience points and a piece of blue equipment to my endeavor, while 1 elite blade sorcerer dropped a shattered ruby. I commenced to loot the spoils at the demon's lair. I found that aside from gold coins, the creatures dropped a plethora of life and mana potions, though the initial thrill I felt upon arriving in the Dark Continent had long since faded. I recalled that my previous forays into the Dark Realms had not been so arduous. Now, every task required my personal intervention. Conservatively, the expanse of the Dark Forest exceeds 3 football fields, with desiccated thickets, bloodstained rocks, and dismembered monster carcasses forming a tableau reminiscent of a richly hued oil painting steeped in the essence of the Dark Continent. I pondered. A lithe figure in the distance caught my eye. Golden hair, cascading like a waterfall, was tied back with a simple cord. In her left hand, she held a curved bow, while her right effortlessly nocked an arrow, the entire motion a seamless dance of precision. However, time was of the essence, and I could not afford to admire her combat style. The quest remained paramount. Emerging from a thicket, I beheld a distinctive withered tree, and simultaneously, 5 colossal beasts entered my line of sight. The creature at the center boasted a pale blue hide, while the others were cloaked in typical shades of brown and black. Its azure pelt unmistakably marked it as the Dark Forest's elite golden monster. The treehead Wood Fist. Legend spoke of the Wood Fist's size rivaling that of Anariel, its might renowned beyond the rogue encampment. Before embarking on this task, Tars had warned me not to underestimate the Wood Fist, for its defenses far exceeded ordinary creatures, without a weapon of considerable damage. Engaging the Wood Fist would be ill-advised, and my equipment was sufficient for level 20, and the staff I wielded boasted an additional 100 cold damage. A boon in critical moments. Prior to commencing this quest, I had tested the staff's offensive capabilities. The likelihood of inflicting cold damage upon striking a foe stood at over 90%. 9 out of 10 strikes bore the icy touch. A most promising statistic, the elite beasts in the Wood Fist vicinity had zeroed in on the skeleton soldier trailing me, and these monsters showed no mercy. When I first encountered such creatures, the skeleton soldier had lost 2 ribs before dispatching a single colossal beast. The defenses of elite monsters surpassed those of their common kin by more than tenfold, and it was crucial to remain vigilant regarding their attributes. Exceptional strength and speed were traits most adventurers dreaded. The Wood Fist's eyes were obscured by its thick fur, relying instead on its keen sense of smell to detect intruders. Defeating the Wood Fist was pivotal to this quest, yet the coveted Eniphas scroll lay just beyond the grasp of the monster. Anger clouded my judgment, and disregarding the potential toll of overexerting my mana, I unleashed over 30 crescent blades upon the wood fist. Each crescent-shaped energy blade struck true, producing a jarring clang as they met the wood fist's form. Akin to blows upon steel in response to the pain, the wood fist raised its massive right fist, thicker than a utility pole, aimed squarely at my skull, and my instinct screamed that should it land a hit. The following year would mark my death anniversary. Truth be told, a single blow from the wood fist could easily shatter a piece of specially reinforced organic glass. My body lacked such resilience that I retreated 5 steps, narrowly evading the wood fist's astonishing strike, which cratered the ground beneath me, creating a pit the size of several football fields that I exhaled a breath of relief, fortunate to escape unharmed. My previous assault had already drained 50% of the wood fist's life. Meanwhile, the skeleton soldiers had swiftly dispatched their respective foes, the colossal beasts collapsing with a thunderous crash, stirring up clouds of dust that I could hardly fathom the wood fist's formidable nature. After 3 hours of combat, I had only managed to whittle down 2/3 of its life. The skeleton soldiers, relying on their speed, had concluded their encounters with remarkable efficiency, evading all attacks from the colossal beasts. As 3 skeleton soldiers and a clay golem returned to my side to assist. They plunged their swords from various angles into the wood fist's cranium, extinguishing its final vestiges of life as its massive form crumpled to the ground. Typically, monsters designated for quests yield commendable loot. I hoped the wood fist would not disappoint. Yes, I turned over the colossal carcass. I discovered an unidentified golden dagger and a fractured blue sapphire beneath it. I marveled at my good fortune. Previously, Tars had struggled to defeat the wood fist, only to acquire a piece of lackluster blue equipment. Yet on my inaugural slaying of the wood fist, I had unearthed a golden artifact. Surely my luck in the rogue encampment was unparalleled. Collecting the scattered gold coins at the demon's lair consumed an hour, totaling over 1,000 coins. Aside from gold, the most abundant drops were life and mana potions, along with explosive devices, choking gas potions, and oil for throwing. Among the various throwable items, I was most pleased with the choking gas potion, which inflicted over 50 poison damage over 2 seconds in encounters with hordes of monsters or during sieges. The potion's impactful effects proved exceedingly satisfying. I had first employed it during a large-scale extermination of a demon camp in the bloodied wastes, aimed and hurled with force upon shattering the high-concentration toxin vaporized upon exposure to air. Transforming into a corrosive mist that poisoned anything it touched, I recalled feeling an unusual energy emanating from the stone pillars southeast of the rocky wilderness before entering the subterranean passage. Surrounding the pillar were numerous solitary souls rich with potent spiritual energy, as if they were attempting to convey something to me. Despite my earnest efforts to listen, their language eluded my comprehension. Tyrell had once said that even when the flesh perishes, the soul and its energy endure eternally, that if the eye of truth could pierce the essence of all things, then the souls encircling the stone pillar must surely reveal their true forms. I retrieved the eye of truth from my backpack. Truth be told, its design bore no distinction from ordinary glasses, save for its ultra-thin lenses. The lens thickness measured less than 3 millimeters, yet its hardness rivaled that of special alloys. Through the eye of truth, I could discern the number of souls surrounding the stone pillar, over 500 in total. Eager to experience their pasts, I reached out my hand, only to have the souls surge into my body all at once. Like a balloon overfilled with air, my being threatened to burst, accommodating 500 unknown souls. Just as panic began to take hold, the spatial ring on my right-hand finger emitted a brilliant blue light. The souls that sought to inhabit my form recoiled as if sensing the ring's magic. Fleeing with the speed of demons, I was relieved to find that these souls bore no malice. Yet I wondered why they were so frightened of the ring's radiance. Did it possess effects I was unaware of, or was it an ancient artifact of immense power? As I contemplated the ring's significance, a wise and mysterious voice suddenly resonated within my mental space. I had grown accustomed to such abrupt occurrences. Tyrell's voice often appeared and vanished without warning, but a representative among the occupying souls stepped forward to elucidate their purpose and recount events from the past. After hearing their legendary tales, I could not help but marvel at the twists of fate. Although I remained skeptical that destiny followed a predetermined path, My experiences in the Dark Continent had led me to accept that phenomena beyond the reach of modern science could indeed be the handiwork of sorcery. During my initial sojourn in the rogue encampment, I had been perplexed by the eternal flames of the central bonfire, impervious even to torrential rain. As the departing souls began to share their stories. One addressed me. "Esteemed adventurer, I apologize for our earlier actions. Generally, our kind remains unseen by the naked eye, save for those who wield vast magical powers. You are the first to evoke our curiosity. We cannot perceive the essence of your soul. Enough about me. Might you introduce yourselves? What are your true identities, and why do you fear the light emitted by the ring?" I inquired, unraveling the mysteries that surrounded me. The voice resonating in my mind cleared its throat before responding. "I am Eklos, a paladin. In our era, many powerful heroes existed, yet they all fell in battle, slain by the ruthless primevals." The mysterious voice hinted at a war that perhaps refers to the ancient conflict between gods and demons that transpired thousands of years ago. Indeed, numerous human heroes took part in that battle, which ultimately concluded in humanity's triumph. However, many skilled heroes and sorcerers perished in the fray. It is said that within the Dark Continent lies a tome, known as the Black Book, which comprehensively chronicles the truths and backgrounds of the gods-demons war. The identity of its author remains unknown, and despite the efforts of thousands who sought this book, all endeavors ended in failure, leaving its whereabouts shrouded in enigma. The voice, known as Eklos, continued to recount their experiences 2 millennia ago. The forces of heaven and hell were nearly equal, maintaining a precarious balance for a millennium. Neither angels nor demons could entirely annihilate one another, and the ongoing conflict gradually encroached upon the human realm, which had previously existed as 3 completely independent realms: heaven, hell, and the mortal world. After a pause, the discontented demons of hell conceived the idea of invading the human domain, and the 7 demon lords ruling hell consented to this plan. In less than a century, they shattered the spatial barriers between humanity and hell. The subsequent events need not be elaborated by Eklos. The relentless warfare wrought countless casualties. The forces of heaven dispatched elite vanguard troops to support the humans, bolstering the morale of the human heroes who received angelic aid, enabling them to vanquish a significant number of high-ranking demons in a short span. The demon horde began to falter. One of the 3 demon gods, the Lord of Hatred, Mephisto, took to the battlefield personally. With the addition of a foe of such magnitude, the damage sustained by both heaven and hell temporarily evened out, yet humanity bore the brunt of the losses. Eklos' narrative persisted for 3 hours, during which he unveiled several lesser-known secrets, such as the power struggles among the demon lords and the weapons of angels and demons left forgotten in obscure corners. What intrigued me most were the ancient ruins described by Eklos. I am certain that within those relics lie secrets hitherto unrecorded in history, and I am genuinely curious about how the demons breached the barriers. For adventurers, the weapons hidden within these ancient ruins possess a deadly allure. Yet whether one can locate such ruins remains an unresolved question. "Esteemed adventurer," Eklos remarked, "the ring you possess is undoubtedly that which adorned the Archangel Tyrell, who aided us in times of old. This ring, known as the Deep Blue Star, possesses boundless power, capable of dispelling all curses and negative effects from its bearer. A rare artifact indeed." After our discourse, Eklos reached an accord with the souls imprisoned within the stone pedestal. They offered to lend me their remaining strength to enhance my own prowess and condense their combat experiences into an energy sphere for me to consume. Upon swallowing the orb, brimming with countless battle experiences, a torrent of information surged into my mind, dissolving those fragments of combat into my memory. Eklos compressed their soul energy into a necklace, elucidating its specific usage before vanishing as if they had never been present. Having fully absorbed the experiences imparted by Eklos, I felt that my previous skirmishes with monsters had relied solely on instinct to evade danger. Among the battle scenes shown to me by Eklos, one vividly depicted a knight clad in armor cleaving asunder a fireball launched by a fallen sorcerer. I am currently incapable of such feats. The knight in that vision had undoubtedly slain thousands of demons, with combat having become instinctual for him. Approaching the tree of Anaphis, I discerned a unique magical aura emanating from this ancient tree. The energy contained within its withered form was remarkably stable, representing the purest essence of life. I pondered how a seemingly dead tree could exude life energy, and notably, it had not been ravaged by demons. Circling the tree, I estimated that the tree of Anaphis must have once stood as a towering giant. Its current state a result of relentless corruption by dark energies, compounded by a lack of nourishment. But on the tree's reverse side, I discovered an unusual patch of bark. It appeared not to have grown there naturally, but rather to have been deliberately affixed. The mysterious symbols inscribed upon it should be the key to unsealing the pedestal. Drawing a sharp knife from my bag, I inserted the blade's tip into the crevice of the bark and pried with strength. Dislodging a section of bark, approximately 50 centimeters in diameter, which fell to the ground, I picked up the bark and scrutinized it closely. Could this be the fabled Anaphis scroll? I recalled Akira's earlier account regarding the origins of the tree of Anaphis. Legend has it that centuries ago, the tree of Anaphis towered over 100 meters, its branches lush and vibrant. Alas, this flourishing state was short-lived, as the tree became stained with the blood of both humans and demons due to the ravages of war. From that moment forth, all its leaves withered, leaving only a barren trunk. After the tree of Anaphis's decay, no one paid a heed. There were attempts to fell it, but none succeeded. Axes meant for chopping were repelled by the roots. Strangely, the tree did not perish during droughts, and it remained unscathed even in the harshest winters, prompting those who could not fathom these peculiar occurrences to attribute the tree's immortality to the blessings of angels. At long last, I had acquired the Anaphis scroll and hastened back to the rogue encampment to seek Akira's assistance in deciphering the symbols inscribed upon it. Upon emerging from the portal, I found Akira awaiting my return, her eager demeanor indicating she had been waiting for some time. Presenting the Anaphis scroll to Akira, I said, "Akira, I knew with your capabilities this task would pose no challenge. Allow me to unveil this legendary scroll." After closely examining the bark scroll, Akira exclaimed with excitement, "Indeed, this is the long-lost Anaphis scroll. If we can decipher the meaning of these symbols, we shall discover the precise location where Deckard Cain is imprisoned." After half an hour of intense concentration, Akira successfully translated the symbols within the scroll. As I unfurled the Anaphis scroll, I found the symbols annotated with text I could comprehend. The stone pedestals located in the stony field were arranged in a manner that corresponded to a 5-pointed magical array. Activating the magical array within the pedestals in the correct sequence would unveil the entrance to Tristram, where Deckard Cain was held captive. Centuries prior, the Horadrim had already established themselves in a corner of the Dark Continent. Their kin, both adult and child, possessing vast knowledge and mysterious spells. Most people kept their distance, reluctant to approach these enigmatic beings endowed with arcane powers. Deckard Cain is the last and sole descendant of the Horadrim, and I am well acquainted with this sage, who is perpetually clad in a gray robe. Before my arrival in the Dark Continent, Deckard Cain was an NPC I both revered and resented, while I admired his boundless knowledge. The old man trailed me like a shadow. From the outset of my adventures, this Horadrim heir guided me on my path, saving me a considerable number of identification scrolls. One of my grievances against Deckard Cain stemmed from his pompous proclamations. At the journey's beginning, he promised to assist me as much as possible before I completed my task of vanquishing the demon lords that I end the game. More than half of the quests were triggered by him. And from the initial difficulty level to completing those of lesser challenges, Deckard Cain was always at my heels. That I recall the initial period when I first encountered Diablo 2 as a level 10 necromancer. My third task was to rescue Deckard Cain, who was trapped in Tristram. Upon my first entry into Tristram within the game, I realized I had been deceived. The area was rife with elite monsters, and a boss of comparable strength to a demon lord, named Griswold, awaited my arrival to meet my demise. After enduring countless trials to rescue Deckard Cain, he merely agreed to help me identify items free of charge, while Akira generously gifted me a magical ring. After defeating the final boss of Act 1, an Ariel, and journeying to the desert kingdom of Lut Golian via merchant ship, I found that Deckard Cain had arrived before me and, unabashedly, presented me with an even more arduous task. In search of the Heradric cube concealed deep within the Death Temple. I ventured forth to locate the artifact. Upon finding the cube, I would then delve into the maggot lair in pursuit of the king's staff, and ultimately seek the Viper amulet within the Claw Viper Temple. The task entrusted to me by Deckard Cain appeared deceptively simple. However, the locations of these items were fraught with hordes of menacing creatures, particularly within the Death Temple, where the undead reigned supreme. Beyond the multitude of undead, the temple was riddled with countless lethal traps, such as arrows that sprang forth unexpectedly, statues that spewed toxic mists, and mechanisms that unleashed fireballs. Evading these traps consumed a considerable amount of my energy. Upon entering the maggot lair, I discovered that the true challenge lay not with the elusive waterlogged warriors, but rather with the labyrinthine terrain of the lair. Without a map, one could wander for hours without locating the entrances to the second and third levels. The boss of the maggot lair, the burrowing ice worm, posed a significant challenge to any adventurer daring enough to tread here. Although one could seize the king's staff and flee, it was imperative to first vanquish the elite maggot guardians that protected the ice worm. Dealing with these maggots presented no great difficulty. The sole concern was their periodic egg-laying, with those eggs hatching into a swarm of maggots within mere minutes, while the larval maggots posed little threat. The adult maggots that spat venom, as well as the locusts that drained vitality and the beetles that released explosive charges upon death, were far more troublesome. The creatures of the maggot lair were predominantly adept in the arts of poison. Lacking formidable strength, they compensated with toxins as their lethal weaponry. Upon acquiring the king's staff, Deckard Cain would inform me that it was merely a component of the Heradric staff, and that I would require the Viper amulet, hidden by the Claw Viper, to complete the staff. Thus, I was compelled to venture to the Claw Viper Temple in search of the amulet, where the arduous trials truly began. The vipers within the temple possessed an insatiable thirst for blood, and every intruder would face merciless assaults. Some Viper mages even wielded necromancer spells, casting the attribute-less Spellbone Spear. In the second level of the Claw Viper Temple, particular caution was warranted against the piercing attacks of the dark gold teeth, while the surrounding mummy-kin could not be disregarded, as their dark sorcery could sap an adventurer's vitality, and upon their demise, would release toxic mists. After unearthing the Viper amulet within the Temple of the Sun and crafting the Heradric staff from the Heradric cube, Deckard Cain would direct me to seek the mysterious Tal Rasha's tomb. Situated in the Sorceress's Valley, there were 7 Tal Rasha tombs, yet only one was genuine. The others were constructed to mislead the gaze of the primevals. During my previous gaming endeavors, I had often heard Deckard Cain's dialogue. Despite being the last heir of the Hordrim and of immeasurable value, this old man could at times become exceedingly irksome, as he invariably bestowed perilous quests upon me. Each time I fulfilled a task, Deckard Cain would invariably arrive at a more distant location before me, with the Anaphis scroll, translated by Akira, stowed in my backpack. I commenced the final segment of the second task entrusted to me by Akira, activating the magical arrays within the stone pillars of the stone wastes in the correct order. Upon reappearing in the stone wastes via the rogue encampment's teleportation portal, I found that the previously defeated monsters had respawned. However, I was no longer the same. These creatures no longer posed a threat to me that a dozen or so drowning demons and hard-furred rats launched an assault against me. With a deft hand, I wielded the crescent blade, effortlessly striking down both the drowning demon and the hard-furred rat with 2 precise slashes. The swift figure of the metal skeleton soldier evaded the monster's attacks, countering almost simultaneously. Within mere seconds, 3 high-ranking skeleton soldiers dispatched their foes with ease. The map of the stone waste was etched deep in my memory, and I wasted no time in reaching the stone pillars. The souls hidden around the pillars generously imparted their knowledge and combat experience to me, as what I lacked was indeed experience in battle. The memories inherited from Eiklos were akin to the vastness of a library. Yet my utilization of this knowledge was merely at 1% efficiency. Even that 1% encompassed the equivalent of over 50 books, and absorbing it had already proven immensely beneficial. The memories passed down from Eiklos were far more efficient than poring over tomes, and they would remain imprinted in my mind forever. Reaching out to touch the pillar, I felt a chilling sensation travel through my palm as I examined the magical array within. It was a compressed version of the pentagram energy array. The arrangement of the pillars formed a grand pentagram, and beneath them, at a depth of approximately 10 centimeters, surely lay a magic array that had been sealed for an extensive period. The magical energy required to activate the array had long since run dry, necessitating a fresh infusion of power to reawaken it, thereby opening the portal to Tristram. That I spread the amethyst scroll upon the ground, the correct activation symbols marked upon it, and now all that remained was to channel magical energy to unveil the portal. As I extended my right hand to merely graze the stone pillar, 1/5 of my mana was siphoned away, illuminating the symbols upon the pillar. To fully activate all 5 symbols would deplete my mana entirely. While the artifact ring possessed the ability to restore mana, I was not yet capable of wielding its more extravagant powers, primarily due to a lack of sufficient strength. After 10 minutes, my mana was finally replenished, and I infused it into the next pillar, igniting the second peculiar symbol. I activated the final 3 symbols in one breath. Admittedly, channeling mana proved a considerable challenge for me, not due to a reluctance to expend it, but rather because excessive extraction of mana would burden my body, leading to a continuous decline in vitality. The moment the 5 symbols were fully activated, the magic array at the base of the pillar surged to life, unleashing a torrent of electricity that erupted from the pillars. To my astonishment, the pillars emitted a powerful chain lightning, striking down a massive beast not far off. The currents that erupted from the pillars bore no harm to me. Rather, they assisted in vanquishing the monsters. The electric discharge from the activated magic array persisted for more than 10 seconds before dissipating, and a unique red portal gradually opened at the center of the pillar, unmistakably leading to the legendary Tristram, the first place to fall to the Lord of Terror. Historical tomes recount that Tristram was once a thriving settlement for humanity, where the King of Terror, the Lord of Destruction, was sealed deep beneath the earth, a seal so resilient that even he could not breach it. Yet as time elapsed, the strength of the seal waned, allowing the Lord of Destruction to exploit its weaknesses and escape. Once Tristram flourished, its inhabitants living in peace within a bustling commercial hub. After being sealed for centuries, the Lord of Destruction harbored immense resentment, and, seeking vengeance against the Horadrim who imprisoned him, obliterated Tristram in a single cataclysmic strike. Originally, Tristram was defended by numerous paladins, among whom was the high-ranking paladin Griswold, the town's guardian. However, when faced with the unrelenting destructive power of the Lord of Destruction, Griswold faltered. For decades leading up to the annihilation of Tristram, Griswold had risen to prominence, eventually becoming the leader of the paladins there. Yet with his ascendance, his insatiable desire for power grew, clouding his judgment. When the Lord of Destruction broke free from his seal, he unleashed devastation upon the once prosperous Tristram, and Griswold met a similar fate. His soul did not ascend to heaven, while the Lord of Destruction was resurrected, transforming into a merciless demon. The accounts recorded in the tomes bear a high degree of credibility. And now I stand on the precipice of entering Tristram, that I pray for success in rescuing Deckard Cain, the last scion of the Horadrim. In the perilous and shadowy depths of the dark forest, I painstakingly secured the amethyst scroll, and through Akira's translation, I gleaned the true meaning of the symbols inscribed upon it. The symbols etched upon the stone pillars seemed to have formed naturally, resonating to life as I infused them with mana sequentially. The feeble mana I channeled into the pillars unexpectedly transformed into chain lightning, a deluge of energy unleashed like a raging torrent, aiding me significantly in dispatching 3 drowning demons and 5 hard-furred rats. Though the hard-furred rats initially appeared indistinguishable from common rodents, their tails bore a peculiar distinction. The tail of the hard-haired mouse is adorned with barbs resembling a spiked mace, and the spines upon its back are longer and more rigid than those of a porcupine. Most remarkably, the hard-haired mouse possesses the ability to launch these spines, the potency of which should not be underestimated. To do so would invite severe consequences. The corpse of the hard-haired mouse, pierced by a chain of lightning, emanates a foul stench, akin to that of decaying vegetables. From the crimson portal on the other side wafts a heavy scent of blood, mingled with the odor of rotting animal carcasses, a noxious combination that nearly induces vomiting. That I am thoroughly prepared to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Upon stepping through the portal, I find myself in a scene so dreadful that I could almost believe I have arrived at the gates of hell. The devastation of Tristram is beyond belief. This place once thrived as a bustling commercial town, now reduced to this desolation. The furious Lord of Terror, the Dark Wanderer, indeed lives up to his title. Having obliterated Tristram with a single blow, the remnants of crumbling walls barely hint at the town's former prosperity, now transformed into a haven for the undead and monsters, where the undead reign supreme. Upon surveying the terrain of Tristram, I conclude that the best course of action is to explore from the front of the portal. Just as I confirm my route forward, 3 elite skeletal archers obstruct my path, making an encounter unavoidable. The clay golem shields me from the arrows shot by the skeletal archers, which clang against him with a sound akin to metal scraping on metal, yet the golem remains steadfast. The skeletal warriors advance swiftly, dispatching the ambushing skeletal archers within moments. However, my respite is short-lived as a squad of elite drowned ones soon detects my presence. A drowned sorcerer launches 3 fireballs, 2 of which are extinguished by the skeletal warrior's blades. As the 3rd fireball approaches me, the clay golem extends its hands to intercept, the ensuing explosion shattering its arms. Yet this injury is of little concern, for it will heal in due time. That I refuse to remain passive. I target the drowned sorcerer and unleash 3 crescent blades, each spanning 3 meters in width. The sorcerer, moving with the speed of an ant, is unable to evade the onslaught of my blades. The first 2 sever its wicked head, while the final blade cleaves its body in twain. Without the drowned sorcerer, the remaining drowned ones prove no match for me. I need not employ crescent blades against these foes. I grasp my long-neglected staff and pierce through the bodies of the remaining 6 drowned ones. Their blood, rich in concentrated fire element, billows away in the wind. This blood must be collected, for it serves as invaluable alchemical material. Regrettably, much of it evaporates upon contact with sunlight, leaving me with only 50 milliliters of high-concentration drowned one blood. After vanquishing the drowned ones and skeletal archers that greeted me, I press onward, soon encountering the corpse of a long-dead cow. Remarkably, after centuries, the carcass remains unspoiled. Other animal remains would have long since turned to dust. I reach out to touch the cow's seemingly eternal corpse. It unexpectedly explodes. This is my first encounter with a spontaneously detonating corpse, and I must tread carefully. No one knows how many such traps may lie ahead. Monsters once again impede my progress. This time a combination of skeletal archers and drowned ones, all elite level, charging toward me with ferocity. However, I refuse to sit idle and allow them to consume me. The outcome of this confrontation remains uncertain. After some skirmishing, I observe that despite their group attack, they are surprisingly organized in their approach. Navigating around a wall engulfed in flames, I catch sight of a small river ahead, its waters rushing swiftly, crystal clear enough to reveal the pebbles settled upon the riverbed. Feeling parched, I cup my hands and drink from the river, confirming its purity. Alas, I encounter a group of elite drowned ones who seem oblivious to my presence. Apart from the drowned sorcerer, the rusted, curved blades wielded by these drowned ones do not appear particularly lethal. In a direct clash, the skeletal warrior's single-handed swords overpower the deteriorating, nearly broken curved blades of the drowned ones. In close combat, a skeletal warrior shatters the rusted weapon in the drowned one's grasp, the blade's momentum carrying it forth to sever the creature's head. Having dispatched 3 drowned ones and skeletal archers, I step over their fallen bodies and continue my exploration. After advancing a few more paces, a swarm of monsters surges toward me like a tidal wave. The corpses of the previously slain drowned ones gradually decompose, ultimately swept away by the wind. Why does Tristram seem to house an inexhaustible supply of monsters? Aside from the drowned ones, the most populous creatures here are the undead, and I happen upon a skeletal mage. Among the ranks of undead, the skeletal mage is a more advanced type. They were once powerful sorcerers whose lives were extinguished by the wrath of the Dark Wanderer, their remains subsequently corrupted by his dark energy, leading to their rebirth as skeletal mages. These skeletal mages differ significantly from ordinary skeletal warriors, as they wield elemental magic. Fire, ice, poison, and electricity to combat such foes. One must possess either substantial magical resistance or formidable physical prowess. Notably, the elemental spells of the skeletal mages are instantaneous, devoid of incantations, drawing their strength from the depths of hell. Against undead foes, Holy Light spells wield unparalleled advantages, while powerful physical attacks are also a key to victory. Before me, the skeletal mage, its bone-white hands aglow with icy azure light, faces off against another skeletal mage, which conjures flames. From a distance of over 10 meters, the skeletal mage alternates its attacks, unleashing a cacophony of fireballs, ice bolts, and charged projectiles. All of its attacks fall wide of their mark, save for the ice bolts, which pose some threat. The charged projectiles and fireballs fail to approach me. The elemental attacks bear a significant flaw. Maintaining a relatively safe distance allows them to dissipate energy due to air friction during flight, rendering the skeletal mage's assault ineffectual. In response, I released the crescent blades I had gathered during my evasions. Even if the skeletal mage's elemental spells were to strike the blades, they would be of no consequence. The crescent blades travel at a speed far surpassing that of the sluggish elemental assaults, and the first skeletal mage is swiftly decapitated by the oncoming blade, while the other two skeletal mages stand no chance against the skeletal warriors. In close quarters, the skeletal warriors possess a distinct advantage over the skeletal mages. Forced into melee combat, the mages are unable to wield their elemental spells, transforming the encounter into an unbalanced fight. Little White one cleaves through the spine of the skeletal mage before it, and without the support of its backbone, the mage's fragile frame crumbles. The other two skeletal warriors proceed to torment the last remaining skeletal mage, seemingly in unison, crossing their blades to shatter its skeletal structure. Having spent nearly 3 hours within Tristram, I have dispatched more undead than during my entire time on the Dark Continent. Over 60 undead have granted me more than 5,000 experience points. And aside from spoils buried beneath the skeletal archer's remains, the most common drops are life potions and mana potions, shimmering with brilliance. Among the first batch of monsters defeated, one elite skeletal archer yielded a blue piece of equipment, while the other elite creatures offered only scattered coins. Though the drops for monsters are random, my fortune far exceeds that of Tars and his companions. Tars entered Tristram, having vanquished a multitude of monsters. Yet he was left with merely over 1,000 gold coins and 2 pieces of blue equipment. In his quest to rescue Deckard Cain, he also sacrificed an ethereal golden armor. As he pressed onward, the only creatures that emerged to harass him were the undead. The combat experience gleaned from Eiklos proved to be immensely beneficial. Often, the simplest maneuvers wield the greatest power in the fragmented memories of Eiklos. He witnessed a technique where a shield deflected a monster's assault, followed by a swift thrust that pierced the creature's body. It was a method he had never encountered before, and he was astonished that such a seemingly casual strike could possess such formidable strength. He believed that if Eiklos were to earnestly engage, he would stand a 9 out of 10 chance even against a demon lord. The relentless battles of recent times had imparted a profound truth. Executing the simplest techniques with effortless precision is no trivial feat. The seemingly casual strike of Eiklos undoubtedly stemmed from thousands of hours of practice. Upon calculating the number of monsters he had dispatched, he realized he had eliminated roughly 2/3 of the creatures in Tristram. As long as he could deal with the few remaining fiends, he would surely uncover the prison holding Deckard Cain. Lost in thought, he was suddenly confronted by a grotesquely bloated creature, its skin riddled with sores, shambling towards him with the sluggishness of a zombie. Undoubtedly, this creature was the fallen paladin Griswold, transformed into this wretched form. Though not utterly grotesque, its appearance was alarmingly haphazard. Fragments of memory passed down from Eiklos depicted Griswold as he once was. Slightly portly, with a waistline so inflated that his legs were obscured, a paladin. The prolonged tranquility of life had gradually eroded Griswold's combat prowess, rendering him nearly prostrate with fear in the face of the enraged Prime Evil. After being obliterated by the Prime Evil alongside Tristram, the once righteous paladin succumbed to the encroaching darkness, falling into demonic corruption. Akra's task of saving Deckard Cain felt akin to a death sentence. The majority of Tristram's monsters were elite, and confronting the fallen demon paladin, Griswold, exacted a considerable toll. He reassured himself that the dawn of victory lay ahead, summoning every ounce of resolve and vowing to rescue the old man. Deckard Cain. After vanquishing a significant number of elite monsters, he finally encountered the greatest obstacle of this mission, the dark gold creature, Griswold. This fallen paladin had transformed into a minion of the prime evil. Before engaging in a direct confrontation, he recalled Griswold's attributes: exceptionally strong, heavily cursed, and capable of mana burn, traits that were not remarkable for a dark gold creature. The true question was whether Griswold's combat experience had remained intact. He was aware that Griswold had been a seasoned paladin, having dispatched countless demons. His combat experience was at least equal to his OWNTO. Face such a creature. He steeled himself mentally, stowing his staff. He retrieved a long spear, a close-range weapon embedded with fractured gemstones, possessing the attributes of ice, fire, and lightning. Since arriving in the Dark Continent, he had collected nearly 100 fractured gemstones, 12 of which were split. These fractured gems could be combined to create higher-tier stones, though he lacked the heraldic cube. Attacking head-on would yield little success, so he resolved to use his skeletons to distract Griswold while he maneuvered to the creature's rear. Aiming the spear at its vulnerable back, as the spear struck Griswold, he saw a swirl of icy blue energy coalesce at the tip, a result of the fractured sapphire embedded within the spear. The fractured sapphire added 12 points of frost damage to his attack, while the fractured topaz conferred lightning damage, and the fractured ruby bestowed fire damage. The chilling energy at the spear's tip took effect, temporarily freezing Griswold. Although this freeze would not last long, he would not grant respite, unleashing a barrage of over 10 thrusts. Nearly every strike bore elemental damage. Soon, lightning coursed through Griswold, followed by flames that singed his tattered garments. The relentless assault of 3 elemental attributes continued to pummel Griswold's back, further shredding his already tattered attire. The grotesque visage of Griswold made him want to retch. Beyond his arms, the skin of his head lacked muscle, with nearly 2/3 of his skull missing, leaving his grayish-white brain exposed and writhing. Though he had no knowledge of Griswold's former appearance, he could confidently assert that his current state was deplorable. Since arriving in the Dark Continent, he had encountered numerous monsters, yet none had exhibited such a repulsive form. The prime evil's judgment was severely lacking if it deemed such a revolting creature worthy of being a dark gold entity. Within a minute, he had pierced Griswold with over 100 strikes, yet these attacks had only depleted 1/10 of its life force. The effectiveness of the fractured gemstones fell short, unless one possessed perfect gems. Such an assault would exhaust him before it could eliminate Griswold. In contrast, the skeletons displayed greater efficiency. Griswold's attacks missed over 80% of the time, with less than 10% landing on the skeletons. Although Griswold was a boss-level dark gold creature, his offensive capability was lackluster. The skeletons, swift as the wind, evaded the majority of Griswold's onslaught, while the clay golem, though slower, compensated with its robust defense. Griswold found himself besieged from 3 sides. Tar's thrusts were merely a diversion, and as he faced the onslaught from 3 elite skeletons, Griswold began to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Tars unleashed 10 crescent blades, only to have them strike not Griswold, but a submerged demon emerging from the charred ruins. With a momentary reprieve, Griswold covertly cast a damage amplification spell as a necromancer. He was well-versed in such techniques. And to be afflicted by a monster's curse was a profound humiliation. It was clear that the damage amplification effect would persist for several minutes. Griswold's curse radiated over a radius of approximately 20 meters. And regrettably, he and his skeletons were all ensnared within it. The 5 elite submerged demons seized this opportunity to launch frenzied assaults. Griswold indeed possessed skill. The earlier assaults appear to have been feigned. Presently, Griswold likely retained over 40% of its life force, and it had taken 3 hours to deplete half of it. He could confidently assert that Griswold ranked as one of the most treacherous foes he had encountered. His objective was to liberate the imprisoned Deckard Cain, and it was prudent to avoid the reckless monsters. Tristram was a haven for novice adventurers seeking to level up, in the context of the game. This scenario seemed manageable, yet in reality, the experience was altogether different. Previously, he had never perceived the rescue of Deckard Cain as a daunting task, but now he found himself confronted with this seemingly simple endeavor. The sounds of groaning emanating from behind Griswold were unmistakably those of Deckard Cain, who intermittently cried for help. To rescue Deckard Cain, he must vanquish Griswold, lest the creature bring him endless trouble. The damage amplification effect endured for 3 minutes before dissipating. Although the curse did not inflict direct harm upon him, the skeletons fared poorly. Initially evenly matched against the elite submerged demons, the curse had turned the tide against them. An elite submerged demon severed 3 of the skeleton's rib bones, which had been comparable to metal, and it was only when the curse's potency waned that the skeletons regained the upper hand. The standoff with Griswold had persisted for nearly 2 hours, and as time steadily flowed, his chances of successfully defeating Griswold grew increasingly favorable. Just as he believed the end of this troublesome battle was near, Griswold unleashed a mana burn upon him, but he felt his mana, once brimming, vanish in an instant. It was a truly formidable technique, and he could scarcely believe he had fallen victim to such a self-defeating maneuver. With his mana entirely depleted, he dared not linger and hastily retrieved a mana potion, gulping it down desperately. Caught off guard by this unforeseen circumstance, he nearly choked as he drank too hastily. The mana potion flowed into him like a gentle stream, only to vanish almost instantaneously. His emptied mana began to recover slowly. I was somewhat negligent in my approach to dealing with Griswold, failing to anticipate the more troublesome mana burn rather than a direct attack. This battle has imparted a profound lesson upon me. It would have been exceedingly wise to clear a substantial number of monsters before confronting Griswold. Otherwise, engaging both a boss and elite monster simultaneously is a daunting prospect for me. Even if I were to miraculously emerge victorious, it would come at a considerable cost. Among the skills at my disposal, the Crescent Blade is the one I utilize most frequently, possessing the highest attack power. The skill I rely on next is the Bone Armor, which serves not only to preserve my life, but also has the notable characteristic of absorbing damage from physical attacks. At my current skill level, absorbing 80 points of physical damage is quite manageable. The greatest advantage of Bone Armor lies in its minimal mana consumption, allowing it to be sustained for 3 minutes. I currently possess nearly 200 mana, and casting Bone Armor only depletes a little over 20 points in contrast to the Witch's offensive elemental spells. The Necromancer's attack spells are devoid of attributes and poisonous in nature, granting me a significant advantage. Although the Witch's Shattered Ice Armor and Frozen Armor enhance her own defenses, they lack the ability to reflect close-range attacks. The incessant groans of Deckard Cain nearby are quite irksome, indicating that I must expedite the elimination of these monsters. After sparring with Griswold for over 10 minutes, my depleted mana has been fully restored, and the skeletal minion's broken ribs have regenerated. Ever since my skeletal warriors and clay golems established a psychic connection with me, I have sensed their distinct mental fluctuations upon sustaining injuries. I am uncertain why this phenomenon occurs. Perhaps it is an inherent trait of the mutated skeletal summoning technique. With my mana replenished, my confidence surges anew, and I swiftly unleash the premeditated Crescent Blade. Initially, I believed that striking Griswold with the Crescent Blade would bring the battle to an immediate conclusion. However, Griswold displayed remarkable resilience. Despite over 10 successful hits, his health, which was initially below 5, has been restored to a state of 20. I am left utterly dismayed, realizing that I must adopt alternative tactics to conclude this protracted confrontation. Griswold's extraordinary durability prompts me to recall the long-unused corpse explosion spell. Conveniently, there lies the carcass of a defeated abomination beneath his feet that I refuse to believe that anyone could survive a direct hit from the corpse explosion spell. I resolve firmly that before rescuing Deckard Cain, I must vanquish Griswold, with whom I have been locked in a stalemate for 5 hours. While maneuvering around the boss, I silently recite the incantation for corpse explosion. After circling around Griswold, I finally complete the spell. Griswold, standing atop the corpse of the abomination, provides me with a fortuitous opportunity as I extend my right hand to unleash the corpse explosion. The body beneath his feet swells to more than double its size, and under the influence of my mana, the abomination's remains explode into fragments. Griswold, positioned at the epicenter of the blast, cannot possibly emerge unscathed. The corpse explosion I cast has reached level 6, capable of transforming a monster's body into a bomb. The potency of a level 6 corpse explosion is akin to the explosive effect of a standard hand grenade. And the spell's most significant benefit is that it does not pollute the environment. That I pay no mind to the items Griswold has dropped, weaving past the smoldering ruins until I finally glimpse the cage that confines Deckard Cain. It is a solitary cage suspended high above the ground by iron chains, offering no hope of escape for its occupant. Even if he were to miraculously escape from the cage, the ravenous monsters lurking nearby would not hesitate to feast upon him. As I approach the cage, Deckard Cain's cries for help resonate in my ears. I cannot fathom how a descendant of the Horridrum has met such a grim fate. It is a stroke of luck that the prime evil has not claimed his life. After exterminating hundreds of monsters in the desolate Tristram, I have finally located the last scion of the Horridrum, Deckard Cain. Imprisoned within the iron cage, Deckard Cain appears gaunt and emaciated. I cannot imagine how he has survived the past decade of confinement. Tristram has become a haven for monsters, devoid of any sustenance fit for a human. Perhaps he has relied on a form of hibernation to conserve energy, a mere 10 meters away from the cage. Remnants of over a dozen abominations still wander, but they no longer pose a threat. Nevertheless, it is prudent to eliminate them swiftly. Shifting to a blend of first and third-person narrative, Jens emanates a subtle psychic wave, commanding the skeletal minions to stand before Deckard Cain's cage. He personally draws the attention of the distant abominations, the corpses of previously vanquished monsters proving quite useful. Intentionally approaching the monsters, he lures them towards the clay golem, guiding them to the corpses. In a moment of opportunity, Jens swiftly casts Corpse Explosion. The lifeless bodies of the monsters tremble slightly, and those approaching Jens are caught in the explosion's radius. That a series of deafening blasts ensues, claiming the lives of 10 abominations. Were it not for the eyewitness account, one would scarcely believe that hundreds of monsters had fallen at Jens's hands, including numerous elite-level foes, an insurmountable task for any ordinary adventurer. Jens strides into the cage that confines Deckard Cain, a metallic prison secured by chains, suspended 5 meters above the ground. Pulling down on the chain with force, the pulley connected to the cage begins to roll, producing a sound that grates on the teeth before the cage descends to the ground. Deckard Cain, stooped and weary, emerges from the cage. Jens had expected him to lack the strength to walk. Yet the old man strides towards him with surprising vigor, not uttering a single word of gratitude before directly opening a portal to depart Tristram. After Deckard Cain's departure, the protagonist begins to mutter to himself. That old man, I went through great lengths to rescue you, and you couldn't even muster a word of thanks. Mark my words. You will come to know the true meaning of nightmares with this ominous declaration. Jens tears open a town portal scroll and returns to the rogue encampment. Upon emerging from the portal, he encounters Deckard Cain standing before him. Fueled by anger, Jens resolves to confront him. I am immensely grateful for your rescue from that wretched place. I lament the destruction of Tristram. The wrath of the prime evil is indeed beyond my capacity to endure. Express my gratitude. I shall fortify your items free of charge and offer my utmost assistance during your travels. Once again, I thank you, esteemed adventurer. Although I anticipated Deckard Cain's words, having heard this monologue countless times before, the grandiose promises have long lost their charm. Dismissing Deckard Cain, I seek out Akira to turn in my quest. In contrast to the miserly Deckard Cain, Akira is far more generous. In the northeastern corner of the rogue encampment, I observe Akira engaged in a trade with another adventurer, but I refrain from interrupting, waiting until the transaction concludes before delivering my report to Akira. Upon noticing my presence, Akira approaches me with enthusiasm. I am immensely grateful that you were able to rescue him. I am at a loss for words. This magical ring is something I stumbled upon by chance. It holds no value for me, so I shall gift it to you, a traveler well aware of what awaits upon quest completion. I know that Akira will present me with a ring, and her words are etched in my memory. Accepting the magical ring, still warm from Akira's touch, I see that it is crafted from brass and classified as blue-tier equipment. The Apprentice Luck Ring requires level 6, granting a maximum vitality bonus of 20 and a lifesteal effect of 13 upon successfully landing a hit. a seemingly ordinary blue ring possesses the astonishing ability to siphon life. A fact that truly takes me by surprise, that I am grateful for the gift bestowed upon me by Akira. Henceforth, I shall return to Tristram to collect the equipment dropped by the monsters. I recall that Griswold dropped a piece of golden equipment. Upon emerging from the portal, the monsters in Tristram had just respawned, and since I was able to vanquish them before, eliminating them once more poses no challenge. The skeleton soldier leading my charge first encountered a group of skeleton archers, and it can be said that enemies meeting each other naturally ignited a fierce rivalry. The arrows loosed by the skeleton archers were largely deflected by the shield held in the soldier's left hand. Despite being a ranged physical attack, it is unfortunate that these archers do not possess advanced skills such as freezing arrows, or they might have inflicted at least minor damage upon the skeleton soldier. Seizing the opportunity while the archers were preoccupied with my most loyal servant, I deftly maneuvered behind the skeleton archers, my arms extended horizontally, and with a vigorous swing, the crescent blade struck the archers at near point-blank range. The brittle bones of the skeleton archers, deprived of calcium, could not withstand such force, shattering and scattering across the ground. Ian, having absorbed the legacy of Eiklos, may not have leveled up, yet his combat experience rivals that of a level 20 paladin. After dispatching 5 skeletons, Ian led the remaining skeletons and clay golems deeper into Tristram, treading upon the corpses of the vanquished. The site of my earlier confrontation with Griswold was now devoid of the demon paladin's remains. Having entirely vanished without leaving a trace of dust, the items buried beneath Griswold were brought back to light, and the scattered gold coins shimmered brilliantly. Beneath the coins lay a piece of golden equipment and a piece of blue equipment. Talos had previously informed me that he had slain Griswold numerous times, yet never once had he received a piece of golden equipment. During his worst luck, Griswold had dropped 2 white items, an experience that nearly drove Talos to despair. Counting the coins laid before me took half an hour, culminating in a total of 1,500 coins, and coupled with the value of the items dropped by elite monsters. This endeavor proved to be worthwhile, especially with the unexpected golden equipment dropped by Griswold, bringing me great joy. Tristram's nearly 100 elite monsters yielded over a dozen pieces of blue equipment. Although unappraised, I believe their total worth exceeds 10,000 coins. Despite already being the wealthiest individual in the rogue encampment, Ian remained modest. After thoroughly scavenging a multitude of spoils, Ian found himself unexpectedly tripped by a stone approximately 50 centimeters in size, resulting in a sizable bump forming on his head. The stone, cracked open, revealed what appeared to be a thin book akin to a diary at its base. Upon opening the black cover, the first page prominently bore the name Deckard Cain, indicating that the contents of this tome were undoubtedly related to him, and it surely contained secrets of Tristram hidden throughout the annals of history. Ian cautiously turned the slightly yellowed pages, discovering on the second page records of Cain's undisclosed past prior to his imprisonment. March 12th. I never anticipated that the seal of the prime evil would be concealed beneath Tristram. The inhabitants of this land have lived for decades without uncovering this truth. Should the prime evil escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. May 9th. Has the situation reached a point of no return? The seal of the prime evil is on the verge of collapse. Dark energies leaking from the soft soil have already consumed a significant number of livestock, and all the flowers blooming in this season have withered. Truly terrifying. I can only hope there is still a chance for salvation. Turning to the next page, dated June 13, one could sense Deckard Cain's near despair as he chronicled the unfolding events. June 13th. The influence of the prime evil has begun to wane. Tristram teeters on the brink of disaster. The people living here may still be oblivious to the impending catastrophe, for the destructive power of the prime evil is not something mere mortals can withstand. June 19th. The shroud of the prime evil has been lifted. Waves of dark energy surged forth uncontrollably. Finally freed from its seal, the prime evil unleashed the full force of the Lord of Terror, causing the very earth to tremble. These accounts penned by Deckard Cain must have been written prior to his imprisonment. Otherwise, I would not witness the calamity that befell Tristram. June 25th. Upon emerging from the seal, the prime evil's first act was to wreak havoc upon Tristram. Though the paladin order station here fought valiantly against the prime evil and its hellish legions, the disparity in power was insurmountable. The battle between the restored prime evil and the paladins lasted no more than 5 minutes before they were utterly routed. The diary of Deckard Cain records such a harrowing battle. While I have not witnessed the rivers of blood that flowed during that conflict, I can easily surmise the sheer magnitude of the prime evil's power. Within the Black Tome, the diary spans a mere 30 pages. The majority detailing Deckard Cain's daily life in Tristram and the destruction wrought by the prime evil post-liberation that I have inadvertently stumbled upon the consequences of Deckard Cain's secret recordings. The central portion of the Black Book appears to have suffered fire damage, leaving only charred remnants of the diary. The final page chronicles the prime evil's actions following its annihilation of Tristram, where it absorbed the souls of the fallen, and its minions conducted a gruesome feast of human flesh. September 15th. I deeply regret not heeding the words of that limping child named White. Remaining in this forsaken Tristram, now devoid of life, I am fortunate that the minions of the prime evil spared my life. These demons showed mercy, discovering my diary, documenting the atrocities of the prime evil, only for the creature to mock my foolishness and command its minions to imprison me within an iron cage. The diary concludes without revealing how Deckard Cain survived. Tristram offers no sustenance for ordinary humans. Could it be that the mysterious spells of the Hordrim allowed one to survive for decades without food? I hastily stowed the gathered spoils into my spatial ring, and upon returning to the rogue encampment, I intend to inquire earnestly with Deckard Cain regarding the means of his survival, after the arduous endeavor of rescuing Deckard Cain. Ian's questing career reached a temporary pause. Questions regarding the formation of the Dark Continent and the timeline of the three prime evil's imprisonment loomed like an unshakable tempest. The recent spate of high-intensity adventures had left Ian's body aching, and he longed for a moment of respite. Upon returning to the warmth of home, I could not help but marvel at the comfort it provided, though I had persevered through the rigors of the wild. Perpetually facing the threat of monsters kept my nerves taut. The dark forest, despite housing 2 uninhabited houses, had not become lairs for monsters. However, staying inside still offered no peace of mind, as wandering creatures could intrude at any moment. Previously, I had gone to great lengths to locate the teleportation array within the dark forest, and the first house I discovered measured nearly 150 square meters, yet contained only a few simple tables and chairs along with a row of bookshelves. As dusk had already fallen and the teleportation array remained unfound, I reluctantly stayed overnight in this house. After hastily consuming dinner, I found myself perusing the thick tomes on the bookshelf for about half an hour, only to succumb to an overwhelming wave of sleepiness, ultimately dozing off atop the table, and my sensitivity to sound heightened. Any rustle would draw my attention, yet an abrupt cacophony jolted me awake. It was 3 Fallen. This abandoned house was no longer safe. I must depart without delay. The fate of the 3 Fallen that interrupted my slumber was grim. They were swiftly severed into pieces by the skeleton soldier, and I ultimately incinerated the worthless house along with the cadavers of the Fallen in a blaze. Ian slumbered for 2 days, and by the time Talos roused him, 2 days had elapsed. "Hey, Ian, wake up. This is no time for a long slumber. If you don't get up soon, breakfast will be devoured without you. Can you bear to let those twin maids' efforts go to waste?" Upon hearing the mention of delectable cuisine, Yin sprang from his bed, hastily shedding his night clothes and donning his everyday attire. After a quick wash, he made his way to the dining hall. In the meantime, Tars had already devoured a breakfast meant for 2. And to Yin's surprise, Kazia, the mercenary leader of the Rod camp, was also seated there, partaking in the meal. Before Yins could utter a word, Kazia leisurely remarked, "Do not be taken aback, Yins. The news of your enchanting pair of maidens has spread throughout the Rod camp. As for my presence here, let us discuss it after we have finished our meal." Half an hour later, as breakfast concluded, Kazia wiped the soup from the corner of his mouth with a napkin. "The monotonous life at the Rod camp has begun to wear on me. Yins, can you devise a way to uplift everyone's spirits? There is not a hint of entertainment here." To Yins' astonishment, Kazia sought excitement, which fortuitously prompted Yins to boldly share a long-conceived plan that nearly caused the assembled crowd to leap with enthusiasm. Yins, having arrived on the Dark Continent, articulated his thoughts. "I have pondered this matter as well. Life at the Rod Camp is indeed too dreary. Adventurers, constantly battling monsters, remain in a prolonged state of tension, detrimental to their health. Therefore, I have resolved to establish a restaurant first, followed by a wellness center. As a native of China, Yins understood that prolonged mental exertion was detrimental to well-being. Only a balance of work and rest could yield optimal results. Tars and the others had never heard of a wellness center, nor had they ever visited a restaurant, let alone experienced such a heavenly lifestyle. To expedite his vision, Yins convened a meeting with prominent figures of the Rod Camp to discuss the construction of a high-end restaurant and wellness center. After several hours of deliberation, it was decided to first open an experimental restaurant, with Yins bearing the entire cost of its construction. Akira, Kazia, Chasai, and others readily agreed to Yins' proposal, while Kid even unexpectedly offered to contribute funds for the establishment of the Rod Camp's inaugural restaurant. Next came the task of securing materials and a construction crew. Coincidentally, a hotelier from the eastern continent of Lugoan provided invaluable advice to Yins. After brief discussions, the hotelier from Lugoan agreed to supply the construction team. With wages to be negotiated separately, to Yins' pleasant surprise, his ideas garnered considerable support, and the project to build the first restaurant in the Rod Camp was set to commence smoothly. Kid invested 300,000 gold coins, while Yins contributed 500,000. After 2 months of construction, the Rod Camp was transformed, resembling an entirely different place compared to its former self on the day of the restaurant's inauguration. Not only residents of the Rod Camp, but also adventurers from Lugoan and the port of Kurost flocked to the event, creating a lively atmosphere. Most attendees at the ceremony were Yins' closest friends, alongside Akira and others, with Kid bringing along over 100 pots of blooming flowers. As mealtime approached, all present at the Rod Camp took their seats, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their dishes. The proprietor of the restaurant, Yins focused on Chinese cuisine, as it was the culinary tradition he was most familiar with, particularly Sichuan and Hunan dishes. Aside from the promotional expenditures for the grand opening, the first day netted a profit of 10,000 gold coins, indicating the success of Yins' marketing strategy. He named the restaurant Sunshine Inn, and it wasn't long before the name reached even the distant eastern continent of Lugoan and the port of Kurost. Akira bestowed the highest praise upon the culinary offerings, and even Kid, a connoisseur of fine food, was generous with his compliments. After enjoying a special dish prepared for him by Yins, the emaciated Deckard Cain felt a renewed vigor coursing through his body. The dual torment of both mind and body had nearly taken Deckard Cain's life. The skin-clad hands emerging from his gray robe bore witness to his suffering. The prolonged confinement had almost ruined his health. Following a month of recuperation, this last descendant of the Horridrum finally regained his strength. With time to spare, Deckard Cain began recounting to me tales long buried in the annals of Memory Point 2 days prior. Cain had already been waiting for me when I awoke, though I was uncertain of the purpose behind his early visit. Nevertheless, I welcomed him warmly and invited him to share breakfast. After our meal, in gratitude for my assistance, Deckard Cain offered to divulge some of the events that transpired during his captivity, as well as secrets obscured by time. He began to narrate slowly, but due to his age, he could only speak for less than 2 hours before becoming breathless. With great effort, he opened his dim and somewhat murky eyes, beginning to recollect the memories permanently etched in his mind. I could not help but admire Deckard Cain. The vast and intricate knowledge he possessed seemed as perplexing to me as deciphering trigonometric functions, yet it flowed from his lips with the grace of a master storyteller. In the initial hour, he recounted the origins of the Dark Continent, and I listened attentively, for there was no other person with such a wealth of knowledge in the thousands of years preceding humanity's emergence. The ceaseless war between heaven and hell had raged for an extensive period. The prime evils, Mephisto, Baal, and the prime evil, were the supreme rulers of hell, beneath whom lay 4 greater evils and their countless demons. Deckard Cain paused to catch his breath and continued. It was not until millennia later that humanity appeared on the Dark Continent, at a time when human intellect was generally quite low. The Horridrum were a group that possessed advanced technology and extensive knowledge, earning the respect of all. Through Deckard Cain's explanations, I finally gained a rudimentary understanding of the relationship between heaven and hell. The magnificent past, the grand battle scenes, and the countless fallen angels and demons unfolded vividly in his retelling. Time slipped by like water, and as I listened to Deckard Cain, I felt as though I was transported back to witness the clash of angels and demons firsthand. Throughout his narration, Deckard Cain repeatedly mentioned the Soul Stone. In the memories of Jens, the Soul Stone was an exceptionally mysterious object, but through Deckard Cain's elucidation, Jens learned that the Soul Stone had other purposes as well. As a member of the Horadrim, Deckard Cain possessed knowledge far more profound than most. Squinting his eyes, he savored the steam rising from his teacup and sighed, stating slowly, "Originally, the 3 Soul Stones gifted to humanity by heaven were more than sufficient to seal the prime evils. At that time, the Horadrim, as a group wielding formidable magical powers, dutifully took on the role of humanity's protectors. However, regrettably, only Mephisto and the prime evil were sealed. Baal feigned being sealed and subsequently shattered the Soul Stone, scattering its fragments across the land, leaving humanity in shock." Deckard Cain shifted his tone and continued. After Baal destroyed the Soul Stone, he reveled in his triumph, unaware that the most distinguished and only Horadrim sorcerer, Tal Rasha, who possessed immense mental and magical prowess, ultimately merged his own soul with the largest fragment of the Soul Stone to completely seal Baal. Thus, believing victory was at hand, Baal was confined within the Soul Stone, and the war between heaven and hell was temporarily halted. One day, I aspire to engage in a duel with the formidable Mephisto, Diablo, and Baal, yet for now I must delve deeper into the realms of heaven and hell. It is said that fragments of the Soul Stone, destroyed by Baal, are concealed in some forsaken corner of the Dark Continent. Even a mere shard of the Soul Stone, when integrated into the weapon forging process, carries an 80% chance of culminating in the creation of a legendary artifact. Typically, the forging of such artifacts necessitates not only those mythical materials, but also a level of craftsmanship from the blacksmith that is nothing short of exemplary. The art of forging those legendary armaments has long been lost to time, and those capable of crafting blue-tier equipment are exceedingly rare. However, it is rumored that Charcy's lost hammer possesses an enigmatic power, granting a 1% chance for any equipment forged with it to transform into golden-tier gear. After 2 hours of discourse, Deckard Cain was somewhat out of breath. While I greatly admired his seemingly boundless knowledge akin to that of an encyclopedia, his pace of speech left much to be desired, as though he exerted an extraordinary effort with every utterance. The thick night descended like a ferocious flood, akin to ink splashed upon a canvas, casting everything in a charred hue. The blue-violet irises quietly bloomed in a secluded corner of the rogue encampment after sunset, their stamens graced by the presence of an exceedingly rare radiant butterfly. Prior to my arrival in the Dark Continent, I had glimpsed a feature about the radiant butterfly on television, reputedly numbering fewer than 20 in the world, a species of great rarity now listed among the endangered. Such blue-violet irises are likely uncommon in the Dark Continent, and no one seems to have noticed their existence. Fortunately, there are idle flower pots in Ian's house, perfect for transplanting the iris. The twin maids have a fondness for vividly colored flowers, and Ian's once overheard the elder sister mention a legendary plant named snow petal flower, which supposedly grows at the peak of the Arete Mountains at the eastern end of the continent. It is said that if one is fortunate enough to pluck a single blossom, happiness will be bestowed upon the gatherer. This day, no one has ever laid eyes on the snow petal flower. Its petals are as pure as the freshest snow, and it is rumored that brewing tea with these petals can wholly awaken an ordinary person's resistance to cold. Nevertheless, these are merely tales, as no one has ever witnessed them firsthand. Ian's carefully excavated the iris along with its roots using a spade and placed it into a spatial ring. Tyrell had previously elucidated the specific purposes of the spatial ring to Ian's. Aside from its nearly infinite capacity, the interior of the ring is set to 0 time, meaning that time does not elapse within it. Even if a piece of stale bread were placed inside, it would remain unspoiled after 100 years, perhaps even fresher than when initially stored. Ian's had read in some historical tomes that the art of crafting spatial rings had been lost for millennia, said to have been imparted to humanity by angels residing in heaven. However, for reasons unknown, the techniques for creating spatial rings vanished from the annals of history. The ring named Azure Star, gifted to Ian's by Tyrell, was originally worn by the supreme leader of heaven during the ancient times of the war between gods and demons, a ring with an almost limitless capacity that was lost in the conflict. The Azure Star, now shrouded in legend, has become the object of pursuit for many angels and demons alike, not merely for the spatial ring itself, but also due to the proclamation from heaven that whoever finds the ring, whether angel or demon, would be granted a weapon of artifact-level quality. 1,000 years have swiftly passed, yet regrettably, no one has managed to uncover this fabled spatial ring, while none have succeeded in locating it. Rumors have circulated that the ring contains numerous divine-grade armaments, with some even claiming it harbors the legendary Holy Light sword wielded by an archangel. Tyrell once recounted the origins of the Holy Light sword, said to be forged from the blood of tens of thousands of angels, refined with solar stones. In Tyrell's earlier descriptions, the Holy Light sword was portrayed as able to cleave the very heavens and rend the earth with a single swing. And this was merely its most basic capability. Its most extraordinary power is the ability to sever space, breaking all barriers and seals. Although Tyrell's accounts may contain exaggerations, I am nonetheless eager to witness the true might of the Holy Light sword and whether it aligns with his descriptions. As the last patrons departed, the day's business at the restaurant came to a close. I found myself reflecting on the swift passage of time while reminiscing about those days of relentless battles. After a brief wash-up at home, I reclined upon the velvet-covered mattress, succumbing to drowsiness, and soon drifted into dreams. The first half of the night passed peacefully, yet an incident in the latter half left me restless. Ian's possesses a peculiar obsession with cleanliness, having placed various cacti and other thorny plants upon the bedroom floor. This quirk persisted even upon his arrival in the Dark Continent. After acquiring a house spanning nearly 300 square meters, Ian's installed numerous traps within to deter thieves. The traps within the house differ significantly from those of typical assassins. These are powered by magic, why setting up magical arrays capable of storing mana. Any individual who steps upon or touches these arrays would trigger the mechanisms embedded within. The traps set by Ian's are such that once activated, unless one possesses the ability to traverse space, they will likely suffer grievous injuries, or in the worst-case scenario, lose their life. In the initial days following his arrival in the Dark Continent, the creatures Ian's dispatched with the most frequency were not those lurking beyond the Bloodmoor, but rather hundreds of mice. It is undeniable that the mice in the rogue encampment are a certainty. There must be a vast and intricate nest of them beneath the encampment. The day after Kid sold Ian's the house, he discovered over 10 mice gnawing at the wooden door in an unused room. Although he eradicated these pests in one fell swoop, their appearances only grew more frequent and brazen thereafter. The rampant mice indiscriminately devoured the house's contents, and the most infuriating instance occurred when a mouse leapt into a pot of boiling oil while the twin maids were preparing lunch, leaving them aghast. The unfortunate mouse, while meeting its demise in the scorching oil, tainted an entire pot of it. From that moment onward, Ian's developed a vendetta against the mice, determined to eradicate the loathsome creatures. He learned the art of offensive magical arrays from the thick tomes of magic. A week after completing the task of rescuing Deckard Cain, a bookseller arrived at the rogue encampment, bringing with him nearly 1,000 books from 3 horse-drawn carts. His collection included not only literary works, but also historical texts and various culinary guides. After an intense negotiation with the bookseller, Ian's and Tarsus managed to coerce him into gifting 2 spell books. Claiming to be a merchant from Misuras, ultimately, the bookseller departed with barely 10 sales under his belt and swore never to return to the rogue encampment. The events unfolded as Misuras, having heard of the twin maids' beauty, sought to possess them. Tarsus had previously cautioned me to be wary of a man named Misuras, notorious in the eastern continent of Rugen for his unscrupulous dealings. Any beauty he coveted met with a grim fate. As my 2 closest friends, Tarsus devised an ingenious plan. Given that he was a bookseller, it was likely that some of his inventory would contain defective items or missing pages. Through our meticulous collaboration, Misuras ultimately revealed his true intentions. By the time rumors of the twin maids' beauty reached the eastern continent, I had already taken note of those with ulterior motives. Previously, individuals had attempted to purchase Lizzie and Lena from me at exorbitant prices, all of which I politely declined. Later, A corpulent merchant with a face marred by pockmarks offered 1,000,000 gold pieces for the twin maids. I paid no heed to this lecherous brute, summoning skeletal warriors to drive him and his minions away. Recently, while suitors continue to flock, the quality of these contenders has markedly improved compared to the previous lot, with even a few high-level adventurers coming to behold the beauty of the Lazy Sisters. Among these high-level adventurers is a level 59 paladin, whose heavenly fist has reached level 12 due to the enhancement of his equipment. Although he is a high-level class change, his appearance leaves much to be desired. To date, I have turned away over 1,000 adventurers, and the relentless swarm of suitors has tested my patience to its limits. After 3 days of deep contemplation, I discovered a mutually beneficial solution that would address the incessant advances of my bothersome suitors without utterly shattering their hearts. After careful consideration, I selected a piece of dark gold armor from the gear gifted to me by Tyrell that I resolved that should any of these suitors procure equipment of superior quality, I would consider granting them the opportunity to court one of the twin maids. All adventurers present were eager and began to showcase their most prized possessions, obtained through perilous endeavors. Alas, most could only present golden equipment, which paled in comparison to the dark gold armor I had displayed. Eanes proclaimed loudly to the gathered adventurers, "Today, I shall reveal 2 pieces of equipment. The first is the dark gold armor known as Akinu's Glory, infernal demon leather armor, boasting a defense of 1295, requiring level 85 and a strength of 190, with a durability of 30. IT grants 2 to all skills and 13 to casting speed. These are the primary attributes of this remarkable piece. Should anyone produce an item of greater rarity, I may consider allowing them to date one of the twin maids." Upon unveiling the armor, adventurers with levels over 80 retreated in astonishment. They had never encountered such high-caliber dark gold equipment, let alone one with over 1,000 in defense. The first piece I presented left the crowd in awe. Then, a towering barbarian, over 2 meters tall, emerged from the throng. Clutching a heavy wooden chest in his arms, he gently opened the chest and proclaimed, "This is a dark gold armor piece I obtained alongside many friends after vanquishing the boss Mephisto in the second world, Nightmare. This armor is called Guardian of Dreams, featuring a defense of 1,500, 2 to paladin skill levels, 15 lifesteal on hit, a 20 chance to cast level 15 firewall, 75 chance to acquire magical equipment, and 150 chance to loot gold for monsters." The barbarian recited the armor's attributes. The crowd of adventurers, unaccustomed to such grandeur, erupted in excitement. The barbarian, reveling in his triumph of presenting a piece superior to Eanes, soon found his expression stiffening. Eanes then unveiled his second item, a dark gold sword, renowned for its rarity within the game world. Clearing his throat, Eanes announced, "There is no need for such astonishment. What I am about to reveal is an item that even the most seasoned adventurers may have never laid eyes upon, the Divine Judgment, Sword of Angels that I shall forego listing its extensive attributes, for to do so would take until dawn. This two-handed sword inflicts damage ranging from 3,500 to 4,300, requires level 50 and a strength of 123, with infinite durability. IT grants 20 to all skill levels, 200 life steal on hit, and 200 mana steal on hit. I shall refrain from detailing the rest of its attributes, as they are far too numerous to recount." Upon hearing Eanes' proclamation, the adventurers were rendered speechless. Eanes, stifling a smirk, lamented, "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe the situation speaks for itself. The sword I showcased is a weapon once wielded by the archangels of heaven, capable of slaying various demons with ease." This display of equipment had drawn the ire of many who viewed Eanes as a thorn in their side, eager to eliminate him. Although Eanes' actions might invite peril, his high luck allowed him to navigate the dangers with composure. On a night illuminated by the full moon, bats emerged from their deep caves, casting an ominous air over an otherwise ordinary evening. In a shadowy chamber where moonlight dared not tread, an angry voice echoed, startling a crow perched upon a withered tree. "How utterly foolish! You can't even manage such a trivial task. What use are you to me? You prattle on with flattery, yet when it comes time for serious matters, you all become imbeciles." The furious voice chastised the 10 or so figures in black kneeling before him, who remained silent, some trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, blissfully unaware of the lurking danger at road camp, Eanes, having shared a few extra drinks with his new friend Sophia, found himself in high spirits. Sophia, a level 23 sorceress specializing in ice and fire spells, particularly excelled in pyromancy. All quests in road camp had been successfully completed, and Anariel had been vanquished by Sophia on multiple occasions. Each time, Anariel yielded 2 or more pieces of golden equipment, and occasionally, green or even common dark gold items. On rare occasions, she would drop blue items or even ordinary white gear. As Sophia recounted her exploits, she mentioned her growing fame in Ruin, where she had finally acquired the last of the Heradric artifacts, the Heradric Cube, after much difficulty in the 3rd level of the Temple of Death. To honor Sophia, Eanes organized a private banquet, inviting esteemed guests such as Sophie and Tars. Before the banquet commenced, Eanes mysteriously produced a wooden barrel towering to the height of 2 men, leaving everyone puzzled about what he intended to unveil. With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Eanes declared, "I trust you are all aware that I have successfully rescued Deckard Cain, the last heir of the Hoardroom. However, the true purpose of this banquet is to celebrate the bonds of friendship I have forged with each of you. May our camaraderie endure. Let us toast." After a few rounds of drinks, Eanes revealed the contents of the barrel. Tars lifted the lid, and to their astonishment, inside lay a collection of ordinary blue equipment. Though these items held no allure for Eanes, they were of immense value to ordinary adventurers. Tars, stammering in disbelief, asked, "Eanes, how on earth did you acquire these blue items? Have you defeated the Countess or perhaps slain hundreds of elite monsters? Pray, enlighten us." Eanes smiled and replied, "There is no need for doubt. These are indeed genuine blue items. Since my journey began in the Blood Wastes, my luck has been extraordinary. Every 10 monsters I defeat yields a blue item. Thus, these are merely the spoils I have collected thus far. I can assure you, these items hold no further use for me." Tar seemed to be struggling with his words. "What does this mean? Are you offering these blue items to us? Or is there some ulterior motive?" Eanes replied warmly, "There is no need to question my sincerity. You are the finest friends I have made thus far, and I am genuinely pleased to know you. Consider these blue items as tokens of our friendship. Now, feel free to choose. Take them all. I shan't mind in the least." Eanes generously offered the items he had acquired during his adventures, a portion of which he had obtained from Kid. Tar selected a paladin-specific shield, the Deep Blue Shield, which provided 59 defense, required level 13, and a strength of 31, with a durability of 2335. IT granted 1 offensive aura, paladin use only, 15 lightning damage, 23 fire damage lasting 5 seconds, and 9 life steal on hit. After an extensive selection process, Tars opted for steel armor and 2 two-handed swords, while Sophia, the assassin, discovered 2 sets of claws at the bottom of the barrel. Once all the gear was distributed, Tars and the others pledged an eternal vow of gratitude to Eanes, swearing that any betrayal would result in dire consequences. Their generosity stemmed from an encounter 2 weeks prior, when Tyrell had manifested in Eanes' dreams, promising him a wish after the defeat of Baal and other demon lords from the First World, while encouraging Eanes to strengthen his power. Tyrell's assurances were never in doubt. Thus far, he had fulfilled every promise made. However, the joyous moments are always fleeting. After the banquet concluded, Tars and the others once again expressed their gratitude for Eanes' kindness before dispersing. Blushing like an apple, Eanes collapsed into slumber in the dead of night. A sudden noise jolted him from his deep sleep. It seemed someone had triggered the cleverly concealed traps. Who could be so brazen as to disturb the peace in the dead of night? In a hurried manner, I slipped on my slippers and stepped onto the floor, where I could faintly hear the sound of footsteps outside the bedroom door. It appeared that intruders had indeed entered. Cautiously, I picked up the small mirror from my bedside table, using the dim reflection of the moonlight to discern 5 figures clad in black rummaging through the room, seemingly in search of something. Beneath the tea table, there lay a magical trap I had strategically placed. One of the intruders stepped onto that very spot, allowing me to secretly trigger the concealed trap below. This was a lightning-type magical trap, and stepping on it would unleash an attack of several thousand volts, certainly lethal for an ordinary person. I calculated the timing meticulously. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When a moment was just right, the black-clad intruder who triggered the trap was instantly incapacitated by a powerful electric shock. As his companions rushed to investigate, I activated another trap to avoid harming my twin maids. I had deliberately set up defensive and soundproof barriers around their quarters, ensuring that even an earthquake of magnitude 8 outside would not disturb those within. The temporarily incapacitated intruder was now out of commission, leaving me to deal with the remaining 4 one by one. Another intruder unwittingly approached the magical trap, stepping on it without any warning. I discreetly infused a hint of magic into the trap, and soon, a chilling aura seeped through the cracks of the floor. The black-clad figure, enveloped in this frost, remained oblivious, akin to the cold winds of the Siberian plains brushing against their back. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. The nearly bone-freezing cold had rendered him rigid as a stick. What is this place? Old 4 and Old 5 have been dealt with. If we fail to locate the item our organization seeks, we might as well present our heads to the leader, remarked Black-clad A, with the other 2 nodding in agreement. Big brother, we've already lost 2 men. What should we do next? Continue searching or return another time? Inquired Black-clad B. No need to worry. Second, that if anything goes awry, we'll blow this place to smithereens, reducing everything here to ashes. While there is a chance we may be scolded by the master, we can't afford to think about that now. For the moment, we must do everything possible to avoid alarming that enigmatic necromancer. I've heard that necromancers are servants of the demon gods, and their spells possess tremendous power, said Black-clad C, remaining silent. As their conversation continued, I had already devised my next move. On the bedside table lay a spatial ring, which I only remove when I sleep, and some leftover powder from Drunken Dreams fragrance, perfectly suited to deal with the intruders. That I crouched on the floor, extracting a sheet of hemp paper from the spatial ring, rolling it into a cylinder, and evenly distributing the powder within. A gentle blow would render the black-clad figures powerless. I had previously experimented with purifying Drunken Dreams fragrance. Through processes of refinement and distillation, 10 milliliters of the liquid form transformed into a powdered state. In this form, it proved far more potent than in liquid, capable of incapacitating even an elephant, let alone an ordinary human. A forceful puff directed at the door seam sent an unprecedented fragrance wafting throughout the room, causing Black-clad A to exclaim, "What a wonderful scent!" before succumbing to unconsciousness. Once the effects of Drunken Dreams fragrance dissipated, I summoned Tars and the others to bind the intruders tightly with sturdy ropes, setting the stage for an interrogation they would never forget. The following day, sunlight spilled onto the bedroom floor, though it could not penetrate the dim underground chamber where the captured black-clad figures were shackled with iron chains, stripped of their clothing and left entirely exposed against the walls. "Hey, wake up! Have you had enough sleep?" Tar's bellow jolted the intruders awake. The basement, illuminated sufficiently to avoid complete darkness, allowed the black-clad figures to gradually regain consciousness, though the effects of Drunken Dreams fragrance still rendered their limbs immobile. Warily, they scanned their surroundings, only to suddenly realize their utter lack of covering, their expressions shifting from wariness to fury. Tars smiled slightly, asserting, before we discuss anything else, "What exactly is your purpose for sneaking into Ian's residence in the dead of night? If your brains haven't rusted, you should comprehend your current predicament. Struggling is futile. And let me remind you, even if you scream until your throats are raw, no one will come to your rescue. If you're wise, you'll choose to suffer less." Black-clad, upon hearing Tar's words, adopted a defiant demeanor, prepared for death. "Silence. Do you intend to remain mute? That tactic won't work on me, especially since you've already provoked Ian. Perhaps he'll use your organs for experiments. By the way, Ian is the only necromancer in Rogue Camp, and he has a keen interest in researching various organs. Previously, 2 thieves were caught attempting to steal, and their situation mirrored yours. Ian quickly lost his patience and dissected them." Upon hearing Tar's account, a lanky black-clad figure began to waver, about to speak when Black-clad interrupted the would-be speaker. "There is no need to waste your breath, and no matter what methods you employ. We will never divulge the secrets of our organization. We have sworn an oath that if we fail our mission, we will take our own lives." Just as Black-clad A finished speaking, he attempted to bite his tongue. But they had forgotten that the effects of Drunken Dream's fragrance had yet to wear off, in addition to being a powerful narcotic and intoxicating scent. Excess use caused those rendered unconscious to lose control over their central nervous systems, making any intended actions impossible. In the sleepless night, the pitiful assailants became forsaken by the gods. The mysterious figure driven by selfish desires found his subordinates in dire straits, yet no savior would come for them. The notion of a savior was merely a beautiful but impractical fantasy. Under the moonlight, the wretched thieves were ensnared by the necromancer, akin to beautiful butterflies caught in a spider's web, rendered immobile, a truly tragic spectacle. As Ian slumbered, the intruders sought to take their own lives upon capture. But alas, they encountered a necromancer obsessively devoted to alchemy and novel spells. The future of these intruders had already dissolved into the past, their prospects evaporating like dew on morning petals under the scorching sun. Stripped of their garments and forcibly administered a newly concocted potion by Ian, the effects of which remained unknown for the time being. Tars feigned a demeanor of one who had taken countless lives, brandishing a sharp two-handed sword before the black-clad figures, the blade glinting ominously as it sliced off half of black-clad C's eyebrow. Apologies, I still haven't mastered my control over this weapon, and it feels rather unwieldy. Perhaps switching to another will yield better results, Tars remarked with a sinister grin, unable to bear it any longer. Talos exited the basement, taking charge of the interrogation of these unfortunate souls. From this moment on, I will ask the questions, and you will provide answers. Speak another word of nonsense, and you will learn the consequences. I assure you, I will show no mercy, and my patience is limited. The leader of the thieves, Black-clad, proclaimed with righteous indignation, "Do not waste your breath. We will divulge nothing. You may kill or torture us at your leisure." I was prepared for this the moment we were captured. The one who ordered us to retrieve the item is a figure beyond your reckoning. Even if you kill us, we will not speak. Feigning impatience and adopting a serious expression, Talos replied, "Your bravado confirms what I suspected. Had I not been absolutely confident in capturing you, I would not be here. I wonder if you feel the confines of your bodies restricting your freedom of movement?" In a state of terror, Black-clad, she exclaimed, "How can this be? What have you given us? Rest assured, it is not poisoned. It is a potion designed to unveil your innermost thoughts, devoid of any capacity for deceit." I mused. The effect should be kicking in soon. After half an hour of interrogation, the 5 captured figures clad in black divulged the details of their undertaking under the influence of a truth serum, revealing the ulterior motives of the mastermind behind it all. These 5 individuals hailed from a notorious assassin organization based in Hirogas, the farthest reaches of the eastern continent. They had been contracted by a portly man bearing a scarred visage, whose name remained unknown to them. They were simply lured by his generous compensation, which promised a reward of 1 million gold coins upon successful completion of their mission. The hefty employer had initially advanced 200,000 gold coins to fund the operatives' activities, with the remaining sum awaiting them upon the task's fruition. The clandestine assassin group operating in Hirogas was codenamed Dark Moon, comprising a multitude of highly skilled individuals renowned for their agility and prowess. The 5 infiltrators who had breached the residence of Yens were prominent members within the organization, having accomplished numerous high-stakes assignments that significantly elevated their standing. Previously, they had successfully eliminated many affluent merchants, achieving an impressive success rate of approximately 95%, which propelled their notoriety and incited envy among rival assassin factions. The Raven Assassin Organization stood as the arch-nemesis of Dark Moon, and the animosity between the 2 factions had endured for over a decade, with neither side gaining a decisive advantage. This stalemate had resulted in considerable losses of experienced operatives for both parties. Under ordinary circumstances, the mission would have posed no challenge for the 5 assassins. However, their ignorance regarding the identity of their target, coupled with the employer's lack of detailed briefing, proved to be their undoing. The assignment had been issued by a high-ranking member of the Raven organization, and Yin's exhibition of his remarkable equipment had caught the attention of many, including the assassins, particularly due to 2 extraordinary items that were the subject of much desire. Possessing these artifacts, even if one could not utilize them, would serve as a means to flaunt and diminish the reputation of Dark Moon. The dire consequence of their audacious incursion into Yin's abode was a series of misfortunes. first ensnared by magical traps, then rendered unconscious by a fragrant intoxication, followed by the humiliating stripping of their garments. Their plight was exacerbated by the unparalleled vigilance of Yens, for those magical traps had become the nightmares of these foolish assassins. Recently, Yens had become engrossed in the study of alchemy and magical arrays, ultimately achieving groundbreaking results. The offensive magical arrays he developed could unleash intermediate elemental spells of fire, ice, lightning, and wind, each possessing formidable destructive capabilities. Most notably, these arrays required no manual infusion of mana, as they could autonomously absorb the ambient magical elements as their energy source. The magical traps set by Yens were designed to trigger upon any incursion, meaning that even a meager amount of mana would activate the traps, while those devoid of magical energy would remain unaffected. To this day, I remain perplexed as to how information regarding my wealth and the existence of my twin maids reached Hirogas, and why I became the target of an assassin's plot. That to unravel this mystery, I resolved to personally interrogate the 5 captured figures in black. In an alchemical tome, I had encountered an article on hypnosis, detailing various methods of induction and their effects. The simplest form of hypnosis involves swinging a pocket watch before the subject's eyes, leading them into an uncontrollable state of mind. A more advanced technique employs drugs that numb the central nervous system to manipulate the target's neural pathways. Fortuitously, the same tome contained a formula for a potion capable of inducing hypnosis by combining 2 zombie teeth, 1 gram of crescent grass root, and 3 milliliters of hard-haired rat blood, and then mixing these with clean water. A potent concoction could be produced. After successfully rescuing Dicacane, Yens had gathered all necessary materials to prepare the hypnosis potion. 3 days prior, he conducted an experiment on a sheep, administering the potion, which took effect within 5 minutes, resulting in the sheep slumbering for an entire week. The unfortunate creature had become Yens' unwitting test subject. Having conducted experiments on animals had instilled in Yens an 80% confidence in the potion's efficacy. Now it was time to test it on human subjects. It is worth noting that the effects would significantly diminish on individuals who had undergone specialized training or possessed particularly strong mental fortitude. The 5 assassins undoubtedly belonged to the former category, for their seamless infiltration of Yens' residence attested to their training, and Rog's camp was no ordinary place. The Rog camp was fortified by powerful barriers, rendering adventurers' offensive skills sealed within its confines, permitting only summoning spells and direct physical attacks to function unimpeded. This lack of restriction on physical assaults allowed the assassins to effortlessly overpower the weaker Rog warriors. The potion administered by Talos compelled the assassins to speak the truth, while the drug I was about to use would completely hypnotize their central nervous systems. The powerful hypnosis potion came with an unknown side effect. Those who consumed it would suffer from permanent transient amnesia, meaning that with a mere tap to their foreheads, the assassins would entirely forget the events following their capture. My intentions were merciful. I aimed to extract the identity of the mastermind lurking in the shadows. With his eyes closed, Yens commenced the interrogation of the assassins. Assassin A, unable to withstand the effects of the hypnosis potion, began to speak in fragmented sentences. My name is Dex. We 5 were hired by a portly man with a scarred face. He instructed us to seize the wealth of a man named Yens, and if time permitted, to abduct his twin maids as well. Our employer's name is Monla. Assassin B, possessing superior eloquence, continued seamlessly. The man named Monla claimed to have a deep-seated vendetta against Yens and insisted on exacting revenge, stating that he wished to humiliate him thoroughly. This is all we know. Please spare us. Yens responded with a cold smile. If he were a person of strong will, he would not have demanded that those who captured him spare his life. How tragic. Assassin C hesitated before admitting, "We were compelled to act. Failure to complete the mission would lead us to face the most horrific punishment upon our return to the organization that I in this line of work. One foot is already in the abyss, while the other teeters on the brink of hell. We accepted this reality the day we chose to become assassins. Deep within my memory, a figure named Monla surfaced. Yet I could not recall his appearance. Could Monla be linked to this mission? Or was he orchestrating a vendetta? Such questions weighed heavily upon me like chains that Telos' words sparked a recollection. Yens, I recall an individual who approached me after I saved the elven maiden. Among the many suitors, there was a generous merchant who claimed to be a resident of Hirogas. He had presented an array of exquisite red gemstones as a greeting, and even unveiled a rare blood amber. However, this scheming rotund merchant discreetly departed after you publicly humiliated him. Indeed, Jens had encountered the merchant Monla that time. Amidst a throng of suitors, Monla had been the wealthiest, dazzling the crowd with his flawless gemstones. Establishing himself as the most formidable competitor, Jens, dismissive of such duplicitous individuals, scoffed, "Do you think you can win the affection of the twin mates? Perhaps in 10 years, you may have a glimmer of hope. But I fear you would merely crush them beneath your weight. To be clear, return to your diet or consider cosmetic surgery, and perhaps I might grant you a chance. Now, leave this place at once." Humiliated by Yen's derision, Monla teetered on the edge of fury, for he loathed being labeled as a fat man or having his appearance scrutinized. Just before departing, his small, beady eyes glimmered with vengeful ire. "Do not rejoice too soon. You will come to regret this, that, I swear, I will repay this grievance. Just you wait. If I do not avenge myself, I am no longer Monla." The corpulent merchant uttered these words before vanishing into the throng with his subordinates. In the shadowy corners, a tedious conspiracy brewed silently. The prolonged absence indicated a probable failure, revealing the true nature of a band of fools. Had I known it would culminate in such a manner, I would never have placed my trust in the assurances of those imbeciles. Next, the insidious rhetoric of the lurking plot stirred restlessly as seeds of danger began to sprout in places invisible to the naked eye. A palpable intent to kill merging with the morning mist. Upon rising, Ian's perused a tome concerning the study of souls. Despite being a necromancer, his knowledge of the soul was woefully scant point 3 days prior. Ian's had experienced an inexplicable dream that left him utterly bewildered. In his dream, the angels residing in heaven had transformed into merciless beings, while the demons of hell had become the objects of their torment. A multitude of angels wielding whips lashed at the bodies of demons, their pure white wings contrasting starkly with the brutality inflicted upon the battered fiends. Among them, one angel, adorned with 2 pairs of wings, not only struck a demon, but also hurled venomous insults at it. As the scene shifts, sitting upon a throne, crowned with a hexagonal diadem and flanked by 4 ranks of wings, an angel disdainfully proclaimed, "If justice is represented by angels, then evil is embodied by demons. Angels possess the authority to judge the countless sins of demons. The time for judgment has arrived." Below the throne, angels clad in resplendent armor, wielding long swords, stood at attention point 1, resembling a captain, stepped forward, bowing with reverence. "Your Majesty, the prisoner has been brought forth. Please conduct the interrogation yourself. This demon has slain innumerable compatriots. Seek vengeance on our behalf." The captain continued, "Bring forth the offender. I wish to see who has committed such unforgivable sins, for I shall be the one to pass judgment." The elegantly attired angel spoke slowly, eyes closed. Before long, 3-winged angels shoved a battered demon, its flesh torn and bloodied, into the grand hall. The trial had yet to commence, but the angels on either side struggled to restrain their thirst for vengeance. The archangel intervened just in time. "Let the trial of the demon, who has slain our brethren, commence. It is said that demons possess the abilities of regeneration and rapid healing. Whether this is true remains to be seen. The judgment of the demon's crimes shall be executed by Raphael, the captain of the battle angels. For those with grievances against this demon, an excellent opportunity presents itself. Show no mercy." The words of the angel upon the throne incited the restless angels below to an utmost fervor. An angel tasked with judging the offender wielded a whip ablaze with fierce flames and struck the demon's back, leaving indelible burn marks. The edges of the split wound began to scab over, seemingly validating the legends. Remarkably, the demon's injury began to heal slowly, while droplets of blood falling to the ground multiplied exponentially, transforming into darkened figures. Demons, adorned with horns and bat-like wings, emerged before the angels, inciting panic among them. Raphael, composed, unsheathed his long sword and pierced a freshly formed blood demon, subsequently unleashing a burst of holy fire that consumed the creature entirely. The initially startled angels, under their captain's leadership, prepared to engage in battle against the blood demons, as the interplay of light and darkness painted the azure sky of vivid crimson. The captive demon's blood continually split into more blood demons. As if an endless cycle, no matter the onslaught, they would revert in the blink of an eye. The angels, fatigued from the relentless combat, appeared overwhelmed. The bound demon laughed heartily, taunting, "You so-called symbols of justice. Behold your present predicament. How delightful it is. Even if I perish here, it is worth to extract any information regarding the infernal legions from me is mere folly. Dream on." Following this declaration, the demon erupted into maniacal laughter. The archangel, witnessing the scene, grew increasingly concerned for the battling angels. The blood demons seemed impossible to eradicate. Some lower-ranking angels began to falter under the strain of prolonged combat. After dodging an attack from a winged angel, the blood demon morphed its right hand into a spear, piercing the angel's wing. The wounded angel, feathers of purest white cascading to the ground, bled golden blood profusely from the gaping wound, nearly 90 centimeters in diameter. A testament to the demon's brutality. Yet the injured angel quickly invoked a healing spell. Witnessing the wound close at an observable rate, the scattered blood of the demon continued to separate into additional blood demons, leaving the fully armored angels with no time to spare. Against these cunning fiends, most angels could barely hold their ground, with only the archangel's holy spells proving effective against the blood demons. The lower-ranking angels, focused on self-preservation, saw hundreds of their kin outmatched by the blood demons. The impeccably dressed six-winged angel upon the throne unleashed a wall of flames, leaving not a trace of the blood demons behind. The flame wall, a hybrid spell of light and fire attributes, exhibited greater potency than spells of singular nature and demanded an extraordinary level of control from a sorcerer. Any misstep could lead to catastrophic repercussions. The demon bound by iron chains was named Koros, a fiercely loyal lieutenant of Mephisto, tasked with leading a small cadre of lesser demons to gather intelligence on humans and angels. Prior to his capture, the already battered demon had prepared for this eventuality, ready to detonate a self-destruct spell inscribed near his body should he be taken alive. Determined to take a few with him, Raphael's forces encountered Koros' raiding party by the River of Flames. An animosity ignited as both sides engaged in immediate conflict. Koros led a mere 10 demons, their formation suited for ambush, but inherently weak in direct confrontation. In contrast, Raphael commanded over 100 battle angels, including a dozen four-winged angels, rendering Koros' forces seemingly isolated. Before this encounter, Mephisto had instructed Koros to avoid prolonged engagement with the angelic host, advising an immediate retreat should they find themselves outmatched. The forces of hell employed a strategy of flexible guerrilla tactics, excelling in ambushes compared to their counterparts in heaven. Before their departure, Keloosi and his subordinates were marked with self-detonation spells, a last resort employed only in dire circumstances, which heaven had evidently not anticipated. The tide turned against them. Keloosi decisively unleashed this self-detonation, causing a significant accumulation of dark elemental energy that alerted Raphael. Although he managed to bind the demon's body, he could not afford to be complacent. With unwavering resolve, Keloosi's body expanded dramatically, and with a thunderous explosion, those angels caught within the blast radius were utterly annihilated, while some who managed to evade the blast suffered grievous injuries. Keloosi's self-detonation, while not inflicting substantial damage on the angelic forces, undoubtedly delivered a psychological blow to the proud angels. The detonation of the demon, although it incited the wrath of all the angels, particularly Raphael, who, despite escaping injury, lost 2/3 of his golden locks, was a testament to Keloosi's cunning. The inexplicable dreams that Iannis experienced surely foreshadowed impending events, though their precise nature remained shrouded in mystery. The tome on soul studies detailed methods of communicating with wandering spirits and controlling them. Coincidentally, as Iannis endeavored to vanquish the bloodbirds, an ancient night spirit, long deceased, alighted upon his armor, explaining the fear experienced by the undead that approached him, often dispersing upon contact. This knight's name was Hephaestus, a level 54 paladin. Decades prior, Hephaestus had already harnessed formidable power, instilling dread in countless demons. Renowned not only for his exceptional swordsmanship, but also for his mastery of holy light spells. He possessed a reservoir of holy magic that rivaled that of the archangels, despite being an ordinary human. Born in Lugoin to a typical merchant family, during his baptismal ceremony, the priest in charge discovered that Hephaestus harbored an abundance of holy magic far exceeding that of the archangels. This revelation led the priest to resolve to cultivate him into a high priest. 10 years later, Hephaestus' innate holy magic had intensified, approaching the threshold of casting forbidden spells capable of reducing everything within a 10-kilometer radius to ashes in an instant. Under the priest's guidance, Hephaestus made rapid progress, mastering numerous holy spells within a decade. However, he gradually grew weary of the dream of becoming a high priest and began to hone the skills of a paladin instead. With his pure holy constitution, Hephaestus learned over 80% of the paladin's combat skills within 2 years of his transformation. He sought to apply the holy spells he had previously acquired to his weaponry. After 5 years of research, Hephaestus successfully developed auxiliary holy spells, thereby enhancing his longsword with healing holy bolts. He altered the spell's properties, enabling it to inflict lethal damage on undead creatures, even affecting higher-tier undead. Tragically, fate conspired against him. During his battle against Duriel, Hephaestus was ambushed. Mortally wounded, he fought valiantly to eliminate Duriel's formidable minion, Ashes. However, upon returning to Lugoin, he breathed his last. Though his body decayed, his soul endured, wandering for nearly a century until serendipity led him to Eanus, who possessed a pure, holy essence. While traversing an underground passage, Eanus inadvertently disturbed his skeletal remains, only to be astonished by the presence of a pure, holy soul lingering nearby, despite the decay of his physical form over the years. Hephaestus' soul remained undiminished, having persisted for almost a century, his corporeal body consumed by beasts, leaving only his vast reservoir of holy energy in the Dark Continent. Coincidentally, as Eanus disturbed the bones, Hephaestus' spirit sensed the presence of another holy essence and temporarily attached itself to Eanus' ring. After observing Eanus for some time, Hephaestus deemed him trustworthy and transferred his entire power into Eanus' being. Although Eanus sensed a newfound and significantly more potent holy energy within him, he could not yet wield it. It lay dormant in his dantian, ready to assist him in times of peril. Remarkably, Hephaestus' energy compressed from a level 50-plus paladin into the body of a sub-10 level necromancer could only be deemed a stroke of fortune for Eanus. It was akin to an ordinary individual being inundated with an overwhelming surge of air, a scenario ripe for catastrophe. Thus far, Eanus had absorbed a mere fraction of the holy energy Hephaestus had stored within him. Yet even this small amount had proven immensely beneficial. Currently, Eanus' experience stood at 56,909, with the next level requiring 63,025 that upon examining his skill panel, he noted not only the 3 necromancer-specific skills, but also a new array exclusive to paladins: defensive aura, offensive aura, and combat skills. Among these, the Holy Bolt had reached level 10. With the aid of his equipment, Eanus retained 65 attribute points and 20 skill points. His learned skills included level 9 Tooth skill, dealing 121,153 damage, level 10 Bone Armor skill, absorbing 98 melee damage, level 10 Corpse Explosion skill, converting 100 corpses into bombs, inflicting 150,198 damage, and level 10 Skeleton Summoning skill, summoning 3 skeletons. Additionally, he possessed auxiliary skills such as summoning clay golems and commanding skeletons and stone golems. In summary, Eanus' strength was roughly on par with a level 12 barbarian. Besides his acquired skills, the exceptionally powerful equipment gifted by Tyrell served as a formidable asset, with the attributes conferred by the 3 pieces of playing gear greatly enhancing his current ventures. The armor Eanus donned, aside from its other properties, boasted over 100 points of cold damage, enough to incapacitate most creatures with ease. Coupled with the mutated spell Crescent Blade, he navigated through several challenging encounters unscathed. The wisdom imparted by Hephaestus and Eiklos was invaluable. The combat experience of a level 50-plus paladin was a rare treasure, often yielding the greatest efficacy from the simplest techniques in the fragments of Achilles' memories. He had dispatched hordes of monsters with a single-handed sword, and though ambushed, he adeptly turned the tide, escaping the encirclement of monsters and annihilating the treacherous foes without a trace. Hephaestus' combat experience was equally formidable. His unique combat techniques instilled fear in the hearts of the undead, which crumbled before him like paper. When his empowered holy bolt struck an undead creature, even elite foes would find themselves reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. While common undead would fall with a single blow point 3 days prior, Tars and his companions had invited the elven maiden Aeles to dine, extending an invitation to Iannis as well. That Tars' ulterior motive was evident. He sought to indulge in a lavish meal without incurring any costs. A goal he successfully achieved. Iannis' Sunlight rest stop had been bustling lately, with a steady stream of patrons. 50% of the guests were returning customers, and those who stayed were highly satisfied with their accommodations, expressing that it provided a warm refuge for adventurers and merchants accustomed to life on the road. After instructing the restaurant staff, the group arrived at the entrance of an opulently decorated VIP room. Under the guidance of the waiter, Ian and his companions pushed open the grand crystal door. Thus the door swung fully ajar. A resplendent room left Tars and the others nearly speechless. In the center of the room stood an elongated table, approximately 12 meters in length, garnished with meticulously arranged silverware, while crystal vases held flowers exuding an elegant fragrance. Tars, utterly astounded by the opulence of the decor, slowly remarked, "Ian, the embellishment of this house is undeniably the most luxurious I have ever witnessed. Especially the value of those lighting crystals, and such large ones at that. It is said that the mining of crystals has been prohibited by King Rugoin, yet you have managed to procure such sizable lighting crystals. I'm truly in awe." Ian offered a mysterious smile, suggesting that there was no need for curiosity. During the establishment of the dining hall, Kid had also contributed a portion of gold coins. And this house was constructed using Kid's funds, with those lighting crystals being a painful sacrifice from Kid himself. Having been outsmarted by Ian twice, Kid had lost track of what had been taken from him. Although he later discovered that the valuables and equipment hidden in the basement had been completely looted, the vile thief had left behind a note that nearly caused Kid to spit blood. The note read, "Dear and scrupulous merchant, I have accepted all the concealed treasures you hid, and I am sincerely grateful for your generous donation. I shall never forget your kindness. Signed, the Star of David." After reading the note, Kid hurriedly opened the basement door, only to find it utterly empty, now transformed into a paradise for rats. Ian had intentionally left a plethora of rat-favored delicacies in the basement before departing, including chunks of cheese and honey-coated bread, all of which were the preferred sustenance of rodents. As Kid opened the basement door, an overwhelming stench assaulted him, a foul odor so potent it nearly caused him to regurgitate his dinner from the previous night. Kid summoned several subordinates to accompany him into the basement for an inspection. Descending the steps, the stench intensified, growing almost suffocating. Utilizing the light from the crystals, Kid discerned the source of the foulness. The floor of the basement was coated in a layer of rat droppings, with rodents scurrying about. The sight nearly caused Kid to faint. After a thorough examination of the basement, his subordinates reported back to Kid that the thief had, through some unknown means, completely emptied the basement without alarming anyone, leaving not a single footprint behind. Such an unfathomable method of thievery was nearly unheard of, leaving Kid utterly perplexed by the report from his in pursuit of the thief who had pilfered his treasures. Kid issued a bounty notice, promising a reward of 100,000 gold coins or 2 pieces of golden equipment to anyone who could provide information leading to the capture of the thief. If someone personally apprehended the thief, the reward would double to 200,000 gold coins, along with 2 pieces of golden equipment and a piece of blue equipment, with the bounty posted. A steady stream of individuals sought to capture the thief, yet the vast majority ultimately yielded no results. 2 days after Kid's announcement, Ian devised a cunning plan, deciding that the captured black-clad individuals could serve as scapegoats. Now, rendered mentally unstable, these individuals were entirely at Ian's command. After some deliberation, Ian resolved to send Tars to Kid to claim the bounty, providing a lead on the thief. Kid was overjoyed with the information Tars provided and promptly dispatched his men to pursue the thief based on the lead. On another front, Ian's meticulously crafted plan proved seamless, and 2 days later, a subordinate of Kid reported that they had tracked the thief's movements, identifying a total of 5 individuals, all clad in black and masked. Upon receiving this concrete intelligence, Kid ordered that the thieves be captured alive. However, unbeknownst to him, Ian's plan had a critical flaw. While the black-clad individuals were mentally subdued, their combat prowess remained intact, and Kid's men, armed only with rudimentary skills in swordplay, stood no chance against the devilishly trained assassins. Almost all of Kid's dispatched men were annihilated, and the sole survivor returned barely clinging to life, uttering his final words before succumbing. The wounded man gasped, "I am deeply sorry. The task you entrusted us with has failed. The adversaries were simply too formidable, beyond our capabilities. To seek revenge, we must enlist the aid of powerful adventurer." Kid watched his subordinate take his last breath. His fury reached a boiling point, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. He swore to personally exact vengeance upon the audacious thief. The presence of the spatial ring afforded Ian considerable convenience. Before embarking on his adventure, Ian had prudently prepared a substantial supply of dried meat, fruits, and bread, along with some foie gras and apple cider, all of which he stored within the spatial ring, ensuring they would never spoil. Even a bowl of noodles placed inside 6 months ago emerged still steaming. After plundering Kid's treasures, the invaluable items occupied less than a fraction of the spatial ring's capacity. Infusing a hint of magical energy into the ring, Ian discovered that apart from the categorized equipment and treasures, the interior seemed boundless, as if an infinite expanse had been contained within the ring. Although many spatial rings existed in ancient times, most belonged to affluent merchants or formidable adventurers, with their capacities rarely exceeding 1,000 square meters. The majority of the exceptionally large spatial rings were held by angels. Among the treasures seized from Kid, Ian also discovered a spatial ring with a capacity exceeding 1,000 square meters. After channeling a sliver of magic to inspect the contents of Kid's spatial ring, Ian found it filled with a vast quantity of gold coins and entire crates of various alchemical materials, including the nearly extinct precious alchemical ingredient, purple cloudvine. Within the alchemical tome, a detailed description of purple cloudvine was provided, noting it as a rare alchemical material of 4-star rarity, blooming during the rejuvenating spring season at an average altitude of 3,000 meters, with a brief flowering period. Once the blossoms wither, the anthocyanins within the petals merge into the plant's vine, transforming the originally pale green vines into tendrils that emit a violet mist. It is said that when purple cloudvine is combined with snowfall grass, the juices of the two plants blend to instantaneously heal any external wounds, even extensive lacerations caused by knives or axes. Tempted by the allure of culinary delights, Tars cleverly invited Ian to treat him under the pretense of inviting Alice. In reality, not long after the establishment of the Sunshine Inn, Tars had been captivated by the exquisite cuisine, becoming a frequent patron to facilitate Tars' visits. Ian had bestowed upon him a VIP card containing 10,000 gold coins, allowing him to simply present the card for payment. During the construction of the Sunshine Inn, Kid feigned compassion by contributing 500,000 gold coins, specifically instructing the creation of luxurious rooms within the restaurant for wealthy patrons to enjoy. Kid's foresight proved correct, as the service fee for the VIP room started at a minimum of 1,000 gold coins, with each room featuring distinct decor, yet sharing the commonality of exquisite materials and impeccable attention to detail. By now, having been outmaneuvered 3 times, Kid felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Despite offering a substantial reward for the capture of the thief who had stolen his possessions, the so-called strongest mercenaries he had hired for 100,000 gold coins turned out to be utterly useless. Failing to locate the thief and suffering significant losses that a last resort, Kid contemplated hiring adventurers from Rod Camp, only to find that more than 80% of them politely declined to assist. Harboring deep resentment towards Kid for past grievances, despite having recovered their belongings with my help, in his moment of despair, Ian decisively recommended Tars and his companions to Kid, assuring him that as long as the price was right, capturing the thief would pose no challenge. Although Kid remained wary of Ian, He dared not question the integrity of a paladin renowned for his devotion to the light. After considerable reflection, Kidd mustered the courage to approach Tars and his companions, boldly revealing his true thoughts. Esteemed adventurers, I trust you are aware that 3 months ago, I fell victim to an unidentified thief who made off with the majority of my possessions. The despicable thief even left behind note. And I find myself at my wit's end that I sincerely hope you can assist me. Kaid spoke earnestly. Talos feigned hesitation for a moment before contemplatively stating, I am uncertain how we might assist you, especially given our own pressing responsibilities. Delaying our mission would be a grave miscalculation. So please reveal your true intentions. Observing the situation, Kaid appeared despondent and said, I shall not conceal anything from you. Over the past decade, although I have amassed considerable wealth through commerce, I have also made numerous enemies that in pursuit of maximizing profits with minimal investment, I have unfortunately included defective goods in my sales. While those who use these substandard products may not face mortal danger, many feel deceived and have threatened vengeance against me. Some extremists have even proclaimed they will take my life. Recently, I've been robbed multiple times by bandits during my shipments, resulting in substantial losses and a significant decline in my reputation. I have been forthright with you, and I sincerely hope you can assist me that I am prepared to offer a commensurate reward. After recounting his tribulations in detail, Kaid continued, Talos, we truly sympathize with your plight, but we must also consider the misfortunes of those you have wronged. This puts us in a difficult position. Kaid, sensing a glimmer of hope, acknowledged, indeed, I must take responsibility for my actions. Although I anticipated retribution, I did not expect it to come so swiftly. Esteemed adventurers, do not fear for your safety. I shall provide the necessary funds for your endeavors. Should you successfully capture those audacious thieves, I will reward you with 200,000 gold coins. How does this offer sit with you? Kaid presented the premeditated sum. After a moment's contemplation, Talos replied, Kaid, considering your status as a victim, we shall assist you this once. However, I cannot guarantee that we will apprehend the thieves. Our success will ultimately depend on fortune. Upon hearing Talos' explanation, Kaid exclaimed with delight, That is agreeable. Here is 100,000 gold coins for your operational expenses. Upon completion, in addition to the agreed 200,000 gold coins, you will receive a discount of at least 40% on all equipment purchased from me in the future. It appeared that Kaid was willing to make significant sacrifices for revenge. 200,000 gold coins was no trifling sum, and he was offering exceptional terms to Talos and his companions. Equipment that typically cost 100 gold coins could now be acquired for merely 60. This indicated that Kaid had undergone considerable internal struggle to arrive at such a financially detrimental agreement. Esteemed adventurers, I have gathered some intelligence regarding the thieves. You need only capture those 5 cloaked figures alive to complete your task. Talos assured, Rest assured, we have our own methods and need not trouble you. Simply await our good news. We shall deliver the thieves to you in 3 days. Should you fail to honor your promise, we will seek out a necromancer to curse you with a most unfortunate fate. With a fierce glare, Talos concluded before departing with Talos. Meanwhile, Talos and his companions made their way to the meeting point with Eanes, who had been waiting eagerly. So, did you successfully deceive Kaid? Eanes inquired anxiously. Do not worry, my friend. Kaid, that old fox, has taken a bait. The performance you orchestrated was splendid. Kaid has agreed to let us pursue the thieves and has already provided us with 100,000 gold coins for our efforts, with an additional 200,000 upon successful completion. With Kaid firmly ensnared, the next step was for Talos and his team to deliver the captured thieves into Eanes' hands 3 days hence to finalize the plan. Time slipped away like water through fingers, and before long, 3 days had passed. The 5 utterly hypnotized thieves faced a fate seemingly dictated by Kaid. However, circumstances took an unexpected turn. Talos and his group arrived punctually at the predetermined location with the 5 individuals branded as thieves. Kaid had already reserved a VIP room at the Sunshine Inn to celebrate their success. As Talos entered, Kaid, his small eyes nearly obscured by his fleshy face, excitedly exclaimed, Truly, you are formidable adventurers. Seeking your assistance was a wise decision. May I inquire where you apprehended these thieves? Eanes had anticipated Kaid's curiosity. Talos sipped a rare 100-year-old red wine before recounting the fabricated tale. Kaid, without a hint of skepticism, accepted their concocted narrative as truth and indulged in a lavish feast at the Sunshine Inn, costing him a staggering 10,000 gold coins for just this meal, as Talos and his companions ordered the establishment as most extravagant dishes. Truffles, a rare fungus, were once a sought-after delicacy before Eanes' journey. However, upon arriving in the Dark Continent, they had lost their value as the locals were unfamiliar with them and dared not utilize them. During a camping excursion in the dark forest, Eanes serendipitously unearthed an 80-centimeter diameter truffle. Hardly believing his eyes that in the world prior to his crossing, such a truffle could fetch tens of thousands of dollars. Yet in the Dark Continent, it was considered worthless. Once discovered by Eanes, this precious ingredient was cleverly incorporated into a dish accompanied by foie gras transported from Rugen, creating a culinary masterpiece. One of Kaid's ordered dishes featured truffles. However, Talos, lacking discernment, devoured an entire plate of this invaluable delicacy within mere bites. As time progressed, Kaid, now increasingly agitated by the unresponsive thieves, ultimately succumbed to his anger. He commanded his subordinates to whip the hapless thieves and pour salt into their wounds. Witnessing the tortured thieves barely clinging to life, Kaid exhaled in relief and ordered his men to remove the wretched souls, thus bringing an end to the tumultuous affair. 3 days later, the 5 thieves, nearly served as dinner to monsters in a blood-soaked wasteland, were discovered by Eanes and his companions. Talos assisted Eanes in transporting the 5 unfortunate souls back to the Rog camp. To be candid, Kaid was ruthless. The 5 hapless individuals from Halo Gas bore the marks of severe torment, their bodies marred by wounds that had begun to scab over, yet the grotesque scars elicited gasps of horror. Eanes employed a newly developed healing salve to tend to their injuries, ensuring that, while their bodies remained weak, their lives were spared. Upon regaining consciousness, the most robust of the cloaked figures surveyed his surroundings. Confirming the absence of danger, struggling to speak, he ventured, "Where are we? Who are you? And why have you tortured us?" Talos replied with a faint smile, "Rest assured, you are no longer in peril. For the time being, you are safe. However, I cannot guarantee your future." Eanes interjected, "I have no further words for you. Though I sold you out once, I have avenged my grievances. You may now leave." Defeated, the 5 could utter no retort, attributing their capture to their lack of skill. "That we, the 5 brothers, are grateful for your mercy. My name is Oakfies, AS for us now. Our organization will no longer accept us. A killer organization that cannot complete its tasks has no need for us, and will likely leave us to our fates or send other assassins to eliminate us. For we possess too much knowledge of its secrets." Okefis sighed heavily, while the short-haired man beside him slowly added, "Brother speaks the truth. From the moment we entered the organization, our futures became bleak. Darkness has consumed our dreams. While the leader of the organization has shown us kindness, strict rules dictate that anyone who fails a mission and is captured is expelled." The slender man next to the short-haired individual continued, "Upon receiving this mission, I had a premonition that it would not proceed smoothly. As it turns out, my instincts were correct. Failing to complete a task upon returning to the organization will result in extraordinary punishments. Some may lose limbs, while others may meet their demise." Having listened to the accounts of Oakfifth and others, Eanes began to feel a semblance of sympathy for those hapless assassins. Despite their servitude, their plight is indeed pitiable. Though Kid is a nefarious merchant, his intellect leaves much to be desired. Time and again, he falls victim to Ian's cunning, and now he has been swindled out of 2 million gold coins. His streak of misfortune remains unbroken. Gazing up at the distant stars in the cosmos, as Ian's admired the night sky, a rare meteor shower commenced over the Dark Continent. Countless meteors streaked across the heavens, trailing luminous tails as they vanished into the nocturnal shroud. Coincidentally, a meteorite approximately 100 meters in diameter plummeted into the Blood Wasteland. Thanks to the protective barrier surrounding the Rog camp, the area was spared catastrophic devastation, yet the monsters dwelling in the Blood Wasteland were not so fortunate. Most low-level creatures, such as the drowning demon and zombies, were instantly reduced to ashes. The monsters residing in the evil caves and other locales escaped this unwarranted calamity. The following day, the sun hung high in the sky, as usual. while the fallen meteorite had left a substantial crater in the blood wasteland. The flora surrounding the meteorite was utterly obliterated, despite enduring some wear during its descent through the atmosphere due to extreme temperatures. A remnant of nearly 80 meters in diameter still remained. The monsters annihilated by the descending meteorite dropped a significant amount of gold coins, minor health potions, and minor mana potions, had they encountered adventurers. Those monsters might have had a fighting chance, but now their adversary was a meteorite. Nearly 100 creatures perished before they even had a chance to react. At T-Dawn, the first group of adventurers ventured out and discovered the meteorite, which had landed nearly 1,000 meters from the Rog camp. Aside from a few monster corpses, they found the items dropped by the slain creatures. Unfamiliar with meteorites, the adventurers suspected a trap, and the inexplicable deaths of the monsters further deterred them from approaching recklessly. Ian's, unable to sleep that night, sat atop the roof, captivated by the dazzling display of stars, all the while witnessing the spectacular meteor shower unfold. The brief but thunderous sound caused by the meteorite's impact on the ground did not escape Ian's keen ears. In contrast to Ian's sharp senses, Tar's nerve transmission was excruciatingly slow. Like a sauropod, he only felt the pain of a rock that had struck him 2 hours later. Tar's was that kind of person. Even when someone stepped heavily on his foot, it took him an hour to register the discomfort. This sluggish reaction is characteristic of most barbarians. Tar slept soundly until lunchtime, and upon awakening, his first words were, "Is breakfast ready?" Talos splashed a basin of cold water over Tar's, followed by the sound of the floor shattering. The hard diamondwood floor had been smashed by Tar's weight. After a night of revelry, during which Tar's had consumed considerable quantities of strong liquor, he had slept until noon the next day. Startled awake by the cold water, Tar's assumed a battle-ready posture. Suspecting an invasion of monsters at the Rog camp, or perhaps thieves come to plunder, he was still babbling in his sleep. It was rumored that Ian's had prepared a lavish lunch, featuring roast, suckling pig, delectable foie gras, and grilled steak. However, it was unfortunate that Ian's only invited me, saying that to avoid any unsightly situations, Tar's would not be welcome at this meal. Talos recounted Ian's fabricated words verbatim. Unexpectedly, the oblivious Tar's believed it to be true. After changing clothes at lightning speed, he hurried into Ian's home, only to realize he had forgotten to put on shoes. The fresh scent of soil, damp from the rain, was carried in by Tar's bare feet, leaving muddy prints all over Ian's floor. Without a hint of courtesy, Ian's promptly expelled Tar's, warning him that while he had prepared a portion for him, it depended on whether Tar's could maintain cleanliness. Otherwise, he would never be invited to lunch again. For Tar's, the allure of gourmet food was irresistible. He would forsake his gear rather than miss out on a culinary delight. Such was his philosophy of life. The permanent residents of the Rog camp, having never witnessed a meteor shower, were left in awe. Some, having seen the magnificent meteors descend from the vast starry river, mistook the rare celestial phenomenon for the apocalypse. Talos elegantly finished the last piece of steak on his plate and inquired, "Inns, did you hear the tremendous noise from last night? Although brief, it certainly reached my ears. What do you think that luminous object streaking across the sky was?" Ian's pondered for a moment, adopting an air of scholarly authority. "Rest assured, what you witnessed was a meteor shower, a rare astronomical spectacle that lasted for half an hour. I came across a detailed account of such phenomena in an ancient tome. It poses no threat to humanity." No sooner had he spoken than Tar's, having changed in a cleaner attire, rushed in, panting, and exclaimed, "Ians, you must fulfill your promise. I have prepared meticulously." Indeed, Tar's appeared much tidier than an hour prior, his brownish-yellow beard neatly groomed. Ian's instructed the twin maids to serve Tar's the steak feast he had reserved for him. However, as it was past mealtime, the steak had lost its warmth. Tar's, not one to mind, devoured the steak along with a third of the roast pig in a single breath. After finishing his lunch, Tar's wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and remarked, "Ian's, having known you for so long, I must say, you treat me the best. Before I met you, whenever Tar's and I ventured into the wild, we often faced the elements and the constant threat of wild beasts. While I sometimes reminisce about those days, I find this life much more satisfying." Following lunch, the twin maids brought forth green tea brewed from the tender tips of freshly picked dragon snow tea. The steaming hot water had produced tea leaf that emitted no trace of steam. a phenomenon that struck Tars as utterly bizarre. Ian's explained, dragon snow tea is harvested from mountains exceeding 3,000 meters in altitude, and it is said that these tea leaves grow near the lairs of dragons. An adventurer discovered it by chance. Upon touching the dragon snow tea, the chilling aura can completely freeze the harvester's body, not just the exterior but the blood, nerves, and even the marrow. Before Ian's could conclude, Tars eagerly took a sip, as if a frigid wind from the far north swept through his mouth, akin to the ice and snow from halo gas flowing down his throat. This unprecedented taste nearly numbed Tars' tongue. The flavor of dragon snow tea transcended the boundaries of mere tea. Before Tars could utter a word, Talos could no longer contain himself and stood up, although he had heard the name dragon snow tea before. Merchants had fervently claimed its rarity, even suggesting that those who consumed it would develop ice-type magical properties within themselves. The more one drank, the more magic they would accumulate. After savoring the extraordinary sensation brought forth by dragon snow tea, Ian's closed his eyes and remarked, "You are correct. Dragon snow tea is invaluable to mages, particularly for witches practicing ice-type spells. Its effect can elevate a witch's spell level and potency by at least one tier. It is equally effective for me. Look here." After finishing his green tea, Ian's raised his right hand with the palm facing upwards, fingers slightly curled. Suddenly, a sphere of ice, densely infused with frigid energy, materialized in his palm. The moment the ice orb emerged, the temperature in the room plummeted by more than 10 degrees. The ice orb, floating in Ian's palm, radiated a chilling azure hue, although a slight amount of cold energy leaked. It did not hinder Ian's control over the orb. Meanwhile, Tars and the others were rendered speechless in astonishment, their teacups slipping from their grasp and shattering on the floor. The tea spilled from the broken cups, seeped into the diamond wood floor, slowly giving rise to a thin layer of ice that crept up through the cracks. The weather in the Dark Continent was notoriously unpredictable. When Ian's first traversed to this realm, it had been spring. But now summer's oppressive heat prevailed. The overwhelming cold energy that filled the room left Tars and his companions feeling extremely uncomfortable, as this dramatic temperature shift was an experience unlike any they had previously encountered. In the afternoon, Talos proposed that he and Ian's form a party to explore areas beyond the blood wastes, to which Ian's readily agreed. Under the attentive service of the twin maids, Ian's donned his leather armor at a leisurely pace. Uncharacteristically, this time he wielded not the demon-piercing staff gifted by Tyrell, but rather a set of green hellish tools obtained from Kid's underground chamber. Although merely a set of beginner necromancer gear, over 80% of the green equipment was now in the possession of demon lord-level adversaries. The 32 sets of green equipment that existed hundreds of years ago had dwindled to fewer than 10 in human hands. The finest green armor sets had become coveted trophies for demon lord-level foes, and the craftsmanship required to forge such equipment had long been lost. During the apocalyptic war centuries ago, only the most distinguished heroes of humanity were deemed worthy to don green armor, at a time when such equipment was still within human reach. The most renowned among them was the formidable Mage Tal Rasha of the Horde Room, whose set was yet unfinished in a selfless act to seal the prime evil. Tal Rasha sacrificed his corporeal form, merging his soul with the soul stone, transforming the incomplete soul stone into its authentic form. The essence of the prime evil was imprisoned within the soul stone, while Tal Rasha's soulless body was preserved by the Horde Room. Under the Elder's guidance, following Tal Rasha's last wishes, they fashioned a green set of armor bearing his name, utilizing his remains alongside various rare ores. Regrettably, the complete set of Tal Rasha's armor did not survive the ages, leading to numerous legends surrounding it, one of which claimed that the Horde Room were annihilated after forging the set, leaving only Deckard Cain alive. In the centuries following the apocalyptic war, countless adventurers tirelessly sought the whereabouts of Tal Rasha's armor. A witch of over level 50, after vanquishing Mephisto for the 9th time, acquired the staff from Tal Rasha's set, which had dropped from the Demon Lord. Since then, she repeatedly sought out Mephisto, yet he never again yielded any green equipment. In recent decades, tales of Tal Rasha's armor have ascended to the realm of legend, its rarity rivaling that of elusive golden gear, rendering the quest to gather a complete set virtually impossible. The flavor of dragon snow tea swept over Tars and the others like the biting chill of a winter wind. Ian's retrieved 2 jars of tea leaves from his spatial ring, cautioning them repeatedly against overindulgence, lest it transform their bodies into an exceedingly cold constitution. Prior to consuming dragon snow tea, it must be balanced with dragon yang grass to mitigate the overpowering chill. However, witches specializing in ice magic can partake in dragon snow tea directly. Tars and his companions clutched the jars as if they were treasures. The containers housing the dragon snow tea were crafted from special materials, impervious to the tea's frigid essence. The afternoon heat still hovered above 30 degrees, making the stifling weather nearly unbearable, particularly for the tall Tars, from whose forehead beads of sweat incessantly emerged. Ian's, in contrast, was the least affected by the soaring temperatures among the 3. Despite the blazing sun overhead, he remained relatively cool due to a layer of crushed sapphire powder he had applied to his armor before setting out. The sapphire, emblematic of ice attributes, had its latent cold energy compressed through a specialized process, allowing it to be slowly released from the armor without causing frostbite. As Ian walked among them, he felt akin to a refrigerator. Sensing a hint of coolness, Talos inquired, "Ian, why does cold energy emanate from your body? How is it that you achieve this?" Setting aside the matter of cold energy, Ian replied, "You all must possess a collection of crushed sapphires, correct? Through continuous research, I've discovered that sapphires are, in fact, crystallized elements of ice. Just 3 days ago, I shattered 10 pieces of crushed sapphire with a hammer. The ice energy contained within the sapphire powder will not dissipate in a short time. If stored in a special container, it can retain its icy energy for at least a decade." Upon hearing Ian's explanation, Talos pondered, "Are you suggesting that by applying sapphire powder to your equipment, you've endowed it with ice attributes? Even a small amount of sapphire powder can emit a chill that prevents frostbite. Am I correct in my assumption?" Ian's remained non-committal, producing 2 small vials from his backpack. Each vial contained concentrated sapphire powder, valued at 10,000 gold coins apiece. Of course, our friendship cannot be measured by gold, he added. Besides its freezing properties, sapphire powder can be wielded as a weapon, should one encounter an insurmountable foe. Scattering sapphire powder upon them would cause immediate freezing upon contact with their skin. While this can resolve a crisis in the short term, it is advisable to reserve its use until absolutely necessary. As the market price for sapphire powder has soared beyond 30,000 gold coins, A.S. Talos accepted the crystal vials. He realized that his previous understanding of Ian's as merely an extraordinary necromancer had been woefully inadequate. Beyond his arcane abilities, Ian's had achieved unprecedented advancements in alchemy and potion making. The ancient tome titled Universal Alchemical Analysis of the Dark Continent detailed several alchemical successes, yet sourcing the archaic materials required for these processes proved exceedingly difficult. To date, Ian's had only fortuitously discovered a little over 10 types of materials, which paled in comparison to the vast array of alchemical ingredients mentioned in the tome. Ian's had procured an extensive collection of unfamiliar books from a merchant, even including volumes on culinary arts. His primary interest lay in the realms of magic and potions, particularly those that could restore both life and mana in one fell swoop. Although vitality potions and higher-grade restorative elixirs existed in the Dark Continent, the former had a drop rate of approximately 10%, while the latter was virtually unobtainable without the Heradric Cube. It was said that comprehensive restorative potions could only be found in the Third World Hell, underscoring their extreme scarcity. In the underground black market, their prices had skyrocketed to 1,000 gold coins per vial, and the method for concocting them had been lost to time. While it was possible to synthesize a comprehensive restorative potion using the Heradric Cube, the success rate was dismally low, at less than 10%, that if one were fortunate enough to venture into the Third World Hell, they could purchase super vitality and super mana potions from Akira, 3 of each, along with a gem or skull, which would provide a 50% chance of yielding 1 comprehensive restorative potion. However, the cost was exorbitant, despite accumulating vast wealth and valuable equipment from completing missions in the First and Second Worlds. Adventurers still found comprehensive restorative potions to be a rare and coveted treasure, nearly impossible to procure. Ian's was just over 20,000 experience points away from reaching level 10, currently standing at 635,000. 896 experience. With the equipment bonuses he possessed, he estimated a 90% chance of defeating the Countess in single combat. Upon reaching the 9th tier, Ian received the Angel's Blessing Dark Gold Ring, a legendary artifact that now wielded the power of 10. With resolute determination, he opted to unseal the Flame Absorption ability, enhancing his fire resistance by 10, for the Countess he was about to confront was no ordinary foe. Numerous legends surrounded the Countess. During his journey through the Boulder Wilderness in search of a teleportation portal, Ian stumbled upon a moldy ancient tome that recounted fragmented tales of her past, once a captivating beauty in her human days. The Countess, now a ruthless demon under Duriel's command, was said to possess eyes akin to two brilliant sapphires and hair that cascaded like a waterfall. Her existence had become the stuff of legends. Even at 30, her beauty drew many noble youths to duel for a mere smile, resulting in mutual destruction. As the years slipped by, like fleeting shadows, even the most exquisite beauty must eventually succumb to the passage of time. To stave off the inevitable decline of her looks, the Countess resorted to bathing in the blood of youthful maidens, which prolonged her allure for another 30 years, however, by the age of 60. When the rejuvenating effects of the maiden's blood had waned, the Countess descended into madness, resorting to the abduction of underage girls. The inhabitants of her domain fell into an inescapable panic. That time, the power of the maiden's blood had diminished significantly, and despite her desperate attempts, the Countess could not reclaim her former beauty. The forces of hell had begun to take notice of the human realm, and Ariel, the king of torment, recognized a woman in the mortal world who shared a similar fate. To bolster hell's power, Ariel seduced the Countess into his fold. After discerning the Countess's situation, Ariel dispatched his trusted aide, the boss-level dark gold creature known as Ash, residing within a cathedral, to persuade her. Cloaked in a guise of humanity, Ash traversed the portal into the Countess's domain, despite her initial skepticism towards the gaunt figure. The Countess welcomed Ash with open arms. When the topic of her waning beauty arose, Ash proposed an irresistible bargain. As an undead being, Ash lacked vocal cords and a throat, relying solely on specially enhanced bones to produce a grating sound that resembled steel scraping against steel. He began to entice the Countess, declaring, "Fair lady, I possess a means to ensure your eternal youth, though it comes at a considerable cost." At the mention of youth, the Countess's interest piqued. "What do you mean? Is there truly a way for me to remain forever young? I shall accept any method. Please enlighten me." "The solution is simple," Ash replied. "You must relinquish your dignity as a human and fully embrace the embrace of hell. In return, you shall obtain eternal beauty, but the price is your transformation into a demon, and you shall be reviled by all. Will you accept such a fate?" Without hesitation, the Countess responded, "I care not for the disdain of others. Eternal beauty is worth any price. That I accept your terms." The allure of Ash's proposal was too potent to resist, and the Countess swiftly acquiesced. A month later, transformed into a demon, the Countess's castle collapsed under the weight of her newfound power, compelling her to seek refuge in a dark, sunless catacomb. Many adventurers who ventured into the tower dungeon, despite their prowess in reaching the 5th level where the Countess dwelled, often met with dire fates, becoming food for the demons after succumbing to temptation. Though the Countess had attained eternal beauty as a demon, her heart remained forever tainted by darkness. Some skilled adventurers managed to confront her, but the Countess's fire-based spells inflicted severe suffering upon most. Surrounded by numerous elite-level monsters, she had become a formidable presence, rivaling that of a demon lord in the eyes of adventurers. It was advised that those below level 15 should avoid provoking the Countess, and if one ventured alone, donning fire-resistant gear was imperative. Otherwise, it was best to take a detour. Tars had previously vanquished the Countess multiple times, though his taste in beauty was questionable, favoring the robust forms of warriors akin to the Amazonian tribe. Ian inquired about Tars' encounters with the Countess, and after dispatching numerous monsters, Tars descended into the 5th level of the tower dungeon, only to be met by a dozen elite-level fallen ones. After a grueling battle, he encountered the Countess's elite dark huntresses, armed with ice-infused lances, which nearly spelled his doom. After 3 arduous hours of skirmishing with the Dark Huntresses, consuming 20 potions of life, Tars ultimately triumphed over the Countess's minions. Upon turning left and right, he finally laid eyes upon the Countess. Regrettably, Tars found her beauty unappealing and proceeded to insult her that a fierce battle was inevitable. Clad in fire-resistant gear, Tars felt confident facing her spells. The Countess unleashed a wall of fire, which he narrowly evaded, maneuvering behind her to deliver a powerful strike to her shoulder. Her dark blood evaporated upon contact with the air. Tars' fire resistance allowed him to endure the Countess's spells, which only singed a fraction of his life. Ultimately, after 3 hours of combat, Tars subdued the Countess. The tower dungeon, located beneath the Black Wastes, housed a myriad of monsters, each level presenting distinct challenges, with the 5th level being the Countess's lair. Apart from the Countess, the 5th level was teeming with elite Dark Huntresses and Dark Gunmen, whose ice-infused attacks posed significant threats to adventurers that if their ice resistance was insufficient, certain death awaited them. Thus, adventurers required both fire and ice-resistant gear on his inaugural journey into the tower dungeon. Tars had prepared a strategy against the Countess. Donning a blue leather armor with 15 fire resistance to his surprise, he found himself pursued by over a dozen Dark Huntresses, nearly meeting his end in desperate bid. He tore the last town teleportation scroll from his pocket. Opening a 2-meter-wide portal, Tars returned to Rogue Camp without claiming any spoils from the defeated monsters. The first thing he sought was Akra's healing. With over 300 life points, enhanced by his gear to exceed 200 defense, Tars faced the Dark Huntress's ice-infused, piercing attacks as if his defenses were paper-thin. Risking being impaled, he fought his way through the encirclement. Feeling overwhelmed by the Dark Huntress's assault, Tars resolved to enlist Talos' aid. Unlike the Barbarian, the Paladin excelled in guerrilla tactics, and his defensive aura effectively countered fire and ice spells. With Talos' assistance, Tars engaged the Dark Huntresses for 2 hours, eliminating 12 Dark Huntresses and 5 Dark Gunmen without incurring any losses. The defeat of the Dark Huntresses granted Tars nearly 9,000 experience points and 2 pieces of blue equipment, one of which was the Claw Red leather armor, boasting a defense of 123. Requiring level 13, 50 strength points, and 16 dexterity points, while adding 10 fire damage, 15 fire resistance, and 6 life steal on concentrated hits. With the acquisition of the Claw Red leather armor, Tars' fire resistance increased to 20 points, rendering the Countess's fire spells capable of only singeing his body hair. His 2-handed swords boasted an attack power exceeding 200, though the Countess was a formidable dark gold creature skilled in fire magic. Exceptions existed. One of Tar's swords was embedded with 3 shattered emeralds, contributing an additional 30 poison damage to his strikes. Despite the Countess's formidable attributes, the invasion of poison into her body would prove detrimental. Even for a dark gold creature, the moment the 2-handed sword sliced across the arm of the Countess, a dark green toxin permeated her wound, inflicting over 30 points of poison damage that persisted for a full 10 seconds. The Countess's remarkable strength manifested as she sustained this injury. However, the toxin's entry into her body temporarily nullified her enhanced resilience, costing her 2 life points. Tarlos's other 2-handed sword, a black weapon adorned with 3 grooves, was inlaid with shattered rubies, sapphires, and topazes. The elemental properties of fire, ice, and lightning augmented the sword's attacking prowess. Enduring the corrosive effects of the toxin, the searing flames, the chilling winds, and the paralyzing shocks, the Countess could no longer restrain herself and unleashed a level 10 firewall. Typically, a witch's firewall at this level would deal nearly 1,000 points of damage. However, as a dark gold monster, the Countess's mastery of fire spells far surpassed ordinary expectations, inflicting over 1,000 damage. The flame summoned from the Hellforge exceeded the temperatures found in the mortal realm. In this dire moment, Tarlos swiftly switched to fire resistance, his attributes bolstered by 10 points as he charged toward the Countess. Thrusting his sword with great force, the mighty strike pierced her eye, blinding her left eye, and igniting a furious wrath within her. It was well known that the Countess, in her human days, was famed for her gem-like eyes. And now she was diminished by the loss of one that her rage was akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, with dark, viscous blood oozing from the wound of her left eye. She swung her hands, and the scorching firewall momentarily obstructed Tarlos. Yet, due to his enhanced fire resistance, he recklessly surged through the flames, severing both of the Countess's pale arms. The torrent of dark blood gushed from her wounds. She was grievously injured, having lost 80 life points, now barely clinging to the remnants of her vitality like a candle flickering in the wind. Even in the face of such devastating harm, the Countess refused to concede defeat, insisting on conjuring her fire spells. However, the high tower dungeon was subterranean and surrounded by unyielding stone walls, rendering the flames unable to sustain themselves without a source of fuel. The stalemate persisted for 3 hours until Tarlos seized the opportunity to maneuver behind the Countess, repeatedly stabbing her with his twin swords. This strike met no resistance, piercing through her body, with black blood incessantly dripping from the blade that protruded from her chest. Capitalizing on this prime moment, Tarlos swiftly decapitated the Countess, her lifeless body collapsing to the ground, dark blood slowly seeping into the crevices of the stone floor. After the Countess's life was extinguished and her blood drained, her hauntingly beautiful form erupted into flames, ultimately reduced to ashes amidst the fire's glow. This marked Tarlos's first victory over the Countess, the dark gold monster, who dropped 2 runes and a piece of blue equipment. The runes were named Ral and El, and the blue equipment was a bow of an icy azure hue. Upon using an identification scroll, the short bow's information was instantly revealed. Ice-shattering short bow. Single-handed damage of 1635, requiring level 15 and 30 strength points, with a 10 chance to shoot ice arrows, 10 cold resistance, and an additional 10 cold absorption. The bow was ill-suited for a barbarian, who traditionally shunned such weaponry. Nonetheless, the bow bore no special requirements for its wielder. Should other barbarians witness Tarlos utilizing a bow, he would undoubtedly be ridiculed for lacking masculinity. Tearing open the town portal scroll gifted by Akira, he eagerly returned to the camp. Typically, the Countess had a high drop rate for runes. Aside from runes of level 23 or above, she would yield lower-tier runes. Tarlos had since sought out the Countess on numerous occasions, having vanquished her 13 times to acquire runes numbered 1 through 13, just 5 minutes after exiting the rogue camp. A small group of fallen ones came into Tarlos's line of sight. As Ian was about to take action, Tarlos halted him. Ian, no need to rush. These creatures are not worthy of your efforts. There will be a moment for your skills shortly. Remaining calm, Tarlos anticipated the inevitable fate of the 5 oblivious fallen ones, who, as they charged at him, were swiftly pierced one by one as his graceful movements flowed seamlessly, revealing the extent of Tarlos's battle experience, a culmination of thousands of monotonous practice sessions. Tarlos was no ordinary warrior. As 3 fallen sorcerers prepared to cast their resurrection spells, he deftly severed the right hands of the sorcerers, akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Following this, his 2-handed sword, embedded with shattered sapphires, pierced the sorcerer's body, triggering the effects of the ice attribute. In mere seconds, what had been a pulsating form was reduced to a pile of ice shards. Tarlos forged ahead, ensuring that no monster could breach within 10 paces of Ian. Any stragglers were swiftly dispatched by the duo's coordinated assault. The decision to avoid direct entry into the dark forest through the portal stemmed from the respawning of previously defeated monsters, and the potential for dark gold monsters to drop golden equipment, with a slight chance of blue gear. The group's primary objective was the Evil Cave, where the fiery corpses might yield a golden item, especially with Ian's extraordinary luck enhancing the chances for the entire party. Before entering the Evil Cave, Tarlos and his companions had eliminated nearly 30 monsters, garnering an abundance of life potions alongside the usual gold coins. The Fallen Ones were the most prolific dropper of life potions, while zombies were notorious for yielding mana potions that a few elite zombies had even dropped a piece of blue equipment. The trio traversed the Blood Marsh and entered the Icy Wastes, where 6 dark huntresses charged toward Ian. Without the need for incantations, Ian instantaneously conjured bone armor, shrouding himself in a swirling mist of gray-white substance. Simultaneously, 3 skeleton warriors with metallic skeletal frames and a clay golem adorned with spikes materialized from thin air. The recent period of tranquility had done little to quell Ian's thirst for battle, and this was an opportune moment. The newly evolved skeleton warriors and clay golem left Tarlos and his companions in awe. In the common perception, clay golems were mere malevolent summoned beings, devoid of intelligence and entirely obedient to their summoner's will. Tarlos could not help but mentally question if this was truly a clay golem. He had previously encountered descriptions of such creatures in books, but the being before him was undoubtedly a machine of slaughter. This was Tarlos's initial impression upon witnessing the clay golem. The sunlight glinted off the metallic skeletons, captivating Tarlos's attention. Although he had seen skeletons with metallic frames before, they were invariably dark gold monsters. The notion that a necromancer could summon skeletons with metallic frames was unheard of, as Tarlos was lost in thought. A dark huntress's spear struck the shield of one of the skeletons, which was already riddled with broken arrows, producing a cacophony of metallic clashing. The glowing green flames flickering within the skeleton's eye sockets momentarily danced, indicating it was awaiting Ian's command. With a pointed gesture, the foremost skeleton effortlessly cleaved a dark huntress in two before she could even launch her spear in retaliation, silencing her attack with terrifying swiftness. Such speed and power were unprecedented. Tarlos marveled, having never witnessed a skeleton capable of severing a dark huntress in one strike. Ian's displayed prowess far exceeded Tarlos and the others' wildest imaginations, leaving them unable to comprehend the extraordinary events unfolding before them. The clay golem crossed its spiked arms and forcefully swung them, launching over a dozen rock spikes that pierced through the oncoming dark huntresses without resistance, while Tarlos and his companions were still reeling from their astonishment. 3 colossal beasts entered Ian's line of sight, roaring furiously. Unfazed by the ferocious growls of the massive creatures, Ian exhibited not a hint of trepidation. Simultaneously, the 3 skeleton warriors thrust their single-handed swords toward the thickly armored hide of the colossal beasts. Despite their formidable exterior, the beast's skin was no tougher than steel. In an instant, all 3 massive creatures met their demise. Over a dozen gleaming gold coins tumbled to the ground, producing a crisp sound upon striking the solid basalt, while 2 vials of life potions lay buried beneath the monstrous carcasses. Hold on, Ian. You must explain how 3 skeleton warriors possess such formidable strength and why that clay golem is covered in spikes. What on earth have you been doing since you joined our party? Tar seized Ian's collar and inquired. There's nothing to elaborate on. In simple terms, the skeleton soldiers have evolved due to my power, and their metallic bones serve as the best testament to this fact. The claystone golem, having vanquished numerous monsters, absorbed the experiences from those encounters, akin to how adventurers accumulate experience points to level up. Thus, the claystone golem has indeed increased its level. It is as straightforward as that, and there is no need to make a mountain out of a molehill. Ian succinctly recounted the mutations of summoned beings. In truth, centuries ago, the necromancers of the Dark Continent established a comprehensive system of necromantic spells. To summon skeletons, one must have the corpses of monsters as mediums, and a necromancer could control no more than 8 skeletons simultaneously. The first documented necromancer in history was able to summon a maximum of 35 skeletons, earning the title of the strongest necromancer in history. Over the past few decades, numerous mages have dedicated themselves to the study of necromancy, achieving remarkable results. Thanks to their efforts, necromantic spells have emerged from the realm of elemental magic to become a distinct school of sorcery. Nowadays, necromancers are divided into various factions, such as those specializing in summoning, those proficient in crafting lethal poisons, and those dedicated to the study of curses. To date, no one has mastered all necromantic spells, and Ian's aspiration is to become an expert in necromancy. Initially, necromancy was regarded as a dark and sinister path. Those who pursued it were scorned, and for a time, necromancers were seen as the embodiment of demons, a plague to be avoided at all costs. Centuries ago, when the hellish army launched a massive assault on the human realm, the formidable demons were beyond the resistance of ordinary folk. In a critical moment, over a dozen necromancers stepped forward, summoning dozens of skeleton soldiers from the earth with a mere wave of their hands. Once the advance of the demons was halted, the necromancers utilized their expertise, employing potent curses that incited the demons to turn upon one another, ultimately leading to a resounding victory for humanity. Following that event, public perception of necromancers transformed significantly, with some choosing to settle in Rog Camp and other locations. These settled necromancers, living incognito, assisted the bereaved residents in alleviating their grief under the guise of soul diviners, capable of summoning the spirits of the deceased, albeit for only a brief duration. The necromancers, devout followers of the god of the underworld, gained considerable renown for their ability to summon the souls of the departed. Even residents and adventurers from the eastern continent sought them out, and the sinister image of necromancers faded into oblivion. The ability to briefly summon the souls of the deceased back to the Dark Continent was regarded by its inhabitants as a unique gift bestowed upon necromancers by the god of souls, leading to a gradual rise in their respect. When necromancers teamed up with barbarians and paladins, the synergy among the three classes proved to be highly effective. The necromancer's skills ensured that even when surrounded, the party could break free, while the paladin took on the role of healing the team and dispelling curses and negative statuses, and the barbarian provided sustained high damage output. Generally, if a party included a necromancer, the other members would need to protect the frail figure of the necromancer. However, this was not the case with Ian. Although he was a necromancer, he did not conform to the traditional archetype. While most necromancers focused solely on spell research, Ian dedicated a significant amount of time to physical training. Upon arriving in the Dark Continent at the tender age of 19, he stood over 190 centimeters tall and weighed 69 kilograms. His naturally pale skin often elicited discomfort in others, yet Ian's appearance was quite distinctive, characterized by a short, snow-white hair, one an amber hue, and the other resembling a sapphire. Though slender, he exuded a vibrant energy. Historically, people held biases against necromancers, often viewing them as loathsome grave robbers or deranged individuals. The act of controlling summoned beings required a necromancer to multitask, sometimes even tritask. There have been instances of a necromancer whose mental fortitude was insufficient to control 5 skeletons simultaneously, leading to a tragic case of mental breakdown due to overexertion. Ian, on the other hand, had achieved a level of mental prowess comparable to that of a Grand Mage, effortlessly controlling 10 summoned beings at once. Pleasant conversations are often fleeting, and a horde of oblivious abyssal demons burst through the underbrush towards Tars and the others, undoubtedly targeting Ian. Faced with the oncoming monsters, Ian would not simply sit idly by. Especially with Tars and Talos, both fervent warriors, by his side, the fate of the abyssal demons was all but sealed. Prior to entering the frozen wastes, Tars had exchanged his weapon for a massive hammer, measuring approximately 1.60 meters in length, with a hammerhead nearly 90 centimeters in diameter, capable of flattening an abyssal demon with a single strike. Ian had no doubt regarding the hammer's effectiveness. Unless facing steel plating, any creature that dared to engage it in direct confrontation would meet a grim fate. The first abyssal demon to approach Tars was met with a swift, forceful strike from the 30-kilogram hammer, sending its feeble body flying over 10 meters. Witnessing this, the other abyssal demons hesitated, but Tars would not allow them to escape. The hammer in his hands seemed weightless as he dispatched them with ease, reducing more than a dozen abyssal demons to mere scraps. In contrast to Tars' brute force, Talos employed a more refined combat style, alternating between his offensive spiritual skills of Holy Fire and Sacred Freeze. The searing Holy Fire left the abyssal demons with little room for escape, while the powerful and pure freezing attacks drastically hindered their speed, rendering them as sluggish as turtles. Talos seized the opportunity, his blade sweeping through the air, and the deep crimson head of the abyssal demon did not shed a single drop of blood, for the intense chill had frozen its veins solid. The single-handed greatsword of Talos bore not a drop of blood, as over a dozen corpses of the fallen demons collapsed in a cacophony. Within less than a minute, 20 of these wretched creatures were dispatched without a hint of resistance. And Talos and his companions suffered no cost in doing so. Their relentless assaults, akin to a tempest, continued unabated. Even the fallen sorcerers were powerless against them. The fireball conjured by an elite fallen sorcerer was severed mid-flight by Talos' blade. Talos circled behind the fallen sorcerer, swinging his hammer to strike down upon its head. With a resounding thud, the sorcerer and its staff were shattered, the pose of raising its staff forever frozen in the past. As they advanced, monsters emerged to harass them, including over 10 elite creatures eager for a challenge. Yet, Ians would not allow Talos and the others to bask in glory alone. He commanded the skeleton warriors and clay golems to surround and annihilate the oblivious beasts. From a moment they exited the Rog camp to their journey across the frozen wastes, Ians and his companions encountered no creatures of superior strength. Feeling a twinge of mischief, Talos suggested they venture to the bone grave to confront the bloodbirds, perhaps to procure a piece of golden equipment. Neither Talos nor Ians objected, and the trio proceeded directly to the bone grave. Upon their third entry into the evil cave, Ians and his companions navigated without diversion and soon located the corpse of the firebrand, an enigmatic boss creature. The surrounding elite monsters were swiftly eradicated, and Talos, having learned the Holy Light Orb, resolved to experiment on the firebrand's corpse. The fourth-tier Holy Light Orb dealt 2938 damage, a bane to undead beings. Capable of one-shotting lower-tier undead and dispatching elite undead within 10 strikes. Now, faced with the firebrand's corpse, he could ascertain the true power of the Holy Light Orb, with no concern for mana depletion. Talos donned the lightweight armor of Rebirth of Hope, which restored 50 mana points per minute, complemented by a blue ring that granted a 20 chance to cast a level 20 Holy Light Orb, replenishing 10 mana points within 20 seconds. The equipment Talos currently wore was a generous gift from Ians during their last encounter, and the total mana restoration exceeded 90 points, rendering any worries about mana consumption unnecessary. Nonetheless, to err on the side of caution, though the firebrand was the weakest among the dark gold creatures, adventurers could not afford to be careless. A single strike from Spectre could spell disaster. Prior to the confrontation, Ians had applied a level 15 damage amplification curse upon the firebrand, with a duration exceeding 2 minutes. Within that time frame, even if they could not slay the creature, reducing its health to 1/3 was well within reach. With a firm grip on his single-handed greatsword, Talos unleashed over 10 strikes within 5 seconds, each one landing upon the firebrand. Due to the curse, the firebrand lost more health than anticipated. After creating distance, Talos proceeded to unleash 6 consecutive Holy Light Orbs, their radiant brilliance striking the firebrand's battered form. All the orbs found their mark, none missing. In a flash, 2/3 of its health was depleted. The skill, Ghostly Strike, which had a 50 activation chance, struck the metallic skeleton of a skeleton warrior, yet remained unfazed. The party, having traversed a long distance, found themselves at the deepest recesses of the evil cave, where they encountered the firebrand unexpectedly. Ians halted Talos, who was eager to engage. Talos' Holy Light Orbs inflicted irreparable damage upon the firebrand. Little White No. One severed the creature's right hand with a single stroke. Ians, having previously studied the toxin within zombies, recalled that the properties of the zombie toxin were not lethally poisonous, but rather possessed an extraordinarily corrosive effect. Any living entity that came in contact with it would face complete degradation of the affected area. The toxin from the Dark Gold zombie was even more precious. Ians exerted a thread of mental energy, commanding the skeleton warriors to encircle the firebrand, and swiftly drew forth a crystal vial. He meticulously collected a vial of the firebrand's toxin before commanding the skeleton warriors to finish it off. Despite possessing immense mental power, Ians struggled to wield it effectively. The summoned skeletons did not require his direct control, as the 3 elite skeletons and the clay golem shared a mental link with him. At any moment they sensed Ians' intent to attack another entity. The skeletons and golem would hastily clear the path of any obstacles. Typically, a summoner and their summoned beings share only an indirect connection. The ability for summoned beings to perceive their summoner's thoughts had never been witnessed before. The 3 skeleton warriors simultaneously plunged their single-handed swords into the firebrand's body, withdrawing them to deliver over 10 additional strikes, reducing the firebrand to naught but a skeletal remnant, which the clay golem promptly pulverized with a powerful blow. Ultimately, the firebrand yielded 2 blue pieces of equipment and a shattered diamond. The surrounding monsters dropped a substantial amount of gold, while several elite zombies produced over 10 vials of strangling gas potions, and the massive beasts dropped mana potions among other items. Overall, the expedition proved fruitful. The firebrand was exceptionally generous. One of the blue items was an amulet engraved with a hexagram, while the other was a ring. Ians expended 2 identification scrolls. The deep blue amulet required level 20, provided 10 resistance to various effects, and had a 65 chance to inflict grievous wounds. The Ring of Decay required level 15, adding 23 poison damage and granting 9 lifesteal. Talos was elated by the 2 blue items dropped by the Firebrand that a month prior, during his 15th encounter with the Firebrand, it had only dropped a pile of gold and 2 plain items. And Talos had incurred an additional repair cost of 90 gold coins for the equipment he had used to vanquish it. The weather in the frozen waste was notoriously unpredictable. One moment the skies were clear, and the next they were shrouded in dark clouds, signaling an impending deluge. Fortunately, in the northeastern part of the frozen waste stood an abandoned house, a refuge Ian's had previously occupied during his adventures, making it an ideal shelter from the rain. As the patter of raindrops began to fall upon Talos' head, he and Ian's eagerly entered the house for shelter, only to be met with 2 fallen demons within. The sight of the unexpected guests incited Talos' ire, and he brandished his greatsword, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the demons. In a whirlwind of chaotic blade light, the demons were reduced to countless fragments. Through the window, devoid of glass, the torrential rain outside showed no signs of abating. Ian's heard the rumble of thunder, and Talos sheepishly remarked, "My apologies, it was my stomach growling." Ian's incredulous replied, "I never imagined a growling stomach could produce such a sound." Indeed, among the barbarian tribes, hunger manifests as a sound akin to thunder. There's no need for alarm. Ian's retrieved a bundle from his spatial ring, and Talos hastily opened it to reveal a large supply of cured meats and various other foods, along with a sizable bottle of apple cider. Additionally, Ian's produced a roasted chicken, specially crafted by the twin maids for him. The savory aroma of the chicken sent Talos' appetite into a frenzy. The chicken and the large supply of cured meats vanished in an instant, especially as Talos disregarded all decorum to devour 2 drumsticks in quick succession. The 10-year aged apple cider was a rare commodity, seldom found in the market. Ian's possessed nearly 20 tons of apple cider within his spatial ring, having acquired it from a trading caravan that had previously visited the Rod camp, purchasing the entire stock and securing the caravan's service henceforth. The 20 tons of cider were a generous gift from the caravan leader, which included 50 bottles of high-grade 10-year aged cider, as such vintage cider could fetch 3,000 gold coins per bottle in the market. The apples used for the cider were cultivated using the spring waters from the Riftwind Springs, located far beyond the Curacet harbor. The freshly picked green apples, still laden with dew, were fermented and then stored in a cellar. Currently, the number of 10-year aged apple ciders remaining on the entire Dark Continent was quite limited, and with each bottle consumed, the supply dwindled, rendering it more precious than gold. Talos removed the cork with a vigorous twist, and the rich aroma of the cider filled the house, almost overwhelming his senses. "Hold on, Talos. That bottle of apple cider is a 10-year vintage, one of the last remaining on the Dark Continent. As far as I know, even King Lughane cannot indulge in such luxury to be a bit more refined. I hope you take a cue from Talos," Ian's advised leisurely. Talos pouted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "All right, I understand that I'll follow your lead." Tars, having settled into a tranquil state, savored the amber-hued apple cider within his cup. Just as he was about to indulge in the final sip, a shadowy female gunslinger burst into the deserted dwelling, inciting Tar's ire as he swung his hammer and obliterated the intruding creature into oblivion. "I detest being disturbed while dining," he declared, resuming his feast on a delectable roasted chicken, after a satisfying meal and a brief respite of half an hour. The torrential downpour transformed into a gentle drizzle. It was only after another 30 minutes that the rain ceased, cleansing the lair of the demons. The fresh air, imbued with the scent of damp earth, enveloped him as the overcast sky gradually cleared. Alas, the moments of joy are all too fleeting, and a new journey was on the verge of unfolding. Err on the side of caution. Jens buried the leftover food remnants underground using a newly acquired spell known as the Pit of Annihilation. The spellbook he had procured contained a variety of simple yet practical incantations, easily grasped without requiring profound magical manipulation skills. Even an ordinary person could master them, although the potency of the spells varied. Earth-based magic not only served offensive purposes, but also offered numerous supportive spells. making the Pit of Annihilation particularly suitable for excavating traps. The closer one approached the burial grounds, the higher the concentration of shadow magic elements became, standing steadfastly at the entrance to the cold plains. The Amazonian warrior Flavii remained unwavering, regardless of the relentless wind, sun, or rain. Although her strength was modest, Yens admired her indomitable will. Tars appear to have known Flavii for quite some time, greeting the agile Amazonian beauty with a genial wave. Esteemed adventurers, I sense immense power and a righteous heart emanating from you. Among you, there lies an adventurer who seems to be an enigma, one I cannot fathom. The enigma Flavii referred to was, in truth, Yens's unique affinity for power, in the Dark Continent. Individuals typically possessed only one attribute from birth, and through rigorous training, some could attain two or more. Highly skilled mages often harbored 3 attributes, while Yens, as a traveler, possessed all 6 attributes, though only light and darkness have been harnessed thus far, with the others awaiting discovery. As the trio ventured deeper into the burial grounds, a zombie with only one eye emerged to greet them, the other eye dangling precariously. Tars picked up a wooden stick approximately 1 meter in length and forcefully thrust it into the zombie's skull, causing it to wobble momentarily before crashing to the ground. The wooden stick pierced through the zombie's head, and Tars' massive frame, propelled by his momentum, sent the creature flying over 10 meters in midair. The airborne zombie collided with a skeleton archer that had just emerged from the grave, resulting in a catastrophic shattering of the archer's calcium-deficient bones. Among the remnants, a shattered skull was discovered, a rare gem that only undead beings could drop. The higher the level of the undead creature, the greater the likelihood of acquiring a flawless or even a perfect skull. Tars collected the fallen shattered skull, dusted it off, and presented it to Yens. This was found amidst the remains of that skeleton archer. It should serve you well, and own need for formality. Consider it a token of our friendship. With a goofy grin, Tars pressed the shattered skull into Yens's hands in return, Yens extracted a fragment of a broken diamond from his belongings, stating, "It would be remiss not to reciprocate. I discovered this while rummaging through the body of a poor Amazonian archer slain by monsters in the blood wastes. Beneath her remains lay a curved bow and this broken diamond, which holds no value for me. Accept it as a return gift. Shattered diamonds are quite common among gems, and many circulate in the market. Those obsessed with research, particularly mages, require a substantial quantity of broken gems. As mages generally possess considerable wealth, a powerful mage's prowess is often a product of financial investment. Currently, Yens's spatial ring housed 1,000 shattered rubies, 1,000 shattered sapphires, 2,000 shattered yellow and green gems, and 500 shattered diamonds and pink gems. The broken diamond that Yens generously offered to Tars had been obtained from an elite-level zombie encountered en route to the cold plains, which had also yielded a 2-handed sword. The vampire bone 2-handed sword dealt a damage of 2,937 and required level 15 and 23 points in strength, with an additional 9 lifesteal on hit and 20 points of cold damage, lasting 5 seconds. Continuing deeper into the burial grounds, Yen seemed to have stumbled upon something by a dilapidated tombstone. He commanded the skeleton soldiers to clear away the debris, revealing an egg adorned with exquisite patterns, roughly the size of a dinosaur egg. This unexpected delight rendered Yens momentarily speechless. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the egg contained a life form of unknown origin, potentially a demon or perhaps a long-lost dragon species. The likelihood of the creature within being a dragon was considerably high, instilling Yens with hope as he pressed onward. An adventurer team composed of paladins, barbarians, and necromancers was destined for greatness, their synergy evident despite their lack of prior collaboration. Reminiscent of seasoned warriors, beneath a tombstone, Yens discovered an egg with peculiar patterns, measuring nearly 90 centimeters and weighing around 20 kilograms. Placing his right hand upon the shell, he sensed a heartbeat emanating from within. Establishing a mental connection with the creature inside, a unique and wondrous sensation that avoid hindering their quest, and given the perilous nature of the burial grounds, a haven for undead creatures, it was prudent to eliminate all nearby monsters before proceeding. As he re-entered the familiar graveyard, Yens closed his eyes to attune himself to the chaotic energy of dark magic. The burial grounds were a veritable domain for necromancers, teeming with endless summoning materials. Leaving no cause for concern regarding resources, Tars gazed toward the graveyard, where zombies and skeletons intermittently clawed their way out of the decaying graves, with the leader of this domain being the Bloodbird, a traitor to the light who had embraced darkness. The second sighting of the Bloodbird's swift figure evoked memories of Yin's initial battle against it. The Bloodbird was not a powerhouse. Rather, it specialized in guerrilla warfare and summoning zombies to harass adventurers. Boasting a 50 chance of launching fire or ice arrows, Tars' first encounter with the Bloodbird occurred 2 years prior, when Yin's first arrived on the Dark Continent. I could see the time. Tars had just reached level 6. Having learned skills such as taunt and jump, and, disregarding Talos' warnings, sought out the Bloodbird. Within half an hour, he found himself in the burial grounds, where he vanquished 30 zombies and 20 skeletons before facing the Bloodbird. The Bloodbird's fire and ice arrows exacted a hefty toll on Tars, who, skilled in close combat, sought to close the distance and unleash his two-handed sword upon it. Initially, the blade merely grazed the Bloodbird's leather armor, through which Tars glimpsed 2 undulating mounds. Ignoring the distraction, he swiftly switched to a hammer weighing over 50 pounds. The hammer served as a bulwark against the Bloodbird's attacks, and in the next moment, Tars swung it down upon the Bloodbird's head with all his might. With a resounding thud, the Bloodbird was sent reeling more than 10 meters, colliding with 2 zombies in mid-flight. Seizing the opportunity, Tars hurled explosive potions, launching 30 bottles within half a minute, of which only 10 struck the Bloodbird, while the remainder detonated among the skeleton archers and zombies it had summoned. The 10 explosive potions inflicted a total of 300 points of damage on the Bloodbird. Leaving it dazed and gasping for breath, Tars, recognizing the golden opportunity, lunged forward, delivering a flurry of stabs to the Bloodbird's back. Tars' ambush yielded an unexpected outcome, as the Bloodbird, caught off guard, succumbed to its injuries. The chain lightning concealed within the Bloodbird found its escape route at the very moment the creature was vanquished, resulting in countless dazzling flashes scattering in all directions. The zombies and skeletal archers, bereft of the Bloodbird's control, returned to their lairs, while Tarsus incurred a repair cost of 100 gold coins for the destruction of the Bloodbird. The defeated Bloodbird yielded 300 gold coins along with a piece of blue equipment, while the other undead creatures dropped a substantial amount of health and mana potions. Time rewinds half an hour, with newfound strength sufficient to dispatch the Bloodbird without a single blow. Tarsus approached this endeavor with a mindset of experimentation. The undead surrounding the Bloodbird were left to Talos and Ainz, as Tarsus boldly advanced towards the creature, 2 hand-and-a-half swords, each measuring approximately 170 centimeters. Thrusting mercilessly at the Bloodbird, in a moment of peril, the Bloodbird grasped its bow to parry Tarsus's attack. However, that previous strike was merely a feint, while the true lethal strike lay ahead. Tarsus crossed his swords and forcefully swung them forward, the crossed blades penetrating the Bloodbird's body without resistance. He then delivered a powerful kick, sending the Bloodbird flying. The last vestiges of its life vanished beneath the force of Tarsus's kick. As he collected the spoils, Ainz gathered a portion of the Bloodbird's remains, along with remnants from other creatures, deciding to bring these remnants back for research, hoping to uncover the secrets behind their resilience. Seeing the greatest obstacle eliminated, Talos urged Ainz not to rush towards the rocky wasteland, for the burial grounds held both the Great Tomb and a graveyard, each concealing a multitude of monsters. Let us explore there. Perhaps we shall uncover unexpected treasures. With exploration in mind, I suggested we first venture to the Great Tomb, as I am more familiar with that locale, where the predominant foes are undead, occasionally interspersed with a few elite-level monsters. Eliminating them could yield us at least 3,000 experience points. Ainz endorsed the idea of heading to the Great Tomb. That I concur with Ainz' suggestion, asserting that my strength had reached a bottleneck and required a breakthrough. The Great Tomb would serve as an excellent venue to hone my combat skills and simultaneously gain experience. Tarsus, with conviction, stated, "Since we are all in agreement, we shall appoint Ainz as our captain. Among the 3 of us, he is the most level-headed, ensuring our utmost safety. Talos nominated me for the role of captain, and I accepted this honorable and sacred task, Eager to demonstrate our team's formidable strength to any lurking monsters, Ainz promptly accepted Talos' nomination. Indeed, among the trio, Ainz displayed the most composure, capable of adapting to any situation without succumbing to panic, making him the most suitable candidate for the captaincy. With Tarsus leading the way, Ainz positioned himself in the middle, and Talos brought up the rear. The trio cautiously entered the Great Tomb. Ainz' BT whiteboard equipment maintained an illumination radius of 20 meters, rendering monsters within that range utterly visible. The stifling, arid air of the tomb discomforted Tarsus, prompting Ainz to produce a crystal of illumination that lasted 3 hours, the soft white glow enhancing visibility. Not far off, the low growl of monsters reached Ainz' ears. Utilizing the light, he discerned a zombie dragging its decayed body, slowly advancing. Tarsus, eager to charge and eliminate the zombie, was promptly halted by Ainz' timely intervention, replacing his staff with a bundle of javelins he had acquired in the frozen wastes. One being a blue weapon with a throwing damage of 1621 and a single hand damage of 915. Ainz decisively hurled a javelin, which the zombie, moving at a sluggish pace, could not evade. The javelin pierced through the zombie's thigh. The icy blue javelin dealt an additional 15 cold damage and had a 20 chance to unleash a level 6 Frost Nova. The freezing effect significantly slowed the zombie's movements, rendering it akin to a tortoise, now even slower than a snail. Talos unleashed 3 consecutive holy light bolts. The freezing damage lingered for 9 seconds, during which all of Talos' holy bolts struck the zombie's frail body. Ainz sensed that the zombie still possessed 1/3 of its life, suggesting it might be an elite-level zombie, boasting double the vitality of a typical one. Otherwise, a standard creature would have been obliterated by their combined assault. Talos followed with another 5 holy light bolts, while Ainz simultaneously unleashed 3 crescent blades. The relentless onslaught left the zombie utterly defenseless. Their combined magical attacks yielded unexpectedly effective results, completely draining the last remnants of life from the elite zombie. Beneath the zombie's crumbling form, Ainz discovered an unidentified curved blade. "Friend, I have no use for such a weapon, and I have yet to learn how to summon the Iron Stone Demon. Take this curved blade as a gift," Ainz offered, presenting it to Talos. Talos expressed his gratitude for Ainz' generous gesture, securing the curved blade in his backpack. The oppressive air within the Great Tomb assailed them as they advanced further. After traversing a short distance, they arrived at a spacious area flanked by walls adorned with seemingly eternal torches, revealing a row of haphazardly arranged coffins. Within the Great Tomb, coffins typically presented 3 scenarios, the first being the possibility of discovering gold or equipment within upon opening the lid. The second scenario involved the coffin itself being a trap, potentially releasing deadly poison mist, igniting fierce flames, or unleashing bolts of lightning, fireballs, or frost-based attacks. And the third possibility entailed the emergence of a creature, be it a zombie or a skeleton, which were relatively easy to dispatch. With determination, Talos forcefully pushed open one coffin lid, remaining vigilant for any lurking monsters or traps. However, upon opening it, he found it empty. Kicking over a second coffin, Ainz faintly heard the sound of bones reassembling, a precursor signaling the impending arrival of a creature. The corpses within the coffins, tainted by dark forces, were transforming into undead beings. If preserved well, they would become zombies, while those severely decayed would morph into skeletons or mummies. Inside the stony coffin, nothing remained, yet from a narrow opening beside it, numerous bones emerged, starting to assemble into a skeleton warrior wielding a curved blade. The clay golem accompanying Ainz would not tolerate disturbances from other undead. It advanced and smashed the skeleton warrior's skull with a powerful punch, causing its uncontrollable body to shatter instantly. The scattered dark yellow bones were repugnant, and the defeated skeleton warrior granted Ainz 120 experience points. Tarsus and his companions continued to topple the numerous stone coffins lining the corridor, with 3 of them yielding monsters, all of which were swiftly dealt with, while 5 contained equipment, and the last 2 were traps. As Tarsus overturned the penultimate coffin, a surge of potent electrical energy seemed poised to erupt forth. Ainz promptly cautioned Tarsus to exercise caution. Retreating 10 meters, a level 6 nova flared outward from the coffin, expanding in a violent manner. The final coffin lid, initially unresponsive, prompted Tarsus to believe it contained nothing when a foul, acrid odor began to waft forth. Be careful. Tarsus, I detect an unusual scent, likely a trap. Keep your distance, Ines warned. Just as he spoke, a noxious green mist erupted from within the coffin, enveloping the area. This coffin, which triggered a trap upon opening, was undoubtedly the handiwork of Ariel. Many novice adventurers, lacking experience, would fall prey to such traps. Those fortunate enough might evade danger, while those slow to react could very well meet their demise in such a place. With the blood bird dispatched effortlessly. The next target for Ines and his companions lay in the Great Tomb, located to the west of the burial grounds. In a place like the Great Tomb, traps and mechanisms were to be expected. It would have been strange not to encounter any. Despite the traps being non-lethal, Tarsus was exceedingly irate at having been caught off guard, forcefully overturning the coffin and stomping on it in frustration. As they tread upon the stone pathway, the only sounds accompanying their footsteps were the faint thumping of their hearts. The expansive corridor revealed no further surprises. The gray-blue walls were adorned with dozens of seemingly eternal torches, while braziers, neatly arranged, burned with bright yellow flames around the coffins. From an external viewpoint, the Great Tomb appeared to span no more than 10 meters, yet within, it unfolded into a vast expanse. Turning to enter the nearest stone chamber, they were greeted by 9 brown-skinned, drowning demons, an upgraded variant of the creature. The brownskins signified these monsters possessed greater vitality, a fierce predilection for attack, and a more vicious temperament compared to their red-skinned counterparts. Talos' sword clashed with the drowning demon's curved blade, causing his wrist to tingle in that fleeting moment. As Talos incapacitated the hand of the abyssal fiend, he deftly swung his sword, severing one of the creature's arms. Talos, having endured hundreds of battles, was hardly daunted by such a creature. The abyssal fiend before him was of a similar caliber to the blade demon encountered earlier in the rocky wasteland, with the sole distinction being their differing hues. How peculiar it is that I have yet to witness an abyssal fiend of this particular coloration. Not rush into action just yet. Allow me to gauge the strength of these monsters. Talos halted the eager Talos, advancing alone to engage the abyssal fiend in single combat. The fiend, barely reaching Talos' waist, bellowed and brandished a curved blade as it approached. While behind it, the abyssal sorcerer unleashed 3 fireballs in rapid succession. Typically, does not an abyssal sorcerer cast but 1 fireball at a time? Could this one be of elite status? Talos pondered in confusion. There is no need for concern. I have encountered this hue of abyssal sorcerer before. Such creatures are characterized by their reckless bravery and exceptional prowess in casting fireballs. Generally, the spells of an abyssal sorcerer do not exceed the 10th tier, and Talos should be capable of managing. Should an unforeseen event arise, we will lend our aid. 1 does not unlock their latent potential until faced with true peril. Let us wait a moment longer. Ian's reassured Talos, albeit with a hint of worry, while maintaining a vigilant stance. Observing Ian's and Talos remaining inactive, the abyssal sorcerer commanded its minions to assault Talos with full force, though Talos was often somewhat reckless and lacking in composure. He would not commit such a blunder at this critical juncture. With his sword held defensively, the curved blades of the abyssal fiends could not graze Talos' skin, let alone inflict any harm. In stark contrast, the fiends found themselves overwhelmed, barely able to retaliate. The tide of battle was decidedly in Talos' favor. He dispatched 3 abyssal fiends in quick succession, and the 4th was sent flying with a powerful kick. As the commanding abyssal sorcerer began to cast a resurrection spell, Ian's, observing from the sidelines, mercilessly unleashed 3 crescent blades. These blades, slicing through the air with the speed of a tempest, severed the sorcerer's body as if cleaved by the sharpest of swords. The sorcerer beheld in horror as its upper and lower halves became disjoined, its bony staff clattering to the ground. Crimson blood ignited upon contact with the air, and the abyssal fiend appeared to move in slow motion, a result of the protective amulet hanging around Talos' neck. The shattering curse amulet required level 15 and 16 strength points, granting a 25 chance to cast a level 13 weakening spell, alongside a 28 chance to diminish the monster's capabilities of the many strikes Talos unleashed upon the abyssal fiends. 3 were imbued with the effects of the curse, rendering the fiends sluggish and vulnerable. Talos seized this opportune moment. The 9 fleeing fiends stood no chance of escape. With a flurry of slashes, stabs, and cleaves, he rained down a relentless assault upon the fiends, whose bodies shattered into fragments strewn across the ground. Ians, accustomed to such endeavors, retrieved a crystal vial, capable of holding over 5 liters, his interest piqued by the copious amounts of concentrated abyssal blood. After 5 minutes of diligent collection, he secured approximately 2 liters of the high-density blood. While the remaining blood, exposed to the air for too long, had begun to oxidize and degrade in potency. Within Ian's study, filled with tomes on alchemy and magic, he recalled a particular book that spoke of alchemy's ability to transmute decay into marvels. It noted that through refinement and extraction, high-concentration abyssal blood could yield a long-lost material. Ian's had conducted extensive research on abyssal blood, one of its notable properties being its potential in weapon forging. By mixing 20 parts of high-purity abyssal blood in the forging process, one could possibly create a magical weapon that a week prior, Ian's had approached Chasai to forge a one-handed sword, supplying the materials himself. 3 ingots of refined iron or at 98 purity, a small vial of sapphire powder, 2 black crystal diamonds, and finally, 20 milliliters of abyssal blood. Chasai had never encountered such materials before, black crystal diamonds, with a hardness exceeding that of diamonds by 3-fold, were a rarity rated at 7 stars and had been banned from extraction, fetching prices over 100,000 gold coins on the black market, though they were virtually non-existent. The immense hardness of black crystal diamonds would impart unparalleled resilience to any weapon forged with even a gram of powder diamond. Furthermore, these diamonds contained vast amounts of dark energy. Excessive amounts could transform the final product into a weapon of devastating power. Ian's personally oversaw Chasai through the entire forging process that a mere half-hour later. The 3 ingots melted under the intense flames, leading to the addition of the black crystal powder. Chasai cautiously poured the black crystal along the edges of the mold, followed by the 20 milliliters of abyssal blood, culminating in the critical step of adding 50 milligrams of sapphire powder into the mold. 3 hours swiftly passed, and Ian's beheld the completion of his first weapon, a one-handed sword, entirely obsidian and devoid of luster, emanating a chilling aura of frost and snow as it was wielded. Conversely, when gripped inversely, the blade ignited with a fierce flame, radiating intense heat. The sword's completion was marked at 50, a mere half. Yet it held the potential for further enhancement, absorbing the blood of demons with each kill, destined to evolve into an unparalleled instrument of destruction. Chasai was astounded at the creation of such a sword. Noting that throughout his career as a blacksmith, he had never utilized more than 3 materials for a single weapon, let alone materials of such fantastical quality, Ian's examined the one-handed sword with satisfaction, though he found the color unappealing. Before he could voice his desire for a color change, the dark exterior of the sword began to flake away, revealing a blade of ice blue on one side and deep crimson on the other. When swung with the icy face up, the blade was enveloped in sub-zero temperatures, capable of freezing anything that dared to touch it into solid ice. Conversely, when swung with the fiery side up, the blade radiated white flames exceeding 1,000 degrees, a refined evolution of standard fire. This white flame, retaining its extreme heat, also possessed the unique ability to purify undead beings. Ian's named his newly forged sword Frostfire, while Chasai crafted a beautifully engraved sheath for it from the remaining materials. Within the realm of the mind, Ian's encountered information that was almost beyond belief. Frostfire boasted a damage capability of 3,200 to 4,500, requiring level 15 and 65 strength points, with an infinite durability rating, enhancing all skills by 15, increasing necromancer skill levels by 20, offering a 100 chance to inflict wounds, alongside 200 points of ice damage and 200 points of fire damage. Ian's could not help but exclaim in astonishment at the weapon's boundless durability. Such a characteristic had previously been reserved for the equipment gifted by Tyrell, though he had utilized some rather rare materials in its forging. It was remarkable to this extent. What Ian's beheld in terms of equipment attributes was merely 5 of the total. Further attributes remained concealed, only to be revealed as his strength increased in essence. Frostfire was unparalleled as a weapon and a marvel of craftsmanship. To treat it solely as a piece of art would be a gross misallocation of its potential. After 3 hours of deep exploration in the Grand Tomb, Ian and his companions had vanquished nearly 50 creatures, sharing the experience points of 5,000 amongst themselves. An elite-level zombie entered Talos' line of sight. 5 holy light projectiles struck the zombie's head in a pentagram formation, exposing its skeletal right leg and incomplete arm. The zombie staggered momentarily before charging angrily toward Talos. This elite zombie unleashed its unique skill, Ghost Strike, though it was slower than the previous undead's fiery attack. This zombie was faster in its execution. Yet compared to the undead, Talos' speed prevailed. He deftly sidestepped the zombie's Ghost Strike and maneuvered behind it, unleashing 20 holy light projectiles upon its back. Depleted of over 200 mana from the previous assault, Talos was enveloped in a sense of emptiness. Yet the effects of his equipment immediately manifested. The mana regenerates at a steady pace of 6 points per second, and in less than 5 minutes, Talos will have his mana replenished entirely. Although the holy light projectiles are the bane of undead creatures, the zombie before him seems to possess particularly robust attributes. 20 holy light projectiles have drained 60 points of life from a zombie. Such exceptional sturdiness is the attribute Ian despises most in monsters, as those endowed with it become exceedingly resilient. And some even possess the ability to regenerate health automatically. An elite zombie, bolstered by this formidable trait, effectively boasts double the life of a standard zombie. Talos, however, is not one to remain idle, for the zombie's reaction speed pales in comparison to that of a swiftly advancing paladin. With a single stroke, Talos pierces through the zombie's body, simultaneously delivering a kick to it. Indeed, the Grand Sepulchre is no ordinary locale. It is rife with the potential for monstrous apparitions, and these are elite foes. No less. There are also various coffins concealing hidden traps, equipped with mechanisms that can release noxious gas. From the moment Ian entered the Grand Sepulchre, he realized that while it may outwardly resemble any other tomb, its unremarkable facade belies a multitude of lethal dangers lurking beneath. They traversed the 5th stone chamber. Just as Talos was about to proceed, Ian promptly seized the sleeve of Talos' garment, alerting him to the 5 special tiles among the 9 ahead. Each of these distinctive tiles bore 9 hollowed cavities. If Ian's intuition served him correctly, those openings concealed some sort of trap, lying in wait for the unwary intruder. Perhaps bringing Sophie along would have been prudent. As a nimble assassin, Sophie excels at disarming any trap, and she is, after all, an expert in their construction. Fortunately, prior to their departure, Ian had learned some methods of evading traps from Sophie, and this knowledge proved invaluable. Sophie had trained Ian by having him escape from a room replete with mechanisms and traps, setting a 2-hour time limit. Failure to disarm all traps within that duration would result in the room's explosion. Upon entering that specially crafted trap room, Ian quickly regretted his decision as he found himself on a section of flooring that was missing 20 tiles, revealing a pit approximately 10 meters deep, teeming with a multitude of venomous snakes. Should he unfortunate enough to fall into the pit, even if he survived the fall, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed and bitten to death by the swarming snakes. Even if he managed to eliminate the snakes, he would then have to contend with a long spear that fires every 5 seconds, its tip coated in a variety of lethal poisons. Closing his eyes to contemplate his next move, Ian retrieved a bottle of high-concentration liquor from his spatial ring. With an alcohol content exceeding 80%, igniting upon contact with air, he aimed for the venomous snakes lurking below and hurled the bottle with great force. The sharp sound of shattering glass echoed in his ears. Once the glass shattered, icy blue flames engulfed the snakes, which had not eaten for a month. The intense pain caused them to writhe in agony. Struggling against the icy blue flames proved futile, and the spears that occasionally shot forth were also ignited by the fire. The conflagration raged within the pit for nearly 10 minutes before it extinguished due to a lack of oxygen. Having surpassed the first trial, the second test awaited Ian, appearing deceptively mundane, yet concealing intricate mechanisms. Ahead, the floor was arranged in a grid that required jumping to progress. A single misstep could trigger a trap. The mechanisms designed by Sophie were intricately interlinked, often resulting in a chain reaction when one was activated. Concealed within the beams of the ceiling were massive axes that swung like pendulums. Tiles of the same color would not trigger traps, but stepping on tiles of differing hues could activate mechanisms that unleashed poisonous needles, jets of searing flames, or even cause the floor to collapse. These treacherous traps would demand the utmost attention from any adventurer. Even the most agile assassin would find it challenging to navigate them confidently. The traps hidden in the shadows posed the greatest peril. Yet Ian was undeterred. Donning the eye of truth, he could see clearly through the veil of deception. Confirming the correct path, Ian produced a rope with a grappling hook attached from his backpack. After spinning it several times, he hurled it with force. After numerous failed attempts, he finally managed to catch the beam on the 11th try, swinging over the tiles like a pendulum. However, awaiting him was a heap of banana peels. As is well known, banana peels possess remarkable slippery properties, and stepping on one could lead to catastrophic falls. This pile of banana peels likely concealed further traps. Behind them lay an unknown array of hidden dangers. Although the eye of truth allowed him to see clearly, the deeper he looked, the more obscured the buried traps became. While it could reveal objects above ground, it was unable to penetrate the depths of the earth. Or perhaps it simply lacked that capability at present. Just as Ian cleared the spinning blades, a nauseating stench from the banana peels came into view that if he were to step on them, his fate would surely be grim. It appeared that a cluster of black shadows congregated in the center of the peels, and upon discerning their nature, Ian broke into a cold sweat. The source of his alarm was a swarm of carrion ants. Should they lay a single bite upon him, not even a remnant of bone would remain. What a harrowing predicament! Just moments ago, the spinning blades could have severed limbs with the slightest brush. And now before him lay nearly 10,000 carrion ants. He had to devise a plan. After exhausting countless thoughts, Ian finally conceived a strategy. It was said that carrion ants were particularly fond of rotten tomatoes and decaying flesh. And fortuitously, he possessed a 2-kilogram piece of putrid beef within his spatial ring, which would serve well as bait. At this critical juncture, Ian had devised a life-saving plan. The intensely putrid aroma emanating from the highly decomposed beef was unbearable to most. Yet it effectively drew the attention of the carrion ants. He hurled the foul meat towards the area he had just leaped over, where he suspected traps lay concealed. The ants surged toward the rotting flesh with reckless abandon, providing Ian with the opportunity to locate the exit of the trap room. As the nearly 10,000 carrion ants converged upon the decaying meat, the tiles arranged in a grid suddenly transformed to a deep crimson hue, indicating the activation of a lethal mechanism. As anticipated, the now red tiles shattered completely, and scalding steam erupted violently, akin to a demon unshackled after being bound for nearly a millennium, wreaking havoc in its wake. The lethal steam was the bane of all corporeal beings, and carrion ants were no exception. The stench of the rotting beef was rapidly obliterated by the intense heat, rendering it fully cooked. Though the beef had been highly decomposed, the effect of the steam eradicated all bacteria within, transforming it into a fragrant delicacy in an instant. Having approached the trials on a full stomach, Ian found himself utterly uninterested in the meat before him. Despite being sterilized by high temperatures, the lingering scent of rot clung to him like an indelible mark of servitude, completing the trials in 1 hour and 30 minutes. Ian successfully navigated the trap room crafted specifically by Sophie, achieving a flawless victory. From now on, he would face any trap with unwavering composure. Thanks to Sophie's rigorous training, Ian's confidence soared, and he felt over 90% assured of his ability to emerge unscathed from this exploration. Finally entering the 8th stone chamber, Talos' eyes widened at the sight of scattered gold coins, healing potions, and mana potions strewn across the floor. Was it possible that this grand sepulchre once served as a storehouse? Talos voiced this question aloud, before Ian and the others could embark on their quest to confront the Countess in the Black Wastes. Akra recounted an event from centuries past. Legend has it that after the war with the demon gods concluded, the burial ground was not as it is today, for it was once remote and seldom frequented by travelers. Subsequently, a sorcerer discovered 2 secluded and barren tombs in the land of buried bones. The enigmatic sorcerer's name being Telas. Centuries ago, Telas was a notoriously malevolent wizard, whose grim fascination lay not with the corpses of the deceased, as was common among necromancers, but rather with the living. One fateful night, All the able-bodied men of a remote mountain village vanished without a trace. Their families left in despair. Many years later, the families of the missing found only 2 survivors among those studied by Telas, both of whom had succumbed to madness. Eventually, for reasons unknown, Telas mysteriously disappeared from the public eye. Legends spoke of divine retribution, while others whispered that he had been devoured by beasts. Countless narratives emerged, yet none could truly ascertain Telas's whereabouts. Many of the tales passed down were laced with deception, yet the stone chamber that Ians and his companions entered could undoubtedly be confirmed as a hidden treasure trove. A mountain of gold coins serving as irrefutable evidence. In the corner of the chamber, a stone slab stood out, its color markedly different from the others. Ians carefully pried it open with a small knife, only to find no traps or mechanisms lurking beneath. Instead, he uncovered a somewhat worn box of forbidden sorcery, leading his imagination to wonder if it contained a treasure map or a legendary weapon. Holding his breath, Ians gently opened the box, relieved to find no noxious fumes or concealed weapons within. Instead, it cradled a black leather tome and 3 vials of a pink liquid. As he flipped to the first page of the black book, he was struck by the bold, inked letters spelling out Telas on the second page. He encountered a biography of the sorcerer's life. The contents of the second page read thus: "My name is Telas, an alchemist of magical substances. The one who discovers this tome shall be my successor. The 3 vials contain elixirs crafted from my life's work, though they may not rival the legendary potions of immortality or those said to cure all afflictions. These concoctions possess effects that are not to be underestimated." Upon reading this, Ians recalled the account from a hefty tome on alchemy, which spoke of elixirs of immortality and the Philosopher's Stone. Though such wonders were only myth, never witnessed by mortal eyes, the Philosopher's Stone was said to have the power to transmute any material, turning even scrap metal into gold. Yet, all of this remained mere legend, with countless alchemists having failed to uncover the perfect materials required for its creation. Eventually, a mad alchemist proposed a daring notion. If one could locate the remains of a demon god, perhaps the Philosopher's Stone could be forged. Over half the alchemists embraced this madman's suggestion, yet none dared to act upon it, for the bones of a demon god were not easily found. Moreover, to acquire such remains, one would need to vanquish a creature of demon god stature, a feat beyond the capability of any mortal at that time, leading to the abandonment of the quest. Ians did not linger over the black tome, but instead placed it into his spatial ring, while Telas greedily collected the coins before them, taking with him everything within the stone chamber. Merely exploring the grand tomb had yielded bountiful rewards, and Ians believed that the cemetery to the east of the land of buried bones would not disappoint either. The icy expanse in the northeast corner, the land of buried bones, not only housed a multitude of monsters, but also boasted both the grand tomb and the cemetery as prime destinations. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, the monsters lurking there would yield low-tier dark golden equipment. Since befriending Ians, Telas and his companions had experienced a remarkable string of fortune. Previously, their struggles against elite monsters had only yielded a few blue items. However, since their acquaintance with Ians, their luck had soared to unprecedented heights, and they had never before encountered such favorable outcomes. Upon entering the Grand Tomb and defeating the 15th elite monster, they discovered a dark golden curved dagger among the spoils, an extraordinary find indeed. If elite monsters could drop dark golden weapons, it stood to reason that dark golden creatures might yield green equipment. Ians generously produced an identification scroll, and upon examining the dagger's attributes, it appeared in his mental space. Grinthus's meat fork. Single-handed damage, 12-16. Swift attack, sword level. Requires level 6, strength 15, adds 20 to swift reattack, and 5 to lifesteal upon HIT. And Ian's memory. Grinthus's meat fork was merely one of the most common dark golden weapons, its rarity lesser than that of a golden weapon. While it might serve novice adventurers well, it would soon be rendered obsolete. Telas was overjoyed at the discovery of the dark golden dagger, certain that such a bounty had never before been witnessed. The key lay in the fact that those associated with Ians experienced a significant boost in luck. Even stumbling over a stone might lead to the discovery of a rare ore. All signs indicated that Ians not only possessed exceptional luck, but also had the ability to share this fortune with others, a trait that had never before manifested in a necromancer. With a generous tearing of a town teleportation scroll, Ians and his companions opted against walking back to the Rod camp, confident that the portal would remain open for 3 days. The secrets unearthed within the Grand Tomb had proven immensely beneficial to Ians, and the contents of Tila's mysterious journal would undoubtedly bring him great joy. Though it would take time for Ians to fully absorb Tila's research, the 3 vials of pink liquid would provide him with considerable assistance. One could not help but admire how, in comparison to the so-called alchemical experts, Tila's had master knowledge from an entirely different realm. Akin to the disparity between kindergarten and high school, Tila's research notes detailed methods for altering the structure of matter. Turning to the final page of the notes, Ians found the following written: "My successor, if you have hastily flipped to this page, it proves you lack patience that I surmise you are eager to learn the effects of the 3 vials. If I do not clarify, I believe you would unhesitatingly discard them as worthless. Am I correct?" Ians felt as if all his thoughts had been laid bare before him, compelling him to read on. "The vial with the black cork contains high concentration blood from a demon lord. You may find it hard to believe how I acquired such a quantity of demon lord blood, and I suspect you harbor doubts. The truth is simple. During my era, demons reigned unchecked, and common folk were but a delectable dessert for them. In the age of alchemy, it was believed that alchemy was a mysterious art capable of transmuting base materials into gold, and the tireless pioneers yielded astonishing results through their life work. You may find it unfathomable that humans could sprout wings or acquire certain demonic abilities without adverse effects. Having read that passage, Ians could scarcely believe that such incredulous statements were attributed to one of the most illustrious alchemists in history, particularly claims that humans could grow wings or possess the formidable power of demons. It was utterly astonishing. The unbelievable could indeed exist. During the war between gods and demons, angels once dwelled among humans for a time, even marrying some of the fairer sex, their offspring inheriting wings but lacking the angels' immense power. After many generations of propagation, the number of mixed-blood descendants with angelic wings increased. Yet after several more generations, none bore wings again, as the mysterious power hidden within the bloodline seemed to vanish. From this passage, Ians deduced that angels had indeed intermingled with humans, leaving behind descendants. Yet for reasons unknown, those descendants did not inherit the angels' powers. The inexplicable truths were easily deciphered. Insufficient bloodline concentration led to the genes responsible for wing generation remaining dormant. Should one possess an exceptionally concentrated bloodline, then the emergence of wings would still be possible. Meticulously savoring every word of Tila's missive, Ians understood that Tila spoke with purpose. Every statement held significance. The liquid within the vial marked one possesses the effect of granting the drinker enhanced capabilities, allowing them to temporarily surpass their limits and gain the strength of a high-ranking demon. Once the effect fades, a portion of this power will remain within the user. As an alchemist, I have done my utmost to minimize the side effects of the demon lord's blood. Consuming a single drop of this high-concentration demon lord blood will sustain the power of a high-ranking demon for an hour. But it must not be overindulged. The bottle of pink liquid, astonishingly, produced such effects that Ian could scarcely have anticipated, although he had previously witnessed a barbarian transcend his own limits to become a berserker. The aftermath of such transformations was invariably catastrophic. The barbarian, once engulfed in a frenzy, lost all control over the destructive power unleashed during his rage, ultimately succumbing to a gruesome death. Since the emergence of cases where individuals descended into madness following their berserk transformations, such practices had been deemed taboo. That the Lost had managed to concoct a potion capable of endowing an ordinary person with superhuman strength, with minimal side effects, was truly remarkable. However, Ian was not yet at a juncture requiring him to breach his limits. Even if that day were to come, he would not resort to such means. Thalas's notes meticulously chronicled the process of extracting that liquid, and the subsequent frenzied accounts left Ian with lingering doubts regarding Thalas's true nature. Surviving in an era where demons roamed freely was nothing short of miraculous. That it seemed that a demon lord named Anariel had taken a particular interest in Ian's research, yet he had scorned the idea of consorting with demons, resolutely declining their invitations. Not long thereafter, the demons returned, with a skeletal figure offering to provide various materials unconditionally, on the condition that he serve them. After much contemplation, Ian surmised some reasons behind Thalas' survival. It would be utterly ludicrous for him to serve demons only to be ultimately slain by them. Do not doubt, he mused, the terms proposed by those demons were exceedingly tempting that I fell prey to their seduction. And on a night of the full moon, I ventured into hell bearing all my research materials and notes. Speak candidly, hell is hardly a place suited for human habitation. However, for an alchemist, it is an unparalleled laboratory, rich with resources. When Ian read that passage, he was struck by the sheer madness of it all. How one could willingly follow demons into hell for mere materials was absurd. He held Thalas' actions in contempt. Yet, what transpired next in Thalas' account completely upended Ian's previous perceptions of him. Aligning oneself with demons was not in my character. However, for the sake of those rare alchemical materials, I set aside my reservations that in every corner of hell, one could find precious and elusive alchemical resources. Black crystal could be found in abundance, and other dreamlike materials were abundant as well. It was astonishing that such a place as hell could serve as a veritable treasure trove of alchemical materials. With every documented resource existing in its depths, the molten rivers deep within hell reached temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees Celsius, capable of melting black crystals, while the cooled lava yielded high-purity titanium. The contents of Thalas' notes surpassed the imagination of the average individual. Although Ian had never set foot in hell and could not ascertain the existence of those legendary alchemical materials, it was undeniable that Thalas' actions were tantamount to courting disaster. After spending 3 months in hell, I dedicated approximately 1 month to developing a liquid capable of reducing wrinkles, an endeavor that felt like an affront to my dignity as an alchemist. Tasking an alchemist with creating cosmetics for women was akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. In the following 2 months, I amassed a considerable quantity of alchemical materials, sufficient to sustain me for over a century. Before deciding to leave hell, I was personally received by Mephisto, one of the 3 demon lords. The sight of that demon with crimson skin sent shivers down my spine. I never wished to experience the sensation again. I presented a portion of my research findings to those demons and then quietly departed. This madman dared to deceive the demons. Whether such audacity stemmed from intelligence or ignorance was debatable. In hell, one must remain perpetually vigilant. It is the most fundamental aspect of survival. Those demons could turn on you at any moment, and when that time came, one might be left with nothing but bones. The loss was indeed a lunatic among lunatics. Ian concluded after reflecting on Thalas' behavior. 3 days later, having completed their preparations, Ian and his companions were ready to set out once more. Chasai discreetly dismissed Tars and the others, requesting a private meeting with Ian at the Sunlight Station. Ian, perplexed by Chasai's invitation, arrived early to secure a table. Chasai had exchanged his usual blacksmith attire for the garb of a priest, a sight that few would ever witness again. After exchanging pleasantries, Ian said, "I have an unusual request. Over a decade ago, while imprisoned in a monastery, a hammer capable of forging magical weapons was stolen by monsters. This theft has severely hampered my ability to craft weapons and equipment in recent years, rendering my creations far inferior to those of my past, so much so that I can no longer produce even decent blue gear. I hope you might help me track down that hammer during your adventures. If found, it could potentially enable me to forge golden equipment. That I realize this request may be somewhat excessive, but I would greatly appreciate your assistance." Chasai spoke earnestly, a surprising initiative from someone who typically remained silent and seldom engaged with others. While Ian was caught off guard, he had anticipated this. The 5th task of the rogues' camp was indeed to find Chasai's hammer. Trading a whiteboard item for a golden one, Ian pondered this internally, adopting an air of nobility. "Understood. I shall keep an eye out for the hammer's whereabouts. However, I cannot guarantee its recovery. We shall discuss other matters once we locate it." After responding to Chasai, Ian returned to his meal, finishing the steak on his plate. Following a pleasant dinner, Ian resolved to venture alone into the Black Wasteland, believing that true strength must be earned through personal effort. He had always adhered to this principle. The frost-laden moon hung high, the sun blazing above. The clouds in the sky swelled like a sponge saturated with moisture, unleashing torrents of negative energies, sin, wrath, deceit, betrayal, war, and conspiracy, akin to a flood breaking free from its constraints. Casting the earth into an impending calamity, the plague, sealed within the depths of hell, erupted at a certain moment, leaving the land desolate as the scourge ravaged all flora and fauna, reducing them to ash in an instant. It was truly terrifying to have such a nightmare. Tomorrow would surely bring no good fortune. Ian decided to grant himself a day of respite to thoroughly examine Thalas's alchemical notes and the 3 vials of pink liquid. As the self-proclaimed greatest alchemist in history, Thalas's contributions lay in altering the structural mediums of matter. Ian resolved to experiment with whether he could transform a common substance using a few readily available materials. Following Thalas's research findings, he meticulously traced a reverse pentagram with a brush, then sprinkled diamond wood powder at its center. Ian intoned a mysterious incantation. "O great god of matter, I beseech you to lend your power to fulfill my desires." Reciting the spell like a zealot, it seemed as though some response was elicited from the cosmos. The pentagram began to glow, and an unknown magical force activated the array. The diamond wood powder at the center coalesced, and after 5 minutes, it vanished, replaced by a copper or within the formation. The research on matter transformation had reached a temporary conclusion, and the next step was to investigate the effects of the second vial of mysterious liquid. Ian scoured Thalas's notes and finally located the description for the liquid marked on page 32. The effects of this liquid were remarkably simple. Consuming it would enhance one's physical strength. In essence, it could transform a bean sprout physique into that of a muscular titan, amplifying the strength of an already robust individual to unimaginable levels. The composition of the mysterious liquid also boasted potent aphrodisiac properties, although Ian currently had no need for such concoction. He continued to peruse the notes and discovered additional unique effects to Thalas's original words echoed. "My heir, I trust you have eagerly turned to this page. I had anticipated it would be thus. The second vial will yield entirely opposite effects based on the individual's constitution. Should that individual be a mage, the liquid will exponentially enhance their mental prowess. Conversely, should it be a swordsman, the effects will manifest as heightened physical capabilities, bestowing superhuman senses upon the swordsman. In summary, it varies from person to person. The ambiguous explanation left Ian baffled. Further probing would undoubtedly lead to frustration. The latter half of Thalas's notes contained verified experimental results, some of which piqued Ian's interest immensely. The prospects of creating super silk, dream glass, and invisible armor filled him with a desire to validate these claims personally. Upon reaching page 21, he noted that the materials for crafting super silk included 1 pound of silk, 20 grams of well salt, 35 grams of diamond wood powder, spider venom extract, snow primrose pollen, bristles from a hard-haired mouse, and the teeth of a colossal beast. Could these seemingly unrelated items truly yield super silk? Should I fail, I might just toss Thalas's notes into the nearest cesspool. Ian swore a solemn oath. The method for creating super silk was remarkably simple. All materials were to be placed into a large beaker, subjected to high-temperature heating, resulting in the final product of super silk. Meticulously documenting each step, Ian unceremoniously tossed the materials into the beaker and heated it with an alcohol lamp. Before long, the unrelated materials reacted violently, with the foul stench emanating from the spider venom nearly suffocating Ian's, that he feared that an explosion would occur within the beaker, as it began to tremble violently after 5 minutes of heating, an ominous feeling lingering around him. Yet, to his astonishment, the disparate materials began to meld together, ultimately transforming into a silvery ribbon. While observing the contents of the beaker, Ian discovered that all the original materials had vanished without a trace, leaving behind the extraordinary white ribbon, which was certainly no ordinary object. Carefully extracting the ribbon, Ian exerted all his strength to tug at it. Yet no matter how hard he pulled, the silvery ribbon remained utterly unyielding, showing no signs of damage. How marvelous it was! Truly, Telas deserved the title of the greatest alchemist in history. The super silk was indeed extraordinary, impervious to knife or axe. Ian marveled at Telas's research findings. Telas's notes meticulously detailed the reaction process of those unrelated materials. First, the extract of spider venom was added after the spring water boiled, followed by the powdered essence of diamond wood, silkworm silk, and well salt, then the flower stamens of snow cherry, and finally the teeth of massive beasts and the quills of hard-haired mice. After 3 minutes of stirring, the stench was unbearable. Nevertheless, for the sake of research, it was a tolerable ordeal. Truly, he was a mad alchemist to endure such a foul odor. Ians was already aware that the concoction would emit an unbearable stench, so he had preemptively encased the beaker in an ice shell to seal the foul odors within. The process of creating super silk lasted half an hour, while Tila's had taken 2 hours for his initial experiment, which had nearly resulted in an explosion. Ians decided to skip the dream glass and embark on research for invisible armor. Tila's described one of his closest friends, a barbarian who, despite their differences, had become a dear companion. Recently, this friend had been troubled by ill-fitting armor that attracted ridicule during adventures, prompting him to request Ian's assistance in rendering the armor invisible. Consequently, Ians toiled sleeplessly for an entire week to concoct a potion. The recipe for the invisible armor was even more specific in Tila's description. 50 milliliters of dew, a leaf of phoenix grass, 15 milligrams of the blood of fallen demon, the ashes of an elite monster, combined with the freshly picked skin of moonfruit. Although Ians harbored some doubts about Tila's mental state, he proceeded with the experiment. According to the formula, he retrieved a useless white plate armor and, following the steps, created a jet black liquid, which he carefully applied to the armor. After waiting for half an hour, the armor had fully absorbed the liquid, marking the experiment a resounding success, though the process was remarkably smooth. Ians was unprepared for the leaf of phoenix grass to exude a putrid, decaying scent, forcing him to endure a stench even worse than that of spider venom to complete the experiment. The skin of the moon fruit mitigated the effects of the other ingredients, preventing an overly vigorous reaction. The final product was a viscous liquid resembling glue, and thanks to the moon fruit skin, it possessed a faintly pleasant scent. After applying the viscous experimental potion to the leather armor, Ians observed that within 3 minutes, the armor had vanished from sight. Only through the use of the Eye of Truth could he discern the now invisible armor, which was undetectable to the naked eye. With the experiment complete, Ians recognized the potential utility of this potion in the future. He sang and danced before the colorless, transparent liquid. As noon approached, Ians realized he had yet to address breakfast before being faced with lunch. Hastily devouring the lavish meal prepared by the twin maids, wiping the meat juices from his mouth, he retreated into the study to continue his exploration of Tila's notes. The pursuit of alchemical research, once ensnared, was a challenging endeavor from which to escape. Ians was a prime example. Recently, he had devoted himself to validating a recipe he had heard from an unknown source, working tirelessly through the night until he successfully confirmed its feasibility. After careful consideration of the afternoon's itinerary, he resolved to first eradicate the monsters lurking within the evil cave, followed by a rematch with the Bloodbird. In essence, Ians sought to occupy his time by systematically eliminating the monsters that had once posed a significant challenge, perhaps hoping that their erratic behavior might yield a piece of green equipment. With such thoughts, Ians finalized his journey's route. Before departing from the Rod camp, he did not inform Talas and the others, as an entire night of revelry had left the barbarian utterly exhausted. Talas, however, retained a sliver of strength, dragging the heavy, alcohol-laden body of Tars away from Ians' home. Checking his equipment, Ians noted that among the countless items gifted to him by Duriel, 2 pieces were currently unsealed, a portion of dark gold gear, and a few low-level green sets that were ready for wear. His primary weapon was a set of green gear known as Hell's tools, while his secondary weapon was the green set Arctic device, which was particularly suitable for novice adventurers due to its low requirements. This ensemble significantly boosted Ians' defensive capabilities, surpassing 500, with the gloves even possessing a special attribute rendering them immune to freezing. The Hell's tool set enhanced Ians' necromancer skills by 2 levels, effectively doubling his strength, as all learned skills received a 2 boost. The crescent blade served as Ians' main offensive weapon, inflicting an impressive base damage of 129,210. With such damage potential, even facing an aerial presented a 90% chance of victory, especially with the mutated skeletons and clay golems providing support. Whether in one-on-one combat or in a brawl, Ians enjoyed an unparalleled advantage over ordinary adventurers. With a cheerful stride, Ian's commenced a new journey from the blood wasteland. Awaiting him were 5 hard-haired mice and hundreds of quills, as the clay golem dashed towards him like a tempest. Nearly 300 quills embedding themselves into its form with a cacophony of sounds. The steel-like needles seemed to merely tickle the clay golem, while Ian's observed as it pummeled a hard-haired mouse with a single blow. The 3 advanced skeletons, not idle, unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes upon the hard-haired mice in a one-sided battle. The hard-haired mice suffered grievously, with the clay golem and skeletons striking with lethal precision, leaving a gruesome scene of shattered bones while the fur of the mice remained intact. Ian's personally skinned 5 hard-haired mice, gaining nearly 300 experience points. Not far from the blood wasteland lay a den of fallen demons, an ideal destination, where 3 fallen sorcerers commanded their frenzied minions. The sorcerers unleashed 3 fireballs that flew slowly through the air, igniting no interest in Ian's. With a swift motion of his one-handed sword, Little White No. 1, he cleaved through the 3 incoming fireballs in a crescent arc, seizing the opportunity. Ian's unleashed 3 crescent blades, each with a remarkable accuracy of 98, accurately severing the head of the fallen sorcerer. As white feathers drifted gracefully from the sky, they settled upon the slender shoulders of a massive wolf, its snow-white fur marred by numerous wounds, blood dripping steadily onto the path. A crescent-shaped mark adorned the wolf's forehead, as if naturally bestowed, while a bright moon hung high at the end of the starry expanse. The wolf howled at the moon, its wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Recently, Ian's had developed the habit of storytelling before sleep, with the twin maids taking turns to narrate captivating tales. Today, it was Lizzie's turn. Ian's couldn't help but admire Lizzie's eloquence. It seemed a disservice for her to be merely a maid, as she possessed the potential to be a great orator. Most of Lizzie's narratives stemmed from her dreams, leaving Ian's puzzled as to how such fantastical stories could arise from a girl's slumber. Besides being a necromancer, Ian's had delved deeply into poetry, and with his boundless imagination, he had become the first poet in the history of the Rog Camp. The bright sunlight streamed through the glass, striking Ian's eyelids as dreams opened a fresh chapter. When comparing rubies and sapphires, which is truly more precious, and why is it that obsidian defies all attempts to be severed? Tars leaned closer to Ian's ear, loudly reciting the names of the gemstones, before gently removing Ian's sleep cap. A cascade of soft, snow-white hair tumbled down, reflecting in Tar's gaze. I find myself particularly fond of obsidian and black crystal. Ian's sleep-talking had yet to conclude when the twin maid stood before him, respectfully pulling him from the realm of dreams. Having hastily consumed breakfast, he noticed that just 5 minutes prior, sunlight had streamed onto the floor, and now, 5 minutes later, the sun had retreated behind ominous clouds. Ian could not help but lament the capriciousness of fate, as sunlight and moonlight scattered across his heart, and the seeds of dreams were scorched to a golden hue by the searing heat. Tars was greatly impressed by Ian's Gothic-like musings, exclaiming, "Ian, you are far too talented to be a necromancer. You would be better suited as a romantic bard." Tars jested. "Perhaps once I fulfill my aspirations, I shall consider relinquishing all to become a poet. But not just yet. There remains much that I must accomplish." Ian resolutely replied. In Tar's presence, Ian recited a newly penned short poem. Angels kneel before demons, tears cascading like a fountain. The demon, thrilled, tramples upon the angel's pristine wings, grinning widely to reveal a mouthful of sharp teeth. The demon lashes out with a whip, striking the angel's frail form, and the angel's cries only serve to awaken the demon's desires, as it forcefully tears away half of the angel's wing. Tars listened in silence to Ian's recitation of the Gothic prose poem, subsequently offering high praise and remarking that such innovation was unprecedented. After devouring their lunch, Tars and the others armed themselves with their weapons, preparing to assault an Ariel. Ian, deterred by his insufficient level, abandoned the notion of joining Tars and the others, setting his sights instead on the tower dungeon located in the southeastern expanse of the Black Wasteland. Before departure, he summoned the skeletal warriors and clay golems residing within his spatial ring. Initially, the clay golem's skin was a dull yellow, but as they vanquished monsters and accumulated experience, its level rose. And now the clay golem possessed the potential to serve as a formidable shield. Covered in rocky spines, the clay golem exhibited exceptional defensive capabilities, with a defensive power comparable to that of a level 16 barbarian. The skeletal warriors also underwent significant evolution. Their metallic bones boasted a hardness rivaling that of steel, and their speed could easily match that of an assassin. Utilizing the teleportation array at Rogue Camp, they entered the chilling plains where 6 dark huntresses awaited, their glimmering gun barrels aimed menacingly at Ian. The clay golem would not allow the monsters to approach Ian. It swiftly punched 2 dark huntresses away, then pivoted to impale another with a rock spine extending 90 centimeters from its elbow. The protruding rock spine pierced through the monster's body, and dark blood cascaded down, eroding a nearby rock into a 5-centimeter diameter hole. What a close call. Fortunate it was just stone. Had I come into contact with that black liquid, I doubt even my bones would remain. Ian mused. The blood of the dark huntresses possessed potent corrosive properties, with a concentration and causticity akin to concentrated hydrochloric acid. Such extreme corrosive blood was typically found only among aberrations. The skeletal warriors wielded one-handed swords devoid of reflective light, crafted from moonshadow stone and infused with exquisite gold, forming a dreamlike weapon. Moonshadow stone had existed millennia ago, with most weapons at that time forged from moonshadow stone and tempered iron. It was said that a vast moonshadow stone mine once flourished, only to mysteriously vanish shortly thereafter. Black crystal's hardness surpassed that of diamond by dozens of times, yet moonshadow stone was considered the hardest mineral in the universe. Flames below 2,000 degrees could not melt it. Only those exceeding 3,000 degrees could. The forces of heaven seized nearly 80% of the moonshadow stone, prompting the discontented denizens of hell to declare war against heaven. The ensuing battle was a veritable river of blood, with bones and severed limbs mingling with thick, viscous blood seeping into the ground. Centuries later, the remnants of the war between gods and demons lay scattered, with a mere shovel-esque dig capable of unearthing indistinguishable remains of angels or demons. Ian's historical readings contain many unrecorded secrets of the past. The war over Moonshadow Stone was notably absent from the annals, leading Ian to deem it necessary to inquire with Tyrell. The teleportation array at Rogue Camp was situated not far from Charcy's blacksmith shop, and the method of inscribing the array had long been lost to time. With azure flames roaring on either side, activating the teleportation array required no extraordinary skill. Only those with a modicum of magical power could do so. Unlike the teleportation arrays found in the wilderness or tombs, once activated, the Rogue Camp's array would remain open indefinitely unless closed by human intervention. Time rewinds 3 hours, merely emanating a hint of mental energy. The flames at either end of the array ignited in azure hues, harmless to ordinary individuals. As Ian stood poised at the center of the array, preparing to embark, Akira appeared before him, seemingly out of nowhere. Her expression was as serene as still water, revealing nothing of the turmoil within. "Ian, I have been plagued by nightmares of late, and it seems an evil force is encroaching upon Rogue Camp. Yet this force waxes and wanes, leaving me uncertain of the calamity that may soon befall us. I share this with you in the hope that you may aid those of us who are defenseless." Akira's earnest tone left Ian unable to refuse. A massive, dark energy intermittently assaulted the protective barriers of Rogue Camp, an imperceptible attack that only those endowed with considerable magical prowess or heightened sensitivity to the unseen could perceive. 3 days prior, around dawn, pure dark energy had visibly coalesced. An unknown dark energy transformed into a spiraling arrow, shooting straight for the protective barrier of Rogue Camp, at which point many believed it was merely a common earthquake. Awakened by the tremors, Ian found sleep elusive, acutely sensitive to elemental vibrations, particularly dark energy, as it was essential when summoning undead beings. Akira's words sparked an epiphany in Ian, prompting him to remain vigilant for areas dense with dark elements on his journey to the Black Wasteland. Time returns to Ian's entry into the teleportation array. The dark huntress assaults fell upon the clay golem like mosquitoes against steel, and despite being struck by over a dozen arrows, the clay golem showed no reaction. Ian intentionally allowed the clay golem to absorb the dark huntress's attacks, while the skeletal warriors aimed their one-handed swords at the heart of the dark huntresses from 3 different angles, in perfect synchrony. They dispatched 6 dark huntresses in 6 seconds. The 3 swords plunged into the bodies of the dark huntresses, twisting fiercely, their sharp blades shredding the monsters apart. The simplest and most direct attacks often proved to be the deadliest. As the skeletal warriors mechanically repeated their lethal motions, ensuring a swift demise for the 6 huntresses, over 500 experience points flowed into Ian, who recalled that prior to level 20, lower-tier monsters still offered considerable experience. Albeit creatures like the Fallen Ones, massive beasts, and hard-furred rats yielded little. Yet, even the smallest contributions accumulated. Having spent half an hour in the chilling plains, Ian had already dismantled 5 Fallen Ones camps, reaping nearly 2,000 experience points, leaving him just shy of 10,000 experience to reach level 10. The path to advancement was long and monotonous. Given Ian's current level, sweeping through the chilling plains posed no challenge. The Bloodbirds were merely his subordinates, and the Bashaba were, at best, an appetizer, while the Rakani, though somewhat formidable, posed no real threat to Ian, having eradicated all monsters in the chilling plains within half an hour. Ian confidently declared to the Bloodbird, "Prepare your neck for another kick from me." Accompanied by summoned creatures, Ian set his sights on the burial grounds. As he approached, a skeletal archer drew back its bowstring. But before it could even form the motion, Ian unleashed 3 crescent blades, shattering the skeletal archer's bony frame. Every monster that obstructed Ian's path transformed into experience points, as those in the burial grounds merely wandered aimlessly. Unworthy of his attention, he strode directly into the graveyard, where a throng of undead led by the Bloodbird emerged to greet him. Sadly, their levels were far too low to pique Ian's interest. The undead surrounding the Bloodbird appeared no different than ants to Ian, and the battle unfolded with a stark imbalance in favor of Ian's eyes. The assault of the Bloodbird appeared insipid and unremarkable. The onslaught of rockets and ice arrows felt akin to mere tickles, while the skeletal soldiers advanced to sever the Bloodbird's arms and bow. Ian believed that the bow in the Bloodbird's possession was at least of golden-grade quality. Yet he was taken aback by its fragility, rendering it inferior even to a common wooden shortbow. Seizing an exceptional opportunity for attack, Ian unleashed a barrage of 30 crescent blades, leaving the Bloodbird no chance to evade. Its status as a dark gold creature marked its most significant failure. Range weaponry is traditionally a powerful means of inflicting long-distance harm, while close quarters belong to the realm of melee combat, where even a small knife can wield tremendous power. The claystone golem and skeletal soldiers encircled the Bloodbird, rendering it defenseless and subject to a relentless assault, though the claystone golem wielded no weapon. Its evolved rocky form was its greatest asset, delivering blows of considerable force. In that moment, the Bloodbird's spirits must have been exceedingly low, having never before experienced such a complete lack of means to retaliate. Coupled with the destruction of its weapon, an utter disgrace for a dark gold creature. Adhering to the principles of combat, Ian would not let the opportunity to strike down a fallen foe slip away. And the final 3 crescent blades granted the Bloodbird release from its suffering. It was the height of summer, with the blazing sun transformed into a colossal fireball. Ian felt fortunate that the Rog camp enjoyed a subtropical climate, with temperatures consistently hovering around 29 degrees, making an exceptionally suitable place for settlement. The sun and moon hung in the same sky, leaving a more profound impression on Ian than both a solar eclipse and a rare alignment of 9 stars. Gazing upward, he observed the distant moon glowing a blood-red hue. Such a color signified that no good could come of it. 3 hours passed, and the blood moon gradually faded, as if it had never stolen the sun's radiance. Ian sensed an inevitable connection between the blood moon and impending disaster. The only current sign was the unsettling behavior of the livestock tended by the residents of Rog Camp. Various animals exhibited abnormal behavior. The yellow cattle ceased grazing, instead scraping their sharp horns against the fences, while hens laid eggs in quantities tripling the norm. Even the rodents scurried away with their young, suggesting that some unknown conspiracy or calamity was quietly taking root. As Ian traversed the desolate and frigid plains alone, he reflected on his year and a half spent in the Dark Continent, having prepared for the worst and fully aware of his role as a necromancer. Prior to entering the stone wastes, Ian sought an audience with the Amazon warrior Flavi, who stood fearless at the boundary between the cold plains and the blood-soaked wastes. Ian found it peculiar that no creature dared approach Flavi, as if any attack against her met an invisible barrier. With a smile, Flavi addressed him. "Esteemed adventurer, the creatures ahead pose a significant danger to the average person, yet for adventurers, the more perilous the challenge, the greater the potential for unlocking one's abilities. Nonetheless, one must not underestimate those monsters, lest they become complacent and suffer defeat." Heeding Flavi's warning, Ian was flanked by the clay-stone golem and skeletal soldiers. Serving as protectors, any monster daring to approach would find itself transformed into experience points for Ian. After vanquishing the Bloodbird for the 5th time, Ian was rewarded with 2 pieces of blue equipment. The experience gained from the skeletal soldiers rivaled that of a mid-level paladin, primarily due to their tireless nature and fearless demeanor in the face of adversaries, charging forth against any foe without hesitation. As he approached the entrance to the stone wastes, Ian recalled the task entrusted to him by Chassis, to locate a magical hammer that had been missing for over a decade. That task would not be a simple endeavor. Based on the memories etched deeply in his mind, the Intertest Corridor was no ordinary place. The evolved beast monster, Taya, was said to possess power comparable to elite-level creatures. Characterized by its tough hide and muscular physique, the dark gold monster guarding Chassis' magical hammer within the military camp, known as the Blacksmith, was no pushover, and a fierce battle was inevitable. Weighing the strengths and weaknesses of both sides, Ian resolved to postpone any confrontation with the Blacksmith until he reached level 12, knowing that if Chassis inquired about the hammer, he would have to feign ignorance that in truth, Chassis, as a blacksmith, was commendable in his weapon forging skills. Ian's initial collaboration with Chassis had proven remarkably successful. The dual attribute Greatsword, Frostfire, forged from black crystal, was in itself an anomaly. After perusing numerous historical texts, Ian concluded that the legendary artifact depicted in myth possessed genuine existence. Those who had encountered such relics had long since turned to dust, and the tomes described these artifacts as capable of shattering mountains. Among the historically documented artifacts, the most formidable was a one-handed greatsword named Red Sun, described as entirely crimson, with the blade and hilt fused as one that it was said that Red Sun would alter its form based on the nature of the wielder's power. The Archangel Tyrell had wielded it once, at which time the hilt sprouted metallic wings, and the blade ignited with holy flames. Tyrell had felled dozens of high-ranking demons with a single strike of Red Sun, and after the battle, it became a coveted item in his collection. Myth and legend, however, are but one-sided tales. The so-called toy gifted to Ian by Tyrell included that famed divine sword, quietly resting within Ian's spatial ring. The Red Sun was in a state of power depletion. To restore its might, it required either a wielder or a crystal imbued with immense energy to replenish the expended power. The weapon Ian had forged in collaboration with Chassis was already remarkably close to being an artifact, yet still fell short of the true definition. To create an artifact, it was not enough to rely solely on dream-grade materials. A crucial catalyst was also necessary. This catalyst referred to the blood of angels or demons. The higher the rank of the angel or demon, the greater the transformation of the weapon into an artifact when infused with their blood. Weapons imbued with angelic blood would become artifacts, while those infused with demonic blood would transform into unparalleled instruments of destruction. The methods for forging such legendary weapons were non-existent. Ian had always believed in the capricious nature of luck. As he hastened into the stone wastes, Ian braced himself for an ambush from the Moon Clan and the foul stench of the crows. Fully prepared, Ian remained composed, as if he had rehearsed for every conceivable scenario. Bending low, he unleashed a crescent blade, transforming the foul crow into his target. The trajectory of the crescent blade was direct and unwavering. 3 crescent blades overlapped in midair, morphing, rendering it impossible to intercept the high-velocity projectiles. The foul crow's demise was merely a stroke of misfortune. Seizing the foul crow by its tail, Ian flung it with force, causing its toxic tail spike to pierce the body of a nearby Moon Clan member. The dark green toxin was fatal even in minute quantities, and once the venom entered the Moon Clan's body, death was merely a matter of time. That a single foul crow contained approximately 20 milliliters of venom. If depleted in one go, it would take 5 days for the toxin to fully replenish, with each drop being exceedingly precious. Beyond its toxicity, the foul crow was devoid of merit. Its attack power was comparable to that of a drowning demon. And although it was among the few flying creatures, its speed left much to be desired. Following Ian's commands, the skeletal soldiers captured another foul crow, while the claystone golem delivered a powerful punch, rendering it unconscious. The skeletal soldiers forcefully removed the foul crow's tail, dark blood pooling around them. The venom stored within its tail was sufficient to slay 20 massive beasts, abandoning the use of his one-handed sword. The 3 skeletal soldiers gripped the foul crow's tail with their desiccated bony arms, while one held a shield bristling with arrows. Since entering the stone wastes, Ian had eliminated 50 monsters without shedding a drop of blood, utilizing the toxic tails of the foul crows as his weapons. Approaching the nearby stone pillar, the wandering drowning demons and blade demons spotted Ian, and Rakani rushed in with 2 waves of monsters. Ian did not even bat an eye, entrusting the task of attack to the skeletal soldiers and claystone golem. The skeletal soldiers embarked on a massacre of the drowning demons and blade demons, achieving maximum effect with the simplest of strikes. Each lift of the one-handed sword claimed a drowning demon's body, akin to dissecting a lifeless corpse. Within 10 exchanges, 20 drowning demons and blade demons were reduced to fragments scattered across the ground. The term lamentable aptly described the plight of the drowning demons, as the surroundings were entirely devoid of life, save for Rakani. Only the presence of Lakani Shio remained when, from a distance, a vague shadow rushed towards him. As he focused to discern the figure, it revealed itself to be an assassin clad in a suit of pure black leather armor. Judging by her swift movements, it was conservatively estimated that the assassin's level exceeded 15, possibly even higher. Eager to engage, Ian C. approached her, but the assassin turned, her flaxen hair obscuring Ian C.'s view, while her lake blue eyes sparkled like jewels against the night sky. "May I inquire your name?" Ian C. asked cautiously. "Who are you? Did you not see that I am on a mission and intend to flee?" "Step aside at once," the assassin retorted, her words sharp and unexpected, caught off guard. Ian C., having traversed the Dark Continent, had never encountered anyone speaking to him in such a tone, not even a rare beauty that a rift had formed between them. Angered by his first rejection, Ian C. resolved to eliminate Lakani Shio and then depart, vowing that even if he encountered the formidable creature the assassin faced, he would offer no assistance before the assassin could set her fiery trap. Ian C. acted first, unleashing a volley of 6 crescent blades in a combined assault, direct and lethal. The dark gold creature, Lakani Shio, possessed considerable strength, being a tier above elite monsters. Yet Ian C., at level 9, wielded an attack power rivaling that of a level 15 barbarian. Just before the flame trap was triggered, Ian C.'s crescent blades had already vanquished Lakani Shio, without pausing to examine the loot from the dark gold creature. He swiftly stowed the fallen items into his backpack and departed alongside his skeletal warrior and clay golem, leaving the stunned assassin in disbelief. You dared to steal my prey? Are you tired of living? Or do you seek an early demise?" she exclaimed incredulously. The assassin soon learned her lesson. Ian C. despised those who were self-important and spoke without regard for others' feelings, and the assassin fit that description perfectly. Approaching her with his skeletal warrior and clay golem, he pointed an accusatory finger at the naive beauty. "First, I never converse with the impolite. Second, your tone reveals your lack of upbringing. You seem oblivious to the most basic courtesies. I find it unnecessary to waste my time further. Farewell." His icy demeanor was akin to a chill wind from the far north, a tone he had never employed before, clearly provoked, without a backward glance. Ian C. commanded his companions to gradually distance themselves as a gust of cold wind swept through, prompting the assassin to stomp her foot in frustration. What a stroke of misfortune to encounter such an ill-mannered individual. Should I cross paths with him again, I shall ensure he receives a proper lesson. While being rude and unreasonable may be a privilege of women, I hope I do not encounter such a person again. I might just lose my composure. Still simmering with anger, ENC directed his wrath towards the monsters, attacking mercilessly as if he had nothing to lose. The skeletal warrior and clay golem seemed to sense his fury, and ENC hurled a vial of explosive potion, obliterating the corpses of the monsters. He had already decimated 5 sinking demon camps, with the 6th being the Stench Crow's nest, essentially the breeding ground for the foul crows. ENC harbored a deep disdain for the Stench Crow's nest. Having previously eradicated over a dozen nests, he wandered aimlessly. A sense of unease enveloped him, akin to the saying that misfortune can turn even drinking cool water into a struggle. This sentiment perfectly encapsulated ENC's current state. By chance, he encountered a rather attractive assassin, but when he attempted to strike up a conversation, he was met with the haughty rejection of the young woman. Enraged and humiliated, ENC turned his frustrations towards the dark gold creature, Lakani Shio, in the stony wilderness. Before the assassin could intervene, he unleashed his pre-prepared crescent blades, dispatching the sinking demon along with Lakani Shio before they could mount a defense. 6 crescent blades struck Lakani Shio, while the remainder found their mark on the sinking demon. Despite Lakani Shio's dark gold status, it was not particularly formidable. Even an adventurer below level 10 could easily take it down. Upon defeating Lakani Shio once more, the creature dropped a golden dagger, along with over 200 gold coins, a quiver of arrows, and a spear with 3 notches. Equipment featuring notches was as rare in the Dark Continent as golden gear. In an ENC's memory, he had only seen armor and 2-handed swords with up to 6 notches. Thus, the 3-notch spear before him held a value comparable to that of an ordinary golden item. In his backpack, ENC possessed over a dozen runes, among which were IC, Air, and AIC, which he intended to embed sequentially into the 3-slot weapon. This would ultimately transform the weapon into the legendary resentment of the divine rune language. After collecting the items dropped by the monster, ENC's second piece of divine rune equipment was forged. Resentment. Piercing spear, 2-handed damage 49168, requires level 21, requires strength of 53, requires agility of 49. Durability 5065, spear level slow attack speed, 50 enhanced damage, 15 maximum damage, 100 chance to inflict wounds, 10 chance to steal life after hitting, 25 chance to acquire magical equipment. The requirement of level 21 meant that ENC could not yet wield the spear. No necromancer had ever used a spear before, and ENC would not be the first. After embedding the runes, he placed the spear into his spatial ring and stood at the teleportation circle in the stony wilderness. Just before the assassin could catch up, a brilliant blue light flashed, and ENC vanished from her sight. Through the teleportation portal, ENC returned to the rogue's camp, his mood as gloomy as a sky thick with clouds. Leaving him unable to find peace, the twin maids had not prepared lunch, so ENC settled for some cold steak before reclining on a comfortable bed and falling asleep to in his dreams. He wandered barefoot through a vast, sun-dappled forest, and upon growing weary, he discovered a lake with crystal-clear waters. ENC gazed into the surface, and the reflection beneath was unlike the real ENC above. It bore a pair of snow-white wings, a visage entirely different from that of the ENC on the water's surface. The lake resembled a mirror carved from crystal, reflecting an effect akin to that of the Eye of Truth. Beneath the surface of the water, Iannis, adorned with wings and a serene smile, emanates an aura of sanctity that is inviolable, that a sound akin to the tolling of a bell resonates from within his belly, prompting a chuckle as he recalls an unusual dream. Following the consumption of an inadequately cooled steak, his stomach protests, leading to 2 days of discomfort, during which his twin maids prepare fish porridge for him. Devoured in 3 hearty bowls that, on the 3rd day, Iannis regains his vigor, thanks to a specially tailored physical training regimen devised by Tars, which elevates his physical prowess to unprecedented heights. Tars' training methods prove remarkably effective. Despite being designed specifically for the robust physique of barbarians, involving grueling activities such as 10-kilometer cross-country runs, progressively incorporating sandbags, and ultimately, iron weights. One cannot help but admire Iannis' resilience. Most individuals would have succumbed to such high-intensity training. Yet he adapts steadily to this ordeal that would overwhelm the average person. A month later, to celebrate his restored health, Iannis repurposes a section of the ground floor at the Sunlight Inn. unveiling the largest tavern in the Rod camp. Even Verov, who typically abstains from alcohol, makes an appearance, while the usually taciturn Kasha attends the opening ceremony. Alice, clad in a low-cut evening gown, captivates the attention of all present. With male adventurers casting fiery glances akin to molten lava, and female patrons regarding her with envy, Iannis' strategy proves astoundingly successful. Alice becomes the tavern's proprietor, while he remains the mastermind behind its operations. On the inaugural day, the tavern nets a profit of 10,000 gold coins, selling 5 barrels of rye beer, 13 pounds of milk wine, and 30 glasses of ice wine, with revenue surpassing twice the maximum dining sales. Many patrons flock daily to the tavern, eager to catch a glimpse of Alice, though troublemakers also emerge. Some lecherous individuals harbor unwelcome intentions towards her. Regrettably, for these foolish men, they receive a stern reprimand from Tars and must compensate for the ensuing damages. A week after the tavern's opening on the first floor of the Sunlight Inn, Alice, visibly distressed, approaches Iannis to voice her concerns that I can't shake the feeling that someone is deliberately sabotaging the barrels in the warehouse. And we've already lost nearly 10 barrels of beer. Upon inspecting them closely, I found bite marks and signs of deliberate damage at the bottoms of the barrels that I can only hope no one is intentionally working against us. She confides to alleviate Alice's unease. Iannis resolves to personally apprehend the culprit. Tars and Talos are equally intrigued by this unfolding drama. Dressing in medieval attire, adorned with the Eye of Truth, a pipe clamped between his lips, a civilized staff in one hand and a two-handed sword at his waist, Iannis is ready for the task. The tavern staff unlocks the door to the underground warehouse, revealing a space furnished with a few tables and chairs. But the most valuable items are the recent shipment of over 10 barrels of wine, fortunately undamaged. However, the bottoms and edges of other barrels bear small puncture wounds. The holes measure 3 centimeters in diameter, while the tooth marks resemble those of a rat. Could the true culprit be a mischievous rodent? As the investigation unfolds, Tars discovers scattered crumbs of bread, while Talos uncovers a cork that had been pried from a barrel. The cork shows distinct signs of having been pried with a sharp blade, suggesting someone lived in this lightless place for a time. Yet, who would stoop to stealing wine in such a manner, leaving behind breadcrumbs, corks, and daggers as evidence? Iannis ponders whether someone is deliberately opposing him or seeking to undermine the tavern's business, and a potential suspect comes to mind point 3 days later. A patron reports finding a cockroach in his glass. And even more disturbingly, another discovers a cork within his drink, indicating deliberate sabotage. As Iannis calms the agitated guests, his investigation advances significantly. A week after the incidents, one morning, an anonymous letter is found pinned to the tavern door. Carefully removing the note, he finds it is merely an ordinary piece of stationery. Yet its contents are anything but trivial. I trust you have discovered the corks, daggers, and breadcrumbs. Indeed, they are all my doing. Should you fail to meet my demands, further troubles await you. Tread carefully. The letter concludes ominously, signed by the moonlit swordsman. Talos analyzes the note, concluding that the author possesses exceptional swordsmanship, as the characters are inscribed with a blade dipped in ink. If true, this sender is no ordinary individual. The paper, crafted from pure wood pulp, is known for its water and corrosion resistance, yet has never been reported that anyone has written with a sword. Only a master swordsman could achieve such precision. Otherwise, the delicate paper would either tear or fail to yield a mark. Iannis recalls hearing from Deckaren about a legendary swordsman, one whose prowess surpassed even that of the Sword Saints. Centuries ago, this master struck fear into the hearts of even demon lords. His name, chronicled in history, is Klaus, who, by the age of 30, wielded a power exceeding level 60, effortlessly cleaving through hundreds of demons. Even formidable beings like Anariel and Duriel regarded Klaus with trepidation. Klaus was the only human respected by the 3 demon lords, yet he mysteriously vanished, never to be seen again. The troublemaker within Iannis' tavern is certainly not Klaus. Though it is plausible that he has a legendary disciple, the ability to inscribe with a blade is an exceedingly rare skill, requiring unparalleled mastery and control. Each letter of the anonymous note is imbued with strength, appearing effortlessly crafted. Iannis believes the resolution to this mystery is imminent. 3 days later, A ragged yet robust man enters Iannis's tavern, and the atmosphere shifts palpably. The swordsman, akin to a drawn blade, evokes a tense energy among the patrons. Yet as he approaches, their hostility dissipates. A cloaked figure in the corner pays no heed to the sudden tension, while the swordsman swiftly draws his blade and returns it to its sheath. A simple motion, yet executed with seamless grace. Iannis initially assumes the swordsman is merely posturing, but the moment the sword returns to its sheath, the previously menacing patrons collapse onto their tables, not dead, merely unconscious. The swordsman's seemingly simple action concealed a tempestuous surge of sword energy that incapacitated the ill-intentioned patrons. Clearly demonstrating his restraint, he beckons the trembling server, ordering a glass of ice wine, then settles into a chair, closing his eyes in repose. Before long, the server returns with a bottle of ice wine and a high-stem glass, presenting a pouch containing no less than several hundred gold coins. No need for change, and ensure no one else enters. I dislike interruptions. This is a red star diamond, valued at approximately 1 million gold coins, serving as your earnings for the day. You needn't attend to other patrons. He declares the enigmatic gentleman generously produced a dazzling gem radiating a blinding crimson light, placing it into the hand of the attendant. After uncorking a bottle and inhaling the fragrant aroma of the wine, he commenced pouring it for himself. The ruby star diamond he extracted was an exceedingly rare gem, valued at over 1 million gold coins to the average person. However, Ian's had yet to regard such a gem with any significance. The celestial diamond stored within Ian's spatial ring was worth more than 10 million gold coins, alongside a football-sized diamond of no less than that value in a corner of the bar. A cloaked figure removed his hood, revealing a nearly flawless visage, one that possessed the power to captivate all who beheld it. The cloaked man tossed aside his silvery hair and remarked, "Clegius, is it really necessary to create such a spectacle every time you make an entrance? Even if you are the legendary sword saint's disciple, your taste in attire is utterly disagreeable. Fernandez, I have long sensed that the only scent here is that of your cologne. You are truly insufferable." The mysterious gentleman retorted dismissively. The two, unable to contain their disdain for one another, prepared to engage in combat, prompting Ian's, an unwilling observer, to erupt in anger that I care not who you are, should you create a disturbance in my establishment. Might you not first consider the consequences? How dare you treat me as if I were invisible? I shall show you the extent of my power. Ian's interrupted the impending duel, dragging the two ill-mannered swordsmen to a blood-soaked arena. Talos halted the onlookers as a conflict between swordsmen became unavoidable. Upon exiting the rod camp, the mysterious gentleman swiftly drew a long sword from his waist, a one-handed blade measuring approximately 180 centimeters. The material from which this sword was crafted likely originated from the frigid northern lands, infused with other special substances during its forging. The perfumed cloaked man also unsheathed his sword from behind, revealing a blade that emanated a brilliant golden light, composed predominantly of titanium, with the remainder being a powder of precious stones. Ian's instantly deduced the materials used to forge both swords. Thus, Ian's too produced his most prized weapon to date. The dual-element greatsword Frostflame, forged in collaboration with Chasai, just as Ian's anticipated an imminent clash. The cloaked man and the mysterious gentleman sheathed their swords, bringing an end to an otherwise meaningless conflict from that moment forth. Ian's forged an unbreakable bond with the two sword masters. With every page turned, the words danced upon the paper like vibrant musical notes, seemingly alive as they leapt forth to greet Ian's at a tempest that penetrated the depths of his soul, roared like a wild beast. And the heavy chains of the terrestrial realm could not be harmed even by Aqua Regia. Yet time transformed into a deadly venom. A.S. Ian's perused historical records. He stumbled upon compelling evidence regarding the medical practices of centuries past. Astonishingly, necromancers had pioneered the field of surgical limb reattachment, earning the title of a legendary healer. The variety and number of monsters in the stone wilderness were twice that of the frozen wastes. And these creatures possessed a heightened desire to attack, boasting 20 more HP than the demons of the frozen wastes. Ian's mind meticulously cataloged all the data regarding the monsters he had encountered, including their attack power and special abilities. During his exploration of ancient texts, the necromancer named Hector piqued Ian's interest. The transformation of a necromancer into a physician was simply unfathomable. Hector's masterful suturing techniques astounded the medical community. And upon learning of his necromancer identity, the doctors not only refrained from revulsion, but revered him as the progenitor of limb reattachment. The book detailed Hector's suturing procedures, complete with illustrations and explanations in the latter sections. It was said that today, whether in the camps or in the region of Rugoin, all physicians regarded Hector's works on suturing techniques as the quintessential surgical textbook. The knowledge gleaned from the tome had greatly benefited Ian's. And after reading Hector's biography, he was resolute in not abandoning his dream of becoming an unprecedented necromancer. The Stone Wilderness was a fascinating realm. Ian's mused that the ill-tempered assassin must have departed. It was unfortunate to encounter such an unreasonable and spoiled woman that if fate were to have him cross paths with her again, he vowed to educate this impolite fool thoroughly. The pent-up resentment within Ian's finally erupted, transforming him into a reaper from the depths of hell, mercilessly vanquishing nearly 80% of the monsters in the Stone Wilderness without shedding a drop of blood, accomplishing what others deemed impossible. The 80-plus monsters yielded over 9,000 experience points to Ian's, enveloping him in a sanctified radiance, appearing as if he were bathed in sunlight, exuding an aura of purity. After languishing at level 9 for over half a year, Ian's ascended to level 10 following the defeat of the Moon Clan, earning 5 ability points and 1 skill point as rewards for his promotion. Upon reaching level 10, Ian's had amassed over 100 ability points, with skill points exceeding 50. Delving into his mental space, he accessed the skill panel, selecting the poison-dipped dagger skill under the categories of bones and toxins, while each previously learned skill was augmented by 3 points. Thus, the Crescent Blade achieved level 16, inflicting damage of 153, 231, with a stamina cost of 12, while the Bone Armor reached level 16, absorbing 98 of close combat damage. The Damage Amplification skill reached level 12, equipment bonus, inflicting an additional 50 damage to monsters, while the Corpse Explosion technique reached level 13, transforming corpses with 98 HP into bombs, dealing 321,430 damage. All summoning skills were elevated to level 10, with summoned skeletons and clay golems boasting increased vitality, attack power, and defense that, in less than 2 years, Ian's had reached level 10, a feat accomplished by only a handful of paladins throughout the Dark Continent's thousands of years of history, who had attained level 20 by the age of 30. At only 21, Ian's possessed untold potential, with a conservative estimate suggesting he could surpass level 20 before the age of 30 if he continued on this trajectory. Initially, Tyrell had promised Ian's that should he reach level 60 within his lifetime, he would grant him 3 opportunities for class advancement, each of which would bestow upon Ian's a lifespan 20 times that of an ordinary individual, should he tire of the Dark Continent. Tyrell also vowed to elevate him to the status of an ageless, immortal angel. Yet Ian's harbored no such grand aspirations. For now, raising his level remained his most pressing task, with level 60 merely a distant dream. Lost in his thoughts, he was interrupted by a flock of foul crows. The Stone Wilderness was, in truth, a vast plain characterized by its tree cover exceeding 30%. Regrettably, due to the corruption of dark energy, the once lush trees had withered, leaving not a single leaf in sight. Standing amidst the thicket, Ian's failed to notice the approaching stench of the crows, while the clay golem and skeleton soldiers had already detected the foul birds. However, without Ian's command, they would not attack recklessly. 3 skeletal soldiers with metallic bones and a rock-solid clay golem resembled a high-powered meat grinder, rendering the foul crows utterly inconsequential. Notably, the clay golem, which had always attacked in a straightforward manner, now exhibited improved efficiency in its assault. Grasping a foul crow by its slender tail, the golem yanked back, tearing off its wings and spilling dark green blood across the ground. The wingless crow, now at death's door, was sent flying by a punch from the clay golem. Nearby, 5 foul crows were disoriented after colliding with one another, and the skeleton soldiers swiftly dispatched them with lethal precision. Foul crows, being a gregarious species, exhibited a strong territorial instinct, mercilessly attacking any intruder or other beings that dared encroach upon their domain. The stench-ridden crow possesses the weaknesses of sluggish speed and feeble attack power. However, one must remain vigilant against its venomous tail stinger. Though dissimilar to the scorpion's barbed tail, the crow's tail stinger, hollow and teeming with potent toxins, delivers a similarly lethal effect. The clay golem's brutal demise of one such stench-ridden crow yielded a vial of antidote. Generally speaking, creatures adept at employing toxins have a 60% chance of dropping antidotes, as deduced by Yens. Monsters like the Abyssal Fiend and Colossal Beasts most frequently drop health and mana potions. Occasionally, elite monsters may yield vitality potions. With Yens' exceptionally high luck, he has amassed nearly 50 vitality potions over a year of adventures, a remarkable collection rate. Veteran adventurers such as Talos, and Sophie have managed to gather fewer than 20 vitality potions. And the recipe for crafting these potions has been lost for nearly a century. A single-use vitality potion, restoring 35 health and mana, is rarer than gold, aptly described as having a market value that is priceless. Most adventurers seek vitality potions to synthesize higher-grade, universal vitality potions, with the primary requirement being the Heradric Cube. The Horadrim's greatest achievement in alchemy, the Heradric Cube, is a coveted artifact among adventurers, capable of altering the form of items. When two or more distinct items are placed within the Heradric Cube, there exists a 35% chance of successful synthesis, juxtaposed with a 75% risk of total loss. Yens harbors no fears of failure in synthesis, as Tyrell has promised to bestow upon him a Heradric Cube with a remarkable 98% success rate upon the completion of Rucoin's third task. Approximately 6 months ago, as Yens prepared to open a portal back to the rogue encampment after slaying the Bloodbird, Tyrell's authoritative voice resonated within Yens' mind. Yens, you have performed admirably. The Bloodbird's soul has returned to hell, and the one left in the burial ground is merely an impostor. The forces of hell have suffered considerable losses, for the Bloodbird is an elite creature, and they will not relent easily. Your forthcoming adventures will be fraught with challenges, yet your luck surpasses that of all others. No issue shall remain insurmountable before you. I have never encountered anyone as fortunate as you. Tyrell's voice always appeared at the most opportune moments for Yens. Why was I chosen? Do not tell me it is the guidance of fate, Yens questioned, harboring some skepticism regarding Tyrell's true intentions. Prior to his crossing, Yens had scoured the internet for extensive information related to Diablo. One document suggesting that Tyrell's true identity was that of a spy sent from hell to infiltrate heaven. The rulers of hell are the three prime evils, with Mephisto being the most cunning among them. The architect behind most of their schemes, Diablo, ranking third among the brothers, is Mephisto's younger sibling. A millennium ago, the war between heaven and hell had reached a stalemate, but subtle changes began to emerge. A four-winged angelic general was ambushed by demons, his soul eternally imprisoned in the depths of hell. The demons seized the angel's sacred form, and upon witnessing the angel's body, Mephisto devised a plan. Instructing a lowly subordinate to occupy the angel's form, inheriting the angel's memories, powers, and light-based spells. Initially, heaven was suspicious of the injured angel's escape from the demons, yet upon his return, the heavenly rulers tested his power attributes. The results revealed a pure light attribute, and astonishingly, the demon, who had occupied the angel's body, exhibited a high compatibility with the angelic form. Generally, light and darkness can never fuse. However, the demon, having been wounded during the battle, absorbed a minuscule amount of the angel's blood, resulting in an unexpected transformation from darkness to light. Mephisto, who despises angels wielding light-based powers, saw this transformed demon as an exception, seizing the opportunity by usurping the angel's body. The demon's power surged, elevating him to a status comparable to that of the prime evils. And this spy angel was none other than Tyrell. Mephisto's scheme was to send an angel-empowered demon into heaven to secretly gather intelligence. However, his plan experienced slight deviations. Tyrell gained the trust of heaven's rulers, ultimately revealing the military deployments of hell's forces to the angels, who harbored an intense hatred for demons. Tyrell then sought opportunities to relay heaven's deployments back to Mephisto. Acting as a double agent, Tyrell adeptly played both sides, his intentions having shifted to inciting conflict between angels and demons. The ultimate beneficiary of the war between heaven and hell was undoubtedly Tyrell, who reveled in the role of a spectator. The conclusion of the celestial conflict remains unknown to Yin's. Tyrell's generosity towards Yin's is genuine, and Yin's harbors no doubts. Without evidence, he adheres to the principle of not alarming the snake in the grass. In the absence of light, darkness will prevail. Strength, speed, determination, and dreams transcend the constraints of time. The bonds of friendship render us fearless, our hearts interconnected. After carefully contemplating Yin's latest poetic work, Tals felt a profound resonance. Yin's poetic style is steeped in a rich Gothic essence, characterized by darkness, obscurity, secrecy, and destruction. Producing a talisman engraved with a pentagram, radiating a golden glow, he revealed the mark of Cataclysm Talisman, requiring a level of 21. Granting an additional point to barbarian skill levels, stealing mana upon 9 successful hits, with lightning resistance of 9, frost resistance of 12, and a 15% chance of acquiring magical equipment. Yin's remarked meaningfully to Tals. This talisman was a prize I acquired through gambling from a figure clad in a gray cloak. It holds no value for me, and it is specifically designed for barbarians. The shimmering golden talisman caught Tal's attention. Having reached level 23, he lacked a single noteworthy piece of golden equipment, most of his gear being blue. Barbarians typically develop along one of two paths: the tank-like barbarian or the high physical damage output barbarian. Tal's career development leans towards a balanced approach. Scratching his head and smiling sheepishly, Tal said, "Yin's, thank you for the equipment. As your closest friend, I must warn you that someone has taken notice of the source of your gear. As for who has their eyes on your equipment, I have yet to ascertain, but do remain cautious. Recently, Yin's has sensed an unseen presence lurking in the shadows, a chilling intent seemingly emanating from the deepest recesses of hell. As a demon adorned with angelic wings tempts him to ally with the forces of darkness. Plagued by recurring nightmares, Yin's has suffered from insomnia due to overthinking. The relentless strain of his adventurous pursuits has left him physically and mentally exhausted. After casting spells at high intensity more than a dozen times, Yin's found his mana depleted, only to be replenished instantaneously due to his equipment's effects, which momentarily instilled him with confidence. The process of depleting and refilling mana, while seemingly straightforward, has considerable side effects on the body, nearly pushing Yin's to the brink of mental breakdown. Historically, no fewer than 30 necromancers and witches have succumbed to insanity from excessive spell casting, with necromancers facing an even higher probability of mental collapse. Tasked with summoning, necromancers often juggle the control of 3 or more summoned entities simultaneously, a common occurrence. The crux lies in the immense mental and magical energy required to cast summoning spells, both of which are indispensable. Notably, the mental fortitude determines the necromancer's ability to control summoned beings. The higher the mental strength, the greater the number of entities they can manage concurrently. If a necromancer lacks sufficient mental strength and forcibly summons creatures beyond their mental limit, there is an 80 chance of being countered by the summoned beings and a 20 chance of suffering a mental breakdown. Yin's mental fortitude surpasses that of his peers by more than 5-fold, allowing him to control up to 10 summoned entities with remarkable ease. However, the intense battles have taken a toll on Yin's body. His nerves and muscles, particularly his brain, are under extreme strain, depleting his stamina and exacerbating his already fatigued condition. The reckless expenditure of magical energy has forced Yin's to taste the bitter consequences of his own actions. Collapsed on his bed, Yin's pallid skin bore no trace of color, and his entire body burned like a scalding iron. Drenched in sweat due to fever, as the twin maids changed his soaked nightclothes, they noticed a tattoo-like image of a soaring dragon on his back. With a fever reaching 40 degrees, Yin's was unresponsive to the external world, slipping into a deep coma. The teak bath, filled with a copious amount of ice, could not alleviate his excessive internal heat, which melted the ice away. Yin's regained consciousness 3 days later, although his fever had subsided. He was left extremely weak from the massive energy expenditure. Lizzie and Lena had carefully prepared nutritious porridge for Yin's, ensuring it would replenish his strength without overwhelming his body. Even Akira, Kasha, and others came to pay their respects. Upon recovering from his illness, Yin's complexion was as pale as snow, evoking envy from the elven maidens who beheld him. Akira inquired about Ian's condition with concern. Reassured that there was no immediate cause for worry, the dark forces' corrosion of the rogue encampment's barrier had weakened, undoubtedly due to their efforts, the annihilation of dark gold creatures such as Bloodbird. Recanic and the Triad Woodfist had significantly diminished the infernal powers, ensuring that no monsters would threaten the rogue encampment in the near future. Kasha, typically reticent, also visited, and even the unscrupulous merchant kid brought an abundance of precious herbs. All eyes were filled with concern for Ian's. That "I am grateful for your kindness," he expressed, "and I believe I shall recover within 3 days. Once I regain my strength, the end of the demons is not far off." Akira, perplexed, assumed Ian's was speaking nonsensically. "Rest assured, my mind is not muddled. I am as clear-headed as ever. My previous encounters with the demons have allowed me to discern their weaknesses. A sudden attack can yield decisive results." Ian's words left Tal's and the others bewildered. Tal's approached Ian's, stroked his brownish-yellow beard, and remarked meaningfully that Ian's need not rush, suggesting he should rest a while longer. Pushing aside Tal's large hand, Ian's, with his eyes closed, insisted, "I am not merely speaking in jest. I have identified over 10 weaknesses among various monsters. For instance, the submerging demon is impervious to simple physical attacks, yet ice-based spells or weapons imbued with frost damage can deal fatal blows." Upon hearing Ian's revelations, Tal's felt vindicated, which explained why a single sword could shatter a submerging demon, while fire spells proved less effective. Utilizing a weapon embedded with sapphires against the submerging demon would yield unexpectedly favorable results. Ian's continued to elaborate on the weaknesses of other monsters. The Dark Huntresses, in contrast to the submerging demons, are vulnerable to fire spells and fiery physical attacks, while the hardened rodent relies on ranged assaults. And the colossal beasts demand powerful physical strikes. "Once I fully recover, you shall have the opportunity to personally validate my findings." 3 days later, under the attentive care of the twin maids, Ian's illness swiftly abated. This bout of sickness had more than doubled his mental capacity. Ian's now understood that immense power correlates with robust health, prompting him to embark on a training regimen under Tal's encouragement. Each morning, he engaged in a 5-kilometer jog, completed 200 push-ups, and dedicated an hour to strength training, while Lizzie and Lena crafted a nutritious and healthful meal plan specifically for him. In the blink of an eye, 3 months elapsed, and Ian's unwavering training had fortified his physique, significantly enhancing his mental acuity. He could now cast spells continuously without succumbing to excessive fatigue on a sunny afternoon, with the sky devoid of clouds. Ian's summoned Tal's, Talos, Sophie, and Sophia, accompanied by the elven maiden Alice. The elven spells are renowned, as they are said to be natural sorcerers, excelling in the elemental magics of wind, water, fire, earth, and lightning, while the realms of light and darkness are accessible only to angels and demons. As they approached the Blood Wasteland, Tal's was about to act when Alice halted him. With a flick of her wrist, 12 ice spikes shot forth in a fan shape, without uttering a spell or brandishing a staff. She demonstrated incredible power. The ice spikes, summoned with an effortless grace, penetrated the body of the submerging demon with unerring accuracy. From that point onward, Ian's and his companions seldom intervened, as Alice's spells dazzled in a display of water, fire, ice, lightning, earth, and wind. With lethal precision, she dispatched 12 dark huntresses before commencing her incantation. "Frosty winds, carry the snow from the farthest north. Goddess of snow, I beseech you to lend me your strength, purifying the filthy beasts with your icy wrath." As Alice concluded her incantation, delicate snowflakes began to swirl around her raised finger, gradually expanding. In an instant, the moisture in the air was absorbed, coalescing into ice shards that transformed into spikes, while a tempest shattered the icy projectiles. The fragments of ice were whipped into a frenzy by the howling winds, and Alice's spell transcended ordinary comprehension. Such a brief incantation could conjure such a spectacle. Ian's could scarcely imagine the magnitude of a large-scale combined spell. Like a snow goddess, Alice floated gracefully in the air, her golden hair shimmering in the breeze as she seemed to embrace something unseen, extending her right index finger towards the horde of monsters. Without warning, a whirlwind lifted every creature from the icy plains. Even those with cold resistance could not escape. Not a single creature in the Dark Continent possessed the ability to resist the powers of wind. Not even the mightiest of demon lords. The icy shards pierced through the monsters, leaving them with no avenue of escape. As the ice shards melted away, the tempest morphed into countless blades of wind, sharp as finely cut jade, unleashing indiscriminate assaults. Even elite monsters could not escape their wrath. The once gentle breeze transformed into a storm capable of obliterating everything in its path, and this drastic shift left Ines somewhat disoriented. Although the druid's elemental spell, the tornado, possessed considerable offensive power, it paled in comparison to Alice's magic. Even the monsters hiding in the shadows were not spared. The minuscule, nearly invisible blades of wind numbered in the thousands, shredding the frail and decaying bodies of zombies like mere scraps of cloth. Should a common person be struck by those minute blades, they would be reduced to a platter of sashimi. Alice's casting of the ice storm was indeed extraordinary, rivaling the special effects of Hollywood blockbusters, leaving Tars and the others, who trailed behind Ines, utterly astonished by its magnificence, having completely cleared the icy plains of monsters. Alice took a brief respite, effortlessly absorbing the residual magical element from the atmosphere to replenish her expended mana. Ines discreetly calculated the amount of mana Alice had just consumed. Such a large-scale attack spell would conservatively deplete mana levels exceeding that of an average wizard. It was estimated that Alice's mana pool surpassed 6,000, a conservative estimate at that, as the enhancement from her jewelry likely brought her total mana to over 10,000. The spells of the elven maiden Alice surpassed the imagination of all. The effects she produced upon casting were truly earth-shattering, and to describe them as cataclysmic would not be an exaggeration. That Alice's ice storm, in terms of scale, attack range, and destructive power, was hundreds of times superior to that of any witch. Most crucially, her control over the spell was remarkably precise, covering 2/3 of the icy plains, leaving no monster within that area unharmed. The Dark Huntress's resistance to cold posed a significant challenge for witches specializing in ice spells, particularly in the third world of Hell, where her attributes rendered ice magic ineffective. This meant that all ice spells and freezing attacks became utterly worthless against her. The fusion of ice and wind elements yielded a power greater than the sum of its parts. 112. Against creatures immune to cold, wind attributes still inflicted effective damage, while a combination spell of ice and wind proved lethal against the submerged demons. Ines's body had fully recovered, following Tar's rigorous training. He had grown considerably stronger, with muscles swelling several times over, and his power, speed, and reflexes were now incomparable to before. With some idle time on his hands, Ines sought Alice's guidance on the spells of ice and wind. His body, attuned to all attributes, finally proved useful, having previously awakened only the light and dark attributes. After observing Alice's spells, Ines awakened 2 more attributes, ice and wind. Ice spells boasted numerous advantages over water spells. While the latter relied mainly on impact force, ice spells underwent a fundamental transformation. The ability to penetrate objects was something water spells lacked, and moreover, ice spells could freeze objects. As a novice, Ines started from a higher baseline than most, needing first to grasp the essence of water attributes before converting condensed water elements into ice elements. Alice's teaching method, though seemingly simple, proved challenging in practice. The transition between the 2 attributes was not an easy feat. After a week of practice, Ines found himself at an impasse. He attempted to draw water elements directly from the atmosphere and alter the composition of water molecules, but so far he could only conjure ice cubes. Suitable for chilling beverages, but utterly ineffective for attacking monsters, he had never heard of anyone using ice cubes to slay monsters. 2 weeks passed swiftly by, during which Ines tirelessly practiced summoning ice magic. Alice, having witnessed Ines's relentless efforts despite countless failures, decided to offer her assistance. Ines paused for a moment. After 2 weeks of practice, you have made no progress. I have tested your affinity for elements. Your ice affinity is exceptional. It is not that you cannot use it, but rather that you have yet to grasp the essential principles. Alice produced a delicate porcelain vial containing a colorless, transparent liquid. She dropped 2 droplets of the mysterious liquid into Ines's eyes. And 5 minutes later, he seemed to perceive the ice elements before him, rejoicing that Alice's enigmatic liquid enabled Ines to visualize the form of the ice elements, which began to waltz gracefully in front of him. Leaving him in disbelief, a substantial gathering of ice elements coalesced into a figure with transparent wings, ice blue hair, and pale blue eyes, a pure and unblemished sprite standing before Ines. It was as if the ice goddess Shiva had descended. The elemental sprite commenced a dialogue with Ines amidst the frigid air, devoid of emotion. Each movement of the ice element conjured numerous frost crystals, transforming the Rog camp from summer to winter in an instant. As six-sided snowflakes descended from the sky, the inhabitants of Rog camp, accustomed to the subtropical climate, found themselves momentarily disoriented by the sudden snowfall, experiencing a chill they had never encountered before. A human mage. I sense nearly all attributes within you. Your destiny has shifted. It is your responsibility to save this continent. I shall now forge a permanent contract with you. Remember my name, echoed a voice devoid of emotion before vanishing. Ines reflected on the recent events. Could it be that a one-in-a-million chance led me to encounter such a being? The concepts of contracts and destiny had now become intertwined with my fate. If the sprite spoke the truth, then the ice attribute spells were indeed within my grasp. After the elemental sprite faded away, Ines attempted to summon ice elements once more, simply extending his right index finger. A sharp ice shard shot forth, piercing the diamond wood floor with the speed of sound. Ines endeavored to condense more ice elements. 5 minutes later, the tips of his fingers glowed with ice blue brilliance. A beam of blue light piercing through glass with a force that continued to penetrate 5 large trees. The objects struck by the blue light were left with a 10-centimeter diameter hole, indicating that Ines had altered the structure of the ice elements, thereby unleashing a phenomenon he termed aurora. He named this blue light extreme ice-cold light, although it was merely a localized attack. The spell excelled in its penetrating power, capable of breaching materials nearly 10 meters thick with a single strike. With the successful experimentation of 2 spells, Ines became unstoppable, subsequently developing numerous ice spells previously uncharted on the Dark Continent, ensuring that his name would forever be etched in its history. The 3rd spell he developed transcended the simplicity of mere magic. A concentrated mass of frigid air materialized into an ice-blue sphere within his palm. Spinning at high velocity, Ines's control over this power had reached new heights. The crescent blade of ice he created marked a successful evolution compared to the high-tier ice spell, the Ice Prison Sphere. As the sphere spun, it gradually split into countless ice blades, posing a greater threat than the ice prison's icicle attacks. Each ice blade's destructive force far surpassed that of dozens of icicles. Ines named this spell Ice Moon, Dance of the Blades. Following the successful research of this spell, he targeted submerged demons and massive beasts for experimentation. He drew nearly 100 submerged demons. Fully aware of the immense risks involved, yet Ines pressed forward without hesitation. With eyes closed, he unleashed the Ice Moon. Dance of the Blades, an apple-sized sphere of ice spun violently, and countless diamond-like ice blades shot forth, reducing nearly 100 fallen demons to mere shards of ice before they could even react. The Ice Moon, Dance of the Blades, almost transformed the very landscape of the Blood Wasteland. The once expansive plains vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of ice. The icy blades not only shattered the fallen demons, but also permeated the ground with a frigid chill, freezing even the ores and coal buried deep beneath the surface. Over 2/3 of the Blood Wasteland was rendered into frozen soil by an incomplete spell. The Ice Moon, Dance of the Blades, at a mere 50% completion, was a half-finished incantation and rather unstable, leaving Yens unable to perfectly control its area of effect. The current situation was entirely unforeseen by Yens. To put it simply, he had inadvertently grasped the simplest and purest essence of ice magic, a matter that would undoubtedly bring joy to any transmigrator. However, Yen's sorrow resembled that of a lost soul in a desert who, on the brink of death from thirst, discovers a well filled with crystal-clear water, but alas, no vessel to draw it. The contract with the elemental spirit was one of master and servant, allowing Yens to borrow vast quantities of ice elemental power without cost at any moment. This was primarily due to Yin's striking white hair, which had caught the attention of the elemental spirit. In the eyes of the spirit, such snow-white hair could only belong to one of the purest elven lineage, leading to a misunderstanding of Yin's true nature. All elemental spirits possessed emotional intelligence surpassing their intellectual capacity, and the spirit Yin's encountered was a prime example. This emotional intelligence resulted in the spirit mistaking Yin's white hair as a sign of belonging, while his alabaster skin further convinced her that he was her destined companion. With an intelligence not exceeding 50, this misunderstanding afforded Yin's a significant advantage. Centuries ago, in the Dark Continent, there existed more than a dozen elemental spirits representing various elements such as fire, water, wind, thunder, ice, earth, light, darkness, and space. Human magic could only be wielded by those who formed contracts with these spirits, yet most elemental spirits remained elusive, only the purest of souls being chosen, with individuals capable of forming contracts with multiple spirits being exceedingly rare. Yin's bond with the ice elemental spirit was primarily due to his white skin and hair. Despite lacking pointed ears, he was nonetheless recognized as one of their kin. The ice elemental spirit deemed Yin's soul the purest, a consequence of a soul cleansing performed by Tyrell prior to his transmigration, which removed excess impurities. Scattered across the ground were vast amounts of gold coins, life potions, mana potions, stamina potions, antidotes, explosive potions, and choking gas potions, among other items, with 3 blue pieces of equipment buried beneath the coins. Yin's painstakingly unearthed the 3 blue items, a staff, a ring, and an oversized amulet. Although he could have saved on identification scrolls, Yin's, unable to contain his excitement, consumed 3 scrolls, revealing the names and attributes of the equipment in his mental space. The Virus Thief's staff boasted a single-hand damage of 1219, requiring level 18. With strength and agility prerequisites of 21 and 20 respectively, and a durability of 2125, that IT allowed the casting of level 30 Poison Nova, adding 20 to poison damage over a duration of 6 seconds, and granting 13 to maximum poison resistance. The Demon Fragment Ring required level 16, granting life steal upon hitting 9 times, 13 to maximum damage, and 2 to illumination range. The Deep Blue Doom oversized amulet required level 12, increasing all skill levels by 1, with a 29 chance to trigger level 20 Frost Nova and a 20 chance to inflict wounds on enemies. In addition to the equipment, Yin's collected nearly 2,000 gold coins, 100 life potions, 150 mana potions, and a plethora of other items. Generally, blue equipment does not possess overly remarkable attributes, but exceptions do exist. Previously, after vanquishing 20 foul crows in the Dark Forest, Yin's had obtained a seemingly ordinary amulet, but he had misjudged its worth. After being appraised by Deckard Cain, the blue amulet was revealed to be the Amulet of Greed for monks, requiring level 23, enhancing 1 paladin skill level, and providing 15 to all resistances. Such attributes in blue equipment rivaled those of dark gold items, though this was indeed an exception. Yet exceptions frequently seem to occur in Yin's presence. On his 5th expedition with Tars and the others, they defeated 6 elite colossal beasts. Among the spoils, a small, unassuming staff, though it appeared trivial, elicited an ecstatic response from Yin's upon identification, as its attributes were nothing short of thrilling.